Chapter 1, Crossing. Ice Destroyer Dragon Slayer. The snow-white seagulls lined up in groups, flying across the blue sky. The waves rolled up by the sea breeze repeatedly patted the beach tirelessly. Unknown seas, unknown islands. Gasping, Roya was so emotional, and then sat on the beach with a weak butt. In the time just now, Loya ran along the island and was half dead, only to reach this conclusion. Now he can be sure of one thing: if all this is not the kind of legendary prank, then he is really crossing. The instant noodle bucket buried halfway under the sand is proof. Loya was originally a small clerk, and she was working very hard every day shortly after graduation. On a rare May Day holiday, Loya bought bread, instant noodles, and soda, and prepared a copy of The Liver with his teammates overnight. He had just walked to the computer with instant noodles, and before reaching for the power button, he lost his consciousness. When he came back to God, he found that he was already standing on a golden beach, and he was holding the bucket of instant noodles with ham sausage in his hand. It wasn't the narrow rental house that blew the hot air that mixed sweat, foot, smoke, and instant noodles, but it was fresh and salty. At the moment, Loya was aggressive. This sudden change left his brain dead for a while and a half, until the instant noodles on his hands tilted down and the boiling water burned his feet. The fear and anxiety brought by this unknown situation made him run crazy along the island, trying to find a trace of people and ask the situation. But to his disappointment, the island is really an uninhabited island, and its size is not even as good as the old housing area where he rented the house. The limit of sight is the blue sea. Here is a real island. Sitting on the hot sandy beach, Loya moved her buttocks, and was a bit unbearable to the heat of the sand after being exposed to the sun, so she stood on her knees and hobbled under a coconut tree on the edge of the beach to cool. Am I really crossing? Loya looked at the white flip-flops that had broken the rubber on her feet, and said a little unconsciously to herself, no reason to cross. He doesn't know where it is, but according to the tradition of crossing, it is definitely not the original world. Those who are familiar, the familiar things have left him, and the past nostalgia and regrets have nothing to do with him ever since. Suddenly he was excited. Play with me, right? My sister invited me to Wasteland 25H today. I will be paid the day after tomorrow. I can't wait a few days for Lao Tzu's luxury. Lao Tzu hasn't had dinner. Speaking of which, Loya closed her mouth suddenly. He touched his belly. Indeed, supper was not eaten yet. Thinking of this, Loya looked up at the coconut hanging on the tree, swallowed, and there was a hint of firmness in her eyes. Resolutely do not starve to death. It is unknown if there are any beasts in the depths of the island, so Loya abandoned the plan to explore the island. He took off his t-shirt, straightened, and glanced at the coconut tree. Well, that's good, not long enough. After looking around for a few moments, Loya sneaked off her pants, wearing only boxers. This is a tree climbing method that he learned while watching a variety show, using a belt to circle the tree, and then moving upwards little by force. Hey! There was only one flip-flop left under the stomping foot, and Loya jumped hard, pulling his trousers with one hand, and holding himself in the air with his trunk. Then what's the next step? Let your hand be vacated and move the strap up? Doesn't it just fall? Loya pulled on his pants and pushed again. I thought for a moment. Loya clamped the trunk with her thigh, took a deep breath, and tried to move the pants upwards. Tear it! He just moved less than 10 centimeters up, and with the sound of the cloth cracking, his jeans that had been worn for several years were torn directly from the position of the trousers. Suddenly the situation made Loya stunned, and she was about to fall backwards. Fortunately, his eyes were ill and his hands were fast. He loosened his trousers with a loose hand, then forced his waist and abdomen, and leaned forward quickly, holding the trunk with both hands to avoid the crisis of falling. Breathing for a moment, Panna finally decided to give up trying this unreliable way, slipping down the trunk awkwardly and falling back to the ground. Although the pants are torn, they are better than being clothed. When wearing trousers, the inside of the thighs, which were reddish by the bark, was extremely painful. At this moment, when he looked down, he saw a few small stones next to the root of the tree. His eyes turned, and he picked up two. During the process of climbing the tree just now, he found that although these coconuts looked very green, they were not connected very stably. As the trunk swayed, they bumped into each other and made a squeak sound. Although I don't know if it's okay, but it's up to you. Come on, Shizi. Raised her hand, twisted her chin, and lowered her body, throwing forcefully. Hey! At the moment when Shizi's shot was made, a muffled sound was heard, and then Loya heard the sound of something exploding. Just preparing to look up, a turquoise hard shell with water stains fell from the sky, and he reached out subconsciously to catch it. Looking at the things on hand, Loya, like the well-known emoji package sloth, slowly opened his mouth with an exaggerated expression. Is this coconut? Then he hurriedly looked up, and sure enough, the coconut he was aiming at just now, the small coconut next to him had disappeared, and a long green appeared on the turquoise shell of the surrounding coconut. Long uneven scratches, as if rubbed by a bullet. When did my strength become so strong? Or is it, the gravity here is much lower than the earth? Loya blinked, a little unresponsive. He looked down at the half-coconut shell in his hand, and in the center of the white coconut flesh, a thin layer of water gathered there. He licked his dry lips, and decided not to worry about the weirdness just now, raised the coconut shell and drank cleanly. Taking a sip of his breath, Loya breathed a long breath, and the coconut juice was sweet and refreshing, soothing the hotness in his body and making him feel better. But coconut juice alone couldn't fill her belly. Loya looked at her clean and white fingers and tried to pinch the layer of coconut meat with her nails. What surprised him was that the coconut meat, which was difficult to get off at the moment, was like the cream in the middle of Arya. He made a large slice with a light stroke of his nails. Is I too hard, or is this exotic coconut variety? Holding the white piece of coconut meat in his hand, I had no time to think about it. The internal organs that had just been driven by coconut juice were rebelling, and a large amount of secreted gastric acid made his stomach uncomfortable like a fire, and he urgently needed food. He opened his mouth wide and bit off most of the coconut. A little hard. www.readwn.com scraped the coconut flesh a few times, and Loya stares at the coconuts on his head. Although was too late, Loa, who was hungry and thirsty, ate up more than a dozen coconuts. Then she patted her belly and snored against the coconut tree. After solving the problem of the 5 Zhang temple, Loya finally had a leisure time to think about the changes that happened to her. Imagine that before going around the island in panic, Loya now realized how incredible this was. This distance is as short as 7 or 8 kilometers long, and it runs for several kilometers without stopping. Is this the sub-healthy otaku clerk? Not to mention tired and half-dead, exhausted death is impossible. What's wrong with this? Is this the golden finger necessary to pass through the party in the legend? Loya thought with full sorrow. There are several young people who don't watch online novels, and Loya is one of them. Once in his second year of high school, he had more than once fantasized that he would actually cross one day. What kind of cheat would he get? Is it writing chakras, cutting swords, or devil fruits? Even the abilities of the SOS team have been prostitution. But he never expected it to be infinitely powerful. At this moment, a transparent blue panel emerged suddenly in the air in front of Luo Yu. He blinked, thinking he was dazzled, rubbed his eyes and raised his head to look again. This panel is still there. This is my cheat. Luo Luia suddenly came to the spirit. The drowsiness caused by insufficient blood supply to the brain just disappeared instantly. But when he could see the big characters at the top of the panel, Loya's expression froze and he muttered aloud. Ice G. Destruction. Dragon. Magic. Guide. She. Chapter 2, Upgrade. Breakthrough of Zero. The term Annihilation Dragon Wizard comes from the comic fairy tale. In the comics, the Dragon Extinguisher was founded by Irene Berselian. It belongs to a type of magic exorcist. It uses ancient magic dragon extinguishing magic, which transforms one's physique into a dragon's constitution. Wizard of the Dragon. Loia's favorite thing to see when crossing was Naruto, but she also chased after this famous and hot-blooded young man, and even during that time, the attractiveness of the three major laborers was not as great as that of the fairy tale. The Annihilation Dragon Demon Wizard has the constitution of a dragon, and can also restore physical strength and enhance strength by devouring substances with the same properties as his magic. Or use the power of the dragon to burst the dragon scales and improve the offense and defense. This kind of magic is used to kill dragons, so it is called dragon kill magic. When Loia first came into contact with this comic, she was regarded as a heavenly book for a while, and was deeply attracted by the handsome magic in it. Every week, she would go to the corner shop to buy the latest one with the saved pocket money. Sometimes, even my mother told him to buy soy sauce. However, no matter how great the enthusiasm will fade over time, later, because of the delay of the original story itself and the increase of his age and academics, he slowly lost the motivation to continue chasing. But these are not the points. Guider of the Ice Destroyer. Does this option exist in the original book? God? Serena doesn't have this. Loia's eyes widened, and she carefully recalled the plot she had seen. I never saw the Ice Destroyer Dragon Wizard in the original works of Demon Tale. There wasn't even 1 or 2 generations, even one side description. Maybe the pit hasn't filled up the Serena with the 8 dragon crystals, but this chance is not great. Because of the urinary nature of the day, the ability of ice with its protagonist attributes will definitely be exposed very early, instead of not appearing for more than 10 years now. This is my life-saving cheat, don't be weird magic. Wendy's kind of pure assistance is not needed. In a slight anxiety, Loia began to observe this interface. This interface is simply divided into 2 parts, the left is a series of attribute introductions, and the right is a skill tree composed of a block of icons, which is similar to WoW's previous talent tree. Loia curiously clicked the colored icon at the bottom of the talent tree with her fingers, and a message popped out. Dragon Power, 1/100%. Dragon Power can increase the strength of the Dragon Destroyer's Dragon Destroyer magic, but more than 30% of the body begins to transform. After more than 90%, the body of the Dragon Destroyer begins to become dragon. The first attribute is not a good thing, and Loia looks cold for a while. As the skill introduction says, although the dragon kill magic used by the Dragon Destroyer is powerful, it has serious sequelae. According to Irene Berselian, every Dragon Destroyer will follow the use of dragon magic gradually became a dragon. Loia is not a middle school boy of that year. If this effect can be reversed, or if there is magic power of Gerald's level in this world, otherwise he really wants to try to feel like a dragon. The next few colored icons are extended from the power of the dragon here. Loia clicked to view in order. The body of the dragon, 10/100%, the body gradually adapts to the strength of the dragon, and improves the all-round quality of the dragon exorcist. It can temporarily increase the degree of adaptation by swallowing energy, and the sequelae are large. Howling Ice Dragon, converge the power of the ice dragon in the lungs, strengthen it through the magic array, and spit out to attack. Insufficient magic power to use. Bing Long's Iron Fist, entangling the power of the ice dragon around the fist, a powerful freezing effect erupts after hitting. Wing Bing Long's Wing Strike, wrap the power of the ice dragon around his arm and wave it to attack like a dragon's wings. Insufficient magic power to use. Ice Dragon's Hook, wind the power of the ice dragon around the foot, and a powerful freezing effect will occur after hitting. Bing Long's Broken Teeth, wrap the power of the ice dragon around the hand, and attack with fingers as claws. Bing Long's Grip, grab the target and push the power of the ice dragon into the target. The good news is that what happened to Loya's fears did not happen. Although the roaring skills most commonly used by dragon demon slayers are temporarily unavailable for magic problems, they are harmless. From the currently available skills, the Ice Dragon spell magic is almost the same as the protagonist Naz's Fire Dragon spell magic, both of which are purely offensive abilities. As for the future, LOA is unknown. In addition to the XX of the Dragon Examiner's standard version of the XX Dragon, the skill of the dragon's body makes Loya look slightly, improving the overall quality of the Dragon Examiner, which is presumably his great strength and endurance now for increased reasons. And just as Naz will burst dragon scales when he swallows the magical elves in the Tower of Paradise, this skill can improve his ability in a short time. The only drawback is probably the kind of thick lines that make Naz better than the sequelae of death. Very suitable for blasting, Loya gave a fair evaluation. The rest of the icons are dimmed, and nothing happens when you click on them. This situation is very clear year-round playing game Roya, the level is not enough. Loya probably has some guesses. These remaining icons may be the ability to destroy the dragon and uphold the power of the dragon before he can use the skills. He needs to continuously upgrade to slowly unlock it. Then he looked to the left side of the interface, where the attribute introduction was displayed. Name, Christopher Loya, automatic correction in the world. Energy stage, first order 0 layer. Energy value, 10/10, can be improved. Magic value, 500/500. Magic recovery speed, 50/s. What kind of ghost is Christopher Loya, and the world automatically corrects it. The little man can change his name without changing his name. He's called Loya. What is this energy value? Looking at this attribute bar, Loya whispered to herself. Don't. Loya glanced at the scattered coconut shells, with a little guess in her heart. Suddenly he looked up and shouted into the air, System? Elf? Master Brain? I'm your host, come out. After a few seconds, Loya coughed awkwardly. Quietly around, nothing happened, the sea breeze blew, and he seemed to hear a few fools, fools, fools. After embarrassment, Loya reached out and pointed at the arrow behind the word can be lifted. Many years of experience in web articles and games tells him not to bear it when he can upgrade. Maybe in the next moment, some powerful enemies will jump out to take his life, only after upgrading can he save his life. Buzz. Suddenly the entire interface became blurred, a gorgeous blue magic array appeared at his feet, and the rising air blew his hair upside down. At the same time, a wave of blue energy emerged from the air around him and quickly rushed to him. With the influx of energy, a blue pattern began to spread on him. Although no attempt has been made to improve before, Loya still feels familiar with this scene. I am a Super Scion? What is the sense of visual perception of such a strong page game upgrade? The anomaly came quickly, and it went fast, it lasted for less than 3 seconds, and Loya disappeared just after the trough was finished. The blue lines covering his whole body seemed to have life, hovering and swimming around him, and finally gathered at the wrists of his hands, forming 2 diamond-shaped patterns. Wait until everything is calm. www.readwn.com. Loya strokes the pattern on the wrist, and looks at the attributes on the interface again. Name, Christopher Loya, automatic correction in the world. Energy stage, first level and first level. Energy value, 0/20. Magic value, 550/550. Magic recovery speed, 50/s. The magic value increased by 50 points, and the energy value required in the next stage doubled. Then he looked at the talent tree on the right, but neither the dragon's body nor the dragon's power had changed. Did the increase in energy phase have nothing to do with my own ability to destroy dragon magic? Or simply because the level is too low? The specific circumstances of Roya are unknown, and he can't help frowning. If this is the first case, then if the world is a demon's world, it is okay to say that you can always find an expert who can teach yourself magic. But if not, wouldn't it be impossible to increase the level of dragon spell magic? However, at present, these do not need to be too concerned. Loya doesn't talk about the world now. Even the island under the buttocks hasn't been explored. It's nothing to worry about, so long-term things. Mutter. With the thunder, a sound of thunder sounded, and Loya bowed her head and touched her belly. No, right? I was hungry as soon as I was full. Is the energy required for the upgrade really biological energy? Mutter. Biao thundered again, confirming Loya's thoughts. Well, it looks like we have to find food. However, this time, Loya was not ready to continue eating coconut. She just ate a dozen just now, not only panic, but also tired and uncomfortable. Now she sees coconut and wants to vomit. And become a dragon exterminator guide and coconut hunger, that is simply the shame of the dragon exterminator. So he decided to go hunting and eat meat. Chapter 3, Step Up. Small island every day. Unknown seas, unknown islands. Ice dragon. Tekken. There was a scream of rage through the woods, and the blue light flashed, followed by a dull impact and a crackling icy sound. Loya dropped from the air more than 10 meters high, and she just stood a few feet on the ground. Very good, this wild boar is enough for me to eat for 3 days. Loya looked at the wild boar that had been frozen in front of her eyes and broke into a few flaps. His voice sighed. This wild boar is not small, just the 2 teeth that are exposed outside have the thickness of Loya's arm, lying on the ground like a hill, that is, a hind leg that is now broken on the ground is better than Loya. Hi! This body shape can no longer be described with how many kilograms, but how many tons. But even so, it was just barely enough for Loya to eat for 3 days. He accepted the identity of the dragon destroyer that day, and Loya began to explore the island. At first, for the sake of safety, his hunting target was a little guy who looked like a rabbit but was covered with scales. Until now, this giant wild boar that dominates the island is also carried on his recipe. Because for just a few weeks, Loya found sadly that this island seems to have only these wild boars to eat, and he was eaten up by all but poisonous animals. The special body structure of the Annihilation Dragon Demon Priest consumes a lot of food every day. In addition, Loya also has to consider strengthening his attributes, so he needs to eat a lot of things every day. The first level of the first floor, the energy value required for upgrading only needs to eat a dozen coconuts to replenish the full amount. However, starting from the third layer, the simple coconut can no longer provide Loya with the slightest energy value, which forced Loya to change his own recipe and hunt the island creatures. He found that the more powerful a creature is, the more energy it can provide to him to keep pace with the upgrade. Just upgrade all the way and change the recipe. Loya got the first rare achievement after crossing, eat an island. He scatters the surrounding ice cubes, and Loya uses ice to change sticks to string pieces of pork together. With both hands, he easily carried a wild boar skewer that was more than 10 times larger than his size. The power bonus brought by the body of the dragon is far more than the one just shown that day, because Loya did not recognize his current strength at that time, and the protective mechanism of the brain's instinct automatically limited his power. With these weeks of proficiency, Loya has been able to lift this restriction and exert his true power. Carrying a skewer, Loya quickly returned to her residence, a cave. This cave turned out to be the nest of a 3-meter-high brown bear, which was occupied by Loa dove and killed the owner to eat meat. I took out the lighter in the bag, and Loya shook the fuselage. There was only a thin layer of liquid butane in it, and it seemed that it would not be used a few times. He put the meat skewers outside the cave, and Loya went inside, and soon came out with a pile of velvet for fire. These things, made from dried leaves, are very convenient for setting fire. In this regard, Loya would like to thank Bee and a guy who has lived alone in the island for 4 weeks. By watching the video they shot, Loya has learned at least the basic wild survival skills ignition. I found a dry branch to stand, and Loya lit the leaf cashmere with a lighter, and soon came up with a bonfire. Thanks to the magic of the great ice dragon, he didn't have to worry about causing a forest fire to burn himself to death. Remove a piece of hind leg meat, and Loya cleans a large piece of pork leg meat by the stream, skewers it with thick wooden sticks, and roasts it by the campfire. Frozen the rest of the food skillfully, Loya looked up, and waited for the pork to cook while she was still asleep. These few weeks of experience turned Loya from that cheerful game otaku into a dumb isolated island hunter. For the first 3 days, he panicked, curled up asleep on the beach every day, afraid to miss any passing ships. But over time, this hope and anxiety have gradually been shrouded in despair. He has vented, growled, and cried, but it is not useful for the current situation. It's better to have some energy to clean up foliage bed. Loya, who calmed down again, cleared up her mood and left the erected S0S sign on the beach and the highest point of the island with ice. He didn't know if people in this world could understand the meaning, but even if he couldn't understand it, the appearance of words on such an uninhabited island was enough to attract attention. Then there was a long wait. The white traces left by the seawater on the stones are the source of salt for Loya these days. He knows that there is a slight toxin in this stuff. It's bad for the human body to eat too much, but he doesn't replenish the body's salt. He has no strength to go out hunting every day. Twist the layer of roasted pork thinly, and Loya bites open. After a while, a piece of pork thicker than his waist went into the belly. Then he took out a piece of pork again and continued to rack it. The stomach is full, but the energy value is not enough. Loya meditated on the golden finger, and the panel appeared in front of him. Name, Christopher Loya, automatic correction in the world. Energy stage, first order and 10 layers. Energy value, 85/100. Magic value, 1000/1000. Magic recovery speed, 100/s. Because of the frequent use of dragon extermination magic during this period, the dragon's body increased with exercise, from 10% to 12%. Loya's most feared increase in dragon power did not occur, still 1%. In addition, these attributes are the biggest changes. The magic value has reached 1000, which is twice as much as he had just passed, and the magic recovery speed has also doubled. The energy stage has finally reached the first stage and 10th floor. Today, according to the urine nature of page games, it is the moment to break through to the second stage. Continue to eat a few large pieces of pork, and the energy value has finally increased to 100/100. Loya sucked the grease from his finger with his mouth, put his finger on the arrow, and chose to lift. Buzz! The familiar humming sounded, and the blue law circle reappeared. Then the blue energy began to emerge, and quickly poured into his body. But today's situation is a bit different. These blue energies, both in quantity and size, are more and stronger than when they were ascended before. For almost a blink of an eye, countless energies resemble a whirlwind, wrapping him up www.readwn.com, forming a blue light cocoon. At the same time, an inexplicable coercion emerged from the inside and spread to the surroundings. The entire forest seemed to be pressed with the forbidden key, and even a worm could not be heard. Lime trees are forbidden, and the water flow is still, even the clouds in the sky are still. In this static picture, the only one that is still moving is the constantly flickering light cocoon. This feeling seems to have passed for thousands of years, but it seems to be just a moment. Suddenly, the surroundings moved again, the sea breeze continued to blow leaves, the stream began to flow, and the forest was noisy again. Click! There was a soft bang, and the light cocoon was now dark blue, and a tiny crack appeared on the blue eggshell. Click! 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 The crevices became more and more cracked. Looking from the outside, we could already see a touch of blue. Hey! Suddenly, the cricket blew, the light cocoons burst, and a strong cold burst out, freezing a large forest. In the white water vapor, the humanoid creature inside was gradually exposed. In appearance, Loya could not see his original appearance at all, and now he is 10 centimeters taller and he is more sturdy. Light blue dragon scales the size of fingernails covered him densely, and patients with dense phobia might faint at a glance. At the same time, Loya's pupils became golden vertical pupils, and the cold gloom exuded a sense of danger that made the back spine numb. But this state didn't last long. After the energy was dissipated, both the dragon scales and sharp nails slowly retracted, and returned to normal human appearance. Loya closed her eyes quietly, feeling the surging magic in her body. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked excitedly at the diamond pattern on his hand. Finally, it's time to grow. Chapter 4, One Piece World. Vote for name. Hey! The explosion sounded again, and Loya quickly turned his head. This time it was an explosion from the beach. Even if he was so far away, he could smell the acrid smoke of gunpowder. Is anyone finally here? No matter who it is, Lao Tzu has to leave here. He had had enough of the days on the isolated island, and Loya thought it fiercely, then jumped up vigorously. Click! At the highest point, Loya began to fall from the air, but immediately, a large piece of ice appeared under his feet. Gently on top, the figure who just started falling quickly stopped the cast, and then he jumped again on another piece of ice, so reciprocating, just stepping on the ice block, and hurried to the beach from the air. Now Vic feels very aggrieved and angry. He is just an ordinary pirate with a bounty of 3500W. He has just come to the Great Route and has not even encountered a merchant ship. Why should he be chased and killed by the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters? One chases 2 days and 2 nights. Did I trick you? If it is not a special FEU, the motive power is not weaker than the Navy warships. He was put on the symbol lock and pushed to the advance city 2 days ago. But that's the end of good luck. The warships behind seemed to be tired of this cat-chasing game. From the beginning, the cannons on the warship's bow did not turn off the fire, and the sails that destroyed them did not stop. I lost the sail, which was fatal to the wooden sailboat such as the Flying Fish, and the grieving Vic ordered an attempt to die near the shore. What about the Lieutenant General? Lao Tzu, but Scissor Hand Vic. Never go hand in hand. Although this island is a bit strange, it is obviously a summer island, but there is a 10-meter-high ice sculpture on the beach. However, Vic, who was driven to a dead end, couldn't take care of that much. After docking, he quickly ordered the crew to fight back with artillery to prevent the warship from approaching. Hey! The artillery shell exploded again, this time directly hitting the Flying Fish sideboard. The pirates who were loading shells under the deck suffered heavy casualties, with blood and broken limbs scattered. After all, it's just pirates. How can artillery hit rate be comparable to a well-trained navy? In addition, in order to increase the speed, the Flying Fish did not load a few cannons, and scattered returns did not pose a threat to the warships that were getting closer. On the warship at this moment, when the pirates' artillery was destroyed, the Navy raised their muskets and knives, waiting for the charge command. An officer quickly walked towards the man standing at the bow of the ship, saluting close to him. Lieutenant Mole, the Scissors and Pirates group has lost its artillery counterattack ability. Should it be ordered to charge? After hearing this, Lieutenant General Mole, wearing a lilac striped suit and a dark blue shirt, with a dark purple mosey head, looked at the pirates on the beach with a serious expression, and waved his hand. Cannon cover. Attack. Yes. After receiving the order, the warship immediately stopped its power and began to slow down. At the same time, several small boats were dropped, and the admirals approached the coast quickly under the cover of artillery. The Navy is here. Brothers, kill! Vic roared, raising his musket and firing. He came to the beach outside the forest and saw such a messy scene. At first glance, he saw the Flying Fish flying in black smoke, and then he saw the blue seagull flag with the word marine in the distance. I can't help it, after all, the scene after such a big ship explodes is really spectacular. Hiding behind the coconut tree, Loya's eyes narrowed. This is the naval sign in the OP. So, I came to the One Piece world. Loya looked at the lively scene on the beach in shock, a little aggressive. With the system of the demon tail, came to the world of One Piece? Cheating is not. The strength system is completely different? The current situation on the beach is a simple navy chasing pirates. Gloria turned his attention to Vic, who was directing the battle, and carefully discerned that he should be a little-known guy. The navy of One Piece world is not easy to mess with, but One Piece is different. This group of fellow guys may be very strong, but in the end it is just a piece of sand. After learning about which world this is, she did not want to provoke the navy. Take a look at the pirate ship that was blown up. If you want to leave, it looks like you have to rely on the navy. So, he pointed his eyes at the scissors and pirates who were screaming and firing to stop the navy from shore. Sneer. Although we have no injustice, I need to leave the island with the help of a navy ship. Of course, this requires a certificate of approval, so, sorry. He said to himself. Loya jumped up. The dirt under his feet was stepped out of a cobweb-like fissure by the strange force, and the huge increase in power brought by the dragon's body made him appear in the sky for a while. Because he is behind the scissors pirates, he won't see Vicky, who doesn't smell arrogant and doesn't find Loya in the air. But he didn't notice that it didn't mean that Mole couldn't find it. He fixed his gaze and carefully watched the jumping figure. Who is that man? Loya stepped on the ice generated in the air, her lungs bulged high, her fists were placed in front of her mouth, and the magic in her body began to converge. Buzz! A high-altitude Lanfa array appeared in front of Loya, with the center of the magic array facing his open mouth. Bing long, snarling. The next moment, an ice storm blasted out, and the thickness of the first fist quickly expanded in the air, turning into a behemoth with a diameter of several meters. Inside the formation. Boom! Under Loya's control, the ice storm exploded as soon as it reached the best kill point. The roar sounded like a spring thunder, and Vic had been swallowed by the explosion before he could react. Countless tiny ice debris is driven by the strong airflow generated by the explosion, like a guillotine knife relentlessly harvesting the life of the pirate group of scissors. The strong cold caused the pirate's wound to freeze without bleeding. Become a statue. At the very center of the explosion, the most magical place was even invisible to a complete corpse. The annihilation of dragon magic, even the ice attribute, is extremely violent. Otherwise, it's different from Grey's ice modeling magic. An ice storm exploded, followed by a terrible cold. The scattered frost froze the surrounding scenes instantly. The waves had just fluttered, and they had already been frozen and shaped into hard ice. Even on warships far apart, the Navy felt a bitter chill. Not to mention those admirals who have been on dinghy. Frozen ability. This scene was a bit unexpected, as Mole predicted that Loya would hit the scissors and pirates, but did not imagine it would be a crushing massacre. And it still uses freezing ability. But now is not the time to take care of this. Seeing that the icy area of the sea is about to cover the vanguard, the Mole General snorted coldly, took out the katana around his waist, and slashed out quickly. Hey! The huge light blue sword gas enough to stop the waves quickly passed the vanguard, tearing apart the unrestricted spreading ice. www.readwn.com. The strong sword gas left a dent on the sea, far away from a distance, the sea was dug out like jelly. The navy of the vanguard force was caught off guard, and it was too late to change the direction of the dinghy, so they fell into the sea. However, they are navy. Except for some demon fruit abilities, others are proficient in water. Although the boat overturned, it quickly rose back to the surface. It's just that everyone floats on the water, holding his hands and lips turning blue, his teeth shaking constantly. Yeah, it's too cold. Seeing this, Lieutenant General Mole slowly inserted the katana back to his waist, and commanded the deputy, "Send someone right away to respond to the vanguard." Yes. Lieutenant Guan glanced at Mole gratefully and hurriedly conveyed the order. Lieutenant General Mole of the Navy headquarters is such a general who loves his soldiers. Loya also saw the light blue sword gas, and suddenly he was a little annoyed. I did NT control the power for the first time, and almost froze the Navy, but I could wave it. This kind of sword strength is at least a sword hero according to the comic interpretation? Probably. Thinking back to the heartache of sword, at this moment, Loya was full of resentment towards Oda Ieyakuiro. One piece of the world's power system has always been criticized. The more powerful the characters are in the later stage, there is a feeling of a big explosion in WoW. At level 100, a turtle refreshed every 3 minutes is better than the previous team. The big boss is horrible. This confusion makes it impossible for Loya to judge the level of Navy on a warship hundreds of meters away based on comics. Suffice to say, this situation is basically a common problem. Think of Dragon Ball, think of Naruto, think of Death. Isn't that the more exaggerated the later the combat effectiveness? Chapter 5, Mole Admiral, Roya, seasick. But despite this, Luo Yu can be sure. That is, the coming person will never be a general. Because from the time of Karp and Zifa, the general of the navy who used swordsmanship to fight against the enemy, seemingly did not. The apes who can compete with Pluto Rayleigh swordsmanship have always been Baiubiu's launching of moving light waves, or turning into light waves. If it is that group of generals, it will definitely use very representative attacks. Think of Eagle Eye, known as the world's largest swordsman, and a few lieutenant generals who have played less than a minute. Although Jian Qi is a very powerful ability, as a whole, this ability is bad. Already. At this moment, the word can only be used on the battlefield. There are scattered limbs and meat pieces frozen into ice everywhere, a few well-preserved pirate heads, and a blank expression on his face. Luo jumped from the air, exhaled a cold air. The airflow comes into contact with the moisture in the air, and turns into tiny stars and falls on the ground. Killed, why don't I feel sick? Luo thought about this philosophical question. Perhaps as a long-time desert island hunter, Loya's perception of life changed in ways he could not understand. In the distance, when Loya was standing on the beach, Lieutenant General Mole ordered the generalship to approach. Regardless of the purpose for which the other party killed the scissors pirates, a pirate or a pirate hunter, or a hidden master who lives alone in the forest, as an admiral, he is obliged to investigate. The puppet warship stopped at a distance of 100 meters. In front of it was a thick layer of frozen ice. Warships without ice-breaking equipment could not pass. The mole had no interest in opening the way to the warship with sword gas, and led a small group of navy directly off the ship. Leaning closer, Mole finally saw Luo Yu's appearance, and his immature appearance surprised him. You should know that the attack just now is not as lenient as that of Qing Qingda when he was young, and he thought he was a master of no small age. As a result, it has only been discovered so far that this person may be a little younger than the young general who had just joined the navy. Admiral Quzhan, codenamed King Yi, joined the navy at the age of 19, and became an admiral in his 30s. He was already known as a monster-level genius. The man in front of him looked younger than the young man who had just joined the navy, but he already had such a powerful strength, which undoubtedly made the mole shocked. If Loya knows what he's thinking, he will feel funny. God TM is younger than Qing, my name is Babyface. Grow tender. He is the best among newcomers in the company, because he has a sweet mouth. As the roar of Luo Binglong can only be used after Luo Yu's upgrade, the power is certainly certain. In comparison, Quzhan was not as good as him when he first joined the navy. But what about consumption? With such a trick, the magic in Loya's body was reduced by 1/3. Even if he tried his best, this level of attack could only be used 3 times. At that time, the barley attack in the frozen sea area of 100 meters was not as powerful as the roar of the ice dragon, but how many times can it be used? A dozen times should be fine. Think about the endurance of the 10 days and 10 nights in which he and Sikowski battled later in the original work. The two sides stood face to face, looking at Loya's expressionless thinking philosophy. Mole first said, "Thank you for your help. I am Lieutenant Mole of the Navy headquarters, may I ask?" Mole. Hearing when Mole reported to his house, Loya returned, and the memory that was not clear in his mind was cleared instantly. He looked up and down, Mosey's dry head, funny beard, samurai sword on his waist, and a cape of justice on his back. This was indeed what the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters looked like. This is a good old man. Roya's eyes flashed. He is righteous and righteous. He cares for his subordinates and is not as ruthless as a red dog. In general, if Loya wants to leave the island, he is right. Even if the Scissors Pirates were not eliminated as a voter, they would definitely help the troubled Loya. Loya was not cold when he was a hunter on the island. Although he had strong strength, his mentality was still that of the previous otaku. "I haven't seen anyone for a few weeks," and tears of excitement burst into tears, "my loved ones. I'm finally here. Take me out of here. I was on a deserted island a few weeks ago, and the wild boar on the island will be eaten by me." Mole. Lieutenant General Mole did not turn around for a while and a half. What happened? Where did the master just go? Why did you suddenly look like this refugee? I can't help but look at Loya's dirty, tattered clothes, bare feet, and the mole twitched at the corner, choosing to believe Loya. Under the watchful eyes of a navy, Loya boarded the warship. Even if the attacks just happened to be far apart, they could feel a strong cold. At this time, they all paid admiration to Loya and did not care about his refugee's dress. In the OP world, the essence of worship is strength, and those who have strength will be respected everywhere. Besides, there are more strange strong men in this world. At this moment, they all think of Loya as a uniquely dressed strong man. Just stepping on the deck of the warship, Loya suddenly grasped the fence very seriously and looked at the sea motionlessly. Lieutenant General Mole arranged for the soldiers to clear the battlefield, and then followed Loya to the warship. Seeing his appearance, Mole asked puzzledly, "Mr. Loya? You are?" Mello lifted her hand, swallowed a spit, and then rushed to the mole to reveal an ugly smile. "Lieutenant General Mole, do you have medicine for seasickness?" Mole, what a weird man. Then he said to the lieutenant next to him, "Go to the boat doctor right away, and prepare a set of clothes by the way." Mole looked at the beggar costume on Loya and ordered to go on. I received Mole's order, and soon a grey-haired accompanying boat doctor rushed over. He let Loya lie down half against the fence, spread his eyelids with his hands, and asked, "Your symptoms are serious, and the boat hasn't started to move. This has happened recently since childhood." Loya didn't know what to say. She was stupid and couldn't blame others. Before, he wanted to leave the remote island www.readwn.com, but forgot about the biggest weakness of the Dragon Destroyer, that is to stun all transportation. At this moment, his face was pale, and he said weakly, eat the devil fruit." "That's what happened after that, doctor, can I still help?" "The devil fruit?" The mole next to him looked down and thought, indeed, there was no other way to explain the attack just now by Loya except the devil fruit. But what kind of demon fruit can make people seasick? "I ate the devil's fruit and was disgusted by the sea. When I touched the sea, I would lose the ability and collapsed, which is a curse in itself. And compared with the ordinary fruit ability person, Roya also has a seasickness attribute." The mole was really curious and grateful at the moment. "What the is this, unlucky guy? It's so wise that I don't eat devil fruit." In fact, this is an excuse that Loya wants. Dragon magic is not the original power of this world. After all, exposure to people requires a reason, and the devil fruit is the best excuse. The ghost knows how many strange fruit abilities there are on this sea. This is what it means to have no evidence of death. Moreover, Loya is not deceiving. He really did so after eating the demon fruit, and there was no psychological burden in saying this. Hearing Loya's words, the ship doctor's expression became serious. He first found a pot of potion in his medical bag and handed it to Loya, then took a piece of cotton filled with alcohol and wiped it at Loya's temple. If it is a sequelae of the devil's fruit, then the disease cannot be cured. You drink this first, and it will make you feel better. I'll get you some medicine later, although the cure is not good, but it can make you sleep well. Thanks, thank you, doctor. Chapter 6, Tier 2 Attribute, Join the Navy. After arranging Loya, Lieutenant Mole came to the warship command room and took out the phone bug that directly connected to the warring states. Naval Headquarters, Marienford. Blu bru bru, bru bru bru. Click. Jean Sengwo picked up the handset on the back of the phone bug and asked, "It's a mole, what are you looking for?" "That's it, Marshal of the Warring States period. I found a man on the desert island back to Malinford." Picked. The mouth of the Warring States period was drawn. Although the action was vague, it was still caught by the phone bug, and the truth was on the mole side. The mole pretended not to see it, and continued to report, "Yes, on the way back, we met the Scissors Pirates. I don't know why they have been following my return route. We were not forced until today." Ashore. The mole simply reported the previous war situation to the warring states, and then asked for it. "Can we absorb it into the navy?" called Loya. "Recently, there are many new pirates emerging, we need to absorb fresh blood. It's just that his seasickness is serious, extremely serious." He said in the end. Mole seriously used the words extremely serious. Seasickness. Sengoku sighed, and wanted to express his views, but did not know what to say. "It sounds like this guy has good strength and can quickly form a combat force after joining the navy. However, you may have heard of a navy that can't swim, but have you seen a seasick navy? However, it is indeed a fact that the situation in the sea has become increasingly unstable recently. There are a large number of new pirates and their strengths are not bad. What the mole said really needs to be taken seriously. Moreover, the Navy's strength fault situation is serious in recent years, and any potential stock is an object to be attracted." Thinking of this, he no longer tangled with the problem of Loya's seasickness, saying, "You can think about it. You first ask him what you mean, remember to investigate his background." "Yes, I have a task for you, you prepare first, it's about Chiwohei. Have the Emperor Kaiwohei." Lieutenant General Mole repeated the name and clenched his fists. This system, which has existed for more than 20 years, has been a thorn in his heart. The dignified navy actually needs pirates to stabilize the Great Route. He was unwilling to grit his teeth, but quickly released his fist and answered seriously, "Yes. No matter what, he is first and foremost a navy. Soldiers, it is their duty to obey orders." After a few weeks, Roya can finally sleep in a real bed. Even if it's just an ordinary navy room, the thin quilt can't hide the rigidity of the board at all. But this is also a bed. Not the kind of leaves laid on the stone mud. The boat doctor's medicine is still effective. I just couldn't make it out just now, but now I just feel a little sick. He rolled on the bed with peace of mind, and Loya silently read the golden finger, and opened the system panel again. He was still familiar with the interface before him. Name, Christopher Loya, automatic correction in the world. Energy stage, second order 0 layer. Energy value, 0/400. Magic value, 3500/3500. Magic recovery speed, 300/s. The gap between the second and first order is obvious. The magic value of up to 3500 allows Loya to finally use the two most powerful magic dragon roars and ice dragon wing strikes. The power of the former is obvious to all. And in addition to the increase of magic in the body, there is even a new icon on the talent tree. After looking carefully, Loya doesn't know which kind of dragon-destroying magic, but this skill really works well. Bing Bing sculpting magic, use magic to give the shape of ice cubes, and you can also capture the shape of ice cubes. Yeah, this is the magic of some hidden exhibitionist. Although it is easy to use, it is not related to the dragon-killing magic created by Irene Berselian. Is it because the attribute is ice, so you can indirectly learn the shape of ice? Loya can only guess that the magic of modeling is the most free magic in the world of the demon tale. It is a magic that is entirely based on the ability of the wizard. Even if it is passed on by the master and apprentice, the expression of modeling magic is not exactly the same. Since it is so free, it is no strange thing to say that the ice dragon will have the magic of ice shape. It is just that Loya wants to know that the magic of ice shape magic can catch up with it. However, it really works. Loya sighed. While on the desert island, although Loya was able to freeze ice with cold, that situation required water. Now he can form ice cubes directly through magic, which is more convenient and quicker. That's why he was able to condense ice cubes in the air as petals. Besides this, the two most important passive abilities, Loa entered the second stage, and some changes that made him mixed. Dragon Power, 2/100%. Dragon Power can increase the strength of Dragon Destroyer's Dragon Destroyer magic, but more than 30% of the body begins to transform. After 90%, the body of Dragon Destroyer begins to become dragon. The body of the dragon, 18/100%, the body gradually adapts to the strength of the dragon, and improves the all-round quality of the dragon exorcist. It can temporarily increase the degree of adaptation by swallowing energy, and the sequelae are large. Although the power of the dragon is the source of the ability of the Dragon Destroyer, but this thing has improved. It is not good news. Loa can only expect that the awakening mode in the original book will appear in the future. He does not want to become a dragon himself. The body of the dragon is different. The ability to improve the quality of the Dragon Destroyer's Omnibearer improves the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, not to mention that seasickness symptoms are more serious, and it is not true that you will die. This was the case with Wendy a year later in Ebera's book. Her strength has become stronger, but she has also become seasick. The stronger the Dragon Slayer's strength, the lower the resistance to vehicles. At night. Hey! Knocking at the door sounded, and half-awake Loya opened her eyes and rubbed her eyes. Come in. Squeak. Although well maintained by the admirals, the age of this warship was placed there, and the iron hatch made an unpleasant frictional sound when it was pulled open. Anime characters have the advantage that they basically do not change their looks, and sometimes they are too lazy to change their clothes. The mole lieutenant's dazzling purple mossy dry hair was striking in the moonlight. He walked in and first expressed his apology for the simplicity of the cabin before moving on to the subject. Mr. Loya, where do you want to go next? Sorry, because our next destination is Marin Fodor, where outsiders are not allowed. If you need it, we can stop at the nearest island. Marin Fodor. So the timeline was before Red Dog became Marshal. Loya rubbed his chin with interest. This world is the world of One Piece. Because the sea area is vast and there are many pirates like crossing the river www.readwn.com, so the navy is extremely powerful. Otherwise, they can't hold back those pirates. And Marin Feudo is the famous naval headquarters. The mole's hidden voice, Loya, heard it. On the surface, it was said that Marin Fodor was not allowed to enter, and he wanted to disembark on other islands. But think about it another way, isn't it that they want to absorb themselves into the temptation of the navy? At this point, Loya smiled and climbed up the pole with a smile, this way. Lieutenant General Mole, can I join the navy? You see, I have nowhere to go anyway, and I am alone, without concern. Yes, joining the navy can focus on work with 12 minutes. This sentence is changed a bit, the lines he said when he applied after graduation. Loya did not want to join the navy, but a conclusion after careful consideration. What ability is the most important in One Piece world? Devil Fruit? No, it's domineering. Now Loya can't determine whether the attack with additional magic power can restrain the demon fruit ability as much as the armed color domineering, but from the aspect of learning domineering itself, his strength will be greatly enhanced. This world is too dangerous after all. Judging from the comic plot, there are Tianlong people who don't take human lives seriously, tyrannical drum country and flamingos and sand crocodiles. If you want to live wonderfully in this chaotic sea, you can't rely on your own half-familiar dragon-killing magic. Loya is not raised by a dragon mother, and has limited knowledge of magic. Then Loya's purpose in joining the Navy is obvious. He needs a teacher to teach him domineering and improve his ability to fight. Now he bullies the weak guy. Fortunately, if he meets a master, he will definitely be hung up and beaten. Looking at the pirate world, what other organization is more suitable than the Navy? Chapter 7, Amazing Meal. Fever Navy. Jilin has a passion and intention, and the two stink like each other. Oh, this. The mole's eyes smiled, and he was pleased with Loya's choice, but his tone was still harsh. It can be naturally, but even if you are already strong, join the Navy you still need to start with the most basic recruits. Can you do it? Of course you can, Loya replied confidently. And from the beginning, this is more challenging. There is also a word that Loya did not say, that he actually wanted to join the Navy at the new barracks. After all, from what I learned from the previous conversation, it is not the tragedy of the time when Red Dog was in charge of the Navy. The legendary Zifa has no chance now without watching. Who else is Zifa? That's a top teacher. Think about the disciples he taught, which are not the characters on the sea. When Kuzan, Sikowski, Yellow Ape and others joined the Navy at the beginning, they also started from recruits. This is basically a choice of the will of the universe. Want to become stronger? Then join the recruit camp. The final reason is that the riotous world conquest has not yet started, and Loya has no other choice at all. Looking at the confident expression on Loya's face, Mole nodded with satisfaction, clasped his hands on his chest, and said, "Very good. It is expected that the day after tomorrow the warship will arrive at Marianford, and then you will join the recruit camp training. Now we go to eat." Yes. The Navy will naturally not hold a glass directly on the deck for a banquet like a pirate, but will have a separate cafeteria. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Loya took the medicine for seasickness from the boat doctor, and her face quickly turned from white to red. "Even though I still feel uncomfortable, I can make it work." After breaking away from the support of the young Navy, Loya came to the uncle who was cooking. "Hello, I need a curry rice for 10 people, and give me a pot of chicken legs." "Oh yes, and the fruit over there." "No need, just give me the basket." Saying goodbye to the stunned uncle, Loya carried rice in one hand and chicken legs in one hand, biting a basket full of fruit in his teeth, and ran to the mole table to sit down. "Hey!" The iron-baked pots fell heavily on the table, proving that the stomach was full of dry goods. Looking at the pile of food that blocked his vision in front of him, the mole's eye twitched unconsciously. "Loya, do you eat so much at every meal?" "Ah!" A chicken thigh was thrown directly into his mouth, and without seeing Loa chewing, he swallowed the belt bone for a few seconds. Hearing the mole, Loya lifted his head from the rice bowl blankly and said, "No, because of seasickness. I have no appetite today." No appetite. In these two sentences, Loya has eaten a large bowl of curry rice out of a head-sized pothole. The mole sighed helplessly and said, "I know now why you said that there was no food on the island. But fortunately, they can reach Marianford in up to 2 days. Otherwise, according to Loya's way of eating, everyone on the boat would be hungry for a few more days." Looking at Loya's special eating, the other Navy in the cafeteria could not help but carefully study the curry rice on his hand. Is this stuff really delicious? Fortunately, this is a Navy warship. No matter the quality or quantity of ingredients, it is not comparable to ordinary pirate ships. Seeing Loya's way of eating, the uncle in charge of cooking quickly cut carrots and potatoes, and cooked a second pot of curry before this group of people finished, otherwise there will definitely be many people who cannot eat dinner tonight. Dang! I ate the last bit of rice into my stomach, and Loya let go of the rice bowl. The swollen belly was paralyzed on the seat, and he opened his mouth full, and a string of ice crystals spewed out along the airflow. I'm full, I haven't had such a delicious curry rice for a long time. Uncle! Help me prepare 5 big bones again, and I'll take them. A group of navies almost sat down. Are you really human? Although there are many weird races in this world, and a large amount of food has gone, but a human being has been so eatable. The mole rubbed his forehead in distress. If Loya does join the navy, it seems that the recruit barracks needs to prepare more meals. Otherwise, with the character of Loya, Mole promised that he would definitely grab all his colleagues' food and eat it. Then train AP. ICANT eat enough. He grabbed the flesh and bones in one hand, and Loya said goodbye to the mole and walked out of the cafeteria. The boat doctor told him just before leaving that he had prepared more seasickness medicine this afternoon and asked him to go to him and take the medicine for the past 2 days. The boat doctor's residence was not far from the soldiers' residential area, and he was only a few steps out of the cafeteria. The navy in the corridor along the way stared blankly at Loya, who was eating a lot of food all the way. Every few steps, a large bone with a small forearm was thrown into the sea. It was so smooth that there was no trace of meat left. Hello, is anyone here? I'm here to get the medicine. I stood at the door of the medical room, and Loya knocked on the hatch with a full stomach. Oh, Mr. Loya! Come in. The voice of the ship doctor sounded in the medical room, and Loya heard the words and pushed open the door. Inside is a spacious room, the smell of disinfectant and alcohol permeates the air. On the left were several white hospital beds, and 2 naval soldiers shrugged under the quilt in 6 suits. The boat doctor was sitting on the chair at the opposite door, holding a needle in his hand, and was sucking the milky medicine from a bottle. On the table in front of him, Loya saw a few bottles of neatly arranged brown potions, which should be the seasickness pills he took today. When he saw Loya come in, the boat doctor stood up holding the syringe and observed Loya while he said to Loya, "These brown bottles are 5 bottles in total. You should hold them first. If you run out or the condition worsens, keep me informed." "Good doctor." Loya nodded and walked over to hold the potion in his pocket. Looking back, he watched the boat doctor lift the quilt off, pulled down a navy trousers, and exposed the white flower ass, so he asked curiously. "Yes, sir, what is the situation of these patients?" The boat doctor aimed for a few seconds. www.readwn.com vigorously pierced the navy's buttocks, and there was no conceal in the disdain. "Oh, today many soldiers have caught a cold because of falling water. The guy is too weak to develop a high fever." Sigh. Loya didn't have a good interface. Why did the navy fall into the water? It wasn't because he didn't control his power. However, you can't totally blame these poor human bodies. The ice mixed with magic power sprayed by the ice dragon wizard has a much lower temperature than ordinary ice cubes. Put it in a stream and a large amount of water will flow. Condensation. Although the icy airstream spreading along the sea was blocked by the mole's sword gas at that time, the cold air still eroded most of the navy on the boat, and the guy who did not catch the cold could be described as elite. Saying goodbye to the boat doctor, Loya returned to the cabin where he lived. P.S. I saw the book review area I am Tang Wang Book Friends post. In fact, I have been thinking about how to solve this problem recently. After all, it is the OP world. The original Linus will faint even on Simon's back, only on the dragon's back and being carried by Happy. The reason is that he treats Happy as a family rather than a means of transportation. So if you change your mind, can you think that the Dragon Destroyer can be regarded as a family thing to offset this weakness? Finding a mount is indeed a good idea. Thanks in advance, I think about it carefully. Tups Tuo, in addition, Dasha may not be able to reply in the book review area recently, because my mobile phone is bound by another account, it is sad. Trouble book friends help me to set up an opinion collection post in the book review area. I will stick it out. Now I need to bind my ID card to buy a card, which is also troublesome. PS3, Station 9 made a contract shortly. I only saw the editor contacted yesterday. I will get the contract out in the afternoon. We can be considered as a member of the formal contract. Happy holidays to mothers all over the world. Yes, this is the reason why I did NT change it today. At half a caddy at noon, the team was 5 black and 7-1-2. Drunk, I drank more than 2 caddies at night. Now my head explodes and I do NT want to move on the sofa. It's Mother's Day today. Did the book friends call mom? Nephew full moon, loved one's birthday, Mother's Day. The 3 are in one. Today is really lively, and I can't hide aside and swipe everyone's happiness. Tomorrow, I will go to Sanjiao, and when I say yes, I want to ask everyone to collect more free referrals and new books. These are important. Thank you all. Chapter 8, Marin Fodor. Zifa accepts the disciples. Lying on a simple wooden bed, Loya meditated on the golden finger in her heart and opened her own property panel. Name, Christopher Loya. Energy stage, second order 0 layer. Energy value, 3/400. Magic value, 3500/3500. Magic recovery speed, 300/s. Sure enough, in the second stage, the energy value provided by ordinary food is already very poor. Looking at the big 3 on the energy value item, Loya felt helpless for a while. Before, he quietly opened the panel once in the cafeteria. He wanted to test whether outsiders could see it, but he was stunned by the 1 on it. After eating and drinking enough, Loya opened the panel again and found in despair that the word 1 became 2. Later, on the way to the medical room, I continued to eat so many large bones, and the energy value became 3. It's just so difficult to improve the ground floor. What will the future look like? Do you need to eat high-grade ingredients in the future? But this is the world of One Piece and not a captive of food. Where can I go for high-grade ingredients? I closed the panel, and Roya rubbed her head in distress. In the afternoon 2 days later, Loyo took seasickness medicine, was lying in the cabin and took a nap, and suddenly a loud noise woke him up. I put on my shoes and staggered to the door. The door was being opened, and before the hand was put on the door handle, the hatch was pulled open. Unprepared, Loya stunned, her feet fell forward, but immediately a pair of big hands supported his shoulders to help him stabilize the center of gravity. Loyo looked up, and said weakly, "Good afternoon. Lieutenant General Mole. Symptoms of your seasickness are getting worse and worse." Mole looked at Loya with a pale face seriously. In this state, Loya didn't even say he was fighting, and he couldn't stand still. Yet, I'm afraid I have to find a resident task in the future. Loya barely pulled his face and showed an ugly smile. Those things are still far away. Later, Marshall will make arrangements. But you can be relieved from today, because we are here. Marin Fodor. Loya heard the words clearly. He looked behind the mole, and sure enough, the huge military fortress appeared at the Sea-Sky Junction. Even if the distance is still far away, the striking Chinese characters Navy on the front of the fortress are still clearly visible. This is one of the 3 forces on the Great Route, the naval headquarters. Finally! Loya could not help but burst into tears. These days are just a kind of torture. The medicine effect of the boat doctor is getting worse and worse. Loya can't even eat his meal. He wanted to return to the island more than once, and no longer suffered from this crime. But that was an unrealistic expectation, and the mole would not order a return because of seasickness. The days of torture are now over. Seeing Loya's appearance, the mole lieutenant general reddened his eyes, pulled him to the fence, pointed at the huge fortress, and said excitedly, "Well, we're here, take a look." "Gloria! Master Mole! I'm not dead yet." No matter what, it is a fact that Loya finally got rid of it. The puppet warship stopped at the port steadily in cheers, and Loya refused to be carried down by the navy on a stretcher. The ghost knew whether this thing would also be counted as a means of transport. He stepped down the warship with the help of a ladder, and when Loya stepped on the ground, his whole body immediately became trembling. Just like the blood of chickens, the majestic cold burst out uncontrollably. "My Hu Hansen is back! Ha 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 ha!" Because Loya was so ill, Mole let him disembark first, walked behind Loya, and he jumped back subconsciously when Loya broke out in the cold, and returned to the deck. He jumped back to the ship before he reacted violently, and he seemed to have made a wrong choice, because the naval officers around Loya were shivering, and his frozen face was blue and stiff. "Loya!" The mole spit fire into his eyes, roared, and disappeared from the spot suddenly. The next person appeared in front of Loya. "Ah!" Loya reacted a little. What did the mole do? Seeing this posture seems to be a punch. Feed the black one on your hand is domineering. Between the moment his thoughts turned sharply, Loya didn't dodge, because he didn't understand what the mole attacked him. And so, "Hey!" The next moment, he flew out, penetrated the outer armor of the warship, and planted his head in the cabin. The entire warship was swayed by this shock, and the rolled waves rushed towards the navy on the shore. "Ah la la, it's a lively scene." Not far from the shore, a tall man in a white suit vest and a dark blue shirt spoke expressionlessly, then stretched out his hands and pointed at the waves that came up. Frozen moment. With this voice, his hands quickly turned into two icicles and flew out, catching them on the waves. Click, click. The violent waves seemed to be pressed with the pause button, and the sea water was instantly frozen, condensing on the shore to form a canine-shaped ice sculpture. The rescued navy glanced at him in awe and hurried to help his fellow ships. "That's what Mole said, want to join the navy, boy?" I was talking about a sturdy old man. He was wearing a purple suit, and a hedgehog hairstyle was also purple. The whole man was humped on his back, and his muscles were as compact as tree roots. This person is a former naval general, now the commander-in-chief of the Naval Headquarters Recruit Training Camp, Black Wrist Zifa. The age is still early, so Zifa did not install a giant robotic arm called a shredder, but simply used a black prosthetic limb. Kuzan, who had just withdrawn his hands, heard his words, and lazily pulled off the blindfold on his forehead. "Yeah, I heard that he can also use the frozen ability, so I came here to see, but it looks like that. Don't be lost by pride, Kuzan." Zifa looked at his disciple seriously. He is still young. As long as he trains carefully, his future achievements are unlimited. The teacher started to preach again. Kuzan said casually, Yes, Teacher Zifa." When Loyo woke up again, it was already dark. He stared at the strange ceiling on his head before a carp jumped off the bed. "Asshole! Dare to attack me? I will fight you for 300 rounds. Pouting spitting ice crystals www.readwn.com Loyo yes teeth and waving his arms. "Your boy, please be quiet." A loud drink interrupted Loyo. He turned his head and saw an old man with purple hair sitting on the bed next to him. The old man hugged his chest with both hands and stared at him with an upset look. "Black Wrist Zifa." Seeing the man's appearance clearly, Loya's eyes narrowed, and the subconscious wanted to escape from this place. This is the boss of the new navy, a vicious element who wants to destroy the new world. But he just stepped away and reacted immediately. Wrong. Now that the General Ching is still in the navy, Zifa has left the naval headquarters to form a new navy. You don't need to be afraid of him? Thinking of this, Loya Chongzifa smiled, Well, are you Mr. Zifa? Humph. Takaizawa snorted impatiently and said, you should call me a teacher now. Boy Loya. Old, teacher. Loya leaned her head. Zifa first. Teacher, what's the situation? When did you take me as an apprentice? Originally, Loya wanted to continue to call Mr., but Zifa glared at him and hurriedly changed his mouth. My husband didn't accept you as an apprentice, but you have now joined the recruit camp. According to regulations, you must call me a teacher. Zifa briefly explained the reason, and then said, of course, if you want to be my disciple, first of all, you need to strengthen your physique. The mole's fist can make you unconscious for so long, it seems you are really weak. However, Zifa did not tell Loya that there are not many people in the recruit camp who can call him a teacher. All of them are the best of the Navy recruits, which is commonly known as the elite camp. The average recruit can only call him for Zifa General or Zifa Instructor. Chapter 9, on the first day of training, the elites were assessed. The next day, Marian Fodor, Navy Recruit Camp. A ray of morning light was rippling across the sky, and half a reddish ball was exposed between the clouds. Today is the first day that Loya joined the Navy, so he got up early and ran while holding a lot of buns. Anyway, do NT want money, it's better to eat more. On the way to the playground, the recruits who were rushing along the roadside couldn't help but glance at it. This guy is so delicious. Is he the same Loya? I heard it was brought by the mole lieutenant. It should be him, quietly. Yesterday, he was blown by the fist of the mole and broke through the armor of the warship. It looks like another monster. Ms. Loya's joining the Navy has spread. After all, the warship returned to the factory for rebuilding was too big. At first everyone thought that Lieutenant General Mole encountered the attack at sea, but after a detailed inquiry, the reason was known, and Loya's name was passed on. Loya didn't care about their discussion. As a traverser, he still has the illusion of watching 3D movies. At the moment, Loya also figured it out. It is now the 16th year of the Great Sailing Age. The sea calendar is 1516. There is still 1 year before Ace goes to sea. Retreat in the town of Windmill in preparation for going to sea. I trot all the way to the playground, where many recruits have gathered. As he carried the last bun, Loya glanced around his colleagues. Bearded? I don't know. Blonde Great Yanma? Don't know either. Don't guys with 2 swords, still don't know. After a few rounds of exploration, Loya swallowed the last bite safely. Great, all in a dragon suit. Suan Long Tao is good. All the dragons represent that he will not encounter any mess. He can safely practice under Zifa's hands. Soon, a man dressed as an instructor came to the playground to see that the rank should be a major general. He shouted in front of the recruits, 7th team. All together. When he appeared, the recruits who slowly gathered heard the order, quickly ran together, and divided into several columns to stand. Loya doesn't know where to stand, but fortunately, the recruits are not very neat, and there are still 2 vacancies in the last row, so he hurried over to stand. Firstly, an opening remark, then the instructor turned to his side and saluted to the right, General Zifa, the 7th team of the recruit camp, there should be 53 members, but 53, please instruct. Loya looked and heard, and sure enough, at the corner of the grass in the playground, Zifa, wearing a purple suit, did not know when he appeared there. The recruit on the playground also saw him at this moment, and the formation was chaotic. That's General Zifa, so excited. Yeah, you saw General Zifa in person. Hey, you say, what did General Zifa do at the new barracks today? Isn't he generally only responsible for the training of the elite barracks? Probably because of that. That thing? Isn't it? Hearing the buzzing voice in the team, the Major General's face turned dark, and he roared, quiet. The messy team just now was silent, and the recruits stood up and didn't dare to make trouble. At this moment Zifa also came to the front of the team. Looking at the energetic recruits in front of him, he frowned vaguely. Although most of the recruits who can enter the naval headquarters are children of the Admiralty, and have laid a good foundation since childhood, the recruits in recent years, whether in terms of strength or mentality, are far from being compared with the previous ones. But at this moment is not the time to express dissatisfaction. Today he will spend time at the recruit barracks, just to see the nice seedling, and by the way announce the incident. I'm here today to inform you of something. Presumably some people already know that, yes. The annual elite assessment of the recruit camp is about to begin. Howling. Although there was some speculation, everyone was still very excited when Zifa officially announced the news. That's the elite camp. Once graduated, the lowest rank is captain. They are recruits in the headquarters, but if they are not good enough, it is not impossible to be a first-class recruit after graduation. A soldier who does not want to be a general is not a good soldier. As a member of the Navy and the Army, who does not want to climb to a higher position, joining the elite camp is a shortcut that can save them years and decades of hard work. Quiet. There will be more talkers, and all will run 100 laps on the playground. Major General Instructor once again stood up to maintain the order, this time also took out the Army's unique punishment method, sitting even. For a moment, even if someone who can't control his mouth wants to talk, the guys around him will immediately help shut up. Zifa looked at this scene expressionlessly, and continued to speak after the team was quiet again, but don't be too happy. Elite assessment also has a name called actual assessment. In other words, you need to face the enemy survives the battle of life and death. Only the best of them can join the elite camp, understand? Yes. The voice was weak, and it seemed that many recruits were frightened by the word survival by Zifa. Seeing this, Zifa frowned impatiently and shouted again, I haven't had breakfast. I ask you, do you understand? Understood. This time, my voice became neat and loud. No matter what I thought, I can't anger Zifa now, otherwise I won't have any good fruit to eat later. How did Zifa, who had led countless recruits, see what this guy was thinking? But he did not explain, nodded and turned to leave. But without going too far, he sat on the second floor of the opposite fence and watched the recruit training through glass windows. The actual combat assessment is so horrible, is it to the point of talking about survival rate? Of course not. Although the Navy is a fighting force, it needs to fight with pirates for life and death, but it is not a cruel underground stadium. It only takes the pursuit of the elite of 100 miles or 1,000 miles, how can it let a lot of recruits die? The first practical evaluation of the new recruits was usually to send them to the island where the beasts raised the beasts, hunt those beasts, and judge the pros and cons according to their performance. Moreover, the island is full of surveillance telephone bugs, and at least one of the accompanying instructors can guarantee security. The purpose of this is to let the recruits see the blood. Only after they really see the blood will they change from a flower stand that only knows how to work hard to become a soldier who can fight with the pirates with real swords. By then, it will not be a practical assessment. www.readwn.com. The word assessment will be removed. However, there is no need to talk too much with the recruits. Once they have protection and lose their fear of death, how can they become soldiers on their own? The flowers in the greenhouse can't withstand the wind and rain, and soldiers who don't know what died can't support the name of the Navy. The naval headquarters is not a nursing home. After Takaizawa left, the training started immediately. First, the whole group ran 200 laps around the playground. This is a daily training program for 7 teams in the recruit camp. The playground of the new recruit training camp is very large, and there are 2 kilometers in a circle. After all, there are 7 squad recruits here. If not, would hundreds of people train in batches? The 7th team that Loya belongs to is the last team, and only the last team will be dissatisfied when standing in line. But this last position is not divided according to strength, but simply groups according to the order of joining. Thank you for 9 years of compulsory education, so that Loya has mastered the proficient long-distance running skills. He did not rely on his strength to take the lead, but maintained the rhythm of 3 steps, 1 breath, 3 steps, and 1 breath, keeping himself in the middle of the team unhappy. Dozens of laps in front, and gradually more people behind him, but he was unmoved, as long as it was not the last. At the critical point of 100 laps, a small number of recruits began to fall behind, and they were gradually overtaken by him. For the last 50 laps, Loya maintained a constant speed, more than one recruit after another, and came to the front of the team. There are not many guys who can still stay ahead at this time, only 2 or 3. This physical fitness is good. Loya looked at the guys around him with admiration. After running for so long, he had no extra movements except heavy breathing, and he stepped on each step very firmly. Chapter 10, Showdown. The dignity battle between diners and chefs. After 200 laps, Loya just felt a little soreness in her legs and belly, and returned to normal after a little movement. Except for the appearance, the Dragon Annihilation Wizard is actually no longer human. Both strength and endurance are far beyond ordinary people. He paced slowly, shaking his hands and feet from time to time to relax. Not far away on the second floor, Zifa looked at the scene through the glass, and her frowned brows relaxed. Although he was fainted with a fist and the defense was not strong, this endurance is commendable. Maybe I should give him a little more physical training, otherwise according to this intensity, the purpose of training will not be achieved at all. Takaizawa thought so, and turned his head to look at Kyuzan who had just arrived. Are you free lately? You have ran to the barracks to mess around. Ah, don't say that, Teacher Zifa. Kyuzan was still leaning against his wall, leaning against the wall, looking through the glass to Loa who was moving. The Marshal of the Warring States let me if you have the time to teach the kid the ability to develop fruit, this is a task. Only rely on the ability of the fruit to become as strong. Zifa snorted dissatisfied, and then stopped to see him. Isn't this the case for the yellow ape? Kyuzan didn't say this. He has a good relationship with Zifa, and Zifa is still his former teacher. He usually behaves lazily. It's just a matter of touching him too much. But listening to Mole, his freezing ability is more about temperature, not range, and I don't know how much he can teach him. After all, it is not an elemental fruit. That's something you need to consider. Fauna species of the animal department are scarce, let alone a legendary creature like a dragon. Although I don't agree with his main energy on fruit development, it can't be wasted. Good seed. Yes. I see. Dragon fruit ice dragon form. This is the fruit ability that Loya weaves to himself. Before coming to Malindo, the mole rattled his background and fruit ability several times. Although the world does not have such rigorous things as censuses and identity cards, it is also troublesome to keep being entangled. So he weaved a miserable childhood background. He was a handyman on a merchant ship and was attacked by pirates when he returned. The merchant ship sank. Only he fell to the isolated island in the storm and found a demon on the island. Fruit. The sea in this world is so vast that the Navy has no way to study where the infamous Nobita merchant ship is, nor can it know which pirate group's banner is a blue and white-bellied raccoon cat. Perhaps this is the pirate in order to hide the banner used by its own identity. There are too many unknown factors in everything, so this story is seamless. After the run, I took a break of less than 5 minutes, and the Major Commander arranged a second training, a discus squat. Loya's performance is still praised by Zifa. Generally, the number of recruits squatting with discus is between 50 to 100, and the number below 50 is the crane tail. After graduation, they can only start with the first-class soldiers. For Loya, the impatience the instructor saw finally, it was time to take the next training before he stopped. During this time, the recruits of the team counted for Loya, with a total of 973 squats. The action is standard and the speed is average. There is no problem except that the person is a little bit short of breath. After all, Loya's dragon body has reached 18%, and the increase effect is very powerful. Mole is a powerful general who specializes in sword and body skills. Being knocked out by his fist does not mean that Loya is really weak. The physical training of the new barracks is still very simple for Loya, and soon after the morning passed. With the command of the instructor, everyone got up from the ground and patted the dust on their hands. Eat for an hour, continue training in the afternoon. Now, disband. Eat. Loya's eyes lighted, and he couldn't help but swallow. The Annihilation Dragon Wizard has risen to the second level, and his demand for food is even greater than ever. In the morning, the steamed buns were digested and cleaned in the middle of the morning, and my stomach was already beating. And even if he was hungry, because of his magic and physical strength, Loya felt sadly without a trace of exhaustion, and even some energy. This strong contrast made him uncomfortable. Hearing that he could go to eat at this moment, he jumped into the air with a great excitement, looked in the direction of the cafeteria, and quickly left on the ice. After the performance in the morning, the veterans had good feelings for the newly joined guy, and were preparing to drink and went to eat together. Unexpectedly, Loya went straight to the air, and was stunned in surprise. Loa is still a demon fruiter. The news spread wildly and spread quickly in the recruit barracks. Although there are countless demon fruits on the sea, you don't know which one has one, but compared to the entire world's population, this number is still too small. Their navy parents may be capable people, but in the recruit camp, the appearance of a capable person is still very eye-catching. Looking at Loya's swift body, Zifa asked, "Kuzan, can you move this way?" On Loya, Zifa saw the possibility of mastering air dominance. The former Golden Lion, and now the white-bearded pirates group Captain Marco's flying capabilities have caused the Navy to suffer enough. He urgently hoped to solve this problem. But Kuzan's answer disappointed him. Short distance is okay, long distance is difficult, and more than worth it, it is better to attack directly. Kuzan is a frozen man who has eaten frozen fruits. His body is composed of ice. When attacking, all ice cubes are split from the body and cannot be generated out of thin air. If there is liquid in the air, then he can also use the power to freeze the liquid to form ice cubes by momentary touch, but if not, he can only watch dryly. Otherwise, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates will not be called unsolved, and jumping directly will be a fist. As a general, the speed is definitely faster than that of Marco. I don't know about the dialogue between Kuzan and Zifa, Loya, he now has only one purpose, to eat. Dive into the ground, a series of tumbling to release the impact. A loyal Loa came to Ms. S in the cafeteria www.readwn.com. He first swept around, and immediately knew what lunch is today. 20 servings of white rice and stew, and get me another pot of broth. 1 pot. Ms. S first, and then pressed the spoon on Loya's forehead fiercely. Boy, do you eat so much? If you dare to waste food, your mother will not spare you. Loya stepped back, looked up, and added the gravy at the bottom of the spoon, and smiled and said to Ms. Rest Assured, I will never waste food. I'm afraid you can't make enough for me. Ha? My mother has cooked dinner in Marianford for 30 years. No one dare to say that. Ms. S tossed the spoon aside, replaced it with a clean one, and put her on the chest. Stance, presumably you are the Lieutenant General Mole telling us the reason to make 20 more meals per meal. Then, duel. See if the meal made by your mother can catch up with you. Loya was suddenly appetite, but then thought about it. I gave up the beautiful scene, that's all right, I have to train in the afternoon, I will be punished later. This way. Ms. S said in a loose tone, and she also suddenly remembered that this cafeteria was dedicated to Marin Fodor's recruit training camp and elite training camp. She knew by Loya about the strictness of the recruit training. Also familiar. Sister S, since he is going to train in the afternoon, then your showdown can be held at night. At that time, many recruits will go home for dinner, but there are not many people. The lively chef next to him gave them a suggestion, Mole yesterday. The lieutenant sent a message to the cafeteria, and they were also very curious about Roa's meal. When he heard this, both sides looked bright. So, duel. Time is tonight. Well, okay. Chapter 11, the duel begins. It's not even clear to him how much he can eat. After all, he can no longer be called a human, but a human dragon. Think about it at night, you can eat, no, overeating, and eating and drinking. Roya is full of expectations for the duel at night. The training in the afternoon is much more complicated than that in the morning. Because it is a navy to fight the pirates, fighting skills such as combat and swordplay also require a lot of practice. Combat Training Room. Loyo carelessly blasted the sandbag in front of her, and used her fist and whip leg to pull the sandbag out like a cannonball, and she drank the saliva from the corner of her mouth from time to time. Seeing this scene, although dissatisfied with Loya's inadequate performance, the Major General did not say much. When he got to this position, he had received some internal news. This Loya performed very rough in close combat, but his overall quality and fruit ability were very tyrannical. The training of the recruit barracks had little effect on it. In order to balance the crowd, this did not give him a separate stove to make it heavier. Training. The place he should go is the elite camp directly managed by Zifa. The group of guys called monsters are his kind. Now staying in the recruit barracks just needs an excuse for promotion, passing the actual combat assessment. Finally, the instructor shouted the dissolution password. The news that Loya was dueling with Ms. S in the cafeteria was revealed by people familiar with the situation. The recruits in the recruit camp were very excited. Every day they repeated and busy training. Suddenly there was fun. Everyone naturally held 12 points of passion. So a group of people gathered around Loya and came to the cafeteria. Takaizawa did not stay in the recruit camp in the afternoon. He just went to the Warring States office to confirm the actual combat assessment of the recruits a month later. When he returned home, he passed by the recruit camp and saw Loya surrounded by the crowd into the cafeteria. What are these guys doing? The cafeteria table was moved away by the chefs, leaving only two in the middle. A table with tableware on it was prepared for Loa's meal later. The other one is full of ingredients and stove. Later, Ms. S will prepare food at the scene to ensure the fairness of the duel. Madame S held her chest in both hands, holding a spoon in one hand, and a spatula in her hand, and saw Loya walking in with her arms around her, with a confident smile on her face. You still have time to admit defeat, otherwise you won't be able to eat it later, so many people will look very shameless. Loyo came to the opposite of her, tied a napkin on her chest, her eyes full of warfare. Hey, talk, kiss, hee, let's serve. Have the courage. A middle-aged chef stepped out, came to the two of them, and took the spoon as a microphone. First of all, everyone is welcome to watch this duel. If anyone is hungry, there is a curry we prepared there, please take it by yourself. Then I announced the rules of the game. First, during the game, if Loyazan has not eaten one food, he must not eat one. At the same time, Ms. S cannot make unpalatable food that does not meet the status of a chef. Once someone fouls, the game ends. Second, Ms. S must complete her first meal within 5 minutes of the time, otherwise she will be deemed to have given in. Third, the two sides must not obstruct the other party in any form or for any reason, or the game will end. The decision of the game is as follows. When Lozan finishes eating the last food on the table, if Ms. S has not prepared the next food, Lozan wins. The remaining food on the table exceeds the food that has been cooked 1/3, and the number is 5 or more, or when Lozan can't eat, Ms. S wins. Is the two sides disagree? No. I do not have either. Heard Ms. S, Loya gave her a dismissive look. Would you like to pick something simple to do, or you can't keep up? The arrogant kid. Ms. S retorted recklessly, even if the old lady cooks according to the meals normally served in the cafeteria, it will only be you. Let's read the newspaper by bike, just walk and see. Because in the original book, there was no such thing as a donkey in the One Piece world, Loya had to change the composition of this saying. Just want to know. Anyway, Ms. S is irritated, picks up a potato, and nods to the middle-aged chef who is the referee. Crap, let's go. Okay. The middle-aged chef felt his sweat, and then raised his kitchenware seriously. 3, 2, 1. Clang. The game start. With the crisp sound of golden iron and iron, the game officially started. Madam S threw out the knife flour, and quickly cut a large basket of potatoes. Fast. It is indeed Ms. S, this hand speed cannot be done in decades. Yes, and you see, those potatoes are evenly sized and they have even been peeled. It's amazing. Listening to the comments of the narrators next to him, Loya also became serious. He turned the magic in his body to start a large amount of acid secretion from the stomach, and stared at Ms. S.'s movements carefully. This old woman, don't be underestimated. Madam S skillfully cut vegetables, stir-fry the pot, stir-fry, in less than 4 minutes, neatly exploded the sea animal meat, one dish at a time. The code was good, and placed in front of Loya. The air was filled with a thick scent of meat, and the crowd watched their noses greedily, and their stomachs began to growl. Please use. Ms. S finished briefly, then went back to continue the preparation of the next dish. Oh! Loya picked up a plate of dried sea animal meat and poured it directly into his mouth without using chopsticks. He didn't see him chew a few times, and a large plate of food was swallowed up. www.readwn.com. Then he pick up the next disc again and repeat the action. This boy, he was still clumsy at noon. Seeing Loya's unrestrained eating, Ms. S fixed her eyes and opened the fire to the maximum, speeding up her hand movements. Okay, great, both sides. Yet, I didn't expect Loya to be so edible. At noon I thought someone was joking. Almost as soon as Loya finished eating the last dish, a bunch of coated barbecues were placed in front of him. He and Ms. looked at each other, and both sides began to calm. It's not easy to deal with this kid, this old woman. The game continued to be fierce. The new recruits who were watching the crowd were eating curry while coaxing. Under the influence of Loya, they were also appetite. Takaizawa stood outside the window and watched the lively scene inside. Several times I tried to rush in and teach this group of undisciplined boys, but he resisted. In the end, he smiled and shook his head. Forget it, let them go, who's not young yet. Then turned and left. The back was pulled long and long by the setting sun. The people inside didn't know that General Jaffa instructor Zifa was just outside, otherwise he would be a bird and beast early, and he could be so excited to cheer for both sides. Over time, the game has reached a feverish stage. Loya's speed started to slow down, and Ms. S was sweating too much, and the laborious skill of turning the pot can be omitted if not needed. A bunch of chefs were busy cleaning up the blank dishes on Loya's table, and they all looked at Loya's admiration. As a chef, what could be more comfortable than the meals you make yourself cleaned by the guests? At this moment, Loya gained the respect of all the chefs in the canteen of the recruit camp. I'm afraid he didn't expect it. Chapter 12, Animals are Fruit Like Victory. The night was getting darker, and the stars gradually filled the sky. The sea breeze was very cold. The patrolling navy narrowed its neck and tightened its shirt, then continued to patrol it with a gun. The soldier on duty at the lighthouse smoked his cigarette and looked in the direction of the barracks. Oh? Is the cafeteria still having dinner so late? Abominable stink. Ms. S supported her knees, panting heavily, and in front of her, a pot of boiled gurgle and rumbling bubbling broth was fragrant. Taking a short break, she picked up the vegetables on the cutting board again and cut them up, because Roya on the opposite table had already eaten the last plate. Loya held one's belly up with one hand, grasping the edge of the plate with the other hand, swallowing the food with a few clicks. Aha! You! After eating the last bite, it was found that Ms. S.'s dish was still in the pot, and Loya, who was about to express her victory speech, suddenly shut up. As a bowl of deep-fried shrimp fried rice in front of him was placed in front of him, the golden rice grains flickered with an attractive luster. Ghost, want to win me? It's too early. Ms. S snorted disdainfully and continued to add food to the pot. Wait a little, Ghost, you will lose after this pot of soup is boiled. Hey, indeed, we are going to lose. Loya stared seriously at the shrimp in the bowl. Although the system can quickly convert the food he eats into energy, the speed is ultimately limited. Unless it can be upgraded now, otherwise the food in the belly needs at least 3 hours to digest it. Do you really want to give in? Roya shook her head and dispelled the idea. As a dragon exterminator, how can you admit defeat in the amount of food? And he also has a system to assist digestion, losing to a weak elderly woman is too shameful. As she scooped shrimp, Loya digested her food with all her strength. Suddenly, he had an idea. By the way, I'm a dragon exterminator. Why fight hard? Loya spooned a bite of rice and stuffed it into her mouth, stood up and walked out, saying vaguely, let you borrow, let me go out. Your boy, do you want to spit out the food? Ms. S sneered when she saw his movements. Spit, you want to spit. But not spit food. If you don't believe me, come with me. Cut, I'm not stupid, it won't be long before the dishes are just fine, then you'll lose. Hey, you guys, follow me out and don't let that kid play tricks. Ms. S said she was smart so she wouldn't do anything to waste time, while keeping the other chefs staring at Loya. Isn't it? Loya is going to lose. I don't know, go, let's follow up and see. The new recruits swarmed out of the cafeteria and came out with the chefs. I saw Loya clapping her mouth and watching something in the open space. Is he looking for a place to spit out the food? If that is a waste of food, Ms. S will definitely explode. The new recruits were so speculative. But Loya didn't care. He looked around and chose an open space to stand. There are no buildings around here, and the grass is 3 meters away. I chose a position, and he raised his head and put his fists in his hands. Bing long, snarling. Boom. A huge ice tornado rose into the sky, and everyone flew straight up into the sky with a stunned sky, and a strong cold blew on him as if he were on the East Island. Loyo did vomit, but not vomit, but magic. In the world of demon tales, the use of magic requires physical strength as well as physical strength. The ice dragon's roar is a horrible physical exhaustion. One of the biggest characteristics of the dragon exorcist is their resilience, which can be replenished quickly after being physically clean. Just like the original comic book, no matter how badly the enemy is hit, Naz can quickly recover and fight against each other. If we don't want to be tough with you, we will kill you. The method that Loya now thinks about is to use the roar of the ice dragon to check the physical strength, and as the physical strength disappears, the food in the belly will be immediately broken down with the help of the system and added to the body. Snapped. A crisp and broken sound came from the sky, and everyone looked up, and saw that the ice tornado burst apart, and countless ice crystals were shining brightly against the moonlight. Fireworks. Everyone blinked anxiously, staring blankly at the sight in the sky. After Loyo spit out the first roar of the ice dragon, she gasped and touched her belly. As expected, the food in her belly began to digest quickly, and she felt warm all over her body. He looked back and saw a group of people hanging in place, without a cover on his head, and shouted in surprise, "Hey, don't watch! The ice cubes will fall later. Don't you hide!" Ah! The rest of the people first looked at each other, then looked at the sky. The tiny ice crystals in the sight were getting bigger and bigger, already the size of their heads. Run! Hail is coming! Hey Lala! The crowd ran back to the cafeteria. Sure enough, hail began to fall from the sky. The smallest ice cube had the size of a fist. The largest ice cube was about the same as a table. Pit! Loya said that the ice formed by the extermination magic of the dragon would not be harder than the ice saber coagulated by Kuzan when he was against the enemy. Where is Loya? Why didn't that guy come in? In the noisy crowd, Ms. S looked around and found Loya, asking with a spoon. There, he's still outside. The narrow-eyed recruit pointed out the window, and not only did Loya not enter the house, she did not even mean to dodge. Damn! Come and save people! Although the two are facing each other, it does not mean that they can watch each other die. Ms. S roared and was about to rush out. A few strong chefs Lima Maro lived at her www.readwn.com. Look, Loya is going to vomit again. Ms. S looked at the words. Indeed, the blue magic circle appeared again in the mouth of Loya. Boom! Another ice tornado flew out and headed towards the sky. This gun, Loya calculated the direction, not only destroyed most of the previous ice blocks, but also opened a way between him and the cafeteria. After doing this, Loya stood up and smiled proudly at this side. He half raised his hand and held it in imaginary form, and the frozen ice formed by Lan Li gathered in the palm of his hand and slowly grew into a crystal ice umbrella. Holding an umbrella like that, Loya slowly followed the passage opened by the roar of the ice dragon, and stepped towards the cafeteria step by step. On both sides of him were the falling ice cubes whistling and slamming on the ground, and the cloud on his head was light and windy, with only a little ice debris, falling like a raindrop on the umbrella. At this time, Loya is like an emperor walking in the snow and ice, without any frost, dare to offend, and all surrender to the left and right. Is that guy really a recruit? The recruits in the new barracks are silent. This strength, this power, not even the elite camp? Do not. It should be said that there are no elite camps. Loya walked back to the cafeteria, threw the umbrella back, and let it be smashed by falling ice from the sky. So, Madam S, let's continue the game. No need. Ms. waved her hand. Presumably you have consumed a lot of energy through the use of fruit power. Now the food in the stomach is almost digested. Cut, is it an animal fruit person? Looking at Loya's dried up belly, Ms. S also had the answer. Thank you so much for your hospitality. Loya folded her hands and said with a smile. Chapter 13, Kuzan and number 039, S test, 2 people talk at night. Oh. Win. Yet. Loya won. The recruits smiled and hugged excitedly. Although Loya had only been here for 1 day, he had already gained respect through his daytime performance. This honor belongs to the entire recruit group at this moment. Unexpectedly, animal fruits can still be used this way. Yes, Loya is so smart that she can consume food quickly this way. I walked on the way back to the dormitory, and a bunch of recruits were joking with Loya while playing around. He doesn't dislike this kind of closeness, a nerd clerk has to say what is the joke. So, see you tomorrow, Loya. Well, see you tomorrow. The dormitory building sent away the recruits who lived in the town. Loya signed a sign with the doorman and went upstairs. She pushed open the door, and Loya looked at the dormitory room. She didn't know how long she could stay. This is a very simple recruit quarters. There is only 1 bed and 1 chair in the room. The walls are covered with mottled traces of years, which are simple but clean. Ah, it really is a recruit treatment. Well, but at least not many people live in the same room, which is pretty good. Touching the switch on the wall, Loya turned on the light. Hey! Suddenly, a whistling sounded in his ear, and the bitter chill pointed at his neck. When it was too late to turn back, Loya quickly squatted, her left hand opened quickly to form a sword of ice, and she stunned. This counterattack was so quick and fast, but at the moment when Loya was a little relieved, his stomach was kicked fiercely, the ice sword in his hand was released, his body flew out, and he banged against the wall with a bang. It was too late to confirm how injured he was, and Loya, who was sticking to the wall, slammed his fist in the right hand and smashed it into the palm of his left hand. Because the killing rushed towards him, leaving him with goosebumps. The coffin of ice. Click! Click! As if the gate was opened, the endless cold gushing from the palm of the hand quickly formed a large block of ice cubes. In the future, people would freeze in it, and the icy killing intention would disappear. Who? When he saw this, Loya finally relaxed, a cricket at his feet, sucking cold air to cover his ribs. Damn! This trademark is the naval headquarters? Killers have run here to kill people. He looked up at the ice cube in front of him, and suddenly his eyes widened. There was nothing in the ice cube. Are you looking for me? The low-pitched boy's voice sounded, and Loya turned back fiercely, and then stopped suddenly. Mr. Ching Ching, why are you here? Tao Laren was wearing a white suit with a green eye patch on his forehead and an explosive hairstyle, which is one of the 3 current Navy generals, Ching Yat. Seeing Ching Yat, Loya's tension finally let go. In any case, the lazy Justice General would not kill himself if he did not have a necessary reason. Hey, what have you done? Nothing is done. Seeing Loya's relaxed appearance, Kuzan was curious. Hey, boy, are you so relaxed and alert? I will die if I attack you immediately. On hearing that, Loya rolled her eyes and sat down on the ground to pull open her shirt to check the wounds. You are an admiral. Even if you do NT sneak attack, I will die, anyway, why not relax? You kid. Kuzan was stunned for a while, and he didn't know what to say for a while, but this kind of laziness and no effort seemed to suit his taste. He took out a pot of medicine from his pocket and Kuzan threw it to Loya. Take it, I just stayed a little bit. With your constitution, I should have only suffered a slight injury. Snapped. Loya catches the jar and shakes with a smile, thank you. After waiting for Loya to finish the medicine, Kuzan lay on the back of the chair and looked down at him. Hey, don't you wonder why I attacked you? I was very curious, but I wasn't curious to think that Zifa had a new recruit camp this morning. Loya took out a bandage and wrapped herself, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Oh? Tell me what you think. First of all, the former general of Zifa is an elite camp instructor. The actual training should be notified by our instructors, but he is here. You should know that many people in the recruit camp have not even seen him before. Isn't this unusual? If there is a reason, it must be because of me. After a pause, seeing Kuzan's face expressionless, Loya continued to explain, then, the ability used by my ice dragon form is also frozen, just like the frozen fruit of General Kinju. So when you show up, I will understand that General Zifa is optimistic about me and wants to pull me into the elite camp, and you are here to test me. After all, there is only 1 month left in the actual assessment. Time is about to begin, you need to know at what level my actual combat strength is. Oh, that's a wonderful inference. Kuzan applauded lazily, but you said one thing was missed. I'm not only here to test you. You also have to follow me to learn the fruit development ability. After all, it's frozen. I'm most familiar with this. Hearing this, Loya stared at Kuzan in shock. In your character, you would accept such a difficult task. Boy, what you say is awkward, do you know? Speaking of which, Kuzan has no interest in continuing to talk. Since Loya knows well, there will be some time for future contacts. So, that's it. Starting tomorrow, you will wait for me in the cafeteria after the evening training. If I am not available, I will let you know in advance. Yes, Teacher Kuzan. Kuzan, who opened the door, turned back. Don't call me a teacher. Your teacher is only Teacher Zifa. I'm only responsible for helping you develop fruit. Good teacher Kuzan, teacher Kuzan walk slowly. Kuzan wrinkled his forehead with a cross and flicked his fingers. Frozen moment. He then closed the door and left, leaving Roya, frozen in ice, stiff. He walked downstairs and a strong figure appeared in the corner. Kuzan stunned, and walked in with both hands. "Allah, teacher Zifa, I will send you the report tomorrow www.readwn.com. Why don't you go to sleep now?" Takaizawa held his chest in his hands and glanced at the dormitory building behind him. "If a guy throws ice cubes on the roof of your house in the middle of the night, will you sleep?" "Well, it's not because you passed by without stopping him and Ms. S dull duel, otherwise he doesn't have to use the fruit ability to speed up digestion." Kuzan regretted it after speaking, and surely Zifa looked at him with an unhappy expression. The two of them were so silent for a long time. Kuzan coughed and broke the silence. "Since you are here, let me talk about the test results." "Teacher, your guess is correct. Although this boy has a good response speed and physical fitness, he has no experience in dealing with it and has no rules. He is more like a beast fighting by instinct. Hey, the footsteps are frivolous, and the eyes are dull, these will be known at a glance." Zifa hummed, and signaled that he knew. "So, what is the fruit ability?" After hearing this, Kuzan took a serious look and nodded earnestly. "It's strong. The cold air is no longer purely cold and can be explained clearly, but it has other special powers in it. I suspect that it is the power of the dragon. Finally, if I did not use a shave to escape, I would probably have to work very hard to get rid of it. However, his use is as rough as combat, and even the speed of release cannot cover up the fact. This way." Zifa lowered his head in thought, and rang in half, and said to Kuzan, "You will have more snacks on the fruit side. I will discuss with the warring states to reduce your task of going out. I have a feeling, this sea it will soon be chaotic. Before that, the more high-end naval power is better." "Allah, that's great. Should I say thank you, teacher Zifa?" Chapter 14, Penalties and Countermeasures. After a night of sleep, the injury last night was almost better. Luya jumped from the bed, opened the window, and stretched out to face the red sun. "Ah, another good day. Hello. Do you know that there are people downstairs who are leaking all night?" At this time, Loya heard the sound, followed the sound and looked down, and sure enough he saw a guy wearing a recruit t-shirt shouting at himself while brushing his teeth. Loya turned around, and found that only a small half of the ice cubes remained in place. Because of the injury, he slept too late last night and did not remove the ice cubes. The ice coffin slowly melted, and the entire room was stained with water. In the end, it is not time to work, and the ice cubes created by this life-saving ability have melted overnight. "Sorry, I'll clean the water," Loya thought, and said apologetically to the other side, then came to the ice cube and estimated the distance facing the window. "Yoshi, that's the angle. Shoot hard." "Hey!" An ice cube of about 1 cubic meter rushed out of the window with a brush, drawing an arc in the air, and fell into an artificial lake facing the dormitory, smashing a water spray over 3 meters high. On the trail beside the lake, the recruits who were eating breakfast while walking were splashed with water by the sudden splash, and the food on their hands filled the lake. "Asshole! Who did it? Uncle comes out and promises not to kill you. Not good, cause trouble." Hearing the indignation of the masses at the lake, Loya shrank her head, quietly closed the window, and closed the curtains. Chi-Yi greeted the familiar recruits, and Loya came to the recruits' camp. I stood in the queue, and the major commander's face appeared dark. Last night, Marin Fodor dropped a hail rain, and the range was around the recruit barracks, smashing several houses. He injured more than 10 patrol soldiers. He also stunned the marshal of the warring states marshal. "You said, who do it?" The recruits of the 7th team stunned, and then gloated neatly, "Report to the instructor." Loya did. Very good, Loya. Yes. Dequi. He stood outside the queue, and Loya was aggressive. I'm going. I still understand why I was injured on patrol. Why did I still stun the marshal's goat? He forgot it. Last night, in order to pretend, his roar of the second ice dragon was launched obliquely, and that direction was exactly where the main body of the Malinfodor fortress was. Major General Instructor Wu came to Loya with a black face and said, "Did you do it?" Instructor, did I say this is a misunderstanding, do you believe it?" Loya embarrassed and explained. The punishment for Loya soon came down. After consideration by the recruit's chief instructor Zifa, it was read that he had just arrived in Malindo, and the Marshal of the Warring States was not held accountable, so he was given a lighter punishment. I fined the toilet for a month, and at the same time copied the safety regulations 1,000 times today and sent them in. Anyway, the intensity of the recruit training has not much effect on Loya. Find him something to do, not let him idle and cause trouble. Otherwise, following this trend, there will be headaches in the future. This Major General Instructor also understands that he is not required to participate in training, and kicked him directly to clean the toilet. Wearing an apron holding a mop, Loya leaned outside the toilet and sighed ruthlessly. I said it was a misunderstanding. Seeing this, the Major General who came to the toilet shouted with a dark face, "Don't want to be lazy. Go to the toilet." The new soldier next to the cricket chuckled and grunted, before deliberately getting into the toilet with dirt on his feet, and entering his throat, deliberately. "Oh, sorry Roya, I forgot you just cleaned here." "Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll finish the work." Looking at this group of apparently intentional guys, Loya didn't speak, but just quietly used her toes on the floor to spread the cold, and the wet ground immediately condensed to form a thin ice film. Next second. Ouch! Hello, don't pee on me. Sorry for the instructor. I didn't mean it. Hearing the loud noise in the toilet, Loya proudly lifted the mop and went to the toilet on the next floor. Can I use this to develop a slippery move? I remember that there was such a trick in Grey 300, which is called the ice carpet or the frozen ground. Copying the security regulations 1,000 times is the easiest for Roya. He first found dozens of pens and fixed them side by side. Then used the ice magic to create a device similar to a sieve machine, and place each pen on top of it at the book's interval. And he himself grabbed a pen in front and put it on the shelf, so writing one word was equivalent to writing dozens of words. Furiously, a few hundred words of safety regulations can be completed within 2 hours. Loya ran to bring the book full of safety regulations to the instructor. Major General Instructor took the book and flipped around, unbelievably said, "What? You finished writing so soon? Imagine when you were punished for copying the safety regulations." Of course, who calls me a genius? Although the instructor was skeptical, he did not know what method Loya had used to complete the copying so quickly, and he could only release it helplessly if he could not grasp the handle. "Well, as promised, today you can rest after cleaning the toilet." "Yes, thank you instructor." After Lua's departure, the instructor brought the security regulations copied by Loya to Zifa. Takaizawa was also surprised to hold Loya's copybook, so fast. "How long did it take him?" The instructor said helplessly, "To be precise, 1 hour and 47 minutes. I'm sure he cheated, but I can't find a clue." Takaizawa nodded and looked at the book. Suddenly, he picked up the one he had seen before, turned it up, and then slammed his fist on the table. www.readwn.com. His face turned black. "Loya! This sneaky asshole!" The instructor did not know what was happening, and quickly asked, General Zifa, what happened?" Taking a deep breath, calming down, Zifa pointed at the 2 books and said, "Look carefully, here and here, there is a typo in these 2 positions. After being altered, the arc of the connection bar is the same." Major General Instructor Wu is not a fool. After Zifa's reminder, he immediately understood and said with a gritted teeth, "This dare to cheat. I'll go to him." He also knows the freezing ability of Loyal Luoya. As long as it is used well, it is not a problem to copy dozens of books at the same time. No need. Zifa stopped him and put a copy of the book next to him. "You didn't find the problem the first time, presumably now he has destroyed the evidence. I'm afraid there will be no water stains in that room. Stay. You have no reason to punish him without evidence." Speaking of this, Zifa drew a smile from his mouth. This boy is really interesting. Loa, happy in her arms, waved her goodbye to her buddy partner, holding a meat stick. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she saw General Kuzan. He cleaned the meat a bit, threw the bones in the trash, and hurried over. "Mr. Kuzan, here I am." Leaning against the wall, Kuzan, sleeping with his blindfold over his eyes, heard the sound, pushed the blindfold up, and gave a sleepy glance at Loya. "Oh, here you are. Then let's go." "Good teacher Kuzan, where are we going, teacher Kuzan?" "Don't call me teacher." Freezing moment. Chapter 15, Kuzan and number 039, Careful Thinking, the challenge of the elite camp. Here is the main square in front of the Marindo Fort, a small square next to it. Not far from the boot camp, but the range is enough to accommodate 2 boot camps. General recruits will not come here except for combat training. Only those in elite camps who are hailed as monsters by recruits will be trained here every day. Because their strength is already very strong, the narrow field will only limit their play. When I came to the small square, there were still a few recruits dressed in training, either fighting one-on-one with 2 people, or meditating cross-legged with a katana on the knee. The most noticeable thing is that height: the big man around 4 meters is squatting with an iron block larger than him. Kuzan. "General, who are they?" Originally wanted to call the teacher, but before the frost spread on Kuzan, Loya wisely chose to change his mouth. After hearing Loya's words, Kuzan retracted the action and explained, "Oh, you say they are the guys in this elite camp." "Elite camp?" Loya repeated the name. As the name indicates, there are only elites in the elite camp, each of which is a strong candidate who stands out from countless navies. Graduation from elite camp, the minimum achievement is also a colonel. Corresponding to this treatment is the extremely difficult graduation assessment, but so far, no one has failed to graduate. There is the former General Iron Mask instructor Black Wrist Zifa, which can rule out the possibility of passing through improper means and releasing water. Therefore, those who enter the elite camp will basically be the backbone of the Navy in the future. It is not even impossible to take over the general banner. I want to know that the generals such as Kuzan, Sakaski, and Ape also graduated from here. Seeing Kuzan's figure, the members of the elite camp who were training stopped and came to practice, saluting neatly. "Green General. Well, you guys continue. I just brought a kid over to train," Kuzan said lethargically, pointing to Loya next to him. Hearing this, Loya felt a little in his heart and looked at him in disbelief. "Grass. This guy is so treacherous, isn't it just disgusting you? Is it necessary to take such pains to trouble me? As an admiral, you have high prestige. Are you sure you need to explain to these recruits? Isn't it good to have a high cold point? This dig is too obvious." Sure enough, when he heard Kuzan's words, several people's eyes locked on Loya, and the big man, as strong as a bull, stared at him fiercely. "Is this the kid?" When he saw this, Kuzan quietly drew a smile, and immediately disappeared. "Oh! Yeah, there is no way, his fruit ability range is relatively large, only here can be opened. You guy, even revealed my information to them." Loya could not be angry, but immediately thought about it, and cheerfully opened his mouth. "Yes, that's why teacher Kuzan brought me here and said he wanted to teach me to develop the devil fruit ability. Forgive me, 24 guys are still so cute, Anyway, I'm not afraid of shame with a baby face. Since you are not kind, don't blame me for being unjust. Come, hurt each other. You should call the name of General Qing. Wait! The big man said fiercely, and suddenly hesitated, then a group of people yelled. Old division. Quzhen drew a corner of his eyes, feeling as uncomfortable as eating a fly. Facing their surprised, puzzled, and even disappointed eyes, he reluctantly explained, I didn't accept him as an apprentice, I just taught him a little, that's it. But Teacher Quzhen once said, what you can't teach you, it's all your teacher. For example, I do not know how to write. Someone teaches me, even if he is just a boatman, he is my teacher. I can't cook. The little girl who sells flowers teaches me how to cook. She is also my teacher. It's not just me, everyone is the same, even we humans themselves. We learn from nature. Light a fire, learn to use tools, and learn to build a house. Nature is our human teacher. So, Teacher Quzhen, you teach me to develop fruit, and you are my teacher. Right, Teacher Quzhen. Luia sighed a teacher's words, and circled a group of people. Quzhen touched the blindfold on his forehead and asked Luia, where did you hear this sentence? Well, it should be the East China Sea. I remember we met at the restaurant Baladi before then. Donghai. I know. After the incident, Qing, one of the 3 naval generals, applied for a trip to the East China Sea for 3 consecutive months, which disturbed the entire East China Sea. I heard that Quzhen had no objection. The big man's eyes were sore, and his nose could not stop crying. When you... Hey, you are so disgusting to cry so much. Meloya groaned in her heart. Suddenly, he stopped crying with a brush, and looked at Loya, his eyes filled with anger and stubbornness. Little devil! Come to a showdown. Let me see what you have to do to make General Qing Ye accept you as a disciple. Ah! Seeing this scene, Qing Ye only felt relieved in her heart, and finally came to the point, and today's plan was almost destroyed, but fortunately, a rideau is still so easy to be fooled. A rideau is the name of this small 4-3-meter giant. www.readwn.com. When he was in the barracks, he always admired the 3 Navy generals who also went out from the barracks. Later, because Quzhen saved him, he wanted to worship Quzhen as a teacher, but Quzhen, who hates troublesome lazy characters, has not agreed. Quzhen appeared again in front of him today, and even received his disciples. He couldn't help but immediately challenged Loya. Beluo stared at him calmly, then turned his head and pulled Rakuzen's corner of the clothes, squinting his eyes and asked, "This is your purpose?" Ku praised with a look of, "What do you want to ask? I don't understand, or don't ask any more." Suddenly, it was Luya who finally had a headache. Looking at Ardo's expression, it is obvious that he is taking this victory very seriously. Luya, you can try it, anyway, you will join the elite camp after 1 month, it is also good to have a good relationship with your companions. Quzhen added next. Loya could not pick out the stab. Hey, I'm tired. Loya shook her head and agreed. So, let me be the referee. The rules are that there are no rules, as long as they are not dead. Quzhen raised his hand to declare, of course, there is no better person to be a referee here than him, naturally no one will object. What do you mean as long as you don't die? Do you want me to suffer? Roya rolled his dead fish eyes and despised him. Arido, who was opposite, chose a position, and like a wild cow, his nostrils sprayed air pillars. Come on! Loya, I want to let you know that the weak are not qualified to stand next to Qing General. Even if Qing accepts you as a disciple, you will not win my approval. In the face of this situation, Loya spread his hands. What can I do? I am also desperate. Chapter 16, Iron Block Master, Arido. Both parties are ready. 3, 2, 1. Get started. As Kuzan's voice fell, a rideau stepped on his feet, his huge body rolled up and whistled, and crashed into Loya. Fly out. Imp. This guy should be specializing in body art. But don't have any strange fruit ability. Facing a rideau forward, Loya thought, leaning his left foot forward, also posing in a collision posture. A layer of ice armor quickly climbed over the body, shining brightly in the evening sun. The opponent's speed is very fast, although it is not shaved, but he is not sure to avoid, and may even be attacked by the long-footed rideau while evading. So he chose hard resistance. He slammed, and Roa snarled and ran into it. Kuzan next to his uncle whispered, and looked at Loya, who rushed out in surprise. This guy, is there such strength? This kid is over. Compared with a rideau, this kid is very thoughtful. The other two members of the elite camp thought silently, preparing to see how far Loya would be hit. Hey! As if two locomotives collided together, a deafening impact sounded in the field. A group of people were surprised to see the black shadow flying backwards. It turned out to be a rideau. But a rideau flew out of the distance, adjusted his posture in a short breath, and rolled over and fell to the ground. Unlike everyone else's surprise, a rideau was not surprised at this moment. The opponent's strength is not as strong as himself. This is the conclusion of a brief contact with a rideau. Although Loya's strength is really great, it is really not as good as this talented physical master. As for why it was himself who was hit by the fly, Aruba looked at the set of ice armor on the opponent's body. At the moment of the impact, the ice cone that extended above was inserted into the ground, which instantly fixed the entire person of Loya in place. The impact is stronger than yourself. It's like the lock lever on a sling cart. After throwing a rod, it needs to stop suddenly to maximize the power of turning inertia into stones. But it is very difficult to achieve this. The horizontal pulling force caused by the sudden stop alone is not sustainable for ordinary people. As the airflow spread out on the field, Loya rubbed his shoulders and took in the cool air. He felt as if he had hit an iron plate, and the shock force without any trace of water fell on his body, and his chest was boring for a while. After the puppet activity, he pulled out the ice spear that was deeply inserted into the ground, which was the prop just used to stop moving momentarily, and watched a rideau. This guy, did you just use the iron block in the Navy's 6 style? It has such a degree of effect. Waving the sharp icicles on his hands, Loya squatted slightly, exerting force under her feet, and straightly held the icicles to stab toward a rideau. The Ice Dragon's Roar and Ice Dragon's Wing Strike have been charged for too long, and they cannot be used at all in this melee combat. Seeing Loya's movement, a rideau's hands became black and dark, and the strange energy field made Loya's eyes slightly armed. Domineering. Doraemon. A crisp golden iron symphony sounded, an icicle was smashed into two by a rideau's fist. Loya loosened the broken icicle without seeing it. A short body avoided a rideau and immediately came. Whip legs. At the same time, his right hand lit up a dark blue light and roared, Iron Dragon's Iron Fist. Crackling. But this rapid counterattack was blocked by a rideau's wide palm. Despite his huge size, his counterattack was not slow. That layer of black energy gave him the confidence to face any fruit ability. But this time he miscalculated. Loya is not a demon fruit ability. Moreover, the Iron Fist of the Ice Dragon is different from the Iron Fist of the Naz Fire Dragon. It does not break out and hurt the enemy when it hits, but turns into a drill bit, and when it touches, it penetrates into the opponent's body to freeze. Hurt the enemy inside but not outside. Mistakes in intelligence caused a rideau to suffer bitterly. The bitter chill was not blocked by the armed color Domineering, but gradually spread along his bones. He felt his blood began to condense, causing his body to change. Be stiff. While you are dying to die, the days of the desert island hunter let Loya understand this truth. By the inertia of punching fist, Loya supported Arta's thigh, and the whole man was hanging upside down, kicking his head, and the streamer blue carried on his foot proved that this attack is still the skill of the dragon destroyer. Ice Dragon's Hook. Hey! With a kick, Arido's huge body was kicked out by Loya's kick. Kuzan nodded in the distance, commenting, "Nice counterattack." Although the loopholes in the moves are very large and there is no rules at all, they can seize the moment of Arido's rigidity and launch the moves without hesitation. This is really beast-like smell. The two men who had previously played against each other were shocked and looked at him. Will Arido lose? General Kinju. Well, half a catty. The dust was broken up by a big hand. Arido pushed away the masonry on his body and stood up from the broken wall. He rubbed his numb arm, and there was a bruise on his forehead, grinning, "Haha, stink. Haven't you had dinner? I won't be hurt as much as you attack." Indeed, half a catty. The members of the elite group watched this scene silently at this moment. Arido's most powerful weapon is not his strength comparable to that of giants, nor is it a slightly small-armed domineering force, but the one that has been trained to the extreme. For the Navy 6, members of the elite group have all studied, but they only take the influence of time, energy, and even talent, and often only choose one or several special studies. Arido is a trick of specialized iron. Since joining the elite camp 2 years ago, Arido, who was the weakest in the camp at the time, relied on his passion and talent for iron blocks to practice only this trick. After 2 years, he was already among the strongest in the elite camp. 1. Let alone his defense, members of the same year, the weaker naval generals could not be broken, and he was known as the most talented defense master. Since Loya's attack cannot be defended, the current situation on the field is really bad. At this moment, Loya is also amazed. The strength of the Ice Dragon's magic is very clear to him. In addition to the general destructive power, the cold that enters the enemy's body is the main means, and it is extremely difficult to defend. The big man in front of my eyes, I'm afraid that even the body has become an iron plate, otherwise it can't withstand the cold erosion of the dragon magic, and the lips should have fallen blue early. At this point in thinking, Loya has 12 points of energy to come. Where to go for such a qualified sandbag? Took a breath. And once again a dazzling blue light flashed on his hand, and slammed it on the ground. This time it was not the Ice Dragon's iron fist, but Ice Make Ice Field. With Loya's action, the terrifying cold air rushed down in all directions, and wherever he went, it immediately condensed into a thick layer of ice. Kuzanban watched the excitement aside, and when he saw this he could not help pouting, and he jumped onto the shelf beside him. Brushed twice, and the duo stood beside him. The guy holding the katana over there inserted the sword straight into the ground, and the toe point escaped the freezing above the hilt, and the inexplicable force entangled the sword, making the cold impossible. Because our duo was too close, his feet were frozen directly. However, this is not the magic of exterminating dragons. It is just a simple ice shape. The hardness of the ice cubes is limited. After a little hardening, the ice cubes on his feet are freed by him. Ghost, do you want to have a snowball fight? I heard Arido's provocation. www.readwn.com. Loya shook her head calmly and asked, "Big man, can you skate?" What? Arido's eyes narrowed and he couldn't believe looking at Loya, who had rushed to his eyes. The blue light condensed on his fist, reminding him of the pain before the cold. Why is it so fast? Boom! Loya hit a fist, then hooked her feet, claws and battered. Only then did Arido find that he was basically unstable when he stepped on the ice, and easily lost his focus. He was crumbling with a set of attacks by Loya. Loya skates on his feet, like a monkey playing with a bear, spinning and jumping around Arido. Abominable devil! Don't be too proud. I was hit with a fist in the nose again, and Arido yelled, stepped on it hard, plunged his feet directly into the ice, and opened his hands to catch Loya's attack. This is not a surprise for Loya. It is true that 10 of them are not opponents of each other. It is normal for their attacks to be caught. I want to knock you down. Arido shouted with a fist and smashed, and the armed arrogance revealed the cold intention of killing in the cold wind. Roya gritted his teeth, and the ice armor on his body became thicker again. Hey! Arido's fist is very heavy. Loya just felt that he suddenly lost consciousness on his shoulder, and a blood spurted. Gritting his teeth, Loya lay down along this force and slammed his fist on Arido's instep. Bing Long's iron fist. What he waited for was that Arido stepped on the ice. As long as he did so, he strengthened the ice cube by using the dragon-destroying magic. With the strength shown by Arido before the impact, his chances of breaking free were infinitely close at 0. Chapter 17, Victory. New upgrade method. Kyuzan naturally saw Loya's movements, and he recalled that Loya used that move last night, and could not help but sympathize with Arido. Although he doesn't know the difference between the ice magic and the ice dragon's magic, he can be sure. On the freezing effect, Loya is no weaker than him. Where do you fight? Boy! Arido laughed at Loya, ready to kick Loya with one kick. However, when he pulled hard, he found that the ice cube was completely different from the previous one. With this hard work, he almost knocked himself off. What? Arido widened his eyes and looked at his frozen feet. The ice cubes that he could easily break away just now have hardness like steel. Loyo coughed softly, vomited the blood from her lungs, stepped on the ice skate made of ice, put her hands behind her and circled around Arido, laughing at him. Oh, big man, come and hit me. I've been tickling recently and I'm so old. Damn. Arido's calf was black, and he used a domineering color. But let's not say that Loya isn't really a demon fruit power. Even if he is, when the ice cubes appear, they are already an established thing and will not be restrained by the armed tyrants. Armed color domineering can disable capabilities, but can objects disappear? Of course not. Although his strength increased after using domineering power, Arido couldn't move except for the pain of pulling his feet. Then he gave up the idea and slammed his fist hard. Even if it's steel, my fist will smash it. Yeah, but I won't give you that chance. Loya smiled and smashed her palms. An icicle seemed to have life. She hovered through his armpit and tied Arido's upper body. To prevent him from breaking, Loya kicked with a hook. Above, the secondary reinforcement was carried out with the dragon extermination magic. After doing this, he slid in front of Arido, spreading his hands. You have more strength than me, you are so flexible, and you will use armed color domineering. The hooligan boxing against me is definitely not your opponent, but the fight you have to rely on your mind. You are so stupid. In the end, Arido gave up unwillingly. Kyuzan's face was as black as carbon, but he didn't say much about it, only to be happy to announce that Loya won. After the dismissal, the duo and Arido left the training ground. The former is to inform his companions that a strong guy is going to join the elite camp, and the latter is simply hit and unhappy. Only the swordsman remained in the training ground, sitting cross-legged and meditating. Although unhappy, Kyuzan fulfilled his duties according to the agreement and explained to Loya. The ability to freeze seems to be powerful, but it is far less aggressive than other natural systems. For example, the Red Dog General's lava will be burned a little closer, but the ice is not. If you want to frostbite the enemy, sexual contact only covers a large area. So it is more of an aid and field control effect. I also know your ability. The focus is on freezing, which is completely different from the large-scale attack of the natural system, so your next training it is to strengthen our ability in this area and develop our own moves. We must not learn the same way as we do. Kyuzan said, turning his hands into ice sculptures and moving his fingers, and the most important thing is that your freezing ability is a form addition, not a frozen person, unable to achieve immune attacks. I suggest you strengthen the just used the defense power of the ice armor is replayed at the key position. Don't directly form armor all over the body, Presumably doing that will be very physically demanding, right? Luoyuan nodded and whispered in his heart, it is really physical exhaustion. The consumption of 500 magic power per minute is enough for me to hit 3 punches. Well, these are the 2 main points. Now let's discuss your understanding of the application of freezing ability in actual combat. The night was dark, and the soldiers who had been busy for a day gradually returned to the dormitory to rest, and the large Navy headquarters slowly quieted down. The process of developing fruit capabilities is not the kind of miracle that is vigorously carried out. On the contrary, it requires more quiet thinking and exploration. Kyuzan took him here, not really because the space was big enough, but because it was quiet enough. As for the point just now, Kyuzan would never admit it. After a few hours of discussion and demonstration, Loya Mao set off, many doubts and ideas were resolved and corrected, and many of the misunderstandings that came into play when using the magic of ice modeling were also explained one by one, while considering ways to improve. Dragon Strike magic can only rely on the system, which is not Kyuzan's ability. Seeing Loya's thoughtful look, Kyuzan patted his pants and stood up, looking up at moonlight. It's so late. Then, I'll go back first, and we should meet here tomorrow if nothing unexpected happens. Loyo quickly stood up and bent down. Yes, please go slowly, Teacher Kyuzan. Do NT call me a teacher? Kyuzan waved his hand impatiently, and slowly walked away with his hands in his pockets. I watched Kyuzan go away, and then Loya turned and left. Well, Admiral Kyuzan is really suitable for being marshal. At this time, Loya remembered the discussion of Kyuzan by netizens when watching anime in the previous life. Because of the later plot, everyone expressed a puzzlement about Kyuzan. But how about that? Loya believes that Kyuzan is definitely a good person. Even if I am in trouble, I am not perfunctory about what is promised, and teach myself carefully. Judging from his habit, Loya did not believe that Kyuzan really turned black. I cleaned up my personal hygiene, and Loya lay on the bed, smelling the scent of meat, and soon fell into dreamland. Ms. S was very kind to him, knowing that he was hungry fast, ready to put a large bowl of meat and bones at his door, covered with a lid for insulation and a note. The next day, Loya got up to freshen up, and hurried to the training camp. Joking, General Zifa personally issued a punishment to clean the toilet for a month. Carrying a mop and dragging a bucket, Loya hummed and cleaned the toilet. The Major General Instructor of the 7th team came in and heard Loya's singing, and asked funnily, Loya, what's so good about cleaning the toilet? Wouldn't you like this job? Ha ha ha. Cut, Zifanguleu also. Loya snorted disdainfully, and passed the mop to his feet. Trouble, let www.readwn.com slip carefully. Although I didn't understand what Loya's words meant, the instructor didn't care about it. Remembering the case of being back and changing clothes yesterday, he hurriedly opened the door of the compartment and hid. There is certainly a reason why Melody is so happy. Because just yesterday, he found a good way to increase energy quickly. Meditating on the golden finger to open the panel, Loyame looked up at it. Name, Christopher Loya. Energy stage, 2nd order 0 layer. Energy value, 120/400. Magic value, 3500/3500. Magic recovery speed, 300/s. In one day, his energy value has increased by 100 points. The food in the Navy canteen does not increase the energy value much, even if there is a showdown cooked by Ms. S and at night, the energy value has only increased by 20 points. 100 Most of this 100 energy comes from his confrontation with Arido, and the rest comes from his discussion with Kyuzan. In this regard, Loya has a speculation that the energy stage reaches the 2nd level, and the way of increasing is no longer relying too much on energy intake, or that the dragon's body has reached a critical point, which requires more of his understanding of himself, that is, commonly known as cultivation, can be promoted. This practice can be a run, a duel, or a long talk. Anyway, as long as it is helpful for improving your strength, depending on the situation, you will get a high amount of energy. When the body of the dragon reaches 20%, I am afraid that eating will not increase the energy value. Luoyia lamented that although he had found a new promotion method, he still missed the days when he could upgrade after eating, sleeping, and fighting. Chapter 18, Cultivation and Injured Moles. Don't raise your feet too high, now fight back. It's best to squat and dodge at this time. Run? Is your speed as fast as me? Too many extra moves. Be quick to launch moves. Keep it simple. On the small square, two figures were fighting fiercely, and a dull impact and crackling sounded from time to time in the air. The ice splattered on the square, blasting like a bullet, and the thick ice layer covered the slate and the wall, making it decorated like snow. Luo squatted according to the reminder, her hands slightly opened to keep the balance quickly closed. The cold began to converge. Ice make. Hey! Kuzan kicked out, opened Loa's hand, and prevented him from using abilities. Then he used his waist and abdomen to use the foot that was the pillar as the center of the circle. After a rotation, he kicked Loya forward and kicked him out. If the move is broken, you need to respond immediately. Are you waiting for death? Yakuza shouted at the dusty wall. At this moment, a huge energy rushed into the sky, and the wings formed by the two ice crystals were looming through the smoke. Ice Dragon Wing Strike. Before the ice wing arrived, the lingering cold wind had rushed towards the face, and even the dust everywhere was frozen in place along the way, full of momentum but still like a quiet area. In the face of this move, Kuzan nodded his head and agreed, in the face of an enemy whose speed is above him, if you can't hit point to point, a large-scale attack is indeed a good choice, but... He opened his right hand, aimed at the ice wing with his palm, and grabbed the right wrist with his left hand. If it's not strong enough, it doesn't make any sense at all. Burst. Hey! A big bird composed of ice cubes detached from his right hand, his wings spread out to be tens of meters wide. The ice bird uttered a sharp whistle and rushed straight towards the ice wings. Boom! After the crash, there was a huge explosion, and more than half of Marienford had heard it. The cold air overflowed, and the temperature of the entire Malinfadro suddenly dropped a lot. The navy exhaled near the square formed a visible white vapor. The warring statesman who was filing documents in the office shook, and a document slipped down the table. The goat at the table thought it was the owner's own food to eat, so he bit it open. The face of the warring states changed greatly, and he reached out to grab it. Hey, give it back to me. This is not a file to be destroyed. Holding the cigarette rod, Ms. S looked towards the square through the window and complained, these two guys are really unclean. In the square at this time, the raging cold wind spread slowly. Just now the ground just formed ice cubes, and now there are no ice cubes anymore. Because in the move just now, the frozen slate finally couldn't withstand the pressure, and when it was rushed by the airflow, it burst directly. Kuzan shook his body and opened his distance. He was about to observe with a domineering look. At this moment, a blue figure fluttered like lightning. Roya's shoulders and face appeared blue lines. Appears exactly the same when upgrading. The diamond-shaped pattern on the wrist flashed with rhythmic rhythms, making Luoya's speed increase by another quarter. That's the unfinished move that this kid said, right? The speed has become so fast, but it doesn't make sense to be shaved. Kuzan was slightly surprised, but immediately recovered his emotions. Opening his big hand, he took the kick wrapped in frost casually. Luoyi, this is not scientific. My speed is 3 times faster than before. Don't give a little face. Before Luoya reacted, Kuzan's left hand turned into ice cubes, and the front end expanded like a horn. He bit on Luoya's waist fiercely, and then quickly spread and wrapped him. I will suffer. Located a second before the ice blocked his vision, Loa winced and swallowed. The next moment, Kuzan's cold voice passed into his ear. What is the name of this trick you developed? Oh, I remember it, right? Howling. Learn what you have learned, this sentence you said yourself, but it is clear that you did not understand the meaning. Kuzan picked up his jacket and put it on his shoulder, and said to Roya, who was breathing cold on the ground. And this trick will be better used by me, the frozen man. You are just pure control, and the details can't catch up with me. Luoya now just wants to give himself a big mouth fiercely, what a joke. As a Naruto fan, how could I not know that I love Luosha's funeral, so he imitated this trick to engage in a funeral. For the first time a few days ago, by covering the terrain, he successfully caught Kuzan and made him ashamed. Retribution now. Lying on the ground, Loya felt her ribs and got 3 more. This is the result of Kuzan's mercy. Some people are on duty in the infirmary. We will continue tomorrow. Looked at the sky, Kuzan left his hands in his pants pocket and left the square. After Kuzan left, Loa took a long time to get up and went to the infirmary step by step. Why am I so stupid? Loya turned his head over the dead fish to consider this problem, knowing that his opponent was Kuzan, but did not consider the possibility of being learned by the opponent, and suffered a big loss. There is an acquaintance in the infirmary, an old acquaintance. Lieutenant General Mole. Are you injured? Loya looked at the man sitting on the bed in surprise. The mole was sitting half naked, with a white bandage around his waist and blood. He looked sullen, heard the sound and looked back, and smiled reluctantly. Oh, it's Loya. Why did you come to the infirmary? I didn't wait for Loya's reply. The old man from the doctor helped to answer. You talking about Loya, he has to come here every 3 minutes. You must know that he's fighting with Ching's general. It's weird not to get hurt. Yes, that's it. Loya spread his hands to the mole, then found a chair and sat down, raising his clothes to the old man. Yes, Dr. Oliver, I should have broken 3 ribs this time, you see. The old man called Oliver glanced at Loya, stopped in the position of his chest, and then turned to continue to give the mole the medicine. Looking at your spirit, I know there is not much problem, and your body recovers the ability is very strong. After a while, take the special medicine to take it internally and externally. It will be fine in 2 or 3 days. Do you dare to be serious? We are the Dragon Slayer and not the Deadpool. Meloya whispered in her heart, but waited honestly. As he waited, he looked at the mole. Bright Lieutenant Mole, how did you do that? A few days ago, Luo knew about the mole's trip, but did not expect that it would hurt so badly. This is a powerful lieutenant in the naval headquarters and a master in the vast ocean. Who can make him like this? Looking at the wound, it seemed as if he was hit by a heavy object. Does anyone on the sea use a hammer as a weapon? Loya thought. Facing Loya's inquiry, Mole sighed. It shouldn't have been told to you, but since you are a disciple of Teacher Zifa and General Kinju, it's good to tell you. After a pause, Mole held his breath and waited for Dr. Oliver to cut off the blood-stained bandage. Then he continued, several days ago, the Marshal of the Warring States asked me to investigate Doflamingo, and the mission went on. It went very well, and we also found some handles of the flamingos. But I didn't expect that, on the return journey, the killer of the Dark World attacked us. We were badly damaged, and we killed dozens of the navy. In the end, I left the ship. Was able to escape. Dark World. Doflamingo. Loya silently read these 2 names. I'm right, I almost forgot. The One Piece world is not only the Navy and the One Piece, but also the world government, the Revolutionary Army, and other forces. Among them, the Dark World is also a behemoth, and even one of the 4 emperors, Begum, has cooperated with him. Then how did you escape? Loya asked www.readwn.com. Hearing this, Mole's expression was very wonderful, and he became angry for a while, then changed his face. It took a long time to speak, I said. I was rescued by Doflamingo, do you believe it? Loya. I believe it. Because the other party is Doflamingo. He is nothing else, just because the other party is the well-known young Master Dover, the unruly and cruel guy. It is not surprising to do such a cat and mouse. The mole stared at Loya, and suddenly smiled, yet, because the other party is Doflamingo. Those things that the Don Quixote family can do can hide most people in the world, but absolutely can't hide the world government and navy. It's just that the world's government needs balance, or the deeper reason is because it has traded with the other party, so it has been keeping an eye on Ming's affairs. But the navy is different. They have always wanted to seize each other's handles and abolish the Kaiwahe system. This is also the experience of the mole. This time, Dover obviously wanted to teach the navy a lesson. He still needs the signboard of Chiwahe to carry out activities. He will not tear his face with the navy, so he let go of the mole. He is so brazen and heartbroken, for one reason, because he is Kaiwahe, a legitimate pirate. For whatever reason, the navy's first shot at him was against the agreement, and he reasoned. P.S. I saw a comment from a book friend Yi Xiang Tian Kai. To be honest, this is my negligence. Previously, I only considered the increase brought by Dragon Spell. In order to prevent the strength of the modeling magic from affecting the primary and secondary, I set it to not catch up with Dragon Spell. However, in my settings later, the protagonist can strengthen the magic of modeling, so it does not affect reading. I will pay attention to these details next time. Chapter 19, New Moves. P.S. How to say it, Dashu is very depressed. I was wondering why the results have dropped so much in the past 2 days. When I changed one day before, the collection went up by more than 100 a day, but the results have dropped so much in the past 2 days. Well, I'll prepare for it, tomorrow will be 3 more. Anyway, it's a holiday on the weekend, and you have to code it if you don't sleep at night. I hope you can see some suggestions from collectors. Dashu would like to thank you. Kaiwahe has been around for more than 10 years, and it has long been overwhelming. In the beginning, the world government might really consider using the 7-Wahe Sea to stabilize the waters. In fact, they have indeed done so in recent years. Whether it is Moonlight Moria, the Sand Crocodile Crocodile, the 7 Seas of the original soy sauce, or the top sea powers such as the Tyrant Bear and the Eagle Eye Mihawk, their presence has made countless pirates sink into the sand, disappearing on the Great Route. In this respect, it is a positive thing. But no matter what system will slowly decay with the passage of time, just like the world government, the Tianlong people have already become the world's largest tumor, and the Kaiwahe system naturally cannot escape this ending. A few years later, in order to obtain the ancient weapon Pluto, Crocodile slammed the people in Alabaston, provoked war, and plunged the entire country into war. Under the cover of the 7 Seas, Doflamingo now builds an underground port in Dressrosa for illegal transactions. These things can prove that the Kaiwahe system has begun to decay. After all, is a pirate, can it be stable for a few years and 10 years? Yanduo has long been the Navy's heart disease with the Kaiwahe system. Now the disturbances they create are worse than those caused by ordinary pirates. However, according to the orders of the world's governments, the Navy has no good way. To abolish this entrenched system is not something that can be achieved overnight. It can only slowly collect evidence of crimes and wait for a fatal one. However, these do not need to worry about Loya now. His current strength is limited and he is only a recruit. Chiwahe can't interfere with whatever he does. Saying goodbye to Mole and Dr. Oliver, Loya returned to the dormitory and gave herself medicine. The cold ointment stuck to the skin, making him shudder comfortably. After all, it is the headquarters of the Navy. The medical ability can be sure. There is a itch in the broken ribs, and the hot pain recedes quickly like a tide. Wrapping up the bandage, Loya meditated on the golden finger and opened the panel. Name, Christopher Loya. Energy stage, second order and third layer. Energy value, 400/700. Magic value, 5000/5000. Magic recovery speed, 450/s. After this period of cultivation, Loya finally came to the second and third floors. Although the data on the property panel only shows the magic value and the speed of magic recovery, Loya can feel that with each upgrade, both his strength, endurance, and physical strength have been improved, and it is not limited to the ones shown. However, what affected him most during this time was the combat experience gained from the high-pressure training he experienced under Kuzan. On the desert island, his opponents are some beasts with an IQ of less than 25, let alone as clever as the Fur clan. I am afraid that even the Kung Fu Walrus is not as good. Fighting them, apart from being familiar with their own level of strength, naturally nothing will be gained. But now it's different. Kuzan is not a yellow ape. Whether it is the use of fruit ability or melee combat, he has become a general. Under his own guidance, Loya's strength was leaps and bounds. In particular, the ability to resist crickets is not as good as that of a Rideau. Even if the defense is insufficient, the ability to recover is not comparable to a Rideau. Of course, this is quite tragic. Today, I got 75 energy points, which is not bad. With the improvement of the ability level, Loya now increases the energy value with Kuzan by only 50. Close the panel, and the Loya event is ready for the next practice. Annihilation Dragon Magic is a trick that uses power to make tricks. As long as the magic level increases, the power will be greatly enhanced. And the Ice Magic, with the Frozen Man Kuzan, naturally improved quickly. Alas, this is not what Loya is after. See who has no blood in Rimon's heart, and Loya yearns for the kind of fist-to-flesh fight, not skill. But limited to his own strength and other reasons, he can't do that now. Therefore, Loya is planning to develop a new move, a move that can improve his melee capabilities. The gimmicky creative style comes from the state of explosion that happened after the Wizard of the Dragon Extermination swallowed a lot of magic power in the original Book of Witch Tale. But the problem comes. Although this world has the bug-level product of the Devil Fruit ability, there is no magic, or no one who can use magic. I want the horse to run, but don't feed the horse. It's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. So Loya thought about a recipe. Magic, don't you have it? Moreover, he still sculpts magic, why should he draw magic from the outside? Anyway, my own dragon-destroying magic is not taught by Long Niang, what if it can succeed? So he did one thing, he used modeling magic in himself. Although he was dying every time, but after many attempts, he really figured out a feasible method. Slowly gathered magic power in his hand, Loya recalled the feeling in the previous battle, and slammed his hands on his stomach. Magic is intangible and immaterial, as long as they are not allowed to form ice cubes, they can be pressed from the outside into the body. At the moment when magic entered the body, Loya suddenly widened her eyes. The feeling of exposing the intestines to the sun and drying in the ice, was very exciting. But the next moment, this feeling disappeared quickly, and the special constitution of the dragon exorcist noticed the invasion of external magic power, and some changes that Loya could not understand quickly happened. He just felt a loose hand, the magic linking from his palm disappeared instantly, then his body began to heat up, his heartbeat accelerated, and the magic began to boil. Seeing this, Loya knew that she had successfully entered this time. He stood up sharply, took a deep breath, and let the magic sheet wrap his body, and then needed to test the intensity. Buzz! The magical energy around the body creates a circle of shock marks, and the invisible air is discharged outwards like water. Blue magic lines emerged from his body, flashing and extinguishing with his breath, making him look mysterious. Feeling the power of boiling in the body, Loya raised her fist, facing the air just twice. www.readwn.com pop. Snapped. A crisp crackling sounded, and Loya pouted and shook his head in disappointment. Stronger than ever, but still limited. Although he has gained a considerable increase, his speed and power have almost doubled. However, in this state, his physical strength may not be able to keep up with the generals who have learned the Navy's 6 styles. It is too early to use it as a conventional combat method. Just as Loya was sorry, he suddenly saw a piece of skin on the back of his hand that seemed to be cracking, and the dry, dead skin turned upwards. What is this? Old age. Loya buckled with her nails, but the touch from her fingers made him wink. This hardness, is the nail? Right, isn't it? Loya thought of a possibility, and formed an ice needle on his finger, and pierced it there. Jingle bell! The ice needle on his hand broke in response, and Loya saw that the cracked skin flashed a trace of dark blue, and the surrounding dry dead skin was shaken away, leaving only a blue outline the size of a fingernail. It can be seen from the outline that it looks like scales of something. Thinking of the scene in the original book, Loya retracted her hand and observed carefully, is this a dragon scale? When the First Order crossed the Second Order, he still remembered the changes that had happened to him, but since then, although the movements are still very large every time after the upgrade, the scattered long way disturbs the people, but none of the similar due to the deformation, he slowly forgot about it. He saw the dragon scales on his hand again today. And he immediately remembered what this thing was. Loya grabbed a hint of inspiration, pointed the dragon scale to the light, and squinted. Maybe, I can take the initiative to enter that, half-long state. Chapter 20, after 1 month, ready to go. Thank you to book friends Shishayahu for 500 rewards. Thanks to the book friend Uncle Cat who loves to sleep 200 rewards. I have received a reward. It really flatters me. Thank you both, this makes me more motivated. In addition, thank you all for the recommended votes. I ordered a mobile assistant today and found that I can turn to the name of the book friend who voted for the recommendation. Starting tomorrow, I will make a separate list of thanks at the end of the chapter. The growth of this book will be witnessed by you and me. Every day passes, and finally, tomorrow is the time for actual combat assessment. This month, Loya has been fulfilling every day. In the morning, after washing, I have breakfast, then I carry a bucket with a mop to clean the toilet. By the way, I use the freezing ability to play tricks on recruits. At noon, go to lunch after bathing, discuss with Ms. what kind of food is full and delicious, and decide what to eat at noon tomorrow. Winning the showdown, Ms. S gave him the privilege to decide the menu. In the afternoon, after cleaning the toilet and taking a dinner, I exchanged the fighting skills and philosophy with the instructors who were in the same position, and was thrown out by the angry instructor. I have to say that none of the instructors who can be instructors in the recruit camp of the naval headquarters are fake handlebars, and all kinds of skills are extremely skilled. At night, Kuzan was dragged to the small square, fed each other, and studied the use of freezing ability. And research on how to increase the human body's anti-freezing ability. The test is Loya. This month, Loya's little day was very pleasant. Tomorrow is the day of the actual test. At that time, you must get the top 3 to enter the elite camp. Kuzan leaned against the wall, pulling down his forehead blindfold to cover his eyes, and said to Loya, who was studying the ability to freeze. The latter heard that he put away the ice in his hands, paused, and suddenly threw it back, and shot a cone of ice at Kuzan. Kuzan tilted his head slightly, avoiding the attack, preparing to say something, and suddenly used the shave to leave the place. Just after he had left for less than a second, a violent explosion sounded, and that part of the wall was blown up, leaving a notch with a diameter of 1 meter in place. Kuzan appeared behind Loa, with both hands raised. Do you want to be beaten again? Ice ball. 5 icicles from each hand sprayed out from the palm of his hand, and shot directly at Loya's back. Ice make, serpent. Loya did not shy away, with a hammer in both hands. A blue energy suddenly appeared behind him, looking at that position just above the attack path issued by Kuzan. Kuzan did not understand what Loya was doing for a while and a half, and even the ice cubes of the entity did not exist. How could this thin layer of energy prevent his attack? So he sneered and stepped up the speed of the icicle. Anyway, Loya's physique is very clear. Even if he is really penetrated, as long as it is not a hit, he can live alive the next day, not to mention the main effect of this trick is freezing instead of penetration. However, things changed quickly. When Kuzan's icicles came into contact with that blue energy, he found that he had lost control of those icicles. An inexplicable energy interfered with his ice, and also captured these ice cubes. The strange feeling spread backwards along the icicles, and it was about to come into contact with his entity soon. It was indescribable. The crisis hit. When he saw this, Kuzan took a decisive decision, disconnected the icicle, and chose to back. Sure enough, the next moment, the icicles he launched just now looked like paint, and the blue energy behind Loya was outlined little by little. A half-human Shekau bite on the ground fiercely, and hardened the floor. The scabs are scattered. He missed a blow, and the serpent hovered, as if there was life, to protect Loya in the middle. Sissi vomited a letter to him. A pair of blue and white pupils reflected his figure. Only now Loya turned around slowly. The blue pattern on her body was like an entity at the moment, flashing and disappearing with his movement. Loya Hippie looked at Kuzan with a smile. How about Teacher Kuzan, this is the ability I developed to deal with you specifically. Loya reached out and stroked the scales of the serpent, explaining, this is my best move, teacher. The serpent has no entity, it is just an energy. Any attack of a typed nature system, as long as it does not exceed the strength, then hit. It will then be frozen and turned into its apparent nourishment. And for teachers and your ice cubes, I can better take control of them, and even go further and take control of your body. You know, this stuff like Ice Dragon is the master of Frost Force. Allah, your kid is really dangerous. Kuzan pushed up the blindfold, looked at the ice snake around Loya's body, and then looked at the blasted wall. Snake, ice bomb, don't you just want to see me like this? You even developed a trick to deal with me. Human beings are creatures that need pressure to progress. I have no enemies in the new barracks. Of course, I have to set up an imaginary enemy for myself. Teacher Kuzan, naturally, is the best choice. Oh, it sounds reasonable. Kuzan yawned, and then looked at Loya without grief or joy. Although his expression was still calm and looked like a lazy look, Loya, who was familiar with him, knew Kuzan was angry. Am I overdoing it? Loya thought, so the next second, Kuzan gave the answer, he did overdo it. Even if it is Kuzan's personality, the apprentice taught by him will feel angry. So his return is an overwhelming freeze attack, aka, Ice Age. Let me go first. Your move is also completed, and passing the assessment will not be a problem. When you join the elite camp, Teacher Zifa should have a reason to teach you the Navy's 6 styles. Then, sleep early, Loyajin. Put the jacket on his shoulders chicly, Kuzan waved his hands behind Loa, disappeared into the night, leaving only a solid blue ice sculpture in place, and a small square frozen into an ice and snow world. After Kuzan left, a purple figure appeared on the small square. Zifa touched his chin, knocked on the frozen porcelain Loya, saw the color and sensed the internal situation, and then nodded in peace. Well, I'm still alive, should I be worthy of the ice dragon every day being treated like this is intact? Thinking of Loya's experience this month, Zifa could not help expressing his sympathy and admiration of 12 points, but Kuzan obviously kept his hand. The speed of the ability to launch was not generally slow. It seems that strengthening your melee capabilities must be on the agenda right now. After examining it, Zifa thoughtfully left with a shave, and continued to leave Loa to bask in the square. The next day, the sun was shining. I was frozen for one night, and the next day, Loya, who was relieved by the warm sun, sneezed fiercely, holding her hands and shivering. I'm going, do you want to be so fierce? Is this big move in the Ice Age open at will? Will the dead be good? He glanced at the sun and patted his head in annoyance. I'm going to suffer. It's time to gather in the boat in the morning. What time is it? He then jumped into the air and hurried to the port on the ice. After this month, Loya's gains are not only reflected in ability development. www.readwn.com. His Dragon Eliminator system has also been greatly improved. Name: Christopher Loya, automatic correction in the world. Energy stage, second order and 5 layers. Energy value, 420/900. Magic value, 8000/8000. Magic recovery speed, 750/m. Compared with himself a month ago, his mana value has been nearly doubled, which allows him to use the Ice Dragon magic more fully, instead of saving money like the beginning of practice. Most attacks use modeling magic. In addition, Loya's dragon body increased by 2 percentage points again, reaching 20%. It was this seemingly insignificant 2% improvement that made Arido more uninterested in trying to compete with him. Because this is a critical point, reaching 20%, Loya finds her strength is 3 times stronger. It took days to control. Coupled with the sturdy nature of the improved version of the ice armor, he can now smash the steel stiffly, even if he is not domineering. But correspondingly, Loya also paid a little price. That is, no matter what he eats, he can no longer increase the energy value, which is consistent with his guess. Fortunately, the power of the dragon that most worried Loya did not increase with the energy level. However, in order to develop new moves and frequently use the simplified version when dealing with Kuzan, the power of the dragon rose quickly, and now has reached 5%. The power of Annihilation Dragon magic has indeed risen a lot, but this strengthening is not what Loya expected. But there is nothing he can do. After all, the wizard is on his way. No one in the world can teach him, and he will explore experiments by himself. P.S. Around 8 o'clock, the second one is out. This chapter is coded at work. Chapter 21, Royal Late and Awkward Mole. Large port directly in front of the naval fortress. 27 large warships are neatly displayed here. There are a total of 7 teams in the new recruit barracks, 1 team and 1 ship, just to carry all the recruits and accompanying persons. A team of new recruits stood on the deck in a military posture, facing the scorching sun, and their clothes were soaked with sweat and then dried by the sea wind, leaving a circle of unsightly salt. Loya is so slow. Yet, look, the instructor's face is black. Hush, keep quiet, General Zifa is watching us over there. Yes, we have to keep our image. Don't talk about the impatience of recruits and other naval generals, although the other navy generals are impatient, although you say that Loya is indeed talented, but what is it about putting so many pigeons? Is this the rhythm of preparing to clean the toilet for a year? On the warship of the 7th team, the Major General's instructor came to Zifa before saluting and asked in a low voice, Mr. Zifa, if you want to leave with other warships, we can just wait here. The actual combat assessment of the recruits at the headquarters of the Navy. This is a mandatory assessment for all members. After all, the Navy is not a nursing home. How can the soldiers who have not seen the blood fight the pirates in the future? Therefore, this time, 7 warships were used in full. 1 ship was accompanied by at least 1 Major General and the former General Zifa. The current situation is that several Lieutenant Generals and Major Generals, a former General Zifa, hundreds of recruits and naval officers remain in the port, waiting for a recruit. It is no wonder that Major General's instructor would say that, because he was a little embarrassed to let Zifa continue to wait. After all, he was his own soldier. Hearing what he said, Zifa froze the cigar, frowning with a headache. Let the other warships go first, all waiting here are not good. We will sail in 10 minutes, if he dare not really come back and see how I can pack him." After he finished speaking, Zifa sighed, complaining about why he didn't take the shot last night, so that he now basking in the sun on the deck. It is not easy to get angry. After all, when Loya was frozen, he watched the whole process. Since Zifa, the chief instructor, said so, naturally the major commander would not say much, and he turned around and left. After notifying other warships through the phone bug, in the sound of a whistle in the port, they turned and shouted at the recruits who were talking behind them, "All are quiet to Lao Tzu. You are the Navy and the soldiers. Strict discipline and take on the appearance of soldiers, do you understand? ICANT clean up Roya or ICANT clean up you." The recruits on the puppet deck closed neatly, after shouting, "Yes. Did you eat? Be loud. Understand." Looking at the Major General's instructor as he rectified his discipline, Mole held his handle on his waist and came to Zifa. "Mr. Zifa, what did Loya do last night? Is he afraid?" The Mole's injury was not cured, and he could not engage in high-intensity fighting, so as soon as the Warring States period raised, he agreed to participate in this mission, activities and bones, and handle a little trouble. Hearing the Mole's words, Zifa sighed and said to the disciples he valued next to him, "People who can kill the scissors pirates without expressions, do you think he will be afraid of the actual test?" After a pause, Zifa held his forehead and said, "Loa and Kuzan last night tried to compete. He was frozen into an ice lolly by Kuzan's ice age. I thought it would be free soon. At night, hey." Mole didn't know how to continue. Since Zifa said the words "I thought," he must be at the scene. "So what is this? Rocked yourself in the foot?" The silent Mole had to take out a box of cigars from his jacket and pull out one to ask, "Teacher, do you want one? I bought it by the way last time, a special product from Golden City. Takaizawa." At this moment, a figure gradually approached from the air, and soon reached the deck. Then came a 720-degree swivel in the sky to pick up the side windmill, keeping the half-kneeling posture chic on the ground. Loya stood up and patted her clothes, opened her mouth wide, and revealed 8 shining front teeth. "Oh! Good morning, everyone. Before he finished speaking, Loya slumped on the deck immediately, with an expression on my face that I was already a salty fish. He opened his eyes hard and stretched his hand tremblingly toward the Mole. "Master, tell me, you brought seasickness medicine. What am I doing with that?" The Mole fangs roared. I am going to die. Wow! Hey, don't spit on me." The Totters had arrived, and after the Major General asked for instructions, he ordered sailing. Alas! The Navy warship left the port and proceeded at full speed, on the one hand to catch up with the warship in front, and on the other, because a half-dead guy on the ship spit it out, and it was all acid water. It was a coincidence that because it was an actual combat assessment, the ship doctors accompanying this warship were all experts in trauma, and they were directly clawed about seasickness. Moreover, who knows that there will be naval seasickness? Are you full with seasickness medicine? In the end, Zifa couldn't stand it. The recruits in the headquarters and the main naval forces in the future, even Loya, who was designated as a member of the elite battalion, became seasick. He would NT believe it if it was NT for the Warring States period. Jaffa, angry, pushed away the ship doctor and few Loya's recruits, and fisted up. Dang! The world suddenly cleared, and the new recruits swallowed, tremblingly looking at the big bag on Loya's head and the soothing expression on his face. "Hey, you were fainted, don't show this happy expression. Throw Loya back to the cabin," and the ship quickly returned to calm. The recruits were either anxious, or wiping their weapons nervously, trying to soothe their uneasiness. I am still a group of recruits in the end, like Loa who has seen blood. Even if they knew that their destination was an island specially used by the Navy for assessment, there were no ferocious pirates on it, but only groups of beasts, but the tension and anxiety still entangled in their hearts. The elite assessment is serious, but not very top secret, just like the entrance exam of Loya before crossing. Although the examination questions are kept secret for the recruits, the subjects are clearly stated. In this regard, Zifa was helpless. Recruits in the past have more or less vitality. This year's recruits are better. Even if they know that the examination subjects are so unbearable, it is basically not so bright. The only Loya who could pass in all aspects was not an orthodox naval descendant, nor was it conscripted, but was picked up by the mole from the island with luck. So he can see that the problem of naval power faults is still very serious. Looking at Zifa's headache, the mole naturally knew what his teacher was worried about, and he grinned forward and took out a cigar. Don't worry about the teacher, there will always be a solution, let alone this session. Is there another Loya? Those in the elite camp are not bad, things are not so pessimistic. Come, smoke a cigar, this time is the top of the Shampoo Islands. Takaizawa looked at him squintingly. You guy, what idea do you have? The so-called son Moruo's father, wrong, the disciple Moruo. Mole's unusual behavior today has long attracted Zifa's attention. www.readwn.com. After all, Mole Lieutenant General is the famous old-fashioned and stable type, and today he has repeatedly brought cigars. It's not normal to bribe yourself. Faced with Zifa's impatient expression for a long time, Mole scratched his head embarrassingly. That, teacher, it's about Loya. He asked me to say something to the Marshal of the Warring States period and arrange for him. Don't let him go out to sea. After I finished speaking, Mole hurriedly waved his hand. Of course the decision of this matter lies with your teacher. If it doesn't work, nothing will happen, ha ha ha. Takaizawa looked at him strangely, wondering inwardly, this boy, why did you suddenly talk about this? The mole smiled awkwardly, and found that Zifa didn't speak. She let go of her hand and nodded solemnly. Good teacher Zifa, I know. I'll just reject him. The mole was embarrassing to death, thinking in his heart, hate, stink boy. How dare you threaten me to do this kind of thing, go back to Lao Tzu and you. I want to say why Loya did this, because one day he heard Kuzan mention the arrangements for the members of this elite camp. Because the strength is generally not as good as before, they will basically be put in the 4 seas to experience. This is Malin Fodor. Great voyage. Even if the Navy has black technology warships, it will take at least 10 days to go to the 4 seas. Staying on the boat for more than 10 days, even after arriving, you will frequently go to sea to perform tasks. Isn't that killing you? That's why Loya asked the mole to cheek and ask Zifa. As for the reasons why Mole promised, is it true that the injured mole stays in the office all day to peek at exciting magazines? P.S. The third shift is completed before 10 o'clock, and it can be coded quickly if you have ideas. Chapter 22, Assessment begins. When the mole was about to give up and leave, Zifa slowly said, I will discuss these matters with the Warring States. This voice sounded like a cricket in Mole's ears, and he saluted in surprise. Yes, thank you teacher. Then he ran to the cabin like a wind, preparing to change back the picture in the hands of Loya. After all the way, the warship sailed into a windless zone and stopped in the bay of a medium-sized island. This is an island that has never been marked on the map. Since decades ago, it has been used by the Navy as a trial place for recruits. Because the magnetic field of this island is very weak, except for the permanent pointer, the nautical pointer will not point here at all, which is concealed enough. Moreover, the island has many native powerful creatures, and the beasts that the Navy has rushed in to keep stocking one after another are enough to serve as a place for recruits to test. The ordinary recruits at the 24th Sea do not need to be assessed, but they are the recruits of this department and the future Navy is elite. This trial of blood and fire is essential. The island is densely vegetated. From the humble harbor, you can only see a patch of green leaves, 2 fiery crabs strolling on the beach, a peaceful scene. But the roar of roaring sounds from time to time in the depths of the island proves that it is not as calm as it seems. Many recruits swallowed and looked at each other. Hello, shouldn't we go to the island? It should be, listen to the predecessors, this island is full of cannibalistic beasts. When I heard this, the people around me became more nervous. Okay, so terrible. The personnel on the warships around NEI were neatly lined up, waiting for Zifa to give an order. The latter nodded to the mole, and ordered the commander to start notifying each ship to prepare for assessment. The instructor of the 7th team where Ms. Loya was standing stood at the forefront and shouted, "Next, the elite assessment will be carried out. Now, let me repeat the rules. Your task is to hunt the creatures on this island and get points. The time limit is 3 days. Only the top 3 points can hope to join the elite camp. The creatures on the island are strong and weak, and the points earned are from high to low. Even if you step on a crab, you have points." Major General Instructor pointed at the crab on the beach and joked, but the effect was not very good. The recruits were still uneasy and nervous, holding the gun like a sword, and their palms were wet. Seeing that no one answered, the Major Commander coughed twice and continued. "This assessment is a personal battle, but it is allowed to form a team. As long as multiple people participate in the attack after the team is formed, the points will be divided equally among everyone. In addition, the island is full of surveillance phone bugs, so do NT hold your luck, your every move is under our watch. Everyone comes to get a smoke bomb for help. Although there are many telephone bugs on the island, and even the sky, they really meet unmatched powerful creatures. The telephone bug cannot tell you where you are. In the event of an accident, you can use this plea for help and tell us where you are. But you all remember, everyone, as long as they use the distress signal, their scores will return to 0. End." Major General Instructor said solemnly, "This does not mean that you are all safe. Once you encounter a powerful beast that cannot compete, it is not impossible to be torn to pieces instantly. So good luck to everyone." After speaking, the Major General's instructor looked at Zifa, and the other nodded to continue, before he shouted, "Now, come and get your life-saving talisman, cubs. All the weapons you carry must be turned in, and we can only use our preparations. Standard weapons, an extra day of dry food." Some of the recruits were trembling, others were eager to try, and lined up to receive their equipment. Bloya thought about it, took a dagger and a bag of gunpowder, but did not take a gun. The Navy distributing the equipment gave him a surprised look, and asked, "I still understand the use of a dagger, but why do you take gunpowder instead of a gun? You must know that most recruits choose to take a gun, so when faced with danger one more guarantee." Sholoa shrugged, explaining, "My strength is no longer needed, and in case of injury or rain, gunpowder is a good way to sterilize the fire." "Is this bag waterproof?" "Yes, Uncle." Uncle Yunhaijun nodded when he heard the words, and said with a smile, "I have aspirations. Rest assured, the bag's made from sea animal skins, you can tie the rope on your mouth a little, and you won't get wet in the water." "That's it, thank you Uncle." Loyo beckoned, took the smoke bombs and dry food for help, and left the warship. I asked him why he wasn't seasick, because he kept jumping on the ice and jumping up and down without touching his deck. "LOA, let's go together." "Yeah, there must be no problem with you." As soon as Loya got off the ship, familiar recruits surrounded him, with pleading in his words, hoping to team with him. The tone was pitiful, without any hint of being taken for granted. This is the One Piece world. There is no SPH that believes in the stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility. After all, strength is a respect in this sea. Now, facing the unknown danger, it is only natural to seek asylum for the strong and seek for asylum. What a good brother is on weekdays. At this time, in this serious elite assessment, doing so is tantamount to death. Loyo looked at her colleagues with a headache and looked behind him. The big men on the warship had left the deck and went to the surveillance center. It was impossible to find a personal siege. So he sighed frankly, spreading his hands and saying, "Okay, but only for 1 day. After 1 day, you must be familiar with this island and be able to find targets for hunting independently. Everyone knows that it is not good to be together." It may be www.readwn.com that got the ticket to enter the elite camp. In fact, there are a few new recruits who don't want to join the elite camp. Listening to Loya's words, he gritted his teeth and agreed. They are the recruits of the headquarters. The Navy's future will be the best. If you fear now, how will you fight the pirates in the future? Seeing that everyone agreed, Loya raised her fist. "Yoshi, let's go." "Yes." On a warship, in a large room. This is the surveillance center for this assessment. Almost all naval generals have gathered together. On the walls around are the images projected by the video phone bug. The dozens of navies took the notebook and ran around to record the scores of the recruits. Takaizawa sat at the top of the conference table and looked at the recruit's profile. Suddenly, he looked up and said helplessly to the people across the conference table, "Are you so free, Kyuzan?" "Yet. But thanks to the teacher, otherwise, the Marshal of the Warring States had already transferred me to perform the task." Kyuzan removed the blindfold in front of his eyes and replied, "Well, that kid also calls me a teacher. Disciples take part in the actual assessment." Takaizawa also learned just now that Kyuzan boarded another warship as early as Malin Fodor, and went here along the way. As Kyuzan said, this is really thanks to Zifa. In order to let Loya grow up faster, Zifa and the Warring States discussed for a long time, which let the Warring States relax and allow Kyuzan to teach Loya every day. This also caused Kyuzan to be very happy this month, and now he has nothing to do with the actual combat assessment. Takaizawa couldn't help regretting his decision. Didn't it give Kyuzan a perfect excuse for laziness? Chapter 23, Reloaded Lancers. Shiju beef which cannot be eaten. You will be able to relax for a few days now. What a dignified general who is idle all day long, and the Warring States period will not allow you to continue this way. Zifa snorted and stopped looking at him. The rest of the generals on the conference table pretended not to hear, and looked up in different attitudes. Kyuzan shrugged. This action was learned by him from Loya. That day, Loya defeated Irido in the small square. Yes. I see. Really, the teacher is beginning to teach people again. After a pause, Kyuzan pulled down his blindfold and put his hands behind his head. "But tomorrow, I'm going to the East China Sea to perform the task, and I'll just go with you." "Go to the East China Sea? Is there anything that needs a general?" "No, it's just that I just watch it upset and want to find something to do." Takaizawa. I must have seen the fake Kyuzan, but the guy who is so lazy would take the initiative to find something to do? The sun is coming out from the west. When I entered this virgin forest, all kinds of tall trees came into view, and the thick air roots of each arm protruded from the trunk and pulled into the ground into the soil. Lots of vines and messy plants on the ground made it difficult for Loa and others to walk. In addition to the sweltering anomalies in the forest, the people who caught them would soon be sweaty. After Loya brought people into the forest, several recruits chose to leave the team. They believe that even if they can't join the elite camp, this is a bit of experience. Following Loya's safety, they can't achieve the purpose of assessment. Ms. Loya can only boast of spirit, and wish them good luck. When he came to a valley, Loya stopped suddenly. A stream ran down from the rugged rocks, and the stars hit the water little by little, forming waves of ripples. The recruits behind Bien stopped neatly moving, and looked at him nervously, holding guns and patrolling left and right. "What's wrong, Loya?" Gloria looked around seriously. "Here." "How? The scenery is good. Hey! Let's pee and remember." The recruits flashed their feet by this overwhelming commotion, climbing up their fangs and roaring, is there anything wrong with you? It will scare people. In fact, they really think too much, and Loya is just anxious to pee. The urinary bladder has been suffocating from last night until now, and I can't help it. Ignoring his fuss companion, Loya ran to a big stone more than 2 meters high, took off his pants and started to work. Woo, it's so comfortable. It really takes a little longer to pee. God TM is fun. The recruits peeing in a row vomited. Suddenly, a recruit whispered, "Hey, don't you think this stone is moving?" "Just a joke, stone. I'm rubbing." "Hurry back, this stone is really moving." Loyo just wanted to tease each other, but was surprised to find that this stone was really moving. A group of people stepped back quickly, holding their guns in their hands while carrying their pants. "Hey!" The deafening roar rang through the valley, and the large rock turned over, staring at the red eyes and squinting at the small groups that disturbed it. "You Swibba," recruits shouted, "this is a stone drum cow with 50 points. Although there are few points, its lethality can rank among the top 10 on the island. Be careful of its horns, it is harder than ordinary steel." 50 points. Loya looked at the Shiju cattle who had a strong desire to attack, held her right hand tightly, and a strong cold condensed around her. "You back, I'll know it." "Hey!" The ochre drum ox seemed to be stimulated by the appearance of Loya, shook his head and roared, and then lowered his head and crashed into Loya. The pair of horns cut through the air and made a humming wind. The crushed stone on the path of the cricket was smashed by it and turned into powder, like a full-load heavy tucker. "Be careful! Hurry up!" Seeing that Loya was about to be hit, the recruits raised their muskets and fired. The crackling projectiles hit Shiju cattle, but let alone these small projectiles prevent the collision, they did not even leave a scar on the hide. Seeing this, the vocal Swibba just said anxiously, "Hurry away from Loya. The stone drum cow must stop to turn, it can't catch up with you." The ochre drum ox speeded quickly and rushed to Loya, as if he had seen the scene where Loya was penetrated by its pair of horns. This is its unfavorable treasure, even the overlord of the island dare not easily provoke it. "Hide away? No, there is no need for that." Buzz! The magic power started to shake, and the grass and stones under his feet were shaken out instantly. It seems that Loya flatly lifted his left hand and stroked the horns that hit him. "Yeah, that's touching." Except for this word, the new recruits on the sidelines didn't know how to describe Loya's movements. "It's over. Loya can't hide." As the recruits leaned over their heads and couldn't bear to look down, Loya's voice broke through the noisy environment and inexplicably penetrated into their ears. "Ice make reloaded Lancer." There was a sound of something tearing in his ears. For a second, the heart-breaking scream sounded, startling them. The recruits hurriedly looked up, but were stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw the agitated stone drum cow lying on the ground and rolling wildly at this moment. The blood was flung everywhere with its twisting, and a large swath of blood stained the grass, leaves and streams. On the forehead of Shiju cattle, the ice pillar with a diameter about the size of a fist was severely pierced into it, and looked up along the high swollen sac, and actually got out from the back of Shiju cattle. The conical drill bit exposed in the air was covered with the hot blood of Shiju cattle, and a white mist was formed above the ice. "Even Arido doesn't dare to collide with me. What's your opinion?" Loya clapped her hands and dispersed the hard ice armor on her hands. Afterwards, she did not look down at the mournful Shiju cattle, and pointed to the science bully who had just carried out the popular science, and asked, "Hey, brother, can this stuff be eaten?" "I did NT eat morning and evening, and did NT eat lunch. It's the standard food for a day, and Loya is hungry now." When Loya struck through the Shiju cattle, a navy swallowed at the surveillance center, looked away from the screen, and lowered down to record Loya's record. Christopher Loya, a stone drum cow. Because the recruits also fired shots, it was not an independent kill. The 50 points on Shiju Niu were evenly divided by several people. Seeing Luoya's one shot, he solved the stone drum cattle known for its thick skin and thick meat. The generals on the seats cast a surprised look on Kuzan. This Luoya, it really can use the freezing ability. And, it is already so strong. Is this a gift of talent or is it well taught by General Qing? Although Luoya's ability is no secret in the recruit camp, for most navies, who will be okay to understand what the recruit eggs are doing. If it wasn't for the Admiral's reason, the Admiral here may not have heard the name Luoya. Kuzan felt the sight of others and raised his blindfold. Ah! What happened? It is impolite to talk about the behavior of others behind, not to mention generals with higher positions than themselves. For a time, the lieutenants looked up to the ceiling. The weather today is really good. He and the lieutenant generals focused differently. Zifa carefully observed the movement of the Shiju cattle when Luoya shot. He saw that the Shiju cattle were penetrated by ice spears after stopping moving, and nodded with satisfaction. That's ridiculous. No matter how strong the fruit is, it also needs a strong physique to show its true power. Roya in the deep valley did not know what was happening on the warship, and he was now distressed by other things. Holding the neckline of Swiba, Luoya spit out, "What? You say this thing can't be eaten? What am I doing hard?" In the face of Luoya, who was on fire, Swiba was crying, "I really can't eat it. The outer layer of Shiju cattle is stone, muscles and internal organs are very toxic." Seeing Shueba's appearance was not lying, Luoya was unwilling to let him down. Murmur. Biao thundered in a timely manner and cooperated with him to perform. I'm starving. I want to eat. Again, look for it again, there must be edible animals on such a large island. Swiba comforted Luoya with tears. Why must he bother me? Is it my fault that Shiju cattle cannot eat? At this moment, Luoya remembered something. Wrong, why should I look on the ground? The bushes are dense here, and we can't find any animals even a few 100 meters away. Thinking of this, Luoya pushed away Swiba's hand and jumped into the sky. Since you can't find it on the ground, look for it from the sky. The new recruits had no choice but to look at him. Suddenly, Luoya jumped down in surprise, and pulled the neckline of Swiba again. Hey, let me ask you. There is a gorilla, the forelimb is about 5 meters high, and the belly is red. www.mtlnovel.com. I have silver white hair on my body. Can this thing be eaten? After listening to it, Xi Swiba thought about it carefully. It sounds like a silverback great ape, and it can be eaten. I remember that there is a restaurant in my hometown, the Shampoo Islands, that specializes in silverback great ape cuisine. It costs 3000 W Bailey. That's it. Luoya turned and rushed into the sky, stepping on the ice without looking back. Luoya's speed is very fast, almost no one in the blink of an eye. Then Shuebai suddenly responded, that looks like Luoya found a silver-backed great ape. Speaking of this, he swallowed hard and stared at the others, his face turning black instantly. Luoya! Come back soon. That's something the lieutenants don't want to provoke. Silverback great ape, a terrestrial beast. You must know that terrestrial beasts are terrible monsters with the same name as Neptune. Although the silverback great ape is an ingredient, it is by no means that it will be slaughtered by others. Instead, it is so powerful that every successful hunt is enough to make headlines. 19. Thank you, bookmates, Yiren, you, bookmates 957 *, Guhuajianghu, Shisha Yayu, G6XU4, Bukya 187 *, Kiwa, Starry Night, Shuefulai, ZAFT001, Black Sweater OP, Shiya 151 *, and Qing said that Shiya 103 * recommended support. In addition to answering a message in the book review area, of course, the Ice Dragon Exorcist can eat ice, but now it is second order, so I set Luoya to only swallow ice cubes to restore magic. Run under the attribute attack. After all, the scene in the introduction cannot be written in dozens of chapters, it will collapse. Chapter 24, Silverback Great Ape begins to fight. But at the moment, Loya could not hear him. Hungry and unbearable, he exerted his speed to the extreme, so that Zifa could not help but admire the speed approaching the gorilla who was sitting on the hillside eating fruit. A silverback great ape. In the surveillance room of the warship, many lieutenant generals took pictures of the tables and stood up, nervously watching the back of Loya on the screen, and the silverbacked ape who had already noticed the enemy's head up. "Are you alive? I remember it lived on the island more than a decade ago." A lieutenant stared at the gorilla, remembering the time he had participated in the recruit examination. That time, he was almost killed by this one. The gorilla was killed. "General Zifa, order an attack. It's not yet Loya's opponent." The mole looked at Zifa anxiously. He brought Loya out of the isolated island. Loya also got close to the first acquaintance he met after crossing, so the relationship between the two has been good. Takaizawa did not answer immediately, but instead set his eyes on Kyuzan, who was sleeping. Just now, he clearly saw a slight arc of cusp in Kyuzan's mouth. Although vague, although he quickly converged, he was still caught by him. Then he asked in a deep voice, "Kyuzan, this time it is not training, you will be killed if you are not careful. Can you tell me honestly, can Loya cope with that beast?" When he heard Zifa's words, Kyuzan knew that he could pretend to sleep. "Sar, who knows?" Kyuzan said lazily, leaning over and leaning on the chair. Takaizawa spit fire in his eyes, as if to eat someone. No one is more anxious about the defeat of the Navy recruits in recent years. Loya is not only an ordinary recruit, but also a disciple he has recognized, an important combat capability of the Navy in the future. Kuzan's inattentive look did not take Roya's life and death to heart. "You deserve to be his teacher like this." Takaizawa suddenly smashed the table with anger, an armaments domineering entangled in his hands when he didn't know when. The hard iron plate was smashed down. Eyes of anger and anger stared at Kyuzan fiercely. Zifa's words already carried the undisguised anger. "Kyuzan, answer my question." "Allah, the teacher is angry." Kyuzan slowly sat up straight, but immediately lazily supported his chin with his hands. Facing Zifa's fierce eyes, Kyuzan said indifferently, "Don't be so angry, teacher. Look, I'm not in a hurry." "You?" Takaizawa just wanted to say something, and suddenly his mind flashed. Yes indeed. Loya is not only his disciple, but also the disciple of this tall man. Although his mouth has been unwilling to admit it, but this month, Kyuzan has defaulted this title. So, why is Kyuzan so anxious? Unless... Thinking of this, Zifa seemed to have enlightenment and looked back at the screen. Seeing his expression, Kyuzan knew that Zifa understood it, so he lay back on his chair and pulled down the blindfold, chuckling, "Looks like you finally found out, teacher." Loya Kid, although he can't, other animals of the same ability can continue to transform, but once transformed, his strength is not weaker than the general's. He is not weaker than the lieutenant general of the headquarters, so is not it already the strength of the lieutenant general of the headquarters? When I heard Kyuzan's words, everyone looked at the screen in shock. That guy is mediocre, only 175 tall, even a very thin guy, even has the rank of lieutenant general? Not to mention domineering, he can't even the Navy 6. I felt an exclamation from around. I don't know why. Kyuzan felt very comfortable, and was filled with an inexplicable pride in his heart, which was cooler than a half-year vacation. After a pause, Kyuzan continued to explain to Zifa, and he wanted to show off now, especially in front of his teacher. Animal-type fantasy beast fruits are scarce than natural-type fruits. Therefore, no one can tell exactly what the fantasy beast fruit is capable of. Except for the restriction that Loya's dragon fruit will stun all transportation, there is another disadvantage, that is, he cannot be completely transformed. Because it is said that the power of the dragon is too powerful, it is not what he can control now. In order to master this power, he developed that trick to achieve the purpose of deformation. Well, although it took a lot of pain to research his short-formed move. But I can grow to this point in just 1 month, this is really... In the end, Kuzan sighed a little. A month ago, when he stood still, he could destroy Roar's strongest roar attack. And a month later, the ice bombs Loya thrown out could bring him a deadly threat. His own melee level is also advancing by leaps and bounds. Even a hard ice armor requires him to use 30% strength to break it. Regardless of talent, hard work, or fruit development, the speed at which Loya became stronger has made Kuzan look. If you continue this momentum, Loya may have a real general strength before the age of 30. Kuzan commented. But this is not the most tiring for Kuzan. In the last week, he found sadly that his frozen fruit was actually restrained by Loya in terms of attributes. Ming everyone is ice, it turns out to be a relationship. In other words, even if Loya does not use domineering, he can attack his entity by the ice. How else is this game played? Some confused Kuzan has begun to consider his retirement. The teacher is old, and his body is not as good as it is one day. Maybe it is a good choice to replace him and train new recruits in the headquarters. After hearing Kuzan's words, Zifa was silent. He still underestimated Loya. Although he would sneak a glance at the training of the two as soon as he was free, he didn't know Kuzan's actual combat power. Lieutenant General of the Naval Headquarters and Lieutenant General of the branch belong to 2 levels in terms of strength. Since Kuzan used the word headquarters eloquently, even if it is a short-term outbreak, it means that Loya really owns strength. At this moment, the mole was the most. He stared at Loya jumping forward in the air, remembering what Zifa said to him the day he joined the Navy. 1 stroke overthrows a pirate group with a reward of 5000W, I admit that he is good. But now, he is still a child, and the road to go in the future is still very long. The children in Takaizawa's eyes refer to those disciples below the rank of the general. Since Zifa could speak these words at that time, it means that the strength of Loya at that time could only linger among the school officials. And now? You have grown to this point in a month? Loya. Mole said with emotion, this is really a terrible talent. Food. Food. Loya, who was moving fast in the air, did not know that Kuzan was showing off as a child of someone else's house on the warship, and now he only had this idea in his mind. I want to eat. The 2 sides were hundreds of meters apart. The silver-backed ape raised his head fiercely and sent a violent roar in the direction of Loya. Roar! Along with its movement, the forest suddenly became lively, and countless animals looked at this sight in panic. What happened? Why was the king of the island angry? I've noticed my hostility so far? It's not bad, but that's the only way to have fun after hunting. The smell of that stinking smell came to his face, and Loya opened his mouth wide and jumped up to the sky. What the are you? The barking dog is far away. Laozi is called growl. The roar of the ice dragon. Boom! An ice tornado with a diameter of more than 10 meters quickly formed in the air, whistling and rushing towards the silver-backed ape. Ling Ji's cold air instantly frozen the water and particles in the air, turning it into sky-like ice debris, and wrapped in ice tornado heading straight for the silverback great ape. The icy cold ice dragon roll is so violent, the silverback great ape immediately felt a strong crisis. It roared, pulled up a large tree more than 10 meters high, and threw it to the tornado fiercely. But how can this ordinary tree withstand the tricks of Loya's great increase in strength? When it hits the ice tornado without even hitting a bubble, it is swallowed up instantly and becomes a large block of ice, instead hit the silverback great ape and then, exploded. Rumble! The explosion of ravioli was endless, and the generated airstream pushed the extremely low-temperature air out in all directions. The cold wind started to whistle, and the flowers, trees, insects, birds, and beasts were directly frozen. A white ice field appeared in the green forest instantly. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a green canvas, which was poured with a bucket of white paint. Roar! The great silverback ape screamed across the island and was pushed by the ice tornado to wipe out dozens of meters of pits on the ground. On the deserted island, the jungle law of Shikuagu told Loya that the first step is to be strong, the second step is to suffer, and I kill you while you are sick. He waited for the cold wind to disperse, and Loya jumped down from the air. 2 ice skates were formed on the soles of his feet. By the ice channel formed by the roar of the ice dragon, he was near the center of the explosion. Nearby, Loya hammered with both hands, opened her palm and aimed at the huge figure in the smoke. Ice make frozen bomb. Burst. Hey! Call out! Several sounds of breaking air sounded, and a cone of ice rolled up with strong wind and ice debris, hitting the silver-backed ape like a cannonball, and then, rumbling, a continuous explosion again rang through the isolated island. Even if it was on another island on one side, you can feel the vibration of the air. This scene is just like toucan making the cannon wash the ground. Numerous ice cubes spattered, making the explosion more lethal. What happened? What was the sound just now? Was the ship firing? In the forest, the other recruits looked up in surprise, and turned their eyes to the deep forest. Grunting. This forest can be lively, and countless animals flee in front of one another, from a small group to a large group, and then evolve into a beast tide. The battle of the puppet kings on the island, the territory of the silver-backed great ape, really scared them. And most animals are afraid of sound, which is the instinct engraved in their genes. This will hurt the recruits on the island, and their strength is weak. They may have hope of defeating a single beast, but in the face of beast tide, they will not be tougher than a grass on the road. Run away! Here comes the beast tide. Climb up the tree. They won't go up the tree. The organic creature shouted loudly, crawled up to the tree a few times, and held the trunk to pray. Don't get knocked down, don't get knocked down. A navy watched the room. A navy stared at the surveillance image with a stun, and cold sweat was flowing from the forehead. Just now, it's just that the beast in the silverback ape's range is running away. www.readwn.com. Why has it become a beast tide? Well, are ready to work, otherwise our lovely recruits will be seriously injured. Lieutenant General Mole stood up, said to his colleagues, and then looked at Zifa. Takaizawa pinched Yawazi and looked at Luoa, who was still firing ice bombs on the screen with a headache. On the screen, Luoa swallowed while killing and attacked suddenly. Feeling Mole's gaze, he sighed and waved his hand. Go and go, remember to inform those who are lurking on the island that one can be saved. Yes. The Mole and others saluted, opened the hatch and hurried to the island. Fortunately, the assessment has only just begun. Except for Luoye, the others are not far from the coast, and the chance of encountering life danger is small. After waiting for the generals to go out, Zifa said to Kuzan with a weird look, I admit that his strength growth this month can be called horrible, but you haven't taught him how to make it less troublesome. Kuzan froze, pulling down his blindfold and not looking at him. 20. Thank you, Book Friends 201*. Bookworm 7259, Book Friends 189*. Behind the night, I'm curious what this asterisk is, I want to be open, Nigga Impermanence, Book Friends 143*. Can ya dream breaking soul, Justice, Book Friends 340*. All Things Without Rain OP, Bays and Bows Crows, Pen Glazion Zun, ZAFT001, Remembrance and Sadness, Book Friends 129,220, Dadeo Zi, Book Friends 105, The Counterattack of Sword, Book Friends 151*. Book Friends 107*. Recommended support. Because of the display limitations of mobile assistants, many Book Friends IDs are invisible behind them, so use asterisk instead. Chapter 25, Runaway. New form of Loya. Thank you to Book Friends Endless and Starry Sky for 500 rewards. Thank you, Book Friends 201612311247555048 for 100 rewards. Thank you, Bookmate All Things Without Rain OP for 200 rewards. Thanks to the Book Friends Reminiscence, sad 500 rewards. Thank you all, I must code well, and never be too jailed. As the generals on the warship were preparing to save the field, Loya stopped the attack. I didn't run out of magic, but he felt a threat. Hey! Leaning under his feet, Loya taxied on the ice and quickly left the spot. Hey! The result was not the same. Just as he was away, a fist slammed hard, smashing the ice surface, and a large cobweb-like pit appeared on the ground. He failed to hit, and the roaring silver-backed ape rushed out of the smoke, raised his fist exposing his bones, growled wildly, and rushed to Loya again. Instantly, Loya learned about his success. The silvery-backed ape's large silvery hair and large swaths were torn, and after layers of skin were frozen, it was as incomplete as broken glass, exposing the pink muscles below. Its chest had been completely frozen, and the wound was sunken to form a one-person pit, which turned out to be a torn piece of meat. One eye with the eyelids disappeared, leaving only a dark hollow, and blood gurgles outward. Through the ice on the silverback's chest, Loya can even see the viscera and bones in his body. Obviously, the silverback ape suffered a fatal injury just now. Loya's big move, the ice dragon roar and dozens of ice bombs, even the king of this island can't bear it. Facing the mad silverback ape, Loya didn't want to be just as positive as a Rideau. The cold air overflowed, and Loya quickly formed an ice armor on the body surface, then threw it sideways, tumbling on the spot, avoiding the silver-backed great ape and fighting hard. A fist with a thick waist hit the ground hard, and the strong wind blew across it, leaving a scratch on Loya's face. Fast. Strong. Loya was too late to think about it. The speed and power of the silverback great ape exceeded his expectations, and any hesitation would be fatal. In terms of strength, the silverback great ape is more than 10 times higher than Loya, who grows to 20% of the dragon's body. In terms of speed, the speed of movement similar to shaving is even more desperate. Loya, standing still, raised her hand and was ready to launch her skills, but a strong sense of danger struck again. The dragon's body gave him a beast-like instinct, and he gave up the attack decisively. Loya used his hands and feet to spray 4 icicles and quickly lift off. The next second, or less than a second, the 4 icicles were swept off by a large hairy leg with the knee bones exposed. That was the silver-backed ape. When he saw that he did not hit Loya, he turned around and kicked. Seeing this, Loya terminated her ability and flew up by inertia. Bumping his cheeks, the dark blue magic circle reappeared in front of him. At this time, the silverback great ape turned sharply, and the body stopped several trees under the influence of inertia before stopping. It bent down and jumped, and the iron fist, representing wildness and anger, rushed straight towards Loya. Fast, fierce, flexible, coupled with strong physique, these are the confidence that the silverbacked ape stands on the top of this island. This set of moves is so round and free, and extremely fast, even giving Loya a feeling of facing Kuzan. He can be sure that the roar of the ice dragon can repel it, but before that, the iron fist of the silverbacked ape may have fallen on himself. After all, big moves always need to be charged. On the battleship Zifa and Kuzan, who did not know when they woke up, watched the video silently. Loya was in desperate situation at the moment. His moves were not enough to send out before the silverback great ape arrived. Even if he wanted to condense the ice to avoid the attack, the speed of the silverback ape would let him. Know what is useless. Takaizawa wanted to order the lieutenant to give priority to rescue Loya, but that was not allowed by his status as the chief instructor. At this moment he could only clench his fists. Kuzan is still calm, without any tension. My disciple, show me the new tricks you have cultivated this month. The reason why the silverback great ape didn't want the lieutenant general to provoke it was because of its strong melee strength, fast speed, strong strength, and even by virtue of its body shape, its attack was more lethal than the general. What kind of cards can Loya make? Can't escape. This is the conclusion that Loya reached in an instant. But then what? This is the conclusion that Loya came to the next moment. Facing the killing attack of the silverback great ape, Loya drew a smile. Lao Tzu was not me a month ago, the one who was fainted with a punch. A dense blue pattern appeared on his body instantly, but unlike the previous ones, these magic patterns were so dense that he wrapped himself like a cocoon. Hey! The sound of the real meat hitting the meat sounded, and the ice armor on Loya's body in a silverbacked ape boxing was easily torn apart, and then hit him hard. At that moment, Loya felt as if she was hit by a high-speed rail at full speed, and the whole person was hit hard. A little bit of broken ice was left in the air, which was driven by the airflow and turned into a cylinder. Boom! After Loya flew out, thunder exploded in situ, and a circle of air waves raged violently in all directions, blowing all the broken ice on the battlefield. The silverbacked ape fell to the ground from the air and stunned for a moment. The blood-stained big hand was holding his knees firmly, gasping heavily. The gorilla did not dare to perform a chest-stretching action after the victory. Its chest was now seriously injured, and it was forced to freeze by that bit of ice to save its life. Don't be killed by the enemy until you kill yourself. The feeling from the reaction of the fist, the silverbacked ape can determine that the bone of the little body just cracked and didn't know how many roots. According to past experience, the other party is dead to such a degree. Loya. Takaizawa's eyes turned red, and he clenched his teeth. He turned to look at Kuzan, and the dangerous and terrifying immortal locked on Kuzan. This is, you don't have to be nervous. Since I am so old. Kuzan shrugged lightly, and even if he is like him, he still feels life-threatening. However, Kuzan is not worried that Zifa will shoot him, because Loya is not dead. Sunda paused and explained before Zifa was completely violent, rest assured, I have tried, this level of attack can kill the kid. Is Meloya dead? Of course not. The silverback ape broke only the second layer of ice armor on Loya. After the battle, the boiling blood became calm, and his temperature began to drop. The silverbacked ape turned black for a while. It knew that after the ice melted, the wound would start to bleed. No one on the island could sustain it, and it was going to die soon. But just as it was about to die peacefully, a sudden violent drink came from the sky, Ice Dragon. Iron Fist. Hey! The silverbacked ape who was too late to be hit by the sudden attack hit his head and flew straight out. Countless ice cubes and stones were crushed and crushed. The forest was like a piece of drawing paper and a line was erased by a huge eraser. Come! He shook his drowsy head, and the silverbacked ape climbed up in excitement. It felt the little breath that caused it fatal harm. He's alive! It roared at the speeding Loya, bent his legs, and rushed forward. At this time, the appearance of Loya has changed dramatically. His body is no longer human smooth skin, but pieces of blue dragon scales with precise arrangement. Pale bone spurs grew on the elbows and knees, and Ling Nai's nails became slender and sharp, like dragon claws. Behind a pair of large flesh membranes similar to bats, flapping the airflow and letting him fly in the air. Staring at a pair of golden pupils, Loya faced the silverbacked ape. His current resilience and defense are not covered. As long as he is not destroyed, a few broken bones will not affect the battle. Come! Who's afraid of who? In the face of the silverbacked ape that rushed forward, Loa roared and met it. Boom! Two big and one small fists collided, and a thunderous voice thundered through the forest. The silverback great ape stepped back a little and looked at Loya in shock. Although the breath has changed a lot, this person is indeed the little who was just right. In just a few tenths of seconds, what exactly happened to him? His strength became stronger than himself? I can't wait to think about it in the future. Loa suddenly disappeared in place. Roar! The silver-backed great ape snarled violently and opened his back with a fist against Loya. Should I still be able to perceive my movements? Loya looked at the fist blocked by his claws in surprise, and then looked at him with a grimace, then try to fall first. The claws left after images in the air, and the strong wind from their fists whine. Loya pulled off a piece of meat on the arm of the silverback great ape with a claw, and was hit by a fist. He vomited blood and rolled out. He kicked it on the ground, and continued to pounce on without changing his face. Impact sound, tear sound, alternately sounded. The blood was scattered on the ice, and Sissy was smoking white smoke, from Loya to the silverback ape. Broken arm, take fetters, broken foot, bite with teeth, hit with head. One person, one beast, no, the two beasts are unpretentiously fighting the most primitive. This battle will not end until one side falls. Surveilling the room, Zi Feng looked at the blue figure on the screen www.readwn.com and the large silver ape died on the body. After a long while, he turned his head and asked indefinitely, "That's Loya?" "Yes, teacher." "Do you forget that Loya is an ice dragon fruit capable person? As long as it is developed, the melee ability is not weaker than anyone." "I don't care about this, okay? I'm asking, why didn't he use the frozen ability to fight, but, like this is brutal." Zifa thought for a while, thinking about a savage. In this regard, Kuzan shrugged, "I said that he does not have enough control over his own fruit ability. Once in this state, Loya cannot use long-range attacks." 21. Thank you, Book Friends 107*, Book Friends 127*, Black Sweater, Fatty 001, Everything Without Rain OP, Bookworm 7259, Book Friends 156*, Book Friends 131*, Book Friends 340*, Book Friends 129*, Book Friends 455*, Book Friends 321*, Book Friends 189*, Book Friends 303*, Book Friends 157*, Westwind Boy, Xian, Book Friends 197*, Remembrance, Sadness, Shwefulisha 1569*, ZAFT 001, Double asterisk, Yushinkai, Shiyu 140*, Endless and Starry Sky, You Will Pick Me Up asterisk. Bone Fungus, Lin, FK1, Ghost Bone Dweller, Bookmate 135*, Bays and Bays Crow, Bookmate 176*, Dream of the Dead Night, Stop Grid 2, See If It Is, Bookfriend 2016*, Bookfriend 143*, Gafen, Kong's recommendation stand by. Thank you all. However, I turned overboard during the statistics. Last week, my total recommendation turned out to be the legendary 404. Also, there is one more tonight. Chapter 26, Funeral of a Soldier. Can Meloya not be able to conduct long-range attacks? The answer is of course impossible. Now this form has been named as a full solution by Loya. Within a month, he gradually mastered the method of activating the power of the dragon. The magic pattern used in the battle with Kuzan was the initial of this form. Version. The reason why he named himself was because this state was not a skill attached to the exorcist system, but was developed by Loya himself. He uses the magic of ice in his body to make the body swallow up the magic of ice attributes, thereby activating the power of the dragon, bursting out the scales, and improving offense and defense. From this point of view, the light-savvy wizards in Luo Yabi's original book have so much talent that they don't know where to go. In just 2 months, he had mastered the method of actively activating the power of the dragon. Although this method is very rough and dangerous, it has the style of a bomb race goblin, and the sequelae are also very large. It will also be affected by the bloodthirsty impulse. But it works really well, doesn't it? Activated the dragon's power in the body, the use of dragon-destroying magic is naturally not affected, but the ice-formed magic will be temporarily shut down for maintenance due to the dragon's power running away. The reason why the eggs cannot be put in a basket is understandable, and Loya will not stupidly explain the cards. In addition to the above problems, this move also has a disadvantage that is not shortcomings, that is, the power of passive skill dragons will be improved quickly. After completing this mode, Loya only used it twice, and then twice, the power of the dragon increased by 1% permanently. So if it wasn't for desperation, Loya would definitely not use this trick. But the effect is significant, the dragon's body soared to 39% at the moment. What is this concept? If Loa had to avoid the counterattack before the attack of the silverback great ape, now he can face it rigidly, stubbornly, and face the silverback great ape without any counsel. Even his defense and attacks are more terrifying than the silverback ape, a real human beast. Bing Long's iron fist. Fang Bing Long's broken teeth. Bing Long claws. Fang Bing Long's grip. Punch, kick, tear. Loya untiringly launched attacks again and again, that looks even crazy than the runaway silverback great ape. The cold vertical pupil like a snake looks up and down on the silverback great ape. Come, the insects of the whole forest dare not speak. Even if it is only a trace, this is the majesty of the dragon. The dragon is above all the worldly creatures. The silverback great ape has long felt the majesty of Loya, and the inexplicable feeling hits his heart like a heavy hammer, which is extremely uncomfortable. But then it gets even more excited. The so-called eternal hardship is the only death. If any living body is not afraid of death, what else can make him afraid? One person and one beast were so violently banging against each other, and the sound made like a thunderous thunder. As time passed, the movement of the silverback great ape gradually became slower, and the strength of each counterattack also weakened. No matter how strong the willpower is, it is impossible to violate the established rules. It has no blood to bleed, and the death knell has sounded. Falawia felt its mood, turned over and jumped back, standing not far from it. Just looking at each other, Loya suddenly recovered his calmness. He sighed for a long time, facing the silver-backed ape, which may be the only and last time in his life's pleading look, nodded earnestly, "You are respectable warrior, go all the way." He dragged his severely wounded body for 2 hours, and would rather die than die. This is moving everywhere. The silver-backed great ape tugged with satisfaction on the face without lips, and barely smiled with that blood-stained face. Then he raised his fist in silence, trembling step by step towards Loya. Loya gathered more magical powers than ever before, and the cold air gathered together, and the bright blue light dominated him, shining like a frost, full of majesty. Bing Bing Longs. Tekken. Boom. The huge body fell down, hitting the ground and splashing a circle of dust. The silver-backed ape finally died of satisfaction. Looking at the ice sculpture holding the punching position, I don't know why. At this moment, Loya suddenly felt a little bit interested, as if entering the time of wise men. He lifted the start solution, slumped on the ground, picked up the ice cube with mud and put it in his mouth. Forget it, recover some energy later and find the prey again. Christopher Loya, hit, kill a silverback great ape with 1000 points. The naval hand in charge of the statistics was shaking and crookedly recorded Loya's results in the notebook. Takaizawa did not know that he suddenly became quiet. He stared blankly at the figure on the screen, and then smiled bitterly. "Kuzan, you said, what should I teach Loa after joining the elite camp?" "Mr. Zifa." Kuzan can understand what Zifa is thinking, but he knows the growth rate of Loya. He comforted softly, "At least, Loya's melee ability is poor, and he will not use domineering. Takaizawa has taught countless disciples in this life, including the current 3 naval generals. When he was young, before that, he was too late to be happy with a gifted disciple like Loya. But at this time Zifa was old and his heart was old. Loya watched him grow up little by little. In the face of such evilness, he felt powerless. Kyuzan is not the type that is suitable for comforting people. This sentence not only has no comforting effect, it even makes Zifa more pessimistic. Hey, look at his performance this month under your hands. I'm afraid this old man will be hollowed out soon. Right, how old is Loya this year? 25 years old, although it doesn't look like it, it does. Su Vinian said that Zifa was relieved. It's okay, I remember you became a lieutenant at the age of 25. To be precise, it is 26 years old. The next year I participated in the Devil's Order that destroyed O'Hara. This is documented, Teacher Zifa. Takaizawa. I can't talk this day. After eating a pile of ice cubes, Loya finally felt that her strength had gradually recovered. Patting the dirt on his buttocks, Loya moved his sore limbs to the corpse of the silverback great ape. The fighting forest has been completely razed to the ground, and the surroundings are silent, and all creatures are scared away by the fighting just now. www.readwn.com. A few animals that were too late to escape are frozen there. On the ice plain, there are ice sculptures that are vivid colored glimmers shown in the sun. Loya looked at the corpse of the silver-backed ape and remained silent for a long time. This was the first time he had faced this situation. Even if the silver-backed ape knew that it would die, it did not lose its will to fight until the last breath was swallowed. It was such a resolute character. At that moment, Loya felt his opponent, not a simple animal, but as a soldier. That's why he said that. The warm wind blowing from the sea caressed the tip of the hair, and Loya opened her arms and turned into 2 ice wings that were dozens of meters long. After a short pause, she rushed towards the body. Ice Dragon Wing Strike. This is not the whip corpse, but this way, the silver-backed ape is buried. Rumble. The thick layer of ice was fanned out, exposing soft underground soil. The wings of ice are undiminished, like 2 sharp long swords, cut into the ground, and toss out tons of dirt. The silver-backed ape's corpse lost its support, tilted slightly and fell into the pit. Then Loya rolled up the dirt with ice wings and reburied it. Ice make ice coffin. Loya hammered with both hands, a large area of ice instantly condensed, freezing the surrounding land. This will reduce the possibility that the carcass will be found by scavengers. After doing this, Loya put down her hand, stood silently for a while, covered her wound, and turned away. Her footsteps were as firm as ever. He was buried not only with a respectable opponent, but also with his past weak self. I can foresee that he will encounter more such things in the future. The ending of the silverback great ape woke him up. In this world, death is as close to his life as ever. Chapter 27, It and number 039, S all over again, Zifa and number 039, S idea. Thank you, my book friend Super Big Cafe, for the 100 rewards. I'm sorry to see you today. Thank you all. In the woods, there was silence, looking up, and the sun was shining through the shade of the leaves, like stars shining in the air, some dazzling, but very crystal and beautiful, showing an elusive silence. Strange. When did the island become so quiet? I walked in the forest for a long time, and Loya found that the formerly bustling forest was now silent. Not to mention the sound of the recruits fighting, not even the tweets of the insects. He knows that Longwei will go out in the beginning of the solution, but the scope is not so large. In Marian Fodor, he only surrounded half of the barracks, and only when that level of coercion could he barely cover half of the Navy headquarters. Even so, Loya obviously forgets that fear is contagious. The explosion and scrubbing at the beginning of the battle, and later Longwei, did scare the surrounding animals and flee. At the time, the predators outside were still happy. Today, there are so many foods on their own initiative. But after hunting a few prey, they also became afraid. Because these guys are totally ignoring the death of the same kind and the predators around them, they rush forward with their heads stuffed. Is there anything terrifying behind? Is that the king on the island? The predators thought, and then slowly changed from hesitant to running together. Until the formation of animal tide. I can't find anything to eat, I'm really starving. Loya's face is bitter, touching the dry belly, he now looks around the stone feels like a coarse grain bun. As Loya frowned, a Motsi with a mole in her hair appeared in front of him. As soon as Loya's eyes brightened, he flew over. Ah! What a big sausage! Ka! Feeling the severe pain in his head, Mole turned black, and grabbed Loya's foot and fell on the ground. Who is the sausage? That's Lao Tzu's hair. Dare to fool me so much, put up the name of justice, die asshole. After a bit of noise, the mole reluctantly retracted his sword. When he was on board, he heard Kuzan's words. At first he didn't believe it, but now he believes that Loya does have the strength not less than that of the Lieutenant General. Even if Loya didn't use the move mentioned by General King Yi, but with strong fruit ability, Loya was enough to stand firm among the lieutenants. Sitting on the ground with his stomach in his stomach, Loya pinched his mouth, cut. What the are you, do you know that I am hungry now and even fight for me? I know, you want to starve to death and I won, right? Do you think that justice is acceptable? I do not care about Loya's clamor, and the mole pointed in the direction after collecting the sword. There is a gathering point, because of special reasons, the assessment is temporarily cancelled, you should go to the assembly soon. Special reason? Soluya suddenly sneezed fiercely, rubbing her nose, he asked, Ah? What special reason? Is there a pirate on the island? Mole. Roya's expression did not seem to be fake. The mole finally felt Zifa's mood and sighed deeply, you just fought with the silverback ape and scared away the surrounding animals. Now they have become beasts. Chow. For the safety of most people, the assessment has stopped. Loya looked aggressively, so big an island, is there a beast tide because of me? If not. I came to the beach with hundreds of recruits sitting on the ground in twos and threes, dejected. Some people were still bandaged, sticking crutches, and the accompanying boat doctor held the wound and applied medicine. Ah! It's Loya! Loya is back! The ice channel paved by the cold ice spread out from the forest. At the first sight, Shwebie saw Loya gliding over the ice skate. Yo! Good afternoon, everyone! Loya Lushan greeted shamelessly, but did not notice the strange atmosphere around him. Then he was embraced by angry recruits and pressed to the ground. Asshole! Do you know I almost died? Did you bring a cannon? Oh, my ass! Who's shy? Loya lay on the ground blankly, blinked, and then looked at Shwebie and others with a bad intention. Hey, you betray me, right? Although Sun was forced to suspend the assessment because of his reasons, it is unclear why he wanted to recruit the remaining recruits. The only person who knows the truth, apart from the generals, is the one who studied with him before. And so, ice make clothes rail. Click wow! Climbing up from the ground, Loya clapped her hands, moving her neck, her fists squeaky. Behind him, the recruits were lifted into the air by hangers made of ice cubes, and a bunch of them hung on the wind. He walked to Swiba and hugged the other person's neck and asked, So, how do you want to die? When the search and rescue navy returned, they saw this scene. Taking Loya as the center, the recruits formed a large circle in twos and threes, and shivered and hugged to keep warm. In the middle, Loya was throwing the dry food from the mouth into his mouth. Behind him was a large tree made of ice cubes. On the trunk and the ends of the branches of Zangjiao claws, the recruits were frozen and hung on the treetops. The howling wind blew, making a crisp sound of jingle bells when they hit each other. Loya! The mole did not want to, and rushed out with a roar. Hearing the sound, Loya had no time to turn back, and was smashed out by the fist that mole appeared immediately behind him. It's too skinny to use Navy 6. Loyo stood up, picked up the dry food and continued to hold. The mole drew a corner of his mouth, then gave up his plan to continue to teach Loya, and arranged for the hands to rescue the recruits on the tree. Through the window on the warship, Zifa looked outside with a headache. Kuzan, you said, if you restart the assessment tomorrow, would you remove him? Oh? Teacher, do you want to arrange for Loya to pass directly? So you are not afraid that the recruits will have opinions? Ran Kuzan raised his head without leaning on the chair with his back. I think that possibility is very small. I glanced around the beach. Zifa sighed, the quality of this recruit was really bad. By virtue of his personal power, Loya put a half of the recruits on his back, without any breath. He said nothing to Kuzan, rolled over and went to sleep. Just decide. Anyway, the elite camp is a teacher you are teaching alone. Takaizawa's eyes flickered, his eyes turned suddenly, and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised, laughing out loud. Hey, I suddenly have a great idea. The rescue was over and the situation was reported to Zifa. The good news is that none of the beasts died this time, and they all came back alive. The bad news is that several of them were seriously injured and could not participate in the re-evaluation tomorrow and had to be eliminated. This is also no way. After all, it is a medium-sized island. Even if there are patrol personnel who entered in advance, all the generals will attack at full speed after the incident, and it will not be possible to rescue everyone in the first place. Among the unlucky guys, some were broken by a beast tide, some were stunned in the fight, and another accidentally fell into a quagmire, which was half dead by the animals in the quagmire. But anyway, Loya said he would not carry this pot. Standing on the deck, Zifa looked down at the neatly recruited recruits on the beach. In front of the recruits' queue, several lieutenants and their instructors in the ranks looked at them seriously. The scene quickly calmed down. Zifa cleared his throat and said, presumably everyone already knows, because of some force majeure reasons, today's assessment is forced to be suspended. However, does not mean that the assessment is over. Starting tomorrow, you will continue the assessment, the time is still 3 days, the rules remain the same, understand? The recruits roared neatly, understand. Very good. Zifa nodded with satisfaction. At least one point is decent, the will of this recruit is really good. After a pause, he continued, at the same time, after many considerations, I now make a decision. The 7th team, Christophe Loya. Here. Dequi. Yes. Loyo clasped her face and moved away from the queue. What was this creepy feeling? Why do you always feel like you are finished? 22. Thank you book friends, Yuan Chuan, book friends 122 asterisk, Endless and Starry Sky, book friends 131 asterisk, book friends 142 asterisk, book friends 340 asterisk, Black Sweater, Shisha Yayu, bookworm 7259. This supplement budget www.readwn.com. Book friends 3212, book friends 175 asterisk, book friends 162 asterisk, Jokir, Solitary Moon Autumn Rain, book friends 129 asterisk, book friends 186 asterisk, Concourse, Hell of Destiny, book friends 136 asterisk, Shia 160 asterisk, 210 kkl, Shia 128 asterisk, Lemon, Symbols will not be played, indifferent. Bookworm, Shia 274 asterisk, Shia 179 asterisk, Fang Brain with Wisdom, Sichuan People +1, Shia 187 asterisk, Book Friends 132 *, Winged Angel, Book Friends 194 *, Yin Feng Yayu, Book Friends 163 *, Book Friends 115 *, Everything Without Rain OP, Xuefulai, Book Friends 107 *, Book Friends 201 *, Book Friends 127 *, See If It Is Right, Book Friend 147 *, Gods, This Name Is Okay, God's Mental Retardation. Thank you for your recommendation and support. First set a small goal, such as 404. In addition, I would like to answer the comments about Book Friends Yi Xiang Tian Kai. How do you say? My detailed outline of this pit was arranged in chapter 34 to 37, since you leave a message, I will probably spoil it. Loya's beginning solution, through the use of modeling magic in the body, allows the body to absorb the magic of ice attributes, thereby activating the power of the dragon, not a simple change in magic. As you said, with this self-produced and self-sold, the word reminds me of the world of a 17-year-old girl, the total magic power will not change. But in this process, the active dragon power, which is Loya's passive skill, is the reason for the transformation. These will be explained in the following chapters. The relationship between dragon power and Loya, the development and extension of dragon power, after all, so many dark skill icons are not. Also, Loya has just changed from a small clerk to a dragon exterminator, and the magical aspects of dragon extinction need to cross the river by touching the stones. It won't be too fast. Chapter 28, Master and Apprentice Night Talk, Zifa and number 039, S Story. I waited for Loya to stand at the forefront of the team before Zifa continued. Now, I decided that in order to avoid another accident, Loya stopped taking tomorrow's assessment. But for the sake of fairness, he must accept the challenge of all recruits. Before winning, he can join the elite camp. Speaking of this, Zifa's old face showed a cheerful smile. Do you understand? Understand. At this moment, the lowest recruits in the headquarters and former top general Zifa reached a consensus. Aren't you good at playing? Come, group fights. Our group hit you. Who are afraid of who? Feeling the bad intentions coming from all directions, Loya said, I have an MMP that I do not know should be said or not. This trademark is also called for the sake of fairness. You dare to say that you are not deliberately retaliating with power? Did Ntierado steal your 2 boxes of cigars, but no? At night, Loa leaned against the igloo's exterior wall and grilled the bonfire. A drop of grease splashed into the firewood and blew a spark lightly. Roy sucked his nose, climbed up, and picked up the unknown sea fish standing next to the campfire. Sprinkle a thin layer of salt and pepper, and greedily take a sip of the aroma. Well, the heat is just right. Puppet warships have plenty of food, but this time it is a real-life assessment, and survival in the wild is also a test that recruits need to conduct. In other words, regardless of food, recruits need to solve the problem of food and accommodation by themselves. Why else would the 3-day assessment only give 1 day of dry food? The bright moon sprinkled a hazy halo over the sea surface, shaking gently with the waves. The sea breeze blowing on his face caressed his cheeks and wiped people away from the tiring day. Walking on the beach and in the bushes, the recruits sat in groups by the campfire, quietly preparing dinner. Loya's igloo attracted a lot of attention. How pleasant it is to have such an igloo to block the wind and cold on this cold and windy desert island. I can't help but think of the daytime. Loya also enjoyed leisurely, or the frozen bear outside the house was not enough to entertain so many people. That is the supper he prepared for himself. When Loya was eating grilled fish, a tall figure came outside the igloo. Did not say hello. Kuzan's hand was like cutting a butter with a hot kitchen knife, inserting it into the ice cube effortlessly, and directly cutting most of the wall. Randomly threw the cut ice cubes into the sea, and Kuzan looked at Loya, whose dead fish eye was turning behind the wall. What? Surprised to see me? No. Loya shook her head. I'm feeling sad. I just started demolishing someone's house without saying a word. Teacher Kuzan, did you relocate before? Kuzan. The grilled fish near the campfire came with an enticing scent, and Loya painfully pulled out a wooden stick and handed it to Kuzan. Come and taste it, Teacher Kuzan, the exclusive recipe. If it is someone else, Kuzan has taken over, but in the face of Loya, he is hesitant. You didn't have a laxative on it. Loya's anger withdrew his hand decisively, and spit the grilled fish with only the spine bones. He said angrily, don't eat it. Let's be fair, Teacher Kuzan, you said that Loya is shameless person. Kuzan. No. The last time you put laxatives in the water tank, the recruit camp collectively pulled the stomach for a day. The reason is that the infirmary laxatives are about to expire and you don't want to waste. Gloria. People who can't chat just like that, they just chatted in a few words. He grabbed and ate the grilled fish, and Loa drew a piece of ice on his igloo to chew his thirst. So Teacher Kuzan, are you doing anything to me? Nothing big. Kuzan leaned against the ice wall, looking at the sea, his eyes deep and long. It's only today that I suddenly realized. Teacher Zifa is really old. Milo's mouth chewed slowly, and Kuzan's words evoked his memories. It is true that Zifa in this age is already old. From the original. Takaizawa's life was a tragic performance. He worshipped heroes from an early age and grew up to become a navy. He has smashed countless pirates all his life, but has never killed any enemy. He is known as the general who does not kill. However, such a good old man was still retaliated by the wicked pirates, and his wife and son were killed. This is why Zifa became the recruit's chief instructor. After being disheartened, he chose to stay in the navy under the retention of the Warring States period. However, more than 20 years later, another disaster struck. At that time, his internship was attacked by Edward Weibul. Only 2 of the students on the ship survived, and he was also cut off by one hand. The beloved student died in front of himself, but he could not do anything about it. Loya doesn't know how Zifa survived it, perhaps because of hatred. The cruel reality changed the old man, and now Zifa may no longer be the one he used to be. When Dang Zifa's arm was installed on the shredder, he completely embarked on the road of revenge. He first set up a pirate guerrilla to hunt pirates and break his vow of not killing. Later, when the navy recruited Kaiwahe newly, it was learned that Edward Weibul, the pirate who killed his student and cut off his hand, joined Kaiwahe. This time Zifa is completely caught in extremes, or it is just a weak resistance. He resolutely departed from the navy and formed an organization called Neo Navy in the New World, with the goal of annihilating pirates around the world. In the end, 74-year-old Zifa died in the hands of his disciple Yellow Ape, and was buried by Kuzan on the island where the war died. And many more. Sol Luya suddenly felt cold, like Conan's brain. The current time point is 1516 in the Haiwan calendar, and Zifa died 2 years after the Top War, so the reverse time should be 1522. Zifa was 74 years old at the time, that is, Zifa was now 68 years old. Zerfa formed a pirate guerrilla to kill the pirates when he was 70 years old. This time is 2 years later. Takaizawa has been hit hard in the past few years, and still honestly teaches recruits in the new barracks. Then the question came, why did he change so much after 2 years, and why did he choose to revenge 2 years later? The shredder is not ready yet? Maybe that's one of the reasons, but Loya had a bold idea. The reason why Zifa dragged his old body and formed a guerrilla was probably because the recruits in these past few sessions were unusable. He was left with a feeling of hopeless revenge. That's why I decided to go out myself, hoping to get revenge before getting old. Think about it, Zifa has taught 3 generals and the digital generals. I now have these parallel imports in the new barracks. Even Loa, who has little knowledge, dare to guarantee that he will linger around the school officials without any accidents in his life. The so-called nucleus, on the other hand, also represents mediocrity. Relying on these disciples, trying to defeat Edward Weibul is tantamount to foolish dreaming. www.readwn.com. Since then. Luo swallowed the ice cube and learned. Kuzan leaned to the other side, and casually asked, "Yes, General Zifa, 68 this year." "Mr. Kuzan," you said, "will General Zifa go to the pirate to get revenge?" In the previous month, Loya pretended to be curious and asked Kuzan about Zifa's prosthetic limb, so it is not surprising that Loya said this sentence. Kuzan glanced at Loya with his squinted eyes and said quietly, "Listen to Loya, no matter what Teacher Zifa does, that is his own choice, and no one can intervene." Loya's scalp was numb when she was seen, and her heart was frozen. "Okay, Teacher Kuzan." The cold murderous spirit was fleeting. Loya was a wise man, as was Kuzan. Laziness was not stupid. Both were subtle, and a consensus was reached between them. Loya sighed in his heart. Sure enough, Kuzan has already noticed something, and now he is warning me not to swim in muddy water. In this case, why don't you stop him, Teacher Kuzan? The two were so silent. After a long time, Kuzan stood up and said goodbye. "By the boy, the assessment is over and the recruits will rest for a week. Then you will accept the challenge of the whole camp. Be prepared. Next, I will go to when you travel to the East China Sea. Don't slacken your cultivation during this time." "Yes, Teacher Kuzan." Loya waved goodbye and saw Kuzan go far away. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Hey! General Kinju! Do you think about compensating if you demolish my house? Even if you don't pay for repairs?" Kuzanzan, the Ice Age. Howl. Frost flew across the sky. Liuya's house was repaired, but it was solid. Chapter 29, Dream? Count the strongest in the world? Thank you, my friend Alexander Liangzi, for 388 books, and thank you 100 books for your money. I really only know today that I can read this book on other websites. Sorry to you guys. The next day, the recruits who were reorganized embarked on the journey again. In the eyes of everyone, Loya is already a member of the elite camp, but it does not mean that he has taken away the qualifications of others. As Kuzan said, the top 3 are hopeful to join the elite camp. The so-called hope here is, of course, the strength demonstrated in the assessment. Instead of passing the fixed top 3, the effort should be made. Lying boring on the coast, Loya held a dog's tail flower in her mouth, resting with her head in her hands. After arranging the supply of recruits, Mole hesitated for a while and walked towards Loya. I heard Chasha's footsteps getting closer and closer. Loya opened his eyes. "Lieutenant General Mole, I will let you put the photo in a document bag and send it to you. Don't bother me to sleep." Jokes, somehow hit me yesterday, or twice. Loya would not give the mole a good look. The latter was still a little tangled, but when he heard the words, he was instantly irritated and said, "Given what I said before, I will plead with Teacher Zifa, and you will give me the photo. The result is, you give there is only one of mine. Don't think that I forgot, there were 3 of them when you threatened me. Cut. Remember why you know so clearly." Ms. Loya muttered dissatisfied, and then surrendered before the mole broke out, "Okay, I'll give you the rest of the photos when I go back. Really, a lot of ages still care so much." Mole, shameless. There was a pause, and the mole sat suddenly beside Loya. Loya glanced at him obliquely, waiting for him to speak. As soon as this person has a mind, the aura changes. The characteristics attached to the dragon's body allow Loya to be keenly aware of the changes in the gas field on the mole. For a moment, the coast was quiet and I could only hear the sound of waves. As for the screams from time to time in the forest behind, just ignore them. The mole probably couldn't stand the silent atmosphere, and the mole spoke for a long time. "Hey, Loya! Do you have any dreams? This question is good for Wenqing, and Luoya seems to see the picture of the mole instructor turning. Shake his head and throw away this weird thought. Luoya looked at him strangely. Dream? Why ask this? Well, talk casually, talk about it. Mole did not answer directly, but urged Luoya. Luoya was a little strange. The mole did not show the appearance of the chicken soup instructor on weekdays. But after all, the human heart is across the belly, and he doesn't know what happened. But Mole's words loosened Luoya's dusty memories. He thought he had forgotten the mediocre life before crossing, but Mole said this, and reminded him of the ordinary life in the past. There was a trace of sorrow in Melia's eyes, and he said intoxicatedly. Dream is something that everyone will have, and there will be more than one. But as life continues, some dreams are getting closer to us, and some are getting farther and farther. A picture loomed in front of Luoya. In the afternoon with a thunderstorm, Luoya, who was still in elementary school, played outside for a day without going to class. When it rained, he had to run home helplessly. He was naturally greeted by a mixed doubles. I want to go home. This is the dream of Luoya when he was on the desert island. But it is this childlike innocent dream, but it is so unattainable. After a pause, Luoya said, previously, my dream was to eat and wear warmly and have fun. I do not have to run around for life every day, and I do not have to worry about where the next meal is. After I imagine I have money, I will what kind of life? At that time, I felt that I ate steak, lived in a big house, eaten and dressed with a servant, and my life was complete. Speaking of this, Luoya asked with a mockery, isn't it very promising? The mole nodded solemnly, yes. Gloria. Forget it, now that I have opened the clip, we ignore what he said. Luoya said to herself, I don't have much planning for life. The ones I just said were really my dreams. But life is really full of unknowns. Luoya remembered the life of the once small people. Every day is busy, elementary school, junior high school, college, being obsessed with learning, unable to extricate themselves. He secretly fell in love with a girl when he was in junior high school, but after being confessed, he was beaten by her opponent's boyfriend. At that time, Luoya understood the unknown of life for the first time. During the college entrance examination, his goal was to be a key university in another province. The score was a little worse. Due to economic conditions, he did not choose to repeat his studies. He came to an ordinary university in the city to study. This is the second time. Then, as a graduate of civil engineering, after graduation, he became a marketer. This is the third time. Thinking of these, Luoya is funny. Does he have a dream? Of course he does. He wants that girl to be his girlfriend. He wants to be admitted to a key university. He wants to do something in the construction industry. But what's the point? As a result, everything seemed to be planned out. God just loves to joke. What can he do? He is like him crossing this time, and your family traverser wore instant noodles and wore them? Can you predict it? Smirking, Luoya continued, but now, my dreams are no longer those. I have new goals. The mole looked up and said, what is it? I want to be the strongest in the world. Luoya raised her fist to the sky, opened her fingers, as if to hold the blue sky in her hand. Since I have gained this power, Luoya will leave me. From now on, I will fight for this purpose. No, dream. This is my dream. Become the strongest in the world. The mole murmured, repeating Luoya's words, looking at the confident smile of the boy in front of him, and he shook his head. Your dream is really big. I thought you would say things like implementing Navy justice. Do you really think the Navy is right? Lieutenant General Mole. At this time, Luoya's cold voice came. The mole frowned, and asked, Luoya, what do you mean by that? Don't forget you are the Navy. I know, I certainly know. Loya seemed to have not seen the mole's black face, but Lieutenant General, what is justice? There is a sentence you should be familiar with, called justice will win. But do you know? The so-called justice in this world represents the justice of the victors. This is a very simple sequence problem. Victory first is justice. You want to say that the Navy is not justice, but the winner. Loya's words were chaotic, and Mole frowned, slowly speaking. Well, who knows, just like Schrodinger's cat, the cat will always be on the verge of life and death before the jar is opened. So for now, let us call ourselves the Navy of Justice. By the way, Schrödinger you certainly don't know, but you only need to know that he is a cat abuse madman, and you will be killed when you meet him. Speaking of which, Loya stood up, patted the dust on her ass, and was ready for lunch. The mole stayed there, looking out at the sea, wondering what he was thinking. Beneath the sleeves of his suit, a black phone bug slapped and fell asleep. Zifa stood up in the command room of the warship, and looked up through the window to the sea. www.readwn.com. It turns out, do you think the same as me? Loya. Knocking at the door awakened Zifa. He sat back behind his desk and said, Shen, come in. Kule was Kuzan, who came to bid farewell to Zifa. Go southeast from here, and you will reach the East China Sea. Kuzan sat opposite Zifa with his legs crossed. By the way, do you want me to bring you something special? Aren't you waiting for Loya to finish the assessment? You know I can give him a big problem. No need, I have taught him everything I can teach, I believe he can cope. Next, he needs to go out of his own path, this is not something I am good at. Speaking of this, Kuzan opened his eyes and looked at Zifa. In the days to come, I would like to ask your teacher to be more attentive. Rest assured, I will teach him not to lose to your admiral. That's just right, when the general does not even have a little time to sleep, he is too busy to die. End of chapter. 23. Thank you book friends, Bookworm 7259, Book Friends 194 Wong 159,951, Everything Without Rain OP, Book Friends 321 Book Friends 196 The Benefit of the Brave, Bingja City, Book Friends 181 Shisha Yayu, Bookmate 176 Recollection and Sadness, Styling Fi, Bookfriend 119 Bookfriend 142 Bookfriend 134 Bookfriend 273 Behind the Scenes, Bookfriend 452 Bookfriend 340 Bookfriend Recommended Support for 317 Bookfriends 367 Bookfriends 338 star. Alas, collections have gone up a lot, so why do you recommend less each day? Chapter 30, Results Announced. Time is fleeting. 23 days later, on the coast of the island. The representative sounded a sound for a while, and the recruits slowly gathered by the coast. They have more or less colors on their bodies, and some need support from others to stand firm, and they look like the defeated army. The rumbled trumpet sound was still chanting, and one after another recruits came out of the forest. Hey, how many points did you get? Unclear, I don't know many animals. The assembled recruits talked while secretly looking at the front Loya. The site where Loya fought with the silverback great ape that day was discovered the next morning, and the news spread quickly and quickly. Some recruits learned the news and even gave up their targets, and went there to watch it. The scratches of hundreds of meters left ugly scars on the forest. Everything around was frozen, obviously Xia Island, but it felt as cold as East Island. Countless animals and insects that had not had time to hide remained in their poses before their deaths and turned into ice sculptures. The scene was so beautiful and so scary. Hanbing hell. This is the only adjective that recruits can think of. But later, it became the camp for most recruits, and the recruits would return to camp and camp during meals and breaks. Whether it was Long Way, which was sent out after Loya's initial solution, or the breath left by the silver-backed ape, the animals on the island did not dare to approach it, and could not even hear a worm. Don't worry about being attacked by beasts at night. Is there a better rest place in the forest than this? Wu Mingming was a real-life assessment. As a result, most of the recruits did this, and they were just like outings in a group. So scary, are we really going to fight that guy? Thinking of Zifa, the recruits always felt as if they were fooled. At that time, everyone was gloating and preparing to clean up Loya, but according to the strength shown by Loya at present, how can all be delivered? Probably, okay. I heard that it is a one-on-one wheel battle, and the mill can also kill him. Someone explained, but he didn't believe himself much. No, I heard it was a collective war. If one-on-one, I'm afraid Loya can't hold it before he is tired. He is an animal-fruiting person. The recruits who spoke before were speechless. This situation is indeed very likely. Although on the sea, the fruits of the animal system are considered the weakest group. But it is undeniable that in terms of persistence, the other two departments could not keep up. And look at Loya's performance in training, the recruit's top physical fitness is not blown out. Loyo stood bored at the front of the team, thinking about her barbecue. The assembly number blew, and all the soldiers gathered immediately. He didn't dare to disobey the military order to continue his barbecue business. He had to hope that when he left, the foot successfully extinguished the fire, so as not to burn. The mole and other generals stood in front of him, and gave him surprise and friendliness. They also went to see the battlefield. The scratches on the claws, the pits of each one, the stout trees, and the blood stains on the ice all proved how fierce the battle was. Although Loya's movements were a little big, and even the bad assessment was forced to be suspended for a day, they had to admit that Loya had the strength to rival them. Even from a destructive point of view, only the powerful lieutenants in the headquarters can catch up with the lieutenant generals present. It would be terrifying if he could stay that way at any time. Many lieutenant generals thought in their hearts that they did not see the final battle between Loya and the silverback great ape, but after this matter, a little inquiries, you know that Loya's explosive big move can greatly improve his strength and speed. After all, Loya did not hide behind his back when he developed this trick. For example, several elite camp members who often practice in small squares even watched Loya's success step by step. I have the dragon fruit of the fantasy beast, plus this growth rate, as long as Loya does not collapse in the middle, commonly known as early death, it is appropriate to surpass them in the future. No matter how bad it is, as long as the strength to fight with the silverback great ape, a lieutenant general can't run. With these conditions, the lieutenants will naturally show goodwill to Loya and will never treat the other party as a recruit. OP world, you can be respected everywhere. Soon, half a day passed. The puppet patrol carried the last group of recruits out of the forest and sent them to the infirmary. A school official ran to Zifa and saluted him, report to the head instructor. All members are assembled. Zifa nodded, taking over the report from the school official. The first page is the statistics of the battle. In this assessment, 75 recruits were seriously injured, regardless of minor injuries. Almost all of them were injured. Fortunately, no one lost their lives. Takaizawa looked at it for a moment and then paid no attention to it. He picked up the second one and observed it carefully. This is the result of the statistics. Through this, you can basically know the strength of the current recruit. However, Zifa sighed for a while. He waved his hands and arranged, after the final results are counted, they will be announced directly. Yes. The school official took the report and trod away. Takaizawa was standing on the deck, his eyes locked on Roya, who was not standing upright, and his expression did not show emotion. Is the new navy already weak to such an extent? After more than half an hour, the final review was completed. There was a sound of footsteps in front of me, and the recruits quickly held their heads high, without squinting, ready to meet this important moment. The Major General-led instructor first saluted to a Lieutenant General, and then solemnly faced the recruits. "Stop it! Li Zheng! Below! Your assessment results at this moment will be announced. All are there. The first 4 rows, squat. Hey Lala!" The neat footsteps sounded, and the first 4 rows of the square array immediately squatted down. Seeing this, the Major General nodded with satisfaction, and the school officials behind him turned on the projector and put the image on the long curtain opened www.readwn.com hum. The phone bug hummed and started to work, and the images appeared on the curtain. The recruits held their breath nervously, searching for their names on it. After seeing their achievements, some people were overjoyed, and some people bit their lips. He was the same as them, but he was looking for the first place. Soon, he found the target at the very top. Tony Mill, score 1795, ranking, first. 1795 points, this score is already in human terror for most recruits. You must know that the stone drum cow that Luoya met with a musket that could not penetrate the skin was worth 50 points. Ordinary recruits meet Shiju Niu, I'm afraid they can't even run, let alone turn it into their own points. And this man named Tony Miller had to hunt more than 30 stone drum cows in 3 days to get this result. This person, Luoya, was a bit impressed. He was the first of the 3rd team. Before joining the Navy, he was the curator of the Kendo Museum on an island. I am very belligerent. After I am unwilling to join, I have chosen the leader of the 3rd team from the first day and become the new first. Since then I have stood firmly in that position and no one can shake it. But even so, Loya and Zifa shared the same view, it was too weak. I want to know that the first recruits in the previous recruit camp were some real monsters. Tony is really strong among the recruits, but it is not a little bit worse than the previous one. Luoya had quietly asked Zifa, and Kuzan scored how many points he had in the assessment that year. The answer shocked him, and he kept lamenting that the fruits of the natural department are indeed the natural department, which has unique advantages. Chapter 31, Elite Recruits. Thank you for your reward for falling in love with God. Hey, what is it? I am really old. I can't read my book clearly without telling me. I don't even know what to offer. I must be a fake author. The above is the results of all the members of this assessment. The voice of Major General Instructor echoed along the coast. Let me announce the candidates who passed the elite assessment at this moment. The new recruits were refreshed, and held their breath and waited. Even if nothing happened to them, everyone loves gossip, wondering how many people will enter the elite camp this term. According to rumors, those who have good things also opened the market, after the end of each day training like a thief sneakingly hiding in the toilet to bet. Uninformed people will be stunned when they enter. Luoya said, I said it was not me, you believe? First place, Tony Mill, get out. Yes. After a hustle and bustle, the crowd quickly quieted down. Being the first place and obtaining a high score of 1750, it was strange that they could not enter the elite camp. Tony is a very old-looking young man, probably because of the tragedy of his family's destruction, and his eyes will always be filled with indelible depression and sadness. There was a scar from his forehead to his left face, which was a trace left by a pirate wound while protecting the town. Tony stood out from the team and stared at Loya, his sword held tight. Is it the first place? It's because that guy didn't participate. Falawia felt his gaze, turned back in surprise, and then showed a sunny smile. It wasn't until he saw the latter twisted his head that he twisted, and Loa breathed a sigh of relief. As a member of the elite camp, I will not be limited by the rules and regulations of the recruit barracks, and can challenge anytime, anywhere. Tony's personality is very strong. After entering the elite camp, it is conceivable that for such a guy who loves to find someone to challenge, it is better to let him say nothing. The most important point is that if you fight with him, even if he wins, Loya can't even increase his 10 energy values. Is it a complete waste of time? Major General Instructor continued to read without paying attention to their interaction. Second place, Laron Mini, get out. Howling. The team was really lively. Mini. Isn't she just over 800 points? Yet, why is the limit so low? What a joke. Undercover. The new recruits talked a lot, looking at Laron Mini with different looks. Tony's joining can still convince the crowd, but Mini even joined the elite camp, which made everyone puzzled. Almost double the points can also be elite camp? Out of a 7th big blonde horse from Loya's 7th team, Loya was surprised. Laron Mini, a Baha'i person, is good at kicking skills and performs well in training. It stands to reason that this assessment of killing targets to earn points should not be so good at it. But she not only won the 2nd place, but also successfully joined the elite camp. Now Loya is in agreement with the rest of the recruits. Why is this? But when he saw the shoes under Mini's feet, he knew why. The pair of sturdy sea beast leather shoes were stained with blood at the moment, they were all torn and ragged, the blanks at the edges turned over, and even the toes were exposed. This is a special sea animal leather shoes, specially designed for those who are good at kicking skills. It is self-evident that this pair of sturdy leather shoes can be scrapped into such a look. Working genius. Loyo used the words to describe a watermelon head and commented. Puppet instructors still ignored the talks of the recruits. These places were proposed by Zifa, and all the instructors voted for them. They would not be mixed with any moisture. Being able to obtain approval from more than half of the instructors is enough to prove Mini's strength. But it's not over yet, the instructor continued to say in a confused expression. 3rd place, Simon Dennis Weston, get out. Simon is a famous N-generation army in the recruit camp. Starting from the grandfather's generation, the family has been the Navy for generations. He was eager to become the pride of the family since he was a child. Although he has been practicing sword and physical skill since childhood, he is congenitally ill, not to mention. The only thing worth mentioning is that he is a demon fruiter. Hearing Simon's name, everyone stopped talking. He is not afraid of the prestige of the N-generation princely grandfather family. Anyway, there is nothing prestigious in his family, but because Simon is a demon fruit power. No matter which session, those with fruit ability can successfully join the elite camp as long as their performance is not too bad. After all, no one can determine where the upper limit of a capable person is. What's more, Simon is also one of the best snipers in this year's recruits. He is also very capable without relying on fruit. The new recruits were happy and worried about the results announced, and after dissolution, they boarded the ship and returned to the headquarters. I arranged for the wounded to board the ship, and Mole suddenly noticed that there was still a person on the coast who didn't go up. After a closer look, he was happy. Yo! Loya, why don't you get on the boat? You'll be sailing again in a while. Do you want to swim back? In his eyes, Loya was a demon fruiter, and he was paralyzed as soon as he touched the seawater. It was very malicious to say that. Loya responded to this kind of guy who was in danger by falling into the hole with a spear of ice spear. He was holding a pork steak that was almost burnt, and sighed in his heart, hey! It's a mistake. I know that Simon can go in more than 8 stories. I even raised the odds so high, my Bailey. Is it strange that the market will be a casino? I'm not surprised. In addition, he wanted to swim back, but he would never do that. The reason is not afraid of exposure. He is not afraid that the situation of seawater and sea floor stones will be known one day. The real reason is because there is no wind belt here. Layers of various Neptune species. I mean, there may be a supersized Neptune out of nowhere, in case it is swallowed, it is really terrible. Without him, Loya tried it. He could faint when he was carried on his back. He could only be immune on the back of the mount created by his modeling magic. But how much magic does it take to run back that way? He was not Kuzan, and he dared to run across the sea on a bicycle. Since even people count as transportation, let alone stay in the stomach of Neptune. He was confused and digested, and he had to be ashamed after his death, and he was on the naval mental retardation list. The mole easily dodged the attack, moved over with a shave, and hooked Loa's neck. Well, well. I'll stun you after getting on the boat. Anyway, the warship is fast and can reach Marinfo many. Ha ha. Roya stared at him in contempt. Are you sure you can still stun me for a long time with a fist? Even if the dragon scales are not exploded, just by activating the blue dragon pattern, Loya's defense and anti-strike ability is already terrifying. Arido had evaluated that the Loya light defense in this state had surpassed most members of the elite camp, and his physical resistance was only weaker than himself. Seeing Loya's undisguised disdain, Mole wrinkled his forehead and prepared to teach him. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared behind the two, and suddenly hit them on the head twice. The painful two separated quickly and put on a defensive posture. But seeing that purple style, he straightened his waist and saluted. Mr. Zifa. Zila was Zifa. Although he was defeated by Luffy in the original book www.readwn.com, at that time he was 75 years old and even needed medicine from time to maintain his combat effectiveness. In addition to the lack of a hand, Zifa now hangs on the edge of the peak, and teaches them that they are like playing. What are you doing? Do you know if you are going to sail immediately? Now, get me up. Takaizawa exudes black gas, and a pair of tigers are not angry. In the face of angry Zifa, no one wanted to touch the mold, and the two darted to board the warship. Crackling! Lame just stepped on the deck, and Loya instantly crawled on the ground with a face on his face, his stomach tumbling. Takaizawa took a deep breath, and instead of looking at him, ordered, "Ship." Hey! When the leading warship received the order, it set off a long alarm and slowly moved away from the coast. The warships lined up in turn turned around and followed it neatly. A new recruit from the other team ran to Loya's side and stunned with his hand, and said with surprise, "Hey! It's true. Roya is really seasick." The new recruits around him looked up and asked Zifa, "Chief Instructor Zifa, can the assessment be carried out on board a week later?" "Loya, you are dead." "Takaizawa, get me out," he said. Zifa lifted Loya off the ground and smashed his fist. The latter slammed into the cabin, leaving a clear mark on the hard iron plate, and fainted with a contented smile on his face. There was a chill in the surrounding people. Loya wouldn't be a strange attribute of awakening. I thank you for the pause at the end of the chapter, because I do not know where to write it in the mobile phone assistant code. No accident, the second correction. Chapter 32, Freezing Time and Space. Back to Malinfudo, time has come late at night. In her single dormitory, Loya whispered while she was applying medicine, "Cut is not a good thing, knowing that I still have such a heavy hand with seasickness." After taking the medicine, Loya was holding the roast suckling pig that Ms. S had sent him, and thinking about and summarizing her own experience. Through the battle with the silverback great ape, Loya found many problems. In addition to the inevitable topic of Wangbaquan in melee, it is not easy to use magic. He found that when he used magic, whether he started to converge or finally present, he couldn't do it well. Even if he developed powerful killing tricks such as ice coffins, ice bombs, and snakes, those are simple applications, or ordering the system. For example, he imitated the ice coffin developed by Gray's Absolute Freeze. As long as he held this idea, the ice cubes he produced were colder and harder than usual, but the formation of magic did not interfere with his subjective consciousness. Everything is so natural. The only thing he did was to actively inject magic into it, which strengthened the speed and intensity of magic. Everything was done with the help of the system, and he didn't even know how to do it. And once issued, it cannot be cancelled, just like playing a game. Luo thought so, the system is obviously despising me living in the age of science and technology. It belongs to the magic idiot. But through that battle, Loda, who had consumed a lot of magic, caught a touch of feeling. This kind of understanding can get him out of the status quo and reach the point of true freedom. In addition, there is the start solution technique. The principle is simply that after the big supplement, you need to pour fire. As long as the dragon's power activated by the frost is restored, this state will be released without his control. These problems may not be a problem before he is still hovering between the Navy Recruit Battalion and the Elite Battalion and officially set foot on the sea stage, but it can be seen at a glance for the real strong. Ku Kuzan said that learning to control power is always easier than acquiring it. This will be a long process, and it will take Loya to ponder and study repeatedly. Silently chanting Golden Finger, Loya opened the system that gave him that power. Name, Christopher Loya. Energy stage, second order and 5 layers. Energy value, 900/900. Magic value, 6000/6000. Magic recovery speed, 550/s. Dragon's power, 6/100%. Dragon's power can increase the strength of Dragon Destroyer's Dragon Destroyer magic, but more than 30% of the body begins to change. After 90%, the body of Dragon Destroyer begins to become dragon. The body of the dragon, 22/100%, the body gradually adapts to the strength of the dragon, improves the all-round quality of the dragon exterminator, can temporarily increase the degree of adaptation by swallowing energy, and the sequelae is greater. Tactics: Ice Dragon's Roar, Ice Dragon's Iron Fist, Ice Dragon's Wings, Ice Dragon's Claws, Ice Dragon's Broken Teeth, Ice Dragon's Grip, Ice Shape Magic. After these 3 days of training and that battle, the energy value can finally be upgraded again. The dragon's body broke through the 20% mark and officially announced 2 runs and 3. But, seeing the big 6% behind the power of dragon, Loya twitched. God give me a Jeff, at least I can still think about it. But if the dragon power reaches 6%, Loya can test his previous guess. Put down the clean bones on his hands, and Loya stood with her eyes closed, her hands slowly closed, and the strong cold radiated uncontrollably, leaving all the objects in the room with a layer of ice crystals. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply and whispered, "The coffin of ice." Along with his movements, a large amount of magic power spewed out quickly in the palm of his hand. The cold current contacted the moisture in the air and immediately turned into small ice debris, making the invisible magic flow clearly visible. Click! The frozen voice sounded, and a piece of ice appeared in front of him instantly. Loya stared tightly at the ice cube in front of her and tapped with her fingers. Ding ding ding! The sound of cricket is crisp, and a little cumin must be delicious. Loya reluctantly released her hand, and the 6% of dragon power did not cause qualitative changes to the ice cubes made by modeling magic. The strength did increase, but it still belongs to the general category. Although the magic is essentially the same, the power of modeling magic and dragon-destroying magic is not at the same level. Equivalent to the old hydraulic press compared with the modern 10,000-ton hydraulic press. The former can only be used to squeeze oil, while the latter is enough to make high-strength alloy forgings. This is a fundamental limitation, unless Loya can develop stronger modeling magic on her own, otherwise its final strength can now be seen. That's why Loya is so enthusiastic about whether the power of the dragon can enhance the magical strength of the shape. After finishing the experiment, Loya looked at the upward arrow behind the energy value and chose to upgrade. No matter what, this system is the basis for his life. Every strong point in his strength can save his life. I lost the support of this system, and maybe one day it will become the cannon fodder responsible for the narration. Buzz! The familiar Lan Faj Hen appeared at his feet, and the rising air blasted his hair up high, looking like the strongest warrior in the universe. Should I have my hair cut? Loya thought. He felt the scalp numb when he wanted to get rid of the scalp and fly to the sky. The blue diamond on his wrist began to disintegrate, like a swimming snake, crawling all over his body. Dense blue energy appeared in the air, and Ruintwillen generally quickly submerged in Loya. He felt that the magic in his body boils every time he upgrades, and the feeling of growing stronger makes him want to stop. I stepped into the second stage, and the upgrade was far from comparable to the first stage. When Loya upgraded, an inexplicable momentum came out of nowhere. Even if it was far away, it felt very depressed. Navy headquarters, the main body of the fortress. In Marshal's office, Zifa and the warring states are still processing the data left over from the assessment. This assessment is basically enough to determine the retention of these recruits after graduation, especially the top 100, and the two big heads need to consider slowly. Then, this Suze Pidman, let's arrange to stay in the headquarters. The warring states lit up the list and said to Zifa aside. Takaizawa flipped through the materials on the table and nodded after looking at them. Well, it is indeed possible. Although this test score is outside the 20th place, his sword skill is still good. Seeing that Zifa had no problem, the warring states period took out a red pen and ticked the name. First start with the second-class soldiers, and then decide on promotion after watching the battle. At this moment, the familiar coercion suddenly came over, the air seemed to condense, and the movements of the two hands were at the same time. This feeling is very mysterious and indescribable, it gives people a kind of prey nervousness to face predators. At the beginning of the warring states period, he thought it was who awakened the overbearing arrogance, but after investigation, no one fainted. Feeling the oppression of the heart as if being dragged, the warring states took a big breath, calmed down the inner restlessness, and then said with a bitter smile to Zifa, I heard that the boy, Loya, had the only silverback on the island. Ape killed? Zifa did not look up, and continued to read the information on his hand. Yes. First, a large-scale attack was used to damage the opponent, but you also know the vitality of the silverback great ape, and the heart can be smashed for 5 minutes. In the face of the runaway silverback ape, Loya used the tactic he has been developing and punched the opponent on the spot with a punch. Oh! Warring States said softly, don't you say he's weak in melee? He can kill the silverback ape. Su Vinian said. Zifa looked up, as if seeing the figure a few days ago, shaking his head. He took out a stack of photos from his pocket and handed them to the warring states. I was given a password by the people who were present at the time. These materials were originally intended to be organized in detail tomorrow and I will give them to you, but now that you have spoken, then you can take a look now. Seeing Zifa's solemn look, the warring states period was a little scratched, and he mumbled as he took the photo on Zifa's hand, what power makes you so nervous, no matter how he is still? Yes. Yan Zhongguo's pupil shrank, taking a photo of the table standing up and staring at her hand. That might be, the power of the dragon. Zifa braced his chin with his hand and said in a huffy tone, fortunately, there is no such horrible thing in reality. I sometimes really doubt whether Loya is a demon fruit-powered person, this power. www.readwn.com It's terrible. The warring states period did not answer, and observed carefully one by one. In the photo, it was exactly how Loya fought against the silver-backed ape after the dragon scales burst. The cricket claws and bone spurs all revealed strong killing intentions. The cold golden vertical pupil was extremely indifferent, even if it was severely affected. There was no emotion showing at the time of the strike, as if above him, watching the world quietly. But these are not shocked by the warring states, but other things. On the edge of the photo, a floating stone was outlined by a red pen. Looking along the handwriting, many things were marked on the edge of the battlefield of one person and one beast. Then, comparing the next photo, the warring states period found that these things did not move. You should know that in the previous picture, Loya was knocked down and hit the stone. In that intense battle, although it is not a direct impact, I am afraid that a large living person can be blown away by the wind pressure alone, let alone a small stone. After the encounter, the situation was even more shocking. No matter how fierce the two battles were, these marked things seemed to take root in the photos, and they remained unchanged until the end of the battle. Yan Zhengequo took the photos on the table with a serious expression like never before. Zifa, what is your guess? Ah, probably the ability of time or space. Zifa's gaze looked through the window to the recruit quarters in the distance, where Loya was spreading his coercion recklessly. Kuzan and I said that Loya's freezing ability is different from him. Paying more attention to freezing this feature, it is also the reason why he was restrained by the attributes of Loya. So I guess, maybe, the highest point of the ice dragon fruit can freeze time and space. Chapter 33, Awakening. Frozen, time and space. The Warring States period murmured and repeated Zifa's words, and then fell into contemplation. Indeed, apart from freezing the interpretation of time and space, he could not think of the other abilities. Animals are fantasy beasts. This kind of fruit, which is more rare than the fruits of nature, each has strange and special abilities. The regenerative characteristics of undead bird Marco, as well as the impact characteristics of his own Buddha form. If this is the case, then Loya's ice dragon fruit has the ability to freeze time and space, so it seems not strange, a ghost. This is frozen time and space. What a terrible ability once developed. Not to mention too much, as long as Loya can freeze the strong at the level of the four emperors for a second, the Warring States now dare to recover the lost land in the new century. What the Emperor Kaiwahe, the worst revolutionary army, went all the way. If you don't agree, I will bring Loya and the yellow ape, and for a second without any defense, you can hit you for a half to die. Sengoku excitedly shared his thoughts with his old friend, and then suddenly sighed, but it seems that Loya don't say that step, I'm afraid, he doesn't know he has this ability. Of course. Zifa picked up the photos on the table, otherwise we wouldn't be able to take these photos either. With that guy's slippery temperament, the card at the bottom of this box would definitely be hidden deep and deep. Besides, even if he is not afraid of exposure, he can use it at will. At that time, he should directly freeze the time of the silverback great ape, and his fist killed it. Speaking of this, Zifa reminded the Warring States Road, however, as far as the situation in the photos is concerned, the objects frozen by the ice dragon are not affected by external influences, and I don't think you can achieve your ideas. Ah! Also. Sengoku sighed and stroked the goat's head beside his feet. Anyway, it's too early to say these now, it's unclear if Loya can develop to that extent. Before Loya did that step, the ghost knew how much trouble he would cause me. Do you know how many anonymous letters I received against Loya last month? Not even that group of instructors. Haha. In the face of his old friend's complaints, Zifa remembered what Loya had done last month, and his mouth was filled with smile. At the moment, Loya doesn't know how many legends he has left on the island. He didn't notice what time and space were frozen. In that fierce battle, he would not be distracted by the domineering feelings. He was distracted by a stone beside his feet that could not bring him any threat. How stupid was he? The fist of the silver-backed ape is not a joke. The problem for him now is what to do if the military uniform is broken. It is urgent to wait online. Hey, I forgot again, this is the last suit of Lao Tzu. Just now, after the blue energy entered Loya's body, the dragon pattern on his body immediately began to beat uncontrollably, and the pale blue dragon scales loomed on the skin with the rhythm. Meloya first responded immediately. When he was about to take off his clothes, the dragon scales had broken out. After all, it was a step too late, his pants and t-shirt had been cut by sharp dragon scales, there was a large hole in the back of his shirt, and a pair of batwings stubbornly breathed in the air. Because of the distressed Bailey and the problems in cultivation, Loa, who was embarrassed, started upgrading without taking off her clothes. When the dragon's power boiled in the body and the dragon scales grew out, Roya's first reaction that was caught off guard was, holding the grass. Don't blame Loya for not having enough vocabulary, because when you are happy, sad, excited, or sad, you can use a grass to describe so much. The problem is big. I must know that military uniforms belong to the image project of an army, which reflects the military and political nature of this army, and is the most serious military configuration. The Navy has always had extremely strict requirements for the soldiers' dress. No matter how personal the suit of the three generals is, in a formal occasion, that cloak of justice is also essential. Is enough to prove that the Navy is strict with military uniforms. For ordinary soldiers, the Navy stipulates that when the uniform is damaged due to non-combat, when the soldier picks up the new uniform, the soldier needs to carry the newly obtained uniform shirtlessly and run around the fortress, and shout "I was wrong." Because he was forced for a second, Loya's movement was a little slower, so Loya's schedule can be imagined. Hey, why is it so bad? Loya sighed and picked up the torn cloth on the ground. Reopen the panel and Loya looks at the upgraded properties. Name, Christopher Loya. Energy stage, second order 6 story. Energy value, 0/1000. Magic value, 9000/9000. Magic recovery speed, 850/m. The magic value is still increasing at a rate of 1000 points per layer, which is basically fixed. Loya guessed that his magical value would not increase explosively unless it was second order to third order. After reading the properties panel, the dragon body and dragon power have not changed on the skills panel. However, next to the magic of ice shape, another icon extends from the power of the dragon, and it is slightly exuding the golden fluorescence that can be used. This is new skills. Loya looked at the icon in surprise. He was sure that there was no icon before that. It was not that the gray status indicated that it was unavailable, but it was not at all. This is a real new skill. He quickly clicked the icon to see the properties. Awakening and pseudo-dragonization. Use the power of the dragon to enter a low concentration awakening state, temporarily increase the dragon's body fit for a period, and stop before the second critical point. The speed of mana recovery increased, the strength of the dragon's magic was increased, and 30 mana was consumed per second. After the end of the state, the strength of the dragon's power was increased according to the duration. From this passage, Loya keenly grasped 2 points. First of all, he always thought that the dragon's body was improved from scratch with his training, so he could withstand more and more dragon forces and increase the percentage. But now the interpretation of this skill proves that he is wrong. It is not because his physical fitness has become stronger that he has withstood more dragon power. On the contrary, it was because his body was able to adapt to the power of more dragons before his physical fitness became stronger. Because the dragon body pays attention to the degree of fit, since it is fit, there is always a master and a vice talent to be fit. That's why Loya is in harmony with the existing dragon power, not to cultivate and improve, to make it stronger. If you think about it, the system clearly states the extent to which the dragon's body is the dragon destroyer's adaptation to the power of the dragon. www.readwn.com. Since it is adaptation rather than tolerance, it is obvious that he was wrong at the beginning, out of direction. The power of the dragon and the body of the dragon, one is the power of the dragon, and the other is the body of the dragon. The strength of the dragon and the body of the dragon naturally fit to perfection, but because Loya is a human, even if the body has been transformed by the magic of exterminating dragons, it cannot perfectly inherit that power, and it is necessary to slowly adapt to the power of the dragon. He is not building a house from scratch, but climbing stairs. This discovery points the way for Loya's future practice, which is enough to save him a lot of time. The second important point, Loya discovered that the moves he developed can actually adversely affect the system. The awakening and pseudo-dragonization skill was never available before, and the system has not been included. But now it appears, and it has become usable. Loya thought about his behavior during this time. The answer is only one, that is, he has developed a big move beginning solution. The effect of the original solution after the transformation is self-evident. Although it cannot keep up with the real awakening mode of Naz in the later period of the original work, it is also much stronger than the state of the dragon scales when he was on the tower of the park. It was because Loya completed and used this move, and then as he upgraded, the move was included in the system. Each upgrade will not only affect himself, but also the system. Just like software update, new features will be added after the upgrade. PS, can anyone tell me what the is 500 points? The old account can always reply to post. What's going on with the new account now? Sto, on the issue of updating. I have worked hard to achieve more than 5,000 days, I have worked very hard. Chapter 34, Eating is a big problem. Thank you bookmate Benben 388*2 for the reward. Thanks to book friends AD and Swordboy 100 reward. Thank you very much. In other words, the starting point has not received a reward, but Book City is a bunch. In addition, Dashu has a sentence to tell you, I observed it. In the same period, in the same book, with the newcomers, and with the recommendation, my collection has increased pretty well. But, not even 1,000. So awkward. The recommendation is over for the last 2 days. The big tree sells cute, forget it, you can roll it for collection, and recommend it. Thinking of this, Loya closed her eyes and chose to use skills. Humming. A slight buzzing sounded, the magic began to vibrate, the moire began to move, a piece of scale armor began to emerge, and the transparent scales were quickly stained with a touch of light blue, and then turned to dark blue. Hey! 2 batwings unfolded indoors, and the gusty wind rolled over the room. The cold air of Lingyan rolled over, everything in the room was frozen quickly, the cold and bitter cold wind suddenly opened the window, and frozen the water vapor blowing in the direction of the sea to form a band-shaped ice crystal. Loya looked at his hands, the tile-shaped nails became his familiar claws, the white sharp claws exuded a warm luster, and the sharp curvature made people look chilling. Feeling something in the body, Loya nodded with satisfaction. Without high-intensity combat, the magic power is barely able to keep up with the recovery speed. In other aspects, it feels similar to when I use it independently, but the control of magic power can be more delicate, and it will not be disordered by rough operations. Overall it's much better than messing around with it myself. The first solution was that Loya used the magic of modeling in her body to let the body devour the magic of ice attributes, and woke up the dragon force. The power of the dragon, who got up badly, ran away uncontrollably in the body, which made the modeling magic unusable. Now this form is attributed to system skills, naturally it will not be so simple and rude. It directly awakens the dragon's power in the body to reach the level of awakening and burst the dragon scales. In this way, not only will the modeling magic not be limited, but also the strength of the dragon will make ordinary ice cubes not weaker than the ice cubes made by dragon magic. So now Loya can face the mole and say, "Give me 5 minutes and make you feel good." While Loya was indulging in the joy of increasing strength, he burst out loud through the dormitory building. "Loya! Come twice a night? You still don't let people sleep. Right. This form will emit long way out." A few days later, Marin Fodor. Loya slept well these days. The actual combat assessment is over and the recruits get a week-long vacation, which is a rare thing. Those who escape from exhausting training and choose to sleep are the overwhelming majority. Until the day and night, he reluctantly chose to get up. "Because I waited for another hour, the cafeteria stopped serving meals. This is a terrible thing for a rice bucket. Eat dinner." "Oh shout!" Simply cleaned, Loya opened the door and rushed out. It is worth mentioning that the dormitory building is centered on the room where Loya lives, and now there are no people up, down, left or right. Living next to a guy who likes to experiment with the ability to develop moves in the room next door, there is only a distance between the two, which is really tempered. Because you don't know when you will be awakened by the cold wake, why the floor slab leaked again, get up and find that the clothes you washed last night are frozen and hard, hanging on the rope like dried fish. They could not beat again, so they chose a strategic retreat. Anyway, the dormitory was not full, and they said to the uncle downstairs that they could change rooms after checking in. There are very few pedestrians on the way to the cafeteria. People come and go as usual, and the sight of the recruits rushing into the cafeteria during the meal disappears. Instead, the sparse Lara was trotting and yawning, just like the zombies in horror movies. Loya greeted them and went to the cafeteria side by side. Ms. S is not here today. I heard that she went back to her hometown in Bahai to take a vacation. She left the headquarters with the supply ship on the day the recruits set off. So now in the cafeteria is the second man, a man who is very clean but still looks like a bandit. When he saw Loya enter the cafeteria with a smile, his face changed, he dropped the spoon, and ran to the kitchen. He clicked and locked the door from the inside. A group of people watched this scene aggressively, their hands holding the dinner plate stiff in the air. This is how the same thing. Unclear, it looks like you're scared. Frightened. Loya pondered, propped herself up on the table, and looked inward with a probe. I saw 2 vats of curry gurgling, and a big pot of rice was placed at the front, and then, it was gone. Loya looked at this scene in shock, and immediately became angry. Asshole! Do you want to starve me? 2 large barrels of curry and rice are enough for the 100 recruits to eat. Today the recruit camp is still on vacation. There are not many people left in the base, and maybe enough. But it definitely doesn't count Loya's share. Because of his rising strength, he can now eat 100 people's food by himself. If he is a bully that runs across the new barracks, it's okay to say, grab it directly, feed yourself first, and others should be hungry. But unfortunately, not. Loya is quite popular in the new barracks. He can't do anything about the fish and meat in the countryside. Feeling the overflowing cold air on Loya, the recruit companions chose to avoid wisely, and took away the rice and curry from the cauldron next to it, but it did not eat when it was frozen. You come out. I promise not to kill you. Loya sprayed ice crystals in his mouth, and the blue energy in his hand disappeared. The onlookers who watched shook their heads, they said they would not be killed, who believed. When you fist up, everyone becomes a popsicle. You can send a death notice when you clean up. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. Well, it's okay, Loya. Besides, Uncle Art is not intentional. Speaking of it, it is because of yours, that you were tinkering with your moves last night, right? Uncle Art was preparing for today the ingredients you want to use, but the momentum on your body radiates, and his frightened hand shakes, causing the fire to burn the inventory completely, and you have to get punished in the afternoon. The voice is familiar. Loya turned around, and helplessly spread his hands to the visitors. Even so, we have to solve what we have for lunch today. Don't tell me you are full, Arido. He is a member of the elite camp, Arido. He wears casual shirts, shorts, and clogs under his feet. He looks very relaxed. Holding a dinner plate that was not much larger than his slap in his left hand, there was no rice grain left on it, only curry juice remained on the edge of the plate. After putting the plate in the recycling area, Arido sighed, how can I be full? Today our chef in the elite camp is sick, and I can only go out and find something to eat. Although my food is not as good as yours, it is also better than the average people's Congress is a lot. I was going to take a break. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. It's. Arido is 4 meters tall and stands there just like a brown bear. Every meal is amazing. Before Loya joined the Navy, he had won the title of Big Stomach King. But compared with Loya, Arido was embarrassed and gave up the title of Big Stomach King. www.readwn.com. It was that Loya was not very happy. The two face to face, sighing neatly, twirling their heads. At this time, the recruit companion who was sharing the curry rice suggested, "Did you forget it? Members of the elite camp can go to the barracks canteen to eat. You should try there, and you should have time now." Paloy looked up in shock, looking at Arido. "There's this kind of, no, there's this kind of thing." Arido also looked up in shock, "I don't know." The mouthful of the talking recruit was drawn, and what the members of the elite battalion didn't know, my little dragon set knew so clearly. "You guys are so shocking. I won't say any more, I want to be quiet." However, under the threat of the eyes of two famous violent men, he chose to compromise. Otherwise, it would not be worth it to eat one meal at a time. Everyone knows how terrible Loya was. He was robbed on the day of the actual assessment. The dry food is proof. Yes, this is a rule that was implemented the previous year. On the one hand, it is a system of approval because the canteen's canteen is too heavy and sometimes it is too busy. On the other hand, it is hoped that the Navy's cutting edge will communicate with the veterans, guarantee team cohesion. "I know so much." Uncle loosened the collar in his hand, and Loya looked at Arido. "Go to dinner." "Go with you." After reading the book review, I found that book friends are more or less reminding, not this sentence, but discussing the future development of Loya. After reading it, I thought of a comment many days ago, and ran go open it again. Sure enough, my book is so in-depth, what will happen in the future is almost guessed. Hey, this is really... Chapter 35, Capcom is here. Thank you book friends, heepee 500 reward. Thanks to the book friends holding the right hand, 100 reward. Thank you very much. The fan list is finally over 10. This is a historic step. When I left the cafeteria, Loya did not rush to run. If he really wants to hurry, his speed can be very fast, that is not the big stupid bear that Arido catches up with. But the problem is here, although he has basically been designated as a member of the elite camp, and a few days later he passed the whole camp with confidence. He is not yet a member of the elite camp. What should I do if I don't recognize people in the cafeteria? So he stared at Arido, and looked straight at the latter. What happened? I'm thinking, I'll still take care of it with you, in case I don't cook for me there, I can still pull you out and give me a guarantee. He said. No matter what Arido's look, Loya hammered with both hands, condensing the magic. Ice make. Alas! Two canine species composed of ice cubes appeared in front of them, and their bodies more than 2 meters long radiated bright light in the sun, just like diamonds. Arido looked at the ice wolf in front of him in surprise, only to see one of them squatting down and fastened his neck with his hind paws, and then asked, "Your ice cubes can move freely? This is not scientific. Although you know that those who are capable of natural fruit can also make elements into various appearances, but they can never be so smart. Where is this simple ice cube? This is a new species without flesh and ice. Under the premise of knowing the fruits of the devil, did you even talk to me about science?" Loya looked at him scornfully, then turned over and rode an ice wolf. "Come up, hurry. Definitely faster than you run." Of course, the ice wolf is lifeless, but as Arido said, the ice can move freely, which is simply unscientific. This is also a limitation of the One Piece world. The OP world does not have a complete cultivation system. The combat power is indeed strong, but the use of energy is rough and simple, just like the Scion group destroyed by Frisia. Even with the protagonist's aura, Mr. Karkarote, a child of the lower fighters, learned the use of chi, and not long after that, he struck the senior fighters. In addition, the OP world's division of strength is not clear. Take the swordsman as an example, it is Jianhao who understands the iron-cutting uprising. The sword hero here is not a level of strength, but just a title. Before and after, there was no noun to replace the strength of the corresponding stage. Jiang Hao, who is stronger than the general swordsman, has enough fame, and there are more titles, called Dajian Hao. I once let Luoye, who is used to watching the novel of the upgrade stream, speechless. This limitation made the aboriginal people of the pirate world unable to understand the concept of magic, and Loya was too lazy to explain it, which was directly attributed to the speciality of the fruit that killed Arido. The movement and stillness in modeling magic, Loa would ponder when she was bored. But after repeated testing, he discovered that at this stage, making a static bomb like a magic bomb is more efficient than letting an ice wolf go out and bite someone. The main problem that has not been solved is the strength of modeling magic. His magic power is indeed the ice-dealing magic, but it only makes the ice cubes he made harder than ordinary ice cubes. It can't reach the iron-hardening magic as hard as steel. Break through the deck. So Loya won't waste her magic to do useless work. The only dynamic magic that satisfied him was the time when Ying Kuzan was first developed, when he first developed an ice fall funeral. At that time, he controlled the seemingly abandoned ice cubes on the surrounding floor, and caught him while Kuzan was holding him. But the result is as mentioned before, because the strength is not enough, Kuzan resisted by virtue of his strong physical fitness, let alone elemental. Except for a little embarrassing, there is no fart. At the urging of Loya, Arido stomped on the ice wolf. But the next second, Loya laughed and rolled off the mount. I don't count the ice wolf with a 2-meter-long tail. Roya can also spin on it. But he forgot one thing, Arido's stupid guy didn't notice it at all, that is Arido's 4 meters high. What is the concept of 24 meters? The severely afraid guy looks down enough to faint. The jackal wolf is not a horse or a cow. Its evolutionary structure was not used as a mount, so its legs appear short when lying on the ground. Arido sat up, the ice wolf got up and stood up, but Arido's feet were still stepping on the ground. What kind of mount is this? I looked at Loya, who was laughing and rolling to the ground. Arido's face was black, and the wooden clam was nodding to the ground, making a loud noise. After patience for a while, when Liuya couldn't stop at all, Arido yelled, "Enough! What's so funny? Is it my fault to be big? No, only big advantage. What do you know?" Seeing this, Loya knew that she had better not laugh anymore, otherwise Arido, who would become embarrassed, would have to find his real PK. Don't look at this guy being rough and tight, in fact, his face is very thin. He churns his cheeks and smiles, and Loya motions for Arido to stand up, then puts his hand on the ice wolf, and starts magic. I saw that the ice wolf quickly began to swell, and in the process of getting bigger, the limbs and head also changed. Soon, Loya retracted her hand and reappeared in front of Arido, an ice horse more than 3 meters high. It was only now that Arido was at ease, turned over and rode on the ice horse, pulled the ice-made reins, and whistled, "Let's go." The Bing Bing horse ran away on the frost, leaving an ice road behind the buttocks. Loya hurried on the ice wolf and followed, "Wait for me. I don't know the way." The canteen of the June Army camp can be much larger than the recruit camp. There are 3 floors up and down, and the decoration is luxurious but solemn. I was still far away, and Roya smelled the smell of the meal. The full-fledged admiral stepped out of the gate one after another, and simply talked to his friends and went to each other, no error. 1 ice wolf and 1 ice horse ran side by side on the avenue, which really caught the attention of many people. Arido's iconic physique is very conspicuous, and many people know him, but who is the dwarf next to him? After being informed, everyone knew who the little man was. Rami Eggs. The guy who disturbs the dreams from time to time. This night is this kid. Hit you, hit him. The guy who said this was despised by his companions, and red ears retracted into the crowd. No way, this kid was trained by General Kuzan, and I heard that he also killed a silverback ape during the assessment. Don't say that they are captains and aristocrats, I am afraid that the generals who are weak cannot win Loya. Hesitant, a group of people stared in situ, had to watch Loya stop at the cafeteria door, and Arido entered the cafeteria with a smile. Quickly rushed to the window for cooking, Loya glanced around and immediately decided the menu. Take this pot to me. And rice, but also pot. Besides, the fruit is not cut yet. Bring the basket. The uncle who beat the rice looked at Loya, and suddenly remembered what seemed like, and shouted, You are Loya. I know you, the most delicious rice bucket in the boot camp. Luan's face was full of anticipation, and Loya's face was black, with a cross on her forehead. He pulled the uncle's collar and snarled fiercely, Who trademark said that Lao Tzu is a rice bucket? Believe me or not. I call you food, can you eat it? Bless you. Arido hurried forward to draw the frame, separated the two with a big hand, and he nodded embarrassingly at the veterans who had seen him. Sorry, he was in a bad mood without eating for a day. Under Arido's persuasion, Loya finally let go of Uncle Daffin, and Miiza took the food to find a seat. Although Arido was embarrassed, he politely left the window with no less food than Loya. Sugawara left the stunned Uncle Daffin and the neat new counter. The two of them were sitting face to face. There was only two of them on a large table, and a spoonful of food was delivered to their mouths. I ate, and Loya snapped Aridor's big hand and pointed at the cauldron next to him, That's yours. The veterans of the canteen wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads and watched them gobble. At this moment, the noisy sound in the cafeteria suddenly became neat, and several sounds filled with excitement, converging into a sentence, Lieutenant Kapu. Thank you for your recommendation, you can skip it. 26 Thank you, Book Friends 214 *, Funny Old Driver, Book Friends 122 *, Book Friends 123 *, Book Friends 132 *, Book Friends 107 *, Book Friends 181 *, Book Friends 146 *, Book Friends 177 *, Book Friends 125 *, Book Friends www.readwn.com Book Friends 128 *, Book Friends 259 *, Book Friends 190 *, Book Friends 255 *, Book Friends 197 *, Book Friends 115 Book Friends 129 Book Friend 142 Book Friend 321 Book Friend 146 Book Friend 213 Book Friend 162 Book Friend 117 Book Friend 125 Book Friend 127 Book Friend 110 Book Friend 106 Book Friends 290 Book Friends 107 Book Friends 275 Book Friends 341 Book Friends 109 Book Friends 131 Book Friends 273 Endless and Amp, Starry Sky, Book Friends 150 Niga Impermanence, Awed Style, Tianxiang Dragon Rain, Orangutan Dark Night, West of Rain, Book Friend 161 Jackal Wolf, Bingja Ichan, Breaking Belief The World is Red Worldly Love, Heneng Temple, Shuelao Fi, China Fat Cow. Behind the night, bays and bays crows, one sword will be the world, the sacrifice of death, the Zephyr Boy, the smoke is clean, I will pull, Haoshan Jinyu Supreme Lonely Moon and Autumn Rain, Heaven and Dragon King, God Ao, Peter Huang, Lowly's Strange Uncle, Stake Duck Down, Dead Man Aries V, All Things Without Rain OP, Departure Search, Unforgettable, Ghost Boner, ZAFT001, Meng Chi D, I Just Want to Die Quietly, UID is a Dangerous Boy, Bookmate 146 Gotchs, Archerkle, Bookworm 7259, Evil, Gentle Love, Residual Mangya broken his soul, Shi Yu said to Qing, Zhan Bin, the benefit of the brave, Black Sweater, Prince of Chaos, look up next. Year, Goat King, Justice, Stars, can't make it out, let the starry sky is dim asterisk, the indifferent bookworm, the twinkle twinkle little star asterisk, Faust C, follow the flow and meet the situation, and the support of Yin Feng Yu is recommended. I solemnly declare that excluding words of thanks, this chapter is really 2,500 words. No word count me. Chapter 36, Carp wants to apprentice? Ha ha ha, don't be so serious, just go eat. Tao Laren is a strong old man. Don't look at his white hair, but his chest is wide, his muscles are strong, and he is not weak. Dark skin exudes healthy colors. It is the famous Navy hero, Tekken Carp. He heard his voice, which was so different from the dubbing, raised his head. Monkey D. Carp. There are 3 points in the entire OP world that make Roya most curious. For one thing, what kind of cards does the dragon have to maintain their dominance? Second, how did the geography of this world form? Third, Tekken Carp, how strong is it? From the top war, the words he said after the red dog killed Ace can be seen. At that time, Carp had the ability to kill the red dog Sakaski. He also asked the warring states to stop himself, or he was afraid he couldn't help it. At this level, who dares to take Carp's words as a negative dog? The red dog is a magnificent general, known as the Navy's strongest combat power, afraid that he can't help but kill him. How strong is Carp's strength? So Loya was really curious about Carp, even more than his inquiry into the secrets of the D family. Master Carp. When Lua was in a daze, Arido stood up straight to salute. In addition to the 3 generals who went out for the recruit camp, Arido most admired is Tekken Carp. This is the big hero who arrested King Geza Roger, and Arido grew up listening to his legend. For the 3 generals, Arido is the reverence that the heart longs for, and for Carp, it is a real worship. Seeing Arido's uncontrollable appearance, Loya didn't know what he was thinking. But he can also be sure that Arido did not know that Dorage, who was identified by the government as the most vicious criminal in the world, was his son. A peculiar smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Loya considered whether to spoil it a little. At this moment, Carp waved his hands to let the crowd disperse, and walked to the window for cooking. Ah, today is your chef, Marcus, for the old rules, give me a copy. Marcus was the uncle who cooked for Loya and Arido. When he heard Carp, Marcus was crying, that Lord Carp, you may need to wait. Kapu has his own residence in Mariendo, but he does not cook alone. He usually solves 3 meals a day in the canteen of the barracks. Hey? Why? Carp asked strangely, and suddenly, he found that the counter was cleaned up inside and out. Suddenly stunned, hey Marcus, when did you stop working? There are still a large group of rabbits that are not full. How is it possible to quit? Marcus said weakly, pointing to Loya and Arido, the 2 little guys over there just took away the prepared food. You also know, foods are not allowed to cool, and they have always been prepared according to the flow of people in the cafeteria. As a result, they have just taken away all of them. Oh? There's such a thing. Carp turned his head and looked at Arido, who was shaking himself with his light, his excited hands were shaking, and across from Arido, the little man with an open belly and big mouth. Tong Mingming only had 2 people, but he occupied an entire table, and the table was filled with mountains of food. That kid, is the guy Kuzan taught during this time, right? Carp thought. Ku Kuzan personally taught a recruit, and when the news came out, everyone was kidding. Admiral, teach recruits? What an international joke! What can recruits learn? They are still running and exercising. But with the news gradually circulating in the elite camp, and the explosion sounds and splashing ice cubes in the small square every evening, everyone slowly accepted this incredible information. Kapu was only after Loya came to the headquarters, when he made the first upgrade, he learned that he was such a person. After all, the inexplicable momentum was so shocking that even he was greatly affected. Yes, the warring states yesterday did not mean that the only silver-backed ape on the trial island was killed, and the fire-burning mountains and ghost spiders were arrested to come back. Kapu remembered what happened at the meeting yesterday, when he happened to be a little thirsty after eating Xianbei, and listened to 2 words at random during the process of looking for water. Thinking of this, Cap is curious, what exactly is the ability of this Christopher Loya, which makes Zifa and Kuzan look at each other? Marcus, send it to me in a minute. Carp greeted Marcus and slowly walked to Loya's table. Arido has been watching Carp, seeing him come over, chopsticks slammed up, splashed Loya's face with fried rice. Master! Cap! Loya silently pulled off the rice noodles, then lazily stood up, saluting, Lieutenant General Kapu. No matter how curious, it's not as important as eating. Arido is obviously not a qualified eater, and in the face of idols, he gave up the food directly. In addition to contempt, Loya can only go to the countryside to follow the customs. Although this is a cafeteria, you do not need to salute when facing the sergeant, but the other party is the Navy hero Monk D. Carp. If you really want to treat it casually, Loya bets on tomorrow's dinner to ensure that someone will teach him within 24 hours. Crickets include, but are not limited to, those lieutenant generals in Mole. Seeing Loa's laziness, Capo looked deeply, it is really a disciple of Kuzan. This temperament has been learned by 10%. I thought so in my heart, but Carp said different sentences on his mouth, ha 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 ha, really a young man. Yes. It is a good thing to eat. I said that. He patted Arido's belly, an awkward cough, and changed the topic, you are Arido, Zifar really values you, last time. Arduo and Loya, who were receiving the training, kept their faces impatiently, watching Cap who slept before him and began to snore. Loya's heart was like a rush. Grass the grass. You are really asleep. How did you learn this unscientific skill? Crackling. The snot bubble burst, and Carp continued to talk like no one else, not even changing his tone. Last time Zifa was still saying that as long as you keep up, you can graduate. Well, anyway, that means, in so many sessions of the elite camps, only a few can use armed arrogance without graduation, but you are a genius. Now you can apply for graduation and he will do the same. www.readwn.com. Ha 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 ha. Although Carp made a joke in the end, Arido did not feel a little relaxed. He stomped his feet hard, and the wooden claws on his feet smashed directly, and Loya saw the bones in the bowl shake twice. Arido, who saluted again, said excitedly, yes, I know. So, what do you know? I do not understand. Loya frantically in his heart. A sudden glance and Carp faced each other, they found each other's eyes filled with helplessness. This boy, it's a bit interesting. Carp thought calmly and waved Arido to sit down. Then he looked at Loya, his eyes looked as if he wanted to see Loya through. Hey, are you Loya? Capo went on to say, after waiting for Loya to answer, in Zifa's words, your kid is the most talented guy in these recruits, but it doesn't look very good. Okay. I finished talking, and pinched my booger with my little finger. Luo Yagujing looked at Carp as a demon without a wave. Although he didn't know why Carp was demeaning, he thought about the person's uneasy personality. Luoa said he was very calm. In the family of D, Carp's pulse is definitely different. You don't need to be surprised to do anything weird. But it's too impolite not to talk back, and Loya thought for a moment, and replied, because I am still a recruit, I am laughing. What does the bracket laugh mean? Carp gave a good slap, his hands shake, his nails hurt his nostrils, and tears ran out. After a pause, he decided not to entangle Loya's words, and directly and decisively understood the meaning. Well, it doesn't matter. I ask your boy, do you want to be an old man's disciple? Chapter 37, Fooled People. Hey! Arudo raised his head blankly. What did I hear just now? Ah! Loya was stunned by Carp's sudden question. What did I hear just now? What? Hearing his ears and screaming neatly, what did we hear just now? Kapu impatiently drew his ears. If you are so noisy, just accept a disciple. What a fuss! What he said was so straightforward, that almost made Loya feel that he was too poor in acceptance. Sorry. I listened to the crowd saying that it is not surprising to receive disciples, but... Lieutenant General Kapu. It's weird that you want to accept your disciples, okay. I thought that when Kuzan was still your officer, you never said that you should put him away as a disciple. What kind of trouble is it now? Loyo really did not return to God. Why Carp suddenly accepted himself as an apprentice? Why does this expansion have a strange sense of sight? I'm not called Jarishan. In the OP world, the relationship between the disciples and the master is mostly stored in the Daogwan. On the sea, what people want is freedom. Whether they are good or bad, their behavior is good or evil, they are all pursuing freedom. So people in this world, especially the man on the sea, generally acquiesce to such things as apprenticeship and refuse to accept them. Eagle Eye taught Sauron for 2 years, and Raleigh taught Luffy for 2 years. So, are they apprentices? Of course not. From the viewpoint of the sea, I can teach you, but you are not my disciple. Kuzan was become a teacher of Loya, or because Loya was so annoyed by him that he defaulted on this title. He had never declared Loya as his disciple in public. Takaizawa accepted his apprentices, which is a habit. He was previously called a general who did not kill, but it is conceivable that his own character is much better than Carp's evil name. This character was magnified when he lost his family and became the commander-in-chief of the recruit camp, so that he loved all recruits, so he regarded the recruits in the elite camp as disciples. And Carp? Are you loving or entangled? He also said that Loya did not dare to compliment Carp's educational results. He taught a son and became the leader of the Silence Army. He taught 2 grandchildren and became a pirate. One is the captain of the Whitebeard Irfan team, although he will fart a few years later. One accident is the future One Piece. You are taking me as an apprentice now. Are you planning to send talents to the pirates or are you going to create a world government's anti-nature? In summary, Loya resolutely chose to refuse. Sorry, Lieutenant General Cap, I can't be your disciple. Arudo lifted Loya with excitement, and the latter was about to give him a fist, but found that Arudo had tears in his face when he wondered, I'm envious, no, hateful. You are so surprised. Rejected Kapu, do you know who he is? Loyo helplessly broke free and stood on the stool to arrange the collar. Before I could speak in the future, I heard Cap's unbelievable voice. You refused. Boy, tell me why. Otherwise you are finished today. Kapu's original purpose was to disgusting Zifa. Think about it. Everyone knows that Zifa has defaulted to this disciple. Now he inserts one. Will Zifa know whether he will be angered with cerebral hemorrhage? The two are comrades in arms for decades, so they never stay when they can disgust at each other. He even thought of several sets of whole-person methods, but what he never expected was that Loya rejected him. This makes Carp's old face unstoppable, and it is himself who is not in control on a weekdays, and the warring states who is panic-stricken. When is his turn to panic? Ga. Suddenly, Carp knocked his head, and found a reason for himself. Loya, you must not know, right? After all, you were an ordinary person. Come and tell me, I am the Lieutenant Monk Descartes of the Navy headquarters. General. Before Carp's words were finished, Loya interrupted him with contempt. The naval heroes who captured One Piece Gore Roger, the Iron Fist Admiral of the Sea, the famous Navy evil spirit Monkey D. Carp's name, even if I was just a trivial handyman, I often hear it. Then in Capo's expression, Loya shook his head and sighed, choose a disciple chooses a teacher. Lieutenant General Cap, please allow me to ask a disrespectful question, what will you do? What am I going to do? Caprun thought, and suddenly laughed, ha ha ha, are you worried that I can't teach you Loya? Ha 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 ha, how is it possible? I can do more, Navy 6 styles are proficient, and I am not afraid of anyone who is armed and domineering. Cap smiled proudly, but did not know that Loya was even more scornful, and interrupted him directly, then I would like to ask, what will teacher Zifa do? Of course, Carp froze, it seems that Zifa who he knows will also. But how easy is it for him to give up? He retorts, even if he is weaker than me. Of course, you must find a stronger master to find a master. Loya continued to shake his head, I will tell teacher Zifa truthfully about the remarks that teacher Zifa is weaker than you. In addition, I will correct you a bit. Disciples choose a teacher, or they want a teacher. The purpose is to make themselves change strong. The strength of a master does not mean his strength in teaching. As you said, looking for a master to find a stronger one is because stronger teachers naturally have a stronger way, but have you thought about it, this is how a teacher gets stronger, can it really adapt to the disciples? Not necessarily. He paused, leaving Carp a little time to think, and Loya continued, so choosing a teacher can't just rely on strong and weak judgment, but on the basis of his teaching ability. Why don't I go to the recognized the strongest man in the world with a white beard? So, the teacher I want doesn't need much strength to make me stronger. In my cognition, the best teacher in the world is Zifa teacher. In terms of strength, he is a former general and is not much weaker than you. In terms of teaching, he is taught by the current 3 generals and the generals of Mole and Huashan, and his teaching ability is beyond doubt. Comprehensive as mentioned above, I refuse to worship you as a teacher. Kapu felt the distress of Kuzan a month ago, this boy, the mouth can talk too much. Not at all an opponent. It seems that the old man has been alive for years. There wasn't even a disciple who could handle it. Arido's sight crossed time and returned to the day when he first met with Loya. This scene seems to have known each other, it's all like that. I don't understand. In the end, Loya gave Carp a fatal blow. He got close to Carp's ears, and whispered with his hand, saying, moreover, Lieutenant General Carp, the only son is the Silence Army www.readwn.com. Your teaching ability, please forgive me. Kapu felt something was broken and could not pick it up again. The slapstick of Capo's apprenticeship ended with Capo suffering the worst trauma in history. The disheartened Capo didn't even care about how Loya knew this secret, and he chose to go home sadly. I heard Carp talking to himself along the way. Why? In fact, Loya took advantage of Carp's careless personality, using an example that could not help scrutinizing. If you can really worship Whitebeard as a teacher, Loya would have gone long ago. That is the strongest in the world. A dying monster that can beat a red dog down. Who cares about Zifa if he guides himself? However, fortunately, everyone in Monka's family is like this. As long as it is not about family and fellows, IQ will plummet. After sending Kapu away, Loya can finally relax and enjoy the food, but the navy around him looks very unusual. If you were looking at a naughty younger junior, now it is the kind treat the enemy of life. Because he said so well, I was speechless. Lieutenant General Capo was fooled, and later he could not chat with Loya. After eating, Loya did not go to Arido, he chose to take a holiday for himself today. He was unlucky. More than one Capo was fooled by Loya, so was Arido. After I parted, he chose to wander around alone, unhappy. Lying on the wide back of the ice wolf, Loya returned directly to the dormitory to take a nap. Cultivation requires relaxation and relaxation. Chapter 38, The Battle Begins. A week later, Marin Fodor's new barracks. The golden morning light rippling between the clouds will open the curtain representing the night. Loa got up early today, and was sitting quietly by the artificial lake not far from the dormitory. Today is the day for him to be assessed. Facing hundreds of offensives at one time, he needs to adjust himself to meet the challenge with the best mental outlook. The cold air tangled around him, falling with his breathing. The lake in front of him had already condensed into a mirror. Hey! Suddenly, a sharp ice cone rose from the lake. At that sharp tip, a carp struggled twice, and its eyes lost its color. Hey! The next moment, the sound of raindrops rang out, and the ice cone just now seemed like a switch, causing countless ice cones to emerge from the lake in a rush. The dense ice cones rise and fall, and the little blood flowers are blooming under the ice surface, and the carps living in the lake are completely pierced by the ice cones countless times until they become flesh. Suddenly, the surface of the lake calmed down for a moment, and the ice fell like spring snow to meet the scorching sun, spreading away quickly, and disappearing in no time. Loya took a deep breath and stood up slowly. Finally, ice's modeling magic can be retracted freely, but it is still very difficult to integrate with the dragon extermination magic. But now, with the modeling magic alone, ordinary generals can't stop me. I glanced at the lake that was stained with blood, and Loa nodded with satisfaction. The hit rate is okay, but the strength is reduced by the long distance. Come back to study if you have time. Melody picked up the coat on the ground and blew a whistle. An ice wolf rushed out of the air, first the front body, and when it landed, the whole body was clearly visible. Loya turned over and rode on the ice wolf to the assessment site. Compared with the recruits in the branch, the recruits in the headquarters, in addition to the more intensive training, put more emphasis on actual combat. In addition to the annual elite assessment, daily battles are also indispensable. These battle trainings are usually once a month. The time when Loya joined the Navy happened to be at the end of the last assessment, and 1 month later was the elite assessment. The battle training of that month was naturally cancelled. So Loya came here for the first time. Today's assessment venue is very lively. In the past, the battle training was usually 2 people. The team with the largest number of participants did not have more than 10 people. This was still done in small teams. There was never a one-time concentration of the entire camp. The precedent for training. When Loya arrived, a large number of recruits had gathered in the ground, one by one, squeezing and killing, and staring at Loya with indignation. The most active of them was the companions of the 7th team. They helped raise the arms here, and they were busy preparing medical supplies, and then counted the number according to the instructor's order, and arranged the recruits to queue for the weapons. Loyan's eyes were drawn straight, and she really wanted to go up and give them a kick. But he didn't dare to do this, because a group of big guys were standing directly opposite the entrance of the venue. Among them are the instructors of the recruit camp, the lieutenant general of the headquarters, and the chief instructor of the recruit camp, Black Wrist Zifa. Oh, by the way, there is also a Navy hero carp blowing his nose, and the Navy Supreme Commander of the Dragon, who is not at the end of his life, is a warlord. Loya buckled his face, grabbed the recruits passing by and asked, "Why are Lieutenant General Cap and the Marshal of the Warring States here?" The recruit suddenly recognized Loya, and the hippie smiled and said, "Oh, it was the boss of Loya. You said, Lord Capo and Marshal of the Warring States, that they were invited to testify by Lord Zifa. Later you be good at it. Gloria! How dull are these 2 guys in the end? Carp's temperament will not be said. Your dignified Navy Marshal, the big man who shakes the whole sea and shakes, what to witness? How much can recruits fight?" Loya did not know, because of what happened during the actual combat assessment. The Warring States paid more attention to him than he imagined. Otherwise, how could he be interested in watching a battle between recruits, even the unprecedented 1 vs hundreds. Feeling Luoya's gaze, the warring states locked her eyes on Luoya through the crowd, and narrowed her eyes slightly. Zifa, when did this boy get stronger again? Although there is no systematic practice in the pirate world, it has the bug-level ability of 3-color domineering. Among them, in addition to being used to lock the enemy and predict in battle, you can also determine how strong a person is. It was through seeing this domineering that the warring states could conclude that Luoya's strength was stronger than last week. Hearing the words of the warring states period, Zifa also covered Wenya's domineering power over Luoya, and hesitated before he said, "Well, indeed. I feel the coldness on his body is more subtle than before. It seems that today will be a wonderful battle." Luoya, who was the target of observation, did not know the movements of the two, but just felt cold. Suspiciously, he glanced around and found a seat against the wall. The time soon arrived in the morning from the early morning. Today the weather is very good. The clear sky is like a boundless blue jasper. Several seagulls hover over the fortress carefreely, and from time to time rest on the naval flagpole to rest. The instructors of each team successively reported the number to Zifa. Seeing that they were all together, Zifa and the warring states looked at each other and spoke in a deep voice. "Be quiet." As soon as Takaizawa came out with the battle www.readwn.com, the recruits who had been suppressing the whispered voice brushed, and Kikai shut up and stood. Seeing this, Zifa nodded with satisfaction, and continued, "You must be clear about the assessment of the battle, here, no longer repeat it. Because today, the assessment we are going to conduct is different from the past. Today, you are no longer choosing the challenge target but someone who challenges you. You all." Luoya caused a beast tide during the actual combat examinations and caused numerous recruits. Everyone has been waiting for this day. Now, when Zifa officially announced it, she was screaming with excitement. Watching the excited recruits like the gorillas who successfully made in the audience, Zhengguo pouted, "Oh, this kid, how unpopular is the recruit barracks." Takaizawa waited for the end of the hustle and bustle and continued to read, "The assessment will begin immediately. Although this assessment does not require all members to participate, I also hope that you will show your full strength and present a wonderful battle." After finishing talking, Zifa nodded to the Major General next to him, then knocked on the sleeping Zhengxiang carp, and came to the specially prepared seat to sit. The Major General instructor saluted and took a step forward. "Now, Christophe Luoya. Go to the venue center." Luo raised her head and walked slowly forward with the eager eyes of the crowd. Some soldiers on the road wanted to give him a power, and stood motionless on the road he must pass. Then, they flew directly out of the crowd, crashed into the wall and passed out. The rest trembled and frightened to make way for Loa. He came to the center of the field, and Luoya waited for the instructor to speak, all the ice prisms sticking out of him, and his teeth and claws roared silently at the recruits. "Say come and fight. I promise I won't kill you." Chapter 39, Does the Elite Camp Count? Thank you for the 100 rewards from my friends. Thanks to the book friends. The dust is not over. 100 rewards. Thank you both. Do you know why I didn't send a recommendation thank you yesterday? It's not because Lao Street is despising, it's not because of the opinions of book friends, and it's not that the mobile assistant is hard to check. I got up at 6 o'clock yesterday, and then finished the list of thanks for recommendation. Over 1,000 words. The recommendation of book friends is so powerful, it really makes Dashu ashamed. This week is busy, and the explosion is more appropriate. In addition, I continue to ask for collections and recommendations. It seems that I have been recommended this week. On Friday. I remember drinking a lot at night, even if you forget it. I promise not to kill you. Luoya's murderous spirit suddenly, crazy evil charm smile, infallible. In the face of what can be said to be a blatant threat, many recruits swallowed and retreated subconsciously. Just kidding. Can't you be honest with us? We only slept a few good nights this month, all woke you up, won't your conscience hurt? When the crowd was disturbed, a tall figure stood out. Ha ha ha, a little interesting. Then you can try to kill me, Roya. This voice is so familiar. Loya's eyes widened, and he stared at the person. Arado. Why are you here? That figure is a member of the elite camp, the Iron Block Arado. Today Arado's dress is different from that seen by Loa in the past. Not only is he dressed neatly, he also wears 2 solid iron gloves, and the thick iron chains of 2 arms stick out from behind the gloves and circle entangled around him. Arado and Loya, Sinai's own fists, not good at using weapons. So he found logistics and built 2 gloves. Loa was aware of this, because the day he finished was the logistics he went with Arado. But why is Arado here? Why are you elite camp? At this moment, 2 figures came forward and said neatly. Enwi Loyajan. *2. Except for different standing positions, the 2 men are exactly the same in all aspects of movement, dress, expression, and tone. Brother Jerome. Loya looked at them in surprise, then turned back fiercely, staring at the instructor on the stage with poor eyes. Why are members of the elite camp here? Isn't it our assessment of the recruit camp? No need to guess, Loya knows. Those who can mobilize the elite camp to come here, no one except Zifa. So this sentence seems to be asking the Major General Instructor, in fact asking Zifa behind him. Wu Vinian said. Zifa raised his eyelids, pretending to be I don't understand what you're talking about. In the face of Loya's bad eyes, Major General's instructor explained stubbornly, this assessment is facing the entire recruit camp, and the elite camp is also an institution belonging to the recruit camp, and naturally has the right to participate. Wise. Shameless saying. Loya looked at Zifa in shock. Although the elite camp is indeed a branch under the name of the recruit camp, many years ago, its funds and facilities were independent of the recruit camp. The management right was directly controlled by Zifa. Even marshals of the warring states must not intervene. Except for the school where tuition fees were collected by Tong Guang, even Zifa was reluctant to spend so much energy. The elite teaching mode of the elite camp is more suitable for his taste. But because the Navy has never had a second heavy person to take over the recruit barracks, not even the Lieutenant General. So Zifa has been managing the elite battalion through the identity of the recruit instructor of the recruit barracks over the years. In fact, within the Navy, the 2 have long been acquiesced as different institutions. Recruit combat training, elite battalion members can also be considered recruits. Everyone does not have any rank in the Navy, then why do they never participate? As a result, Zifa and he now played a word game. Since you are being tested by the recruit camp, of course, the elite camp is also included. But I saved you a bit of face and didn't ask them to come together. After listening to the explanation of Major General's instructor, Loya once again had a deeper understanding of the face of these old chos. However, he immediately showed an inexplicable smile. Did you think that Arado and Jerome would be able to threaten me if I went up? I was afraid a week ago, but now, the pattern, Teacher Zifa. Well, what's the big deal? You guys aren't weak, and I hope you'll show more mercy later. Arado, who wouldn't look at him, came up and yelled at Loya. He just hoped to have a good fight with Loya. The incident itself was winding up and down. He didn't want to and couldn't think clearly. So the latter rewarded him with an ice spear. Now, everyone is ready. The actual assessment will begin immediately. After the countdown to 321, Loya immediately backed away, avoiding the gloves thrown by Arado. His body was still in the air, and he immediately hammered with both hands, and the endless cold quickly turned into an entity in the air. Ice make wolf pack. There are too many people around. If you don't pay attention to the ice bomb, this method will hurt your life. Loya has to use the ice wolf that can bite people and clean up the fishes first. But this is enough for the recruits to drink a pot. The wolves formed in the air, opened their mouths and rushed to the recruits. Hurry up! Hack them! Be careful! They are strong! Ouch! My ass! Asshole, die! The new recruits shouted, raised their weapons and slashed at the ice wolf. Fortunately, the assessment site was large enough, otherwise hundreds of recruits would not have even enough distance to run, let alone fight back. Where are you looking? Suddenly, a war-filled voice sounded behind Luoye, and Luoye, who had not landed, did not turn his head back. He stirred the ice on his body and radiated out following the sound. Ding! The steel symphony sounded, the slender ice and the long sword were connected, making a harsh noise. Tony Miller wanted to hurt Loya by a sneak attack, but he did not expect that the ice on Loya was so hard that not only was not cut off, but his arm was numb for a while. With the force of recoil, Loya kicked on the ground after landing, jumped up and rotated 360 degrees, kicked Tony with one kick. Taste my 720 degrees big swing kick. Qin Ming Ming only make one turn. Unprepared Tony roared in his heart, then carried his head into the floor and smashed the solid slate. It seemed that she knew what Tony was thinking, and explained to herself, "No, you still have a turn, right? That adds up to 720 degree dot. Extreme blasting." While Loya was wearing xwww.readwn.com, a soft drink came from the top of his head, the weight screamed and the target pointed directly at his head. I didn't choose to dodge, Loya made the ice armor closer, and then a finger clicked. I point you to Yang Chuan. Using the sturdy nature of the ice armor, Loya's finger penetrated Laron Mini's sea beast leather shoes and hit her sole. The latter's aggressive attack was instantly broken, and he screamed and flew out, rolling and holding his feet as he fell. Luoya had experience. He had a stomachache and he was massaged by an old Chinese medicine doctor when he was hospitalized. When the old doctor squeezed the knuckles to the Yangchuan point, the soreness made him want to die. If me used to attack, Minnie's tragic situation now is proof. The fiasco of the first and second place in the new barracks made the recruits who were gathered up afraid to come forward and stop. Seeing this, Simon, dressed like a nobleman, commanded, "Too crowded." Everyone in the elite camp helped him entangle him. Our top 20 sides responded, and the rest immediately cleared out the ice wolves and stayed away from the battle circle. As soon as Loya leaves, you entangle him immediately and don't let him rest. Speaking, Simon took out a handful of iron sand, and passed over to Loya. Magnetic arrow rain. Countless iron sands paused in the air for a while, then shot at Loya like a bullet. Simon's fruit ability is called pointing fruit, which can guide the inanimate objects he touches to the target location, but cannot lead to a place out of sight. Because of this power, even if he does not enter the elite camp this time, he will be under the care of Zifa in the future. Where can I find such a good sniper? In order to avoid accidental injuries, guns are not allowed in this assessment, so Simon grabbed a handful of iron sand and used it as ammunition. Chapter 40, Spiked Elite. The puppet attack effect was significant, and Loya was not Kadu. In the face of this shotgun-like attack, he subconsciously chose defense, but did not expect to give the elite camp members close time. Arido is still the same, put on a posture to launch a collision. Hey! The object that was caught off guard this time became Loya. The ice armor on her chest made an overwhelming crunch, and Loya, who suddenly lost her center of gravity, was hit and flew out fiercely. In the next second, two figures came to his back stepping on the moon step, and the good fast knife Choyu and the broken spring in the hands of the two fit together and chopped to Loya neatly. One size fits all. Asterisk 2. God trademark kills two swords. I sue you for plagiarism. Loya groaned, extending Bingling out, trying to block the attack just like Tony did. But the Jerome brothers are not comparable to Tony in both skill and speed. Moreover, these two knives can really be blocked in such a simple way? After a little contact with Bingling, who was trying to block the attack, the two knives quickly separated. The blade and Bingling rubbed out a few ice crystals and floated in the air, and then slashed to Loya's neck and thigh. There can still be this kind of operation. Loya felt the fierce slash behind him and could not help but strengthen the ice armor. Click! The sturdy ice armor saved Loya's life. Even if he held a good sharp knife, the Jerome brothers could not break through the ice armor and hurt him, not to mention that they would not even be armed and domineering. Cut the turtle shell is really hard. Asterisk 2. The Jerome brothers missed each other and kicked each other's feet, avoiding the counterattack that Loya followed. That's Jerome brothers. The combined attack is really strong. I saw the two neatly aligned with each other, and the expressionless warring states suddenly praised with satisfaction. Carp clasped his nose and sullenly pouted when Loya counterattacked, saying, "What's the matter? Arido is so stupid that he will be armed and domineering. They won't even break it with that level of attack. The defense of the stinking kid can't be done," he said. Carp blasted his booger forward, drawing an arc in the air. Sengoku's face turned black, and he lowered his voice and said, "Kapu. Pay attention to your identity." Yes. I know. Carp pulled his nose and ears, and he was humbly taught to die without repentance. You. Fighting against the national spirit, he was about to teach him, and Zifa spoke to prevent the two from going on. What is it like? You are here to watch, not to be watched. You have to fight and fight. I am ashamed of being with you. I heard Zifa say so. The fist of the warring states period could not fall. I had to let go of my hand impatiently, watching the battle in the field full of pretense. Although Loyo blocked the Jerome brothers' attack, the force made him quickly hit the ground. At his landing point, Arido, with his mouth wide open, was moving his shoulders, and the armed color domineering dyed the dark black gloves deeper, waiting for the prey to come. Cannon boxing 100 cannons. Arido is not only simple, it is also so simple. The so-called cannon boxing method 100 artillery means that the power can fire 100 artillery shells. Of course, this statement is a bit exaggerated, but it also proves the strength of this move from the side. Loya did not want to use the ice armor on his body to test whether this punch could hit 100 shells. He held one hand against Arido, his thumb and index finger intersected, and aimed at Arido through the diamond-shaped mouth. Just be honest with me for a while. Arido. Ice make endless chain. This time, the ice cube was not launched from Loya's hand, but formed from the air around Arido's body. It took less than half a second from illusory to solidification. It was tangled with chains. After practice, the ice coffin is no longer restricted to in situ release, and can now be generated freely within 5 meters. Releasing his hand, Loya's inertia, turning and tumbling was kicking Arido, who could not move. Ice Dragon's Hook. Arido bounced and fell on the ground like a jumping worm, rolling farther and farther, smashing a large hole in the wall. Loya clapped her hands with satisfaction, gazing at Simon, who was digging out iron. Although your arrangement is reasonable, you have missed one thing, and that is whether Arido can entangle me. Mum. Simon pressed his inner tension and tried to maintain a personable appearance, and wiped his bangs up. Yeah, that. Hey. Before he finished speaking, Loya flew him again with a large 720 degrees kick. This attack did not fully work, because two figures appeared next to Simon one after the other, grabbed his belt and turned up and down to release the strong twisting impact. Jerome. The caller was the Jerome brothers. I have to say that as long as the two work together, this will work well for the twins. Just like now, except for the kick on his face, Simon has a little pain, and the more serious second-stage injury has not been exerted at all. Jiro, take it, Roya. We will defeat you. After a word, the Jerome brothers said one word at a time. The magical coherence was so great that even their tone could be connected. Judging by ears is no different from talking to a person. After speaking, the Jerome brothers came forward again with a shave and launched a siege to Loya. Both in attack and defense, Loya is much stronger than the two, but relying on the high-speed movement ability brought by shaving and moonstep, and their extraordinary sword practice, the two still entangled Loya in front. Simon shook his drowsy head aside, and hurried to pull Tony out of the ground, while the recruits went up to harass Loya while stabbing Tony. Well, if you continue to lose, you will wake up, hey! The Annihilation Dragon's magical strength can only become stronger and cannot be reduced. Any recruit will be fatal to the recruits. Therefore, Loya did not use a large-scale attack to clear the field, but because of this worry, the keen Jerome brothers seized the opportunity and used Loa again to cut off his attack while Loya avoided a recruit attack. Neck. The whistling from his ears numbed Loya's scalp. What a shameless way to play! Loya secretly startled, and also praised the skills of the two. This attack is a sneak attack. Loya has no time to block with ice, but it does not mean that he will sit still. Jingle bells! With the crisp sound, the Jerome brothers widened their eyes and looked at the weapon in their hands unbelievably. I saw the weapons of the two stuck to Loya's shoulder, 1 centimeter thick from his neck, but could no longer move forward. Through the touch of their hands, the two brothers knew that they hadn't cut anything, and it was Loya's brute force that stopped Zhou Yu and Broken Spring. Just shrugging your head can erupt such a terrifying power. He kept leaning his head and shrugged his shoulders, and Loya struck 2 good quick knives close to him. I heard that unless the swordsman dies, he won't let go of his sword. He smirked and let the strong cold air spread backwards along the blade, and the frost visible to the naked eye quickly covered the blade. The two brothers looked at each other, gritted their teeth and pulled hard, but they did not move. Jiro. Loosen his neck. www.readwn.com. Loya came forward and patted the 2 frozen ice sculptures, praised, yes, if a swordsman gives up the sword in his hand, he is not worth a swordsman. Then the iron fist of Ice Dragon was strengthened a second time. Helping Tony waking up, Simon saw this scene, and suddenly wept with a crying face, it's over, how can I fight now? 3 main combat powers, the thick thighs from the elite camp, were all gone in just a few minutes. One was jumping over there, trying to crawl back to the battlefield, and the other pair now became ice sculptures. Although they are many and occupy a numerical advantage, Loya has not used a large-scale attack. In the stands, Carp seized the opportunity to slash Zifa. This is your disciple in the elite camp? This is a spike. Hey, is that a spike, right? Takaizawa took a deep breath, and his dark face could drip oil. After my careful study, I found that it was not my problem that the chapters were messed up yesterday. It's the mobile assistant who is kidnapping. For example, Chapter 37 was coded on the company notebook and saved to the draft box. Then, at the event venue, I modified it with my phone, and then clicked save. Guess what happened? TMD is saved directly as it was before modification. Completely in vain. Just now, I suddenly thought of using a computer to upload to the draft box, and then copy a few paragraphs on the computer. After that, use the mobile phone to check. Hey. But as soon as I click save, I even exit directly. It will all look like it was saved for the first time. I leave you to the wind and the rain, and I am the same. It's still the same when uninstalling and reinstalling. Chapter 41, Mini and Number 039, S Strongest One Strike, Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Thank you. 100 dozen rewards. It's too early to give up. Laron Mini did not know when to stand up, her right foot was still unconsciously convulsing, and she could only touch the ground gently. The toddlers looked really embarrassed, but this sentence successfully made the recruits still standing on the field fighting spirit. Yes, it's too early to give up. Tony pushed Simon's hand to help him, his eyes full of warfare. I have an upright move, it takes a minute to charge. With this move, I attack the sea of the town captain thief, a reward of 5400 W. Bailey's pirate beheading the spot. I first explained the power of the skills to everyone, soothing the army. After a pause, Tony continued, Minnie, Simon, and everyone in the barracks. Come on. Even if we lose, we have to keep some souvenirs for Loya. You don't need to say anything. Simon and Minnie looked at each other, nodded firmly, and greeted the recruits who were still standing around. Everyone. Hold Loya. Oh. Come on. Destroyed all the ice wolves in the field, only a small part of the recruits who still maintained combat effectiveness. But in the face of the horrible Lord Devil, no one flinched, howling to follow them. This group of guys. Loya slightly looked, even if the strength is not good, this will to fight is quite good. I can't say for sure, Loya will never put water in, and she should lie down. He put his hands on the ground, and the surging cold rushed wildly in all directions. Well. I didn't plan to use this trick at first, but I think it's better to make you desperate sooner. Ice make ice field. Click. The chill blew past, and countless recruits were frozen in place instantly. Fortunately, they jumped up and hid. After falling, they stood still on the smooth ice. All of a sudden, the menacing recruits who were just now were directly stuck in their throats, and those who fell on their backs. However, this does not include the top 10, even if the current recruit is very weak, but after all, it is the headquarters recruit. Future achievements are either captains or school officials. The backbone of the Navy, no matter how weak, can be avoided in the face of Loya's simple freezing move. Unless you are too close, you have no time to react. Like Lauren Minnie, she found in despair that her feet could not be lifted. This is not Loya's icefield skills a month ago. Whether it is freezing speed or ice hardness, it is not comparable. Beware of Minnie. Suddenly, Simon shouted, picked up a machete on the ground and threw it out. Hey! The long sword cut through the air with a sharp whine, and the goal was to prepare a fist to solve Minnie's Loya. The speed at which the scimitar blasted was like an electro-optic flint, which made Loya's expression dignified. The devil fruit, it really doesn't make sense. The recruit camp has 100 people who can throw this speed. If the iron sand thrown by Simon was just a normal bullet, now this machete is the laser of the yellow ape, and the speed is almost unreasonable. When the speed is fast to a certain degree, the standard machete made by Fantai will not be much more blunt than the super-fast knife. And Simon apparently made calculations before throwing the ball. It happened that Loa's pace of progress was stuck. Even a slight deviation would reveal a flaw and let Loa succeed. It was only a moment before he reached Loya. Really, smart sniper skills. Sighed, helplessly, Loya had to give up the attack. At the same time, he turned around and fired countless ice lances, toppling the recruits who were close together to prepare for a sneak attack. While Roya was dealing with the miscellaneous fish, Simon came to Minnie's feet, and the fists raised high were dark. Armed domineering. Minming Ni said in surprise, then quickly covered her mouth. But those eyes were full of curiosity, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Simon as if they could speak. Simon shook his head. No, this is not the time to say this. It can be delayed for less than a minute by them alone. Let's go. Hey! The shattering sound from behind him stunned Loya. He looked back and saw a leather shoe piercing the smoke and coming towards him. Shoes? Simon, there is nothing to throw. No, it's Minnie. Loya was about to make a joke, but saw Minnie burst out of smoke. How did she come out? Although Loya was puzzled, her hands were not slow, and she opened her hands and took Minnie's raid. I don't know if this is exactly what Minnie hopes to happen. With one foot grabbed, Minnie rolled in the air and volleyed with the other foot with the strength of her waist and abdomen. Charge, accelerate, and pour all your energy. The dark brown sea beast leather shoes issued a hot breath, and the slight flame of flame was wrapped around the leather shoes, leaving a dazzling linear red light in the air. Mountain forest, blasting. Boom. Sounded like the sound of a cannonball explosion, the splashing smoke and dust scattered and wrapped Loya in it. Did you make it? The new recruits looked forward to the center of the venue in anticipation. At this moment, Minnie was like a goddess of war in their hearts. But the next moment, everyone saw the change on Minnie's face. Ah! The screams rang again, and Minnie fell to the ground, rolling with her cramping right foot. In the smoke, Luoya's faint voice sounded, "Kick my handsome face again, and I point you to Yang Chuan." What? Even if she fell to the ground, her hamstrings twisted and caused painful pain, Minnie didn't look away. That blow was just the strongest attack that I've had in so many years, and it should be fine to keep a memorial for Loya. But when she heard Luoya's calm tone, Minnie's eyes widened and she couldn't believe the smoke in front of her. Suddenly, a huge ice wing protruded from the smoke, and beneath it, the rolled wind blows away the dust, revealing Loa intact. Or rather, Roya was not injured. I saw that the ice armor on Loya's right face was now broken. www.readwn.com. The little ice crystals fell from the top, and now the battle has progressed. Loya has been broken for the first time. The Warring States period looked at Laron Minnie, who was lying on the ground, and smiled with satisfaction. Nice, really good. Zifa, this session is not as bad as you said. How hard was the ice armor of Loya? He knew very well that the information revealed by Kuzan and his gossip let him take a cool breath. It was a harder defense than steel, and even he needed 3 layers of strength to break it. Now, Loya's strength has been raised again. It can be guessed to what extent the defense of this ice armor has been raised. If you think about the Warring States, you will be sad for the recruits. Wu Mingni even broke Loya's defensive ice armor by kicking skills at this moment. This strength is worthy of recognition. Although the Warring States expressed satisfaction, Zifa was still worried. But do you know how old Minnie is this year? 31. It is her peak period until the age of 40. In a few years, how far can she grow in the future? Do NTU? Clear. Well, it's a big deal to find her a demon fruit to eat. Although the top 3 in this session are indeed a lot weaker than the previous one, but they are not demon fruiters except Simon, and there is still plenty of room for growth. Karp said with a careless expression of Xianbei, but found that Zifa's face became increasingly ugly. Sure enough, in the next second, Zifa exploded directly, dragging Karp's neckline and spitting, "What do you know? Demon fruit is a product of demon. The strength of oneself is really powerful. You can only become strong by eating demon fruit, that's it forever." Both the Warring States and Karp are not good at this topic. With a shrug, Karp pulls a donut from his pocket. "Don't be angry. Come, eat a donut." Chapter 42, The Mystery of Failure. Thank you, my book friend. Annoying you 100 rewards. Thank you. Ding, congratulations to Dashuel for his achievement, 10 fans. When she saw Minnie playing less than 3 seconds, she announced GG again, and Simon stayed. "I'm going. Should I kneel so fast? What do you think I can save you for?" Roya kicked Minnie off the ground and rubbed her fists near Simon. "So, do you choose to faint or faint?" "I was fainted? You think I'm stupid? But I wouldn't be so easy to bring a dog." With a gaze at Simon, he quickly took something out of his pocket. Still wanting to resist, Loya sneered and took a step forward. Sandbag's fist went straight to Simon's big face. Suddenly, Simon raised the gadget in his hand, blocking it in front of his fist. Purr! A strong fist wind blew through, and the white cloth floated backwards, sticking to Simon's face. "That's a white flag." Loya, who stopped attacking, opened her mouth wide, and stared at Simon with her head squatting. "I've never seen such a shameless guy." "Hey, Marshal of the Warring States, Lieutenant General Cape, and Commander Zifa all looked at him. Do you want to nod? No, you don't have to hit me. Simon said neatly, without raising his head. The warring states and Carp, who watched this scene from a distance, communicated with each other with strange eyes, and then looked at Zifa together. Takaizawa's fangs roared, "What matters to me? This is the house rules of the Weston family. What can I do? You guys, let it go." Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. Looking at the sound, Tonamir, holding the knife, slowly raised his head, and the pale blue pupil became scarlet at this moment, locked on Luoye. As he looked up, the horrible murderous spirit suddenly appeared on the court. After speaking these words, the murderous gas immediately condensed several times. Simon, holding his head to squat, looked back, and ran away neatly. He also greeted the survivors who were standing in the same place. "Don't hold back, Tony's trick is to ignore the enemy and me. You think is it too? You can run, you can't run on the ground. Also, push down the guys on the stack, don't keep it at the same level as Luoya's neck." In the stands, Sengoku's eyes narrowed. "This is Shura Kendo? I didn't expect it to be spread to the world. Didn't I say that the last generation passed away when he challenged Mihuk?" In his youth, Zhang warring states had fought with the descendants of Shura Kendo and suffered a lot, so he was very impressed with this genre. Zifa nodded, and explained to the blank face of Carp, "Shura Kendo is different from the mystery of ordinary swordsmen. It is a sword technique specially designed for killing, and it has been a dark world until now. First killer's whole card." Then he looked at the warring states period. Although the killer, codenamed Shura, did die, before he died, he left Kendo on the sea, of which Tony was one of the heirs. This is why his hometown was attacked by pirates. For this power, the Dark World offers a reward of up to 1 billion Bailey. It's just that after so many years, we have only found Tony. About the other predecessors, we haven't got any information at all, so Tony may be the only Shura Kendo preacher in the world. Unfortunately, Tony himself does not not suitable for this swordsmanship, and its strength is really limited. Takaizawa's commentary, the two facing each other on the field could not know. Can't escape. This is where the eyes meet, and Loya concludes. Kendo in the OP world has always been a magical power. Swordsmen can develop slashing slashes. They can attach domineering to intangible things such as slashing. They can even use the sword to lock the target and give there is a sense of escape. Paloya did not understand the principle, but he knew that Tony's next attack would cause him fatal injuries. This is something that the silverback great ape did not do. With a long wake-up call in his head, the instinct brought by the dragon's body madly urged him to dodge. "Ha, it's getting more and more interesting. It's just a group of dragons, why is there such a power? So is Minnie, so is Arido. So is Tony." Loya murmured in her heart. At this moment, Tony felt that Roya was stunned. Sura upi thousands of corpses. Silent, Tony's sword fluttered in the air, and returned to the sheath very quickly, as if never pulled out. A scarlet red line appeared in the air and then disappeared instantly. Dangerous! The alarm bell rang in Luoya's head, and goosebumps filled her body. But he found that his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he did not listen. The next moment, the red line appeared in front of Loya, which was less than 10 centimeters from his neck, and the biting killing made his skin tighten. Hey! Alas! This is the content of the previous chapter, but this chapter-breaking method will be beaten. Warring states. Carp. Simon. Tony. I watched the crowd. Wait, why are you so aggressive? Luo gasped heavily and touched her neck, only to find that there was only a shallow scratch on her fingernails on the smooth ice armor. Don't say a fatal injury, even the ice armor did not penetrate. Oh? Nothing. Woke up by the roar of everyone, Tony was also stunned, but immediately returned to God, sorry to apologize to everyone. His face was covered with embarrassment, Sorry, I'm sorry, I forgot, I can't cut the steel. Jean Warring States looked at Zifa helplessly and asked, Zifa, what is going on? Even Tony's momentum was frightened, and he was thinking that the first killer in the dark world was really extraordinary. The results of it? Don't mention killing Luoye, he didn't even make a wound. Zifa was helplessly covering his face at this moment, and his voice seemed a bit dull through the back of his hand. Sura uprising is different from ordinary chopping. It does not cause penetrating damage after hitting the target, but stays inside for strangulation. Sex, how to resist the killing of sword air strangulation. This is why it is called killer kendo. But because of this, it cannot directly destroy the target's defense, it needs to be broken by the swordsman's own hard power. Luoye, the mixed boy has been strengthening his defense. I don't know how hard the ice armor on his neck is, but definitely not the current Tony can cut it off. If Luoye hears Zifa, he will definitely say, it is really Yao Ming's face. I love seeing you. Quzhan taught him on the first day not to distract the defense, but to focus on the key positions. He has always done this. After several upgrades of the ice armor, not only will it not appear bloated, affect his activities, but also increase his defense. Especially the whole body is vital, even if a Rado, who can use the armed color domineering, is very difficult to crush. Not to mention Tony with half a bucket of water. But even so, Tony's attack was enough to startle Roya. The need for a minute of accumulating upright power is indeed extraordinary. Shura Kendo is worthy of the first killer's trick, but unfortunately, he met Luoye who opened the shield first. What? That's the case. Carp drew his nose. That is, if the kid didn't have that layer of ice on his neck, he would have been talked about now. That's right. Zifa wasn't interested in raising up with Carp. www.readwn.com and looked at the Warring States, and decided not to tell him about Luoye. It's not that he doesn't trust Carp, simply because the other side is too out of touch. After a pause, Zifa said, however, those who are capable of animals have a very strong recovery ability, not to mention the dragon fruit that is one of the best in the fantasy beast species. Once Luoye and Quzhan fought, and their lungs were stung. Where it, without waiting for Quzhan to find a doctor, the bleeding stopped on the spot. Even after a day of training, even low-intensity training can be performed. So even if Tony really makes an opening on his neck, relying on a tough body like a dragon, Luoye can't die. He can heal up to a month or two. There is still such a thing. Carp was startled, looking at Luoye under the stage. Is the fantasy beast really so outrageous? Yes, that's so unscientific. Zifa smiled bitterly. Luoye's vitality is one of the strongest among the people he's seen. If he wants to kill Luoye with a trick, it's really nothing good. Method. What Takaizawa didn't know was that Luoye's strong resilience was actually a blessing in the system. I just don't know what exactly Luoye does. Think of the original book. The Dragon Demon Wizard does not have the strange power and resilience of Luoye now. Magic value is not something that can be digitized. Magic also requires a long time to learn, and there is no classification of energy stages. The only reasonable explanation for these differences is probably the cause of the system itself. As soon as the excitement passed through the meeting, Luoye would study the system in his spare time, and had been alert for 12 points to all the unreasonable situations in her body. He has a hunch. As a traverser, sometimes the biggest enemy is probably the golden finger. Chapter 43, Elite Camp. Thank you bookmate Benben for the 588 reward. Thank you book friends Wan Liwun for 100 rewards. Thanks for the book friend. Hey! 100 dozen rewards. Thanks to the bookmate Gopher King for the 100 rewards. Under the stand, Tony felt dark for a while, his footsteps were floating, and he quickly supported himself with a sword and pestle to keep him from falling. In a complete kendo genre, the uprising moves are often the strongest skills, requiring extremely high sword practice and tough physique as the pillars. Tony's own character is not consistent with Shura Kendo's dogma. As a result, Tony incorrectly estimated the hardness of Luoya's ice armor, not to mention leaving a souvenir. Thousands of corpses have not yet mastered this trick. Tony barely used the danger of sudden death, but he could not even make a memorial to Luoya. He smiled bitterly and looked up at Luoya, his breath fainted. "You, is really strong. In the future, please advise me a lot." "No, I refuse," Luoya said, rushing up and punching him with a fist. Then he grabbed Tony lying down with his hand, and said lightly, "You guys like danger, you'd better fight with a Rado in the future, he's not afraid to fight." I was using the milk-struggling giant jumping worm Rado to hear this, and opened his mouth and cursed, "Luoya, you bastard! There is a kind of let go of Lao Tzu, I will fight you for 300 rounds. Ha! Wait until you can break away and talk, guys who are killed by me every time are not qualified to say this." Luoya's expression of French disdain turned and looked at the recruits who couldn't move, and, who else wants to be beaten? The new recruits looked at their companions helplessly, throwing off their weapons and choosing to surrender. At this time, no one knew what to say. Luoya was always strong. This is very clear to everyone. Especially during the actual evaluation, killing the silverback great ape. It also made Luoya's prestige reach the peak in the recruit camp. They never expected to really defeat Luoya. But no matter what, they did not expect that even if the whole camp went together, they could not leave a scar on Luoya. This is still merciless under Luoya's hands, and has not used a large-scale attack. Guang was the dozens of ice wolves who hit hundreds of people. Once they faced Luoya head-on. Didn't see all three of the elite camp be brought face to face? The recruits are dry. This gap in strength is too big. Seeing this, Zifa stood up from his seat. "Now I announce that this assessment, Christopher Luoya, wins." Exactly, warming up is not enough. I walked on the way to the cafeteria, and Luoya hissed. Whether it is a Rado or the Jerome brothers, the pressure that can be brought to him now is too small. They are from the elite camp known as the Monster Gathering Place. Luo could not help but feel a little nervous. Kuzan said the task went, and did not return for a few months. Elite camp has no opponents. Where should he go to find opponents to upgrade during this time? Is it all right to go back to the recruit camp to provoke the instructor? Or will the mole admiral continue to read the little yellow book? That energy value must rise quickly, which is a bit suspicious. Zifa will surely hang him and fight, because Luoya who passed the assessment is already his disciple. Luoya is shameful, and his face is not glorious. Thinking of this, Luoya opened the system panel. Name, Christopher Luoya. Energy stage, second order 6 story. Energy value, 340/1000. Magic value, 9000/9000. Magic recovery speed, 850/m. With the improvement of the energy stage, Luoya gained less and less energy after practicing and fighting. Today's battle has only increased 50 points of energy, of which 20 points are completely contributed by the Jerome brothers and Aru provide more. Most of the defeated recruits did not contribute at all. Is it only 340? When will I get to the third level in this way? Luoya sighed as she closed the panel. With the integration of modeling magic, in addition to upgrading the system, Luoya could not find a better way to improve his strength in a short time. The ice wolf representing moving and the ice armor representing static. Through today's battle, Luoya can also be used skillfully in actual combat, can do it well, and it is unlikely that he can figure it out. Regarding annihilation of dragon magic, although morphing moves such as awakening and pseudo-dragonization have been developed, it does not have much impact on the whole of annihilation of dragon magic. He is like a swordsman's physique becoming stronger, and his slash is naturally more swift and fierce, but it does not mean that his kendo level has improved. It is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice, not raised by Long Niang, and Luoya is still blind all the way through the dragon magic. However, in general, today's battle still has something to gain. Although it only has 40 points of energy value, mosquitoes are not small but they are not meat, and they also familiarize Loya with the power obtained after the breakthrough of modeling magic. After eating lunch, Loya joined Tony and others to the square in front of the huge fortress of the naval headquarters. This location is the site of a war on the top, a huge square enough to accommodate the battle of 100,000 people. He stood in front of the magnificent fortress main body, with the towering fortress in front of him, behind him a boundless straight line, and in the distance the sea and the sky forming a line. A sense of smallness sprang up. Except Loya. I can't count on a guy who is now roasting suckling pigs so serious. After waiting for Loya to take the last bite, Zifa appeared just right in front of several people. I glanced at Loa, who was still licking his fingers, and Zifa's eyes fainted. However, he adjusted his form quickly, and said in a deep voice, "Come with me." Although they are both recruit training institutions, the recruit camp and elite camp are far apart. One is in the fringe area of Marindo, close to the sea, while the other is inside the fortress, the core position. This is also one of the reasons why Loya expressed contempt for Arido and others in the morning. He just hangs in the recruit camp in name, so we won't say anything. Zifa is the chief instructor. He has a big fist. What he says is what it is. But even the training place is so different, how can you say that you are a recruit camp? In addition, the treatment between the two also belongs to the two worlds. Because of the small number of people, Zifa can provide targeted guidance to each person face to face, and the effect is far from the one-to-many guidance of major generals. This fortress was entered for the first time. The recruits had a range of recruits. The navy of One Piece world would no longer tune, nor would they allow a group of recruits to scramble. Along the way, Loya looked around curiously. Whether it was decoration or layout, the fortress revealed a taste of killing. The potted plants in the hallway are full of greenery, and the sun shines on the green leaves through the windows, bringing the only warmth. Zifa led Loya and his party through the long corridor and entered the right passage. The two soldiers at the door saw Zifa and raised their hands respectfully. "Instructor Zifa." Takaizawa nodded and said hello. I walked through the passage and a group of people came to a wide courtyard. In the middle of the blue stone-filled courtyard, several recruit-dressed navies are training. Among them was Loya's acquaintance, Arido. He is laughing loudly and fighting with people, or, to be beaten. He let his opponent punch and kick himself without shaking his face. Except for the iconic character of Arido, infallible, the three most noticeable in the courtyard are the three swordsmen. The Jerome brothers, who had a side to one side, held the thin swordsman in the battle circle alternately and orderly by holding down the rein and breaking the spring. Brother Jerome's swordsmanship, Loya, was very strong. To be honest, he doesn't have a good way to deal with that kind of attack, he can only use his strength to break the clever. In the face of such an opponent, the thin swordsman in the field did not move, closed his eyes, and raised the wooden sword to accurately block each shot. "It's strong." Tony's eyes were clear and he held the sword at his waist tightly. "Is that cultivation and seeing domineering, right?" Simon, anyway, is the end generation of the army, and it is difficult for others to see and experience, but only a glance to reach a conclusion. Takaizawa nodded approvingly and introduced, "That's the head of the elite camp now, Bibi Hansa. A pure swordsman." Loyo looked at him in surprise and said, "Pure swordsman." This statement is very subtle. At this moment, members of the elite camp noticed that several people were approaching and looked at them in unison. After a moment, saluting Zifa neatly. "Mr. Zifa." Amongst the crowd, Arido's gaze was on Loya www.readwn.com and he smiled and said to the people around him, "He's finally here, it's interesting." "Oh yes, that dwarf is Loya." The sound of Julia's hearing was so sharp, not to mention that Arido was not completely concealed. This sentence was clearly heard. Dwarf, dwarf. Suddenly, a strong cold shot out from Loya. Zifa didn't understand what happened. He just felt a shadow flashing around him. In the next second, Arido's huge body disappeared. Boom! The cyanite floor exploded directly, and countless crushed stones spattered like bullets. In the face of this chaos, the members of the elite camp were shocked, and then each of them showed their magical power to block the stones. I answered my book friend's question. It would not be possible to get into trouble with the system. After all, this is what he depends on to survive. I can't help myself with such obvious poison points. It's just because the situation is abnormal that it is far from the legendary Dragon Destroyer, and Loya must figure out why. Is anyone curious? Forgive me for not making it clear before. I read a lot of system texts, some just explained the root of the system briefly before finishing this book, and then it disappeared. I looked at a loss, and it was better not to explain or affect reading. But I'm different. The root cause of the Dragon Demon Slayer system is related to the Loya dragonization you expect, so I must fill this pit. I then buried a foreword here, so that in the future, Loya would not look so obtrusive when studying the system. Think about it, is this system different from the others? There is no thinking control, you must meditate on the 3 words to open it, you need to click manually to upgrade, self-developed skills can also be added. So, not spoiler anymore. Chapter 44, Repeater Arido. Thank you, bookmate Goptree, for the 100 reward. The name Loya is familiar. Have you forgotten? He is the disciple who was accepted by the Qingqing general as a disciple, and killed the silverback great ape in the elite evaluation. Oh, he's that monster newcomer. The members of the elite camp sighed with emotion and looked at the potholes. It's so short. Perhaps before crossing the height of Loya 175, no one can touch the conscience to say dwarf. But in the world of One Piece, this height is very embarrassing, not to mention the white-bearded Molia Bay Solomi bears, even the Emperor Hankook is 2 meters up. Arido said that Loya was a dwarf, but he didn't laugh at him. I was afraid that his brain couldn't do such a difficult operation. I'm just stating a fact, it's just hurting, and hurting myself. Arido was lying in the deepest part of the pothole, and he kept inhaling the cold. Loya stomped Arido with his feet to keep him from moving, holding ice tweezers in his hand, and plucking Arido's lush chest hair. Dwarf! You are not brave. Hard mouth ah! Arido struggled hard, but his strength was not as strong as that of Loya, and his expression turned red. The people around me didn't know how to describe the scene, and they leaned over their heads and looked at Zifa. Takaizawa held Yawako and waved his hands weakly. I didn't see anything. He turned directly and ignored Arido's repressed puppets, and introduced them to Tony. From today, you can call me Teacher Zifa. This is where you will stay in the future, and of course you can also move here to live. Starting here, I hope you will stop thinking of yourself as an ordinary recruit, but a navy, a real soldier. Our elite camp, in addition to the training on weekdays, will also receive real combat missions. That's different from your combat training and actual combat assessments. Do you understand? Takaizawa unknowingly mobilized his momentum, coupled with the iron taste in the discourse. Those who are unsettled may be scared to the point. Tony and others did feel nervous, but not scary. From the day they joined the Navy, they knew that they were carrying the name of the worst recruit in this term. Who would be willing to bear this humiliating title? Joining the elite camp today is the best answer to their efforts. I glanced at each other, the 3 of them stood upright and shouted, I understand. That roar completely lost the humiliation and unwillingness in the past 2 years. Starting today, they are elite camp. Looking at this scene, Zifa smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Remember what you said today. Then his tone slowed and he began to introduce the difference between elite camp and recruit camp. When it comes to the issue of graduation assessment, Zifa moved a moment and appeared immediately next to Loya and Arido, catching one by one and throwing out the pothole. Jumping up was a mess. It's endless. I'm going to talk about graduation assessment now, and listen to me. Especially you, Arido. Yes. The two with nasal and blushing faces remained seated and nodded respectfully. The setting of graduation assessment for elite camp is very different from recruit camp. As long as the latter is tested at the venue, those who pass the various abilities can declare graduation, and then allot according to the opinion of the boss. The members of the elite camp are more troublesome to graduate. Their graduation assessment is divided into 3 items, and any failure cannot be graduated. The first step is the physical fitness test, which is mainly the basic qualities such as speed, strength, endurance, etc., and the next stage can be carried out to a certain degree. The second step is the actual test, one of which is randomly selected from the reward order hanging in the naval headquarters. It can be used as a test target, arrest, or kill. Although most of the powerful bounty horrors have been eliminated, the difficulty in the remaining rewards is still high and low. The third and most important step is the assessment stage, which belongs to the elite camp. Regardless of the name, the elites applying for the assessment need to fight in a special arena. Their opponents may be captured pirates, various powerful beasts, admirals, etc. Deathmatch is divided into 10 games, passing 4 games to count. Only after completing the above 3 steps can you officially graduate. The only thing that pleases members of the elite camp is that these 3 phases are only sequential and not continual, and they can be completed within 3 years. Although it is completely free when to apply for graduation assessment, but I don't want to have a situation of inadequate strength and repeated defeats, understand? Speaking of this, Zifa seemed to be able to eat people. Fortunately for Loye, he didn't want to eat himself. Arido nodded and replied, I see. The situation is clear at a glance. Arido is the guy with insufficient strength and repeated battles in Zifa mouth. Alas, how is this possible? For the elite camp, Loya's most familiar person is Arido. The name of the iron block is not blown out. Is he not enough to graduate? In addition to being proficient in one of the 6 types of iron, Aru's many cannon boxing skills are not weak. As if I knew what Loya was thinking. www.readwn.com. Zifa glanced at him lightly and said, Arido is good and can indeed graduate. But his speed evaluation is only D and so on. After graduation, be a target? Loya froze, as if, indeed. Is Arido slow? Alas, it's too fast compared to the average recruit. But he is a member of the elite camp, which makes it slower than a turtle crawl. After Loya's strength increased, Arido's spike was several times faster. Before he could not respond, he and played. Sympathetic glanced at Arido, the latter twirled his head, an expression that I was already a salty fish. Loya raised his hand and asked, well, Teacher Zifa, I remember that Arido has been in the elite camp for more than 2 years. If he still fails the assessment after the 3-year period expires, what will happen? Arido's expression was even worse, and Loya's behavior was tantamount to sprinkle salt on the wound. What will happen? Zifa replied with a sneer, according to the regulations, members of the elite camp who failed to pass the assessment in 3 years can still graduate, but they will start with the lowest handyman to show retribution, but... Takaizawa suddenly raised the volume. The old man has been the chief instructor for so many years, and never fails to pass the assessment. If that happens, Arido, who is as strong as a brown bear, shivered like a little chicken, and said loudly, I will pass the assessment. Please be assured, Teacher Zifa. The meaning expressed by the last sneer of Takaizawa is self-evident. If Arido did that, he would probably kill Arido first to prevent him from discrediting the elite camp. Chapter 45, Beats from Veterans. Thank you to the bookmate Gu Gao Kaihuya for the 100 rewards. Thanks to the book friends Tai for 100 rewards. Thank you very much. This chapter is a bit late. After dinner with the client in the afternoon, we start coding after we go home. In addition to the rigid requirements on strength, the rules of the elite camp are actually quite loose, and they are better than the recruit camp. First of all, it is not necessary to get up and train every morning here, it is extremely leisurely. If you want to practice, practice, and if you do want to go out to play, Zifa does count. Only once in a while, Zifa will gather all the members to test and evaluate the results of the practice of the elite camp members, and the rest of the members can arrange freely. In addition, everyone in the elite camp has food and clothing responsibility, and only needs to concentrate on cultivation. However, the only problem is that the meals prepared by the chefs here are all medicated meals with balanced nutrition and sufficient energy. What about the taste? Just see if a rideau is okay and just go to the barracks to have a meal. Okay. I'll introduce here about the elite camp first. After dissolution, you can first familiarize yourself with the environment here. Different rooms have different exercise props. In addition, if you want to move here, you can move directly after dinner. After speaking, Zifa shouted to the old members who were exercising, beginning today's teaching and research after half an hour, or the old rules, you decide the order yourself. Understand? Yi Yugan veteran smiled and said loudly, I see. Takaizawa gave a sound, gave Tony and others a quiet look, turned and left the yard. Bing Bing King Yuja. Ah! Luo Bingxiu's clever Loya first met God, and then suddenly realized. He rubbed his elbow around a rideau, and with the expression don't be bothered in the latter's face, he asked, Hey! Guess, who are the guys behind me? Impossible. Speaking of this topic, the anguished rideau immediately came to the spirit, I see a little hanging. The guy named Tony Mill is good, but we use 5 or 6 swordsmen here, he has no advantage. Theoretically, it should be as direct as I used to be. Is it really good for you to expose yourself like this? Roya turned over the dead fisheye and vowed, and then ignored him. He turned to look, except that Simon had a little ear about the situation in the elite camp. Tony and Minnie were completely aggressive. Hey! New here. The result was not the same. Almost stepped out of the courtyard in front of Zifa, and before the back foot landed, a voice suddenly came. Both Loya and Arido laughed and looked at them. The speaker is an elite battalion veteran. The standard version of the recruit's coat is the taste of a tight jacket worn by him. It is really a talent. On the head is the symbol of the runaway family, the head of the plane, sulking like a chubby rather than a navy, a condescending expression. Arido whispered to Loya, his name is Mind Nufik. I heard that he was a small gang leader in the East China Sea. His strength is in the elite camp, but his temper is the biggest. Loya uttered a sound, ready to see the show. The hostility in the other's eyes is obvious. Tony is the first to take the assessment, and he is a step forward. What's your opinion? Yo! Still a cultural person. Tong Ming said with an exaggerated expression, then raised his head and squinted at Tony. You are new here, as me, as your predecessor, so I think I need to teach you some rules that Zifa will not say. It's like, be honest at the bottom, okay? Listening to the other's contemptuous tone, the three faced down immediately. Laurent Mini was a hot-tempered man who was ready to go up, but was dragged by Simon. Simon didn't know what to say in her ear, and Minnie stood still angrily. This is to do something. Speaking of this step, how could they not understand what happened? Tanilo sank and held his hand on the hilt, his words, please forgive me for refusing. Ha! Still a hard bone. The other party was a little guy who had just come out of the boot camp and had never received Zifa's guidance. In Ming's opinion, as long as he threatens the other party, he can surrender the privileges of the newcomer, and the honest line is at the bottom. Yeah, that's the privilege of newcomers. The elite camp expressly stipulates that new members have the privilege of prioritizing guidance during the first week. Even so, if they offered to give up, no one could say anything. I want to know that there are dozens of people in the elite camp. It is very likely that they will not be able to make their own choices at the end. Zifa will leave home. So in the first week of recruiting, the veterans will knock and beat the newcomers in this way, which is tacitly acknowledged by Zifa. Not that Zifa does not pay attention to newcomers, but this model can effectively improve the competitiveness of elite camps. There can be progress if there is competition. Only after experiencing humiliation, the thorns on his body were pulled out, and the brave recruits could gain a foothold in the elite camp. Elite camps don't need to enjoy it. Ivory towers will never exist in elite camps. They will be the backbone of the navy in the future and will fight with pirates on the front line. Reasonably speaking, this should be the case, but did not expect that Mingd had not finished speaking, and was rejected decisively by the other party. At this moment, Mingd felt that his face could not be hung up, and his tone was cold for a moment. It looks like your boy is not ready to be at the bottom. The expression on Tony's face was not shaken, his eyes locked on Mingd, the left hand holding the hilt had been released and moved back, the right hand was held on the hilt, and his feet stood still. I heard that there are countless elites who are strong in the elite camps. They have long sincerely aspired to the next. If you're deceives and bullies, you will not be able to survive. Speaking of people. Loya watched anxiously, throwing a spear of ice directly out. Hey! The Bing Bing spear was so fast that it flew directly between Mingd and Tony. The sound of the wind whispered by the cricket was sharp and harsh, and then a cricket sound was inserted into the soil. Guru Long. The two of them looked at each other www.readwn.com and they could see each other's drooling movements clearly. Tony adjusted his mentality and Shen said, "Don't you just want to give us a kick? Want priority, you can. Win Lao Tzu." Tong Ming said, "Do you want to be so scared? The term is completely another person." Hey! The rest of the elite battalion members were surprised to see Loya. This ability is as good as rumor. Through the ice spear, the veterans silently increased the threat of Loya by several levels. After all, just 1 month ago, it was shocking to just join Loya's positive victory over a rideau. In the following month, the news came one after another, which is enough to prove Loya's strength. Even in the elite camp of monsters, Loya is the real monster. Reassured, although I am a newcomer, but I have no mood to shoot at you, your opponent is that guy. Loya clapped her hands, shook off the ice debris on his hand, and explained to Mingd. Wu Ming subconsciously wanted to swear back, but when he recalled the record of the opponent, he found that his legs were shaking and he was afraid to shoot. So he pointed his gun at Tony. "I'm not the monster's opponent, but what about you?" He lost his face first, then was ridiculed by Loya. At this moment, Mingd was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and infinite anger came to mind. Dang! A mace more than 2 meters long was thrown beside him. Mingd turned back and said to the beckoning veteran, "Thank you, Qilong." Then he grabbed the mace and resisted on his shoulder. He looked scornfully at Tony. "Come here, let me see, how good are you guys?" Chapter 46, Tony is miserable. Avi. So, offended. Tony was also unambiguous, he knew he had a few pounds or two. Even if he was the museum owner before, he could not despise a recruit in the elite camp on his behalf. Stomping, Tony swiftly approached Mingd who was standing with a careless expression. Tong Mingd's unsuspecting movement provoked Tony's anger. He clenched the hilt and Shen said, "Dare to be so careless." Hey! After an arc flashed, Tony's figure disappeared instantly, and he could only see the moon-like trace, passing across Mingd's chest. The next second, Tony reappeared in front of Mingd, maintaining his forward stance, and the blade in his hand slowly entered the scabbard. Hey! One sword flow arc light. This speed! Loyal looked at Tony posing with pause in surprise. The scene just now made him feel that Tony used shaving, but then shook his head, "No, not speed. Unique acceleration techniques and pace moves? Very good, but... that's it. Roya sighed. You say you have nothing to do with POS? Feeling the touch from the blade, Tony thought his attack worked. He stood up, facing back to Mingd, and his open mouth was too late to make a syllable. The sound of a burst of air suddenly sounded, and mace came with a whistling raid. What? Boom! The puppet attack was so sudden that, under one shot, Tony had no time to block the scabbard on his shoulders, and his body had time to adjust. He was hit by a shot and flew out. What happened? Minnie and Simon Kikai showed horror. Didn't Tony just hit each other just now? Why the counterattack came so fast? Oh! Tony spit out blood and put his hands in the mud. His clean face was covered with mud. He felt like he was hit by a Shiju cow in front of him. He was completely irresistible and smashed into his shoulders. He instantly broke his shoulder blades. If it wasn't for his scabbard, he might be seriously injured and dying. At the same time, I was shocked at the same time. Anyone in the elite camp has such strength? Ming dragged the mace back, and once again resisted on his shoulder. I know that you are the first in this recruit camp, and are called monsters by countless recruits. But don't forget it. Here elite camp. Each of us was once a monster. How can you be my opponent, like you, who haven't experienced coaching and haven't really tried to kill? Wu Ming smiled disdainfully, only to see that he wiped a white mark on his chest with his hand. That was where Tony was hit just now. Even if his strength was as good as Tony's, he was only able to get a white mark in his strokes, and his skin could not be scratched. When Tony started, Loya acutely found something wrong. In the One Piece world, although the bad swordsman is such a bad thing, its destructive power is absolutely 1 or 2. The two sides are fighting head to head. Even if they have stronger power than the other, they must be careful of sharp attacks on the opposite side. Tong Ming did not defend at all. Why? Except for some reliance, Loya couldn't think of other answers. It is so careless to disregard the enemy. With the same mixed style as the outside, it is impossible for Ming to enter the elite camp by voting. As he expected, the moment when Tony cut it off, Loya, who had strong dynamic vision, saw it, and Tony's blade stopped the action within 2 millimeters in front of Mingd. He seemed to have a layer of invisible armor wrapped around him, and Tony cut it, but that layer of armor. Arido explained in a timely manner, Mingd uses a rare aerodynamic force, which can form a layer of air film on the body surface to protect itself, and can also be used in attacks to strengthen its power. Hearing Arido's explanation, Loya knew it. There are 3 kinds of strongest abilities in the world, one is demon fruit, the other is swordplay, and the third is domineering. But it does not mean that the world has no other capabilities. Not only do they have some powers, they are not bad, not less than the above 3. This is the case for the 8-stroke boxing and the mermaid karate. Tong Ming's Qigong belongs to these abilities outside of the main theme. I have to say that it is able to resist the cutting of the sword. This effect is even incompetent for Loya. However, you can avoid it if you don't pose pos. Loya didn't have much sympathy in his eyes, and Tony was completely deserved of the injury. He thought he was negligent. If Mingd is a pirate, this stick can go according to his head. After death, he will be on the elite camp mental retardation list, commonly known as the negative teaching material. Wow! He spit out a big mouthful of blood, and Tony stood up staggeringly. The scabbard was smashed by the attack just now, but his sword was unscathed. This sword is not a famous sword. It is just a weapon made by an ordinary blacksmith shop. However, with Tony's nearly 2 decades, there is already a characteristic different from other ordinary soldiers. With the sword stand in front of him, Tony paled, panting, standing still. His expression was the same as before, and the strong fighting spirit gathered in his eyes. I admit you, strong. But you said, I'm a fledgling who hasn't experienced real killing, are you sure? Oh? You can still stand up. Ming raised his eyebrows cynically, and then his face immediately gloomed. I admire your will, really. But, you make Lao Zi very shameless. At the end of the talk, Ming became very crazy. Almost immediately when the voice fell, he had already appeared behind Tony, and raised his mace at Tony, and fell hard. Ding! The squealing sound of golden iron and iron sounded, and Tony's eyes followed, looking at the figure standing beside him. That is a very thin man, without a few or two flesh all over his body, with dark circles around his eyes and deep sunken eyes, just like a sick goblin. No, it might be a sick miser. Under the attack of Ming, he coughed and even coughed up a few times. But it was such a fragile appearance. With a slender long sword, he blocked the strong mace with a strong sword, which had a bruise on his face. www.readwn.com apparently still working hard. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, the long sword never moved. Seeing this, Ming sneered, "What's wrong, my Hansa, you will come to help this newcomer? This is not you, I know." Bibi Hansa coughed again and said lightly, "Well, all swordsmen, naturally I can't bear to watch him be abolished by you. Besides, aren't you afraid that teacher Zifa will know that he will punish you in the future? Zifa's prestige is still very useful in the elite camp." When he saw Hansa moving out of this great god, Ming made a cut and retracted the weapon. "How dare I? This time, I will give you a face and let this kid go. In the future, there is a chance to clean him up." Cough, cough, cough. "Well, thanks a lot. Arido is trying to fulfill his role again." Narration. But seeing Loa wave his hand to stop him from continuing, "I know who he is. Bibi Hansa, currently the chief of the elite camp, is said to have officially entered the realm of swordsmen a few months ago." "Yes. That's right." Arido scratched his head and asked, "What is current Loya?" "He has always been the chief of the elite camp. Talking to smart people is easy, talking to stupid people is laborious." Loya sighed and said, "Stupid, do you think he can still be the chief when I come?" Arido blinked blankly, froze for 2 seconds, hit the palm of his hand, and suddenly realized, "Oh! Right. Your strength is so strong, you must challenge Hansa." "But, can you really beat Hansa, Loya? He has killed several pirates with a reward of over 100 million. In a blink of an eye, Arido was again in a struggle. "Loya. As far as the end of the sea, you can roll me as far as you can." Chapter 47, Elite Camp Chief. Although his mouth is light, Loya is still alert to this elite camp chief called Hansa. Just now he blocked the attack from Mind, and the speed of the outbreak gave Loya the illusion of facing Kuzan. Of course, this is also related to Kuzan never giving up real strength, but this alone is enough to see Hansa accomplishment on shaving. And according to Ardo's explanation, when Ming was attacking just now, the mace in his hand should be covered with an invisible air film, stronger than when he hit Tony before. This man named Hansa is firmly blocked by only holding a sword, and his strength is definitely not weak. Fast speed, strong power, as the chief of the elite camp, domineering use will not be worse, or a strong attacking profession such as swordsman. These known information are enough to keep Loya paying attention to it. Seeing Hansa's shot, Tong Ming knew he was almost playing. After speaking, she let go of her strength and removed her mace from the sword. 2 steps back, he suddenly turned around and looked up at Tony with blood on the corner of his mouth. "Now, do you know how to do it? Well, even if you still don't want to, because of your current injury, Teacher Zifa will not let you stay here. Honestly, go to the infirmary and lie down." "Ha ha 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 ha. Damn." Laran Mini gritted her teeth and stared at Mingda with her eyes spitting fire. But she knew very well the difference between recklessness and bravery, and now rushed to say nothing about revenge for Tony. "I'm afraid she would go to the infirmary." I just stared at each other unwillingly, a pair of beautiful eyes covered by anger. Simon glanced at Minnie, sighed helplessly, and comforted, "Forget it, we are too weak compared to them now, believe yourself. In the future, we can always find it back place." I said. He came to Tony and held the ladder with his shoulders. "Let's go, Minnie, I know where the infirmary is." As an army of the N generation, he grew up in Marineford, and Simon knew the layout of the fortress. "Yo, Mingd, it's over so soon? This recruit is too bad." The speaker was the guy who threw the mace to Mingd before. From now on, he looked at the lively look. Now he walked to Mingd with a weird tone. When he heard Keelung's words, Mingd was startled. "Shut up, Keelung!" Wu Mingd growled in a low voice, and his facial features showed the host's unwillingness. "Did you not feel it? The guy over there is staring at us." Tong Mingd didn't dare to look back. Keelung's hand was a dead hand. "This recruit, does this term include the monster over there?" The ice spear just passed through the middle of the two like lightning. Mingd had no doubt that even if he had a rideau-like iron repair, his kigong would be penetrated by a spear. At that moment, Mingd remembered the scene of his first actual combat mission. The feeling of being close to death caused his adrenaline to soar, and his sudden heartbeat made him almost breathless. "Well, what's so great, isn't it that you have killed the silverback great ape? No matter how strong you are, you have to be a brainless beast. If you want to kill, just use your brain. You really live and go back." Ji Kalong said indifferently, at the same time turning his head back with scorn, just looking at Luoye. "Again, do you think these new rookies can win me? Really kidding?" Loya froze, and then a scornful smile appeared on her face. "Well, what a fool." Because Zifa found Luoye, it was suspected that the power of the ice dragon frozen in time and space, and issued a password to all the insiders, so the picture when he was fighting the silverback great ape during the actual assessment was never passed on. Coupled with that, Keelung had been performing actual combat missions last month and had not returned until today. He did not know anything about Loya's information, but heard how strong he was. This led to the veteran in the elite camp miscalculating Loya's strength. He thought that Loya killed the silverback great ape by trapping tricks, and he was not strong. He was the first person and the disciple of Ching Ching General. To sum up, Keelung feels that he can try to challenge Loya. As long as he can defeat Loya, this so-called strongest recruit, then his prestige in the elite camp can be upgraded to a higher level, and he can be more guided by Zifa. Even, it is not impossible to challenge Hansa one day. So, seeing the undisguised contempt on Loya's face, Keelung jumped on his head. "Hey! What's your kid looking at? Want to be beaten?" Arudo is silent, Hansa is also silent. The Jerome brothers take out fruit jelly, you share it one by one, ready to go to the theater. Arudo and Jerome brothers are the best in the elite camp to understand Loya. The kind of unmatched power can be seen in the play-like battle of Loya in the morning. Ji Kalong is indeed very strong, stronger than Mingd, otherwise with his character, he would not thank Kalun just now. But, fight this monster. Hansa didn't come up to fight the round. Although it is the default rule of Zifa that veterans hit new recruits, but when you beat the target better than you still can do this, you can meet in the end. Hearing Keelung's provocation, Loa patted the dust on his buttocks, and helped Arudo stand up, kneeling for a long time and getting a little numb. But the latter shuddered and said frowningly, "Loya, can you take your hands off?" "Hey!" Loya reacted when he heard Arudo's words, "Sorry. Forget." He took his hand away. On Ardo's clothes, a fingerprint formed by ice cubes appeared on it. The bitter cold drifted with the airflow, and it was a little closer, making people feel cold. This is a new ability that Loya tried to develop after merging the magic of modeling. In the face of a guy who is as fast as a mole, his ice armor sometimes will be attacked before he reaches the perfect level. This is not perfect from a defense perspective. So Loya is preparing to develop a permanent ice armor. The effect can be weak, it does not matter, as long as it can withstand the first wave of attacks when sneak attack. The difficulty is not very big, the only problem is that it is a persistent process. If you want to keep it forever, it's better to develop a habit than to develop it. www.readwn.com. So forget that your hand is still covered with ice film, and Loya directly affixed to a rideau, which only allowed a rideau unprepared. Regardless of a rideau's resentful glance, Loya looked at Keelan playfully. Are you sure you want to fight me? I told you it would be shameful, believe me, right? You kid. Keelan felt insulted. Who was he? Elite camp member. No matter how you say, a recruit is so mad that you don't take yourself seriously. Keelan sneered and hurried forward, punching his fist at Loya. He was going to tell Loya with his fist that when he came to the elite camp, it was Dragon who had to cross me and Tiger who had to hold me. In fact, it has become customary for elite camp veterans to beat recruits. Every recruit who was able to come here was once the leader of the recruit barracks and proud. This pride is a good thing, but it is also insufficient. The good thing is that the unwillingness of the minds behind them allows them to work hard and maintain their momentum no matter what difficulties they face. However, in actual combat, if you still maintain this arrogance, and you have no one in your eyes, if you are the first in the world, you will die very quickly. In addition to Zifa being attacked, in fact, members of the elite battalion will be killed while performing actual combat tasks every few years, of which 9 out of 10 are because they care less about the enemy. The group of pirates, like the protagonist Luffy and others, has few pitiful guys in the battle. More insidious and cunning, cruel and ruthless dregs. Sneak attack, poisoning, hostage-taking, surrender and other means should not be played too slowly. Because of this, the mentality of negligence needs to be eradicated, so Zifa decided to guide the matter. Let veterans have the excuse to beat recruits. Chapter 48, New Chief. Thank you book friends Trouble for the 588 reward. Ji Kalong's speed is indeed good. In the elite camp, his strength has been hovering around the group. Even if he fights with the Irido Jerome brothers, he can play well. But unfortunately he met Loya. The fist that came straight was still far away, and the whistling fist wind had blown Loya's hair. In the face of Keelung's swift attack, Loya's expression was calm and she slowly raised her hand. Well, I knew these things. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded, and Keelan's moving body seemed to be pressed in the pause button, standing in front of Loya. The veterans were gazing at each other, staring in horror at Keelan with a red face. On Keelung's face, 5 clear fingerprints were engraved there, in sharp contrast to his pale complexion. The brothers Irido and Jerome also looked at Loya, who calmly withdrew his hands. Thinking of the morning battle, he shivered. At that time, I am afraid that Loya was more than just retaining. It's that simple. In fact, it was true. Except for the dragon-destroying magic, Loya at that time did not use 40% of his physical strength. The body of the dragon was formally rushed to 3, and the increase in Loya's physique was astonishing. Even his system holder was shocked by that power. As long as he learns and is familiar with the use of the Navy 6, even if he does not use any magic, he can slay the world's most famed Rob Luke in 800 years. What's more, there are no names in this group of originals. However, this is also the reason why Loya felt a headache after the war in the morning. In the current elite camp, it really cannot harvest a few energy values. Keelung was a little embarrassed by this strong counterattack. He returned to his mind after a while. He couldn't believe his head and looked at Loya in shock. I need to. Snapped. Before Keelung's ruthless words were finished, Loya slapped them again. What's new in rubbish? It's nothing more than some special lines for villains. Loya, who reads the web, has no interest in reviewing him, which can't increase the college entrance examination score. This slap Loya didn't keep his hands. For such a crooked endless guy, let him shut up as soon as possible. Suddenly, under the gaze of the veterans present, Keelung instantly disappeared at a faster speed than he used the shave. Then a loud bang made a huge dent in the root of the wall. In the courtyard, the hard slate hula laughed out, and after losing power, it fell from the sky like rain. In the pit, the stunned Keelung's right face bulged high, his face was covered with blood, and several teeth fell from his mouth without much effort. Roya slaps and slaps away the dust that doesn't exist on the clothes. Ah, it's dangerous, but fortunately I stayed a bit. Hey, Roya! You didn't kill him. Arido looked at Loya worriedly, and said, Instructor Zifa will definitely punish you when he returns. Killing his companion will be sent to the promotion city. At this moment, the veterans had no spare time to watch the opera. When they heard Arido's words, part of them jumped out of the pit nervously to rescue Keelung, while others took out their weapons and aimed at Loya. This point slightly touched Loya. From the tone of Arido, he heard that whether it was Keelung or Mingd, he must have done all the bad things, and belonged to the unpopular guy in the elite camp. But even for them, the life and death of being beaten is unknown, but the rest of the veterans have not shown a trace of gloat. On the contrary, the hatred in their eyes is clearly visible. Loya suddenly remembered a sentence on the internet, weak chickens always like to hug for heating. From the level of strength, this elite camp is indeed not the opponent of the monsters of the year, but the monsters of the year are not as united as the weak chickens of this year. For better or worse, Loya couldn't draw a conclusion at this moment. Arido looked at Loya nervously, but what he said was serious, but his body was slightly sideways, blocking the veteran and Loya. Seeing from the back, it was Arido who was preparing for Loya's escape and was ready to intercept it at any time, but from the perspective of Loya, it was not helping him to block the veteran so that he could leave. In this regard, Loya warmed up and patted Arido's thigh, comforted, relax. Did you forget that I slapped 2 hands? The first time I was testing his anti-strike ability, the second time, he was stuck in the limit of his ability to endure. Absolutely not dead, believe me. Arido shook his head, refused to move for half a minute, and frowned anxiously at Loya. Hey! It's easy to chat with smart people, and to chat with stupid people. Meloya sighed in her heart, but she did not have the impatient feelings of the past. Hey! At this moment, the chief of the elite camp named Hansa used shaving to move over, and the scared Arido almost slaps over. He coughed lightly and said to Arido, It's okay, Keelan just passed out, but the trauma was serious and there was no life concern. Yes, that's it. Arido scratched his head in embarrassment. He thought that Keelung had been killed by Loya. He wanted to help Roya escape in anxiety. I now heard that Keelung was okay, and the feeling of betraying his companions suddenly came up. In addition to embarrassment, he smirked like a ton child. That's good. Everyone is alive, so eating is delicious. Hee hee. What a fool. Doroya didn't go to see him and whispered. When Zifar returned, he was surprised to find that there were many fewer people in the courtyard. The 3 new recruits were gone, and the well-known squad duo from the elite camp was gone. This left him a little puzzled, but he hadn't encountered this situation before, and maybe he might have gone back, so he adjusted his mood for a moment and asked Shen Shen, So, do you think the order is right? Come with me. I finished talking www.readwn.com. Zifa went straight into the attic without returning. He was holding the meat and bones that Arido had brought from the kitchen and ate the special food. Loya heard that he would wipe out the meat on the bones with 3 strokes, 5 strokes, and 2 strokes, and he would stand up with a touch of oil on his mouth. Then, let me be the first, presumably everyone has no opinion. The veterans did not speak, but looked quietly at Big Hansa, the sick goblin sitting in the corridor. In the past, the Order of Guidance has always been led by Shiuz, which is beyond doubt. But today's situation really made them a little bit uncertain. Ha felt the sight coming from all around. Hansa opened his eyes, inexplicable warfare gushing out, but he was restrained immediately. He glanced at Loya, who tilted his head waiting for an answer, and nodded quietly, "Please." The veterans took a breath. Isn't even Hansa sure enough to defeat that guy? Otherwise, according to Hansa's cruel and combative character in the past, he will never give up this position. In the elite camp, the so-called strength ranking is not 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the bright side. This ranking will not appear on any paper, but only the order of entry when Zifa conducts single-player guidance. This is the default rule of the elite camps of all ages. Hansa said please. On behalf of him, he gave up the position of the elite camp chief. From today, Loya will be the new chief of the elite camp. She was slightly surprised at Hansa's simplicity. From Hansa, Loya smelled a stench, which meant that he was not a good man. However, although Loya is not proud, she is confident. I nodded my thanks to Hansa, and turned into the attic. Chapter 49, Zifa and number 039, S Guidance. Thank you, the book runner 100 run rewards. Hey, the mobile phone assistant draws the wind, and your reward has not been displayed. I didn't see it until I turned the fan list today, sorry. Loya had long wanted to get the Navy 6 and domineering cultivation methods, but because of the unequal ranks and identities, neither Zifa nor Kuzan had any excuse to teach him these things. Now, the most important moment has finally arrived. Takaizawa walked into the attic without stopping, and went straight to the position where the bookshelves were placed. He grabbed the middle partition and pulled it left and right, the bookshelf slowly receded to the left and right, and a bright room appeared in front of Loya's eyes. Come in, remember to close the door. Takaizawa ordered, and went in. It's the same as the villain's secret base. Loya was surprised, followed Zifa to enter, and turned to pull the door up. I had to look closely in the future, and a strong wind hit his head. Dang! Takaizawa's attack is still the familiar formula, the familiar taste, not Loa can stop. Moreover, it was still a sneak attack, occupying the first mover advantage, so Loya's fist was really real, and he cracked directly against the wall. Tugged herself off, touching the big bag on his head, Roya Fangs roared, "Asshole! Why hit me? Even if you are a teacher, you can't do that." "Huh? Your kid dare to scold me?" Zifa's face turned black, his arms were domineering wrapped around his hands, his prostheses were entangled, his fists were hardened. The next second, one left and one right, the overwhelming fist fell to Loya. "Asshole, right? Even if it is. What happened to me? Dare you say that the little bunnies were not run off by you? Can Tony and Keelung be hurt by the strength of Tony's half a bucket of water? How stupid you are to be me." Hearing this, Loya, who was about to fight back, blinked, and smiled embarrassedly, "Well, I got a bit heavy. I will pay attention next time. Also, next time." Zifa's fist stopped for a moment, and suddenly he was discouraged. The disciple who taught himself painstakingly was so easily beaten down by Loya, this wild man. What do you think he plans? You bastard! Regaining domineering, Zay Fashion waved his hands ruthlessly, took out the cigar and held it in his mouth. Loya drew it in his pocket and threw it at his fingertips. The dragon playing game, which he had trained because of his dream of going to the bar to make a girl, was drawing fancy arcs in the air, igniting the lighter, and reaching Zifa's mouth. Takaizawa froze, and then the unknown anger came to his heart, splitting his head and covering his face with a scolding curse. "I have this spare time to strengthen exercise. Can a lighter play so much as a meal? This small practice room is made of fine iron. Except for the door disguised as a bookshelf, there is only an emergency exit on the opposite wall." Takaizawa stood in the field and kept demonstrating, and Loya was sipping nosebleeds, watching Zebra's movements closely. What I said above is the basics. Navy 6 is a physical technique that transcends the limits of the human body. With your current constitution, it is not a problem to master. Among them, iron blocks, shaving, and paper painting are the most important. 3 tricks. Iron blocks and paper are the easiest and hardest to learn. Learning them is good for you to master your own body, but this requires you to explore it yourself. I will not repeat it here. If you shave, I will slow down and you carefully look good. Jaffa, who stood in front of Loya, said again and again, that when she stepped on her feet, she moved almost 10 meters away. Oh, that's it. Loya slaps her hands, and if he realizes it. As a passerby, he naturally knew the basic principles of shaving, but he tried, no matter what, he could not step on the ground more than 10 times in 0.36 seconds, said in the encyclopedia, to achieve the explosive movement effect. Now he understands that this technique is not just a force-generating technique, but more importantly the physical coordination. When Zifa used shaving, he could feel that his hair strength was not strong, but at that moment the throbbing of leg muscles looked so pleasing and rhythmic. Is like playing the piano, gentle and elegant. It was totally wrong to smash the ground as hard as Loya had tried before. Takaizawa has given him his car keys, and for the rest of the journey, Loya can start directly from the accelerator. Moved back again, Zifa looked at Loya with her arms in her arms. Kuzan told me that your physique is different from ordinary people because of its fruit ability. This is good and bad. The good thing is that you don't have to work hard to break the physical limit and improve your body as we do. Just develop the fruits step by step. But the disadvantages are also here because the power is too easy to improve and you have a serious lack of awareness of your power, not to mention full control. Hearing Zifa's words, Loya nodded slightly. The truth is that, as Zifa said, the increase brought by the dragon's body was shocked even to his master. The sudden tremendous power, relying on the talents obtained in the underworld, could only be superficially controlled by Loya. Not to mention full control. Loya sometimes even suspected that this system might be selling dog meat by hanging sheep's heads, dragon-destroying magic is a gift, and dragon's body is dry goods. Seeing that Loya was in deep thought, Zifa didn't interrupt him immediately. When he gradually sobered up, he continued to say, 6 types of navy are the extreme physical skills integrated by the navy after 100 years of integration. In order to let people control their creation more perfectly. After you are familiar with shaving, moon step, land foot and finger gun, don't drop the practice of iron blocks and paper painting. Speaking of this, Zifa remembered Loya's ability to move on the ice, admonishing, you can make ice in the air to move, which is really surprising, but it doesn't mean that Uebu steps on you. Useless. On the contrary, a more refined moon step, coupled with your unique way of moving, will make you faster. In the following time, Zifa gave a brief explanation of the problems arising from Loya's cultivation. Zifa's guidance pointed directly to the essence, and some of the practice bottlenecks that had been blocked for a long time disappeared, leaving Loya addicted to learning. Although Kuzan also taught Loya before, can he compare with Zifa? I was not saying that Kuzan was wrong, but Kuzan could only point out a big goal. As for how to subdivide the scheme and how to apply it to Loya, it would never be clear. Thinking about Kuzan's personality, Loya said that he too thinks too much. www.readwn.com. However, because of Kuzan's big and comprehensive guidance, Loya tried everything, laying a good foundation and accumulating a lot of experience. Now after Zifa's explanation, the experience of the past suddenly turned into a nutrient for his growth, like a dry sponge, soaking up the water. Waiting for Zifa to finish the story, Loya touched her head and said embarrassedly, Mr. Zifa. Well, can you teach me about domineering practice? The Chinese among the puppet traversers all know one word, they won't chew too much. Takaizawa taught him today enough for him to drill for a long time, but the thought of being able to access one of the top abilities of One Piece world, LOA could hardly contain his inner anxiety. In this regard, Zifa did not expect the strict words to be rejected, but shook his head helplessly, you. I knew you would ask this. In fact, from Zifa's point of view, Loya already has the foundation for practicing domineering. It was only because of Kuzan's concerns that Loya had never been taught. Although arrogant and domineering, it is mysterious, but for the strong at this level, they are no longer fresh. One can practice, how to cultivate, how to strengthen, have a complete set of theoretical and practical knowledge. I heard Loya's inquiries, and Zifa, who had an early manuscript in her heart, briefly introduced domineering practice to Loya. However, although domineering practice has become a system, it is still necessary for the teacher to personally guide them. These are not verbal. Just like Luffy in the original book, even if Luffy has been able to use domineering from time to time, Raleigh still continues to teach him. However, for Loya, this gifted disciple, even if there is no Kuzan please, Zifa does not mind spending some time and energy to teach Loya well. Chapter 50, Practice. Thank you for the 1000 rewards from the book Friends Large Moon Stars. Thanks to the bookmate Seungkyun for the 488 reward. Thanks to book friends Never Say Die, 100 for the reward. Thank you for your mobile assistant for not having the win today. Let me see clearly. In fact, as a traverser, Loya knew nothing about the power of domineering. But this kind of familiarity is just talking on paper. I don't know the specific cultivation method at all. In the three-color domineering, armed color domineering and seeing the color domineering are the most wanted power for Loya. The level of chaos in the Witch-Tale world and the pirate world is quite different, and the islands are independent of each other, and it is not unusual to see what happens. Also has the devil fruit of various BT, don't have too much ability to inadvertently take human life. The annihilation of the dragon demon wizard system really helped Loya a great help, allowing him to become a little strong in the world of One Piece. However, the so-called adherents to the countryside still has to learn. Because of the vulgarity here, Loya can live better. 3 colors of domineering have been circulating in the One Piece world to this day, and they have been regarded as mainstream high-end combat power and have undergone countless blood tests. Among them, it is self-evident that the importance of seeing color domineering and armed color domineering is self-evident. Whether it is to sense the enemy's attack, detect danger, or enhance the attack and defense, the ability to fight fruit is too great. Zifa patiently finished the cultivation method, paused for a while, and waited for Loya to remember all of this before continuing to say, I know you are strong and talented. You must be able to get started quickly no matter whether it is 6 types or domineering. But there is one thing you should not forget. Cultivation has no end. Cultivation is not a fight. You can fight hard and break through the siege. On the contrary, it needs to be gradual, there must be relaxation, don't be hasty. Loya took it seriously with Zifa's words. At least, he has another reason to sleep well. I left the practice room, and Hansa, the former chief of the elite camp, sat cross-legged at the gate of the attic, and opened his eyes when Loya just came out. At this moment Hansa's face was calm, his pale complexion matched his pupil without any emotion, as if a corpse was silent. But the sixth sense keen Loya could perceive that at this moment Hansa's body was so full of warfare. Looking straight at Loya, Hansa stood up with a scabbard and walked inward. The moment Mo and Loya passed by, they whispered, see you in the training ground a month later. He said. Hansa went into the training room. As if she didn't hear him, she walked forward calmly, but a ray of cold that was hardly noticed by others, at that moment directly smeared Hansa's hilt, freezing her fingers and hilt together. This is Loya's answer, if you want to fight, then fight. Loa. You are out, what did Zifa teach you? Seeing Loya coming out, Arido dropped the iron tower in his hand and came over excitedly. I want to know that the first time of recruits is always very brief, because recruits who have just joined the elite camp generally have nothing to learn, Zifa encourages him to leave. But Loya was different. He went in for 2 full hours. This level was not common even among veterans. Faced with Arido's inquiries, Loya nodded his head to Simon and Minnie, who helped Tony, and then replied, 6 types, and domineering. As soon as this word came out, the air seemed to stop flowing, and countless eyes locked on Loya, unable to believe his ears. Arido is the stupidest, but the nerve is also the thickest. He just stunned and patted Loya's shoulder with a smile, ha ha ha. You are so good. Loya, the first time you are instructed, Teacher Zifa will teach you the 6 forms domineering. I didn't learn the 6 styles until half a year ago, and then I learned domineering a year later. That's because there are muscles in your head. The Jerome brothers gazed at each other utterly, and looked at Loya in surprise. He directly teaches the 6 styles and domineering, so does not it mean that Loya's physique has already met the requirements? This is really big news. Even in elite camps, few people can learn domineering. In the past, there were only a few. Especially armed domineering, this ability requires a strong physical support, which is even more severe than the Navy's 6. Arido is stupid, but I have never been afraid of physical fitness. Anyway, he is also a fierce man who has done things like tearing fishmen. It was because of his strong physique that Zifa agreed to teach him to be aggressive. I bid farewell to my elite camp companions, and Loya stepped on the ice to the small square and began to cultivate. Shave, iron block, paper painting. Shave, explosive mobile body surgery. Moon step is a movement method based on shaving, which means that the gun can be regarded as a prelude to the iron block. She remembered Zifa's words and meditated on the various 6 types of practice techniques. I carefully recalled the number of times bullied and molested by Mole and Kuzan over the past month, and Roya's eyes flashed firmness. So, let's start with shaving. Learning the Navy's 6 styles will allow Loya to better understand his strength, and also lay the foundation for future domineering practice. After cultivating it to the realm of returning life, it is even more frightening to the improvement of strength. In the use of the body, Loya has always been in a very awkward position. Is like a gun, obviously has the performance of a sniper rifle, but can only play the role of a pistol. The 6 styles are a kind of physical technique that allows the potential to be fully exerted. Sun Sha's cultivation is difficult. In addition to the rigid requirement of physical fitness beyond the limits of the human body, the more important thing is the coordination of the body. This is the hardest. Loya breathes gently, trying to keep herself relaxed. Then, the steps suddenly kicked, the ground exploded, leaving a cobweb-like pit in place, and the whole person turned into a black line, rushing forward. Hey! The wall opposite the house slammed and Loya disappeared into the dust. Outside the small square, the routinely patrolled Navy swallowed and took out the phone bug. Hey, is it logistic? Remember to let someone repair the small square tomorrow. Not the floor, this time it's the wall. Fence? The fence is gone again. www.readwn.com. Wa Lala. Loya pushed away the rock that was on her body, and climbed up from the ground with a grey face. Cut. Is it too hard? Although it's fast, it's not shaving. Come again. Hey! Loya disappeared in place, the pile of stones under his feet burst instantly, the patrol team screaming and crying. The next second, Loya, who reappeared, stopped still, sniffing the smell of the newly painted paint on the bricks separated by a finger with his nose. He smiled. Ha! I won't hit the wall a second time. Cultivation is a long process, and Loya is not Zhao Rishan. There is no one-time success and 3 days of continuous hope. After repeated attempts and adjustments, the deafening blast sounded from time to time in the small square, the floor was cracked, the wall collapsed, and the dust was lingering. From the perspective of shaved practice, the overall training difficulty of the Navy's 6 types can be seen. Just this trick, it is so difficult to master. Takaizawa said before that it is lighter. The 6 types require not only physical strength beyond the limits of the human body, but also strength, speed, physical strength, and muscle coordination. It wasn't until the night was getting dark that Loya finally stopped moving. At this time, he collapsed into the gravel in large letters, sweating down. This tired feeling of powerlessness, Loya has not felt for a long time. Now he is going to do squats in the recruit barracks. He can start with breakfast and have dinner, or carry the heaviest discus. But practicing the 6 forms, in a little time, Loya reached the limit. So cool! Looking up at the stars in the sky, Loya smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 51, The Mythical Loya. Time passed day by day. In a flash, a month passed. In the special alloy training room of Naval Headquarters, Loya, just like the boxer, tapped lightly and jumped a few times. Then he disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving a deep footprint on the alloy ground, indicating that he once stood here. Almost as he disappeared, Loya's figure appeared on the other side of the room, facing the 3-inch thick iron plate, his arms retracted, and the index finger and ring finger extended out with claws. Finger guns 8 girls. The fingers, as hard as steel, were torn wildly on the iron plate, apparently just 2 hands, but suddenly turned into the shadow of the claws, covering the iron plate. The unseen attack hit the iron plate, and only by the sound of the air and the bitter twisting sound of the iron plate could it be judged how it was being damaged. Suddenly, the inertia on his hand weakened, and Loya's action was abrupt, and his left foot swept out from bottom to top. Land foot. The lingering voice didn't fall, and Loya immediately appeared above the iron plate obliquely. The residual image left in place still continued his previous action. For a moment without stopping, Loya used land feet again, then appeared in front of him. Lanjiao 3 Sun Moon. 3 crescent-shaped air blades burst out, and the next instant, they hit an iron block at the same time. Boom! Finally, the iron plate that did not dare to endure the torture exploded and fell to the ground. Loya jumped out of the air, with the body of ice that has developed a habit. She blocked countless pieces of iron no less powerful than bullets. Because it is a training room specially made by the Navy, there is no dirt here, and naturally no smoke can be raised. But because of this, Zifa was shocked. In 1 month, not only did you learn to point the gun, shave, Yuebu and Lanjiao, have you even developed new abilities. Since a month ago, the warring states received a complaint and threw Loya from the small square here. The next training Zifa has been watching. It took only 20 days from Loya's exposure to the Navy's 6th style to his 4 skills. This is the 6th style, the practice is extremely difficult, the strongest physical skill of the Navy. Generally speaking, only the Admiral of the Navy can use it proficiently. Robulus is also known as the strongest CP-9800 in the Judicial Island. This is a time span of 800 years. It is not long before that there is no 1 in 10,000, but the true genius. This degree of rarity is enough to prove the difficulty of the 6 types of practice. Takaizawa himself and Kapu, a pure body powerhouse, also took nearly half a year to reach the level of Loya. This speed made the steel skeleton of the Navy Admiral at that time pay attention to it, called it monster, promoted exceptionally, and carefully trained by His Majesty. Only then did the plot. Who knows what happened then? Please leave a message. This is my brain supplement, Encyclopedia has it. Now Loya shreds it all into pieces. He's not breaking records, he's creating myths. Between gods, Loya has come to Zifa, that. Teacher Zifa, do you think I'm doing well? This is a standard that has benefited and sells well, commonly known as offensive. The awakened Zifa glanced at him obliquely. Loa had a towel on his shoulders, and stood still. Zifa's face looked sullen, and his fist smashed. You are the Navy. Stand up for Lao Tzu. Loya was like a piece of paper, avoiding Zifa's attack lightly. When avoiding the attack, Loya cried in surprise, I actually used it. It seems that I can learn all the 6 styles soon. I said, Loya continued to lick her face and went up. Ah! What's wrong, Teacher Zifa? How angry are you? You should be happy with such a good disciple. Thanks to the powerful increase brought by the dragon's body, after a month of cultivation, Loya learned so much at a speed that he couldn't believe it, just like Zhao and Yemulong possessed. The main difficulty in practicing the 6 types of the Navy, physical strength, which is not self-defeating in front of Loya, who has a dragon body. As long as Loya can master the skills and keep the body coordinated, everything is so easy. In the last few days, Loya also developed 6 types of extended skills, 8 maidens, and 3 days and months. During the practice of finger guns, Loya found that the finger guns were slightly weaker when facing large-scale attacks. If you don't want to resist the attack close to the enemy, then you have to dodge. In the end, the reason lies in the purpose of the gun itself. Regardless of the name, pointing a gun is to let the fingertips have the attack power of bullets, and it is not a problem to practice deep into the steel. But the length of a person's arm is limited, referring to a gun. After all, it is not a real gun. Therefore, he developed the 8 versions that are suitable for both near and far, not only the stiffness that they carry, but also the power of the wind pressure brought by those claw shadows, which is weaker than the vacuum chopping power generated by his feet. But still strong and terrible. Even in the face of a wide range of attacks, it can also rely on countless air blades to tear the opponent's fire circle and make up for the shortcomings. In addition to the finger gun, the most obvious disadvantage is Lanjiao. This trick is the same as Yuebu, but it is also an extension of shaving, but the focus of the 2 sides is different. However, there is a problem that when using Arashi, because the focus of the force is already on the leg, it is impossible to move at that moment. If you are facing a master who will use the domineering arrogance, no matter how fast you move before, stopping to launch an attack is enough to prepare the opponent. I'm afraid this is why Zifa and Carp are both titles, a black wrist and an iron fist. They kept their feet moving and attacked with both hands. But the power and low consumption of Lan's feet is really good. It is the strongest spear in the 6 styles, which makes it difficult to give up. In order to make up for this shortcoming, Loya pondered for an hour and finally thought of a way. Since the problem is not in the power of Lan's feet, then it is better to make the attack more difficult to predict. Relying on his tough physique that can no longer be called human, and don't have to worry about muscle damage, Loya forcibly joins Lan feet on the way to use shaving. Without slowing down, not recruiting, and carrying that force enough for ordinary use as a side effect of muscle tearing, he launches Lan foot attack while moving at high speed. Until now, it has been able to achieve 3 consecutive times without affecting combat effectiveness. Because it can be used 3 times in a row, it is named Sanryu. It doesn't matter what it means, it just sounds good. Similar to Crocodile's 3-month Moondune move, Loya can also be used, but it is too easy to be avoided. Of course, it is not that there are no weaknesses in the rest of the moves and no improvement is needed, but because Loya is most familiar with guns and shaves, which allows him to have sufficient experience to develop them. Although the punch used only 4 layers of strength just now, Zifa can be different from Kuzan. He is a pure body strong. His 4-layer strength is enough to hit Loya directly in the past, but now, Loya avoided it with paper paintings that didn't work. In the face of this situation, Zifa sighed, I don't know how long I can teach you. I see that the disciples are so good. Are you sad, Teacher Zifa? That's good, anyway, I don't need to prove anything about my current strength, you can cancel it for next month's actual task. Loya stated his purpose www.readwn.com, but in return was Zifa's profound smile. Cancel, it is impossible to cancel. This is the rule of the elite camp, no one can be exception. Speaking of this, Zifa patted Loya's shoulder comfortably. Because of this month's high-intensity practice, it is still the 6-style method to tap the potential of the human body. Loya stopped developing for many years and her body has been pulled up for a long time. Now she is standing only shorter than Zifa's head, which just makes Zifa smooth. You don't have to tilt your hands downwards as before. Honestly, go back and prepare seasickness medicine. Rest assured, I will arrange the fastest warship for you. In Loya's eyes, Zifa's smile at this moment was like a ghost. The two teachers and apprentices walked out of the training room, and in the corridor, all the way through the impulse, they were happy. At this moment, Zifa glanced across the flourishing town in the distance, and suddenly stood still. There is a large town where the family of the Marinetto Navy lives. Although Loya has not been there, the Jerome brothers who love sweets and good at moonwalks will slip into the town from time to time and buy a lot of cookies, cakes, fruit candy. Let me share with you, he is relatively familiar with it. Because all he knows is the location of the candy house pastry shop. Takaizawa's expression was calm, but there was an irrepressible sorrow in his eyes. Maybe. I think of my family. Doroya thought. But he immediately showed his full-faced smiley face. Oh? Teacher, do you want sugar? I still have jelly fruit bought by Jerome, should I give it to you? From the position where Zifa stood, the most eye-catching thing is the huge pink high-rise building that has been painted into fruit candy. Chapter 52, Hansa. Thank you book friends, never say die, for the 999 reward. Thanks to the book friend Suyuran for 100 rewards. Thanks to the bookmate 100 runes under the pen. Thanks to the book friend for 100 rewards. I have received so many rewards today, which really makes Dasha flattered. Hey, dang! Suddenly there was a huge explosion in the lower part of the fortress headquarters. The strong shock was felt even in the Warring States period in the marshal's office at the highest point. The Navy soldier in charge ran over in panic with a gun, but only saw Zifa in a purple suit. In front of Zifa, there was a large hole on the wall of the corridor. The masonry canine teeth on the edge of the large hole were staggered, and several cracks spread out in a cobweb form. Takaizawa's face was very bad. The black flowing oil and the domineering color of the fist on the fist had not receded. The whole person exudes inexplicable terror. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Zifa turned his head somberly and glanced at him, almost scaring the soldiers to urinate their pants. Why? Haven't you met your teacher's disciples? Yes. I'm sorry. The naval soldier seemed to be a frightened quail, saluted with tears in his face, and then ran away without looking back. I was joking, looking at Zifa's expression, and continue to be crooked and crooked. As for the big hole in the wall, let the big brothers solve it. The headquarters of the Navy has heavy penalties for damaging public property. The easiest way is to clean the toilet for a month. But considering the identity of the other party, it is a bit special and has exceeded the scope of the patrol. At this time, a figure appeared beside Zifa. The comer was holding a plastic bag in his hand, and while pushing Xianbei, he protruded his head out of the hole. Yo! Zifa, look at that stinky boy is running away. Looking from the entrance of the cave, a figure falling in the air turned over and adjusted his posture, then stepped on the air, and ran to the direction of the recruit camp a few times. After learning the steps of the moon, Loya's movement speed in the air became very fast. Because he can not only use moon steps, but also gather ice in the air to step on the ground. The first step is to use shaving acceleration, and then use the second step to accelerate the second step. The principle is the same as that of the third day and the moon, and the speed of the explosion is very scary. Almost as soon as Karp had finished speaking, he had disappeared into the building complex of the barracks. Karp didn't wait for the reaction he wanted, and asked strangely, "Oh? Zifa, why don't you chase? That kid ran away." "Shut up!" Zifa blushed and growled. "Chase? What to chase?" On the ground and near air range, Zifa's speed is indeed above Loya. But at high altitudes, Zifa did not lose sight of Loya. Not to mention that Tai Loya can also explode for a short time with dragon scales, and he can't catch the horse with that speed and flexibility. Because he is often bullied with shaving, Loya has spent the most energy on shaving, and the speed is long ago. And if I go chasing, isn't it just for you to watch a show? You are stupid. Takizawa gave Carp a sideways glance and snorted and turned away. Behind him, Kappa blinked, then took out Xianbei with a smile, and continued to eat. This old guy, still shy. What happened just now? Carp is unclear, but now Zifa can understand his expression. Hidden under that anger is a kind of fulfillment as he wishes. I lost my family for many years, this is the first time Zifa showed such eyes in front of them. Although he has always regarded the Navy as his own home, members of the elite camp as sons and daughters. But never showed such complicated emotions to any one of them. Thinking of this, Carp whispered Xianbei and murmured, if his son is not dead, he will probably be as big as Loya now. If the dragon boy didn't defect from the Navy, I probably look like this. Marin Fodor, booth cafeteria. With a look of disappointment, Ms. S threw the basin in front of Loya. The basin was filled with food, and the air was seduced by a seductive aroma. You kid, can't you eat in the elite camp? Do you know that you have eaten your mother's stock tomorrow? Well, does it matter? Lao Gao's cheek drummer was so tall that he sucked a whole grilled fish clean in a few mouthfuls. He spit out the fishbone in his mouth, and smiled charmingly. Besides, the food in the elite camp pays too much attention to nutrition, and the taste is really amazing. I eat a bird out of my mouth. How can you make it, Ms. S? Good to eat. Yes, is that lobster still there? When she heard this, Ms. S had a black line on her head and raised her eyes, her mouth moved, but she did not make a sound. Then she sighed and turned into the kitchen to continue tinkering. Hurry up after you eat. Really, it's unlucky to put your rice bucket on you. Yes. Roya raised her hand and replied, then speeded up her mouth. At this moment, the phone bug in Loya's pocket rang. Blah brew brew. Blah brew brew. This is what Zifa asked him to hold. Because of spiritual problems, Loya needed a lot of time to contact Zifa. Although when you want to find Loya, you can usually find him in the cafeteria, but the time it takes to go back and forth is not wasted. He wiped his hands on the tablecloth, and Roya took out the phone bug in his pocket. Ka. Hello, is it Loya? The pale yellow-skinned phone bug turned pale in a moment, and its large eyes subtly mimicked the tired but wary look of the other party. Hearing this voice, Loya froze and grinned broadly, Bibi Hansa. I thought you forgot your war covenant. Kek, keek keek. There was a cough across from him, and Roya even heard the sound of vomiting blood. Without waiting for Hansa's answer, Loya took the lead and said, Hey, are you sure you want to fight me? You will be dead. Hansa has been weak and sick since childhood, which is quite similar to Simon. But born poor, he was not as lucky as Simon. Numerous tonic doctors surrounded him, and his body was carefully cared for. But his weak physique can't hide his talent. He quickly emerged after joining the Navy, and went from passerby to today www.readwn.com, but, because of the potential of transitional development, the body is overdrawn. No, squeeze too cruel, and now he is ill. His powerful strength is exchanged for life. In order to challenge Loya, this month, she is working hard to practice, and Zifa shook her head. As an outsider, Loya is not qualified to evaluate Hansa's behavior. He is not the same as Tony. He did not, like Minnie, work hard to prove himself in mockery. He did not, like Simon, for the honor of the family. He just wanted to become stronger, and painted a thick ink stroke for his short life. Yes, it's short-lived. Because Hansa had died soon. As early as last year, Zifa approached the Navy's best doctor to diagnose Hansa. At that time, the doctor said that if Hansa stopped practicing and stopped working with people, he would still be 40 years old. Takaizawa regretted that he wanted to arrange Hansa to take a part-time job in the headquarters, but was rejected by Hansa. Now, I'm afraid I can live in these years. In the face of Loya's concerns, Hansa laughed, anyway. I don't want to lie on the bed in the pain, if I can fight to death, it is a great glory to me. Troublesome guy. Loyo frowned slightly, but said nothing. So. I'll wait for you at the arena tomorrow at 2 p.m. After speaking, Hansa hung up the phone, and Pale Yellow crawled back to the phone bug, and fell into a lethargic sound. Loyo looked at the phone bug silently, and took out a decorative green vegetable from the basket to awaken the phone bug. Come, eat. The last time I fed you 3 days ago. Loya lost her thoughts as she watched the phone bug bite the vegetables. Chapter 53, Challenge the whole camp. In just 1 month, Loya learned 4 of the 6 styles, and this news is no secret in the elite camp. There was even a wave in the naval headquarters that caused Kuzan to call and ask. From the perspective of big data, learning from the Navy's 6th style did not make Loya stronger. His strength is still so strong, the dragon-destroying magic is still scratching his head. But with the acquisition of the 6 styles, he finally made up his shortcomings, and his moves became more comprehensive. From this point of view, Loya's current strength in actual combat is at least twice as strong as before. The degree of danger is not the same. One Piece world, aside from the weird devil fruits on the sea, there are only 4 elements of evaluation battle. Speed, strength, defense, and skill. The former Loya only possessed strength and defensive advantages. The powerful magic effect made him like a battery. Not to mention the elite camp, no one in the lieutenant wants to compete with Loya, it really is, as described by Loya. Dongfeng washing the floor. Roar and Ice Wing are used alternately, and an hour is enough to destroy a town. However, the lieutenant generals at that time could also defeat Loya in close combat by relying on his speed and combat experience. As long as they are not hit by the attack that is entangled with blue energy, ice armor alone cannot stop them. Now, even the mole has to admit that in addition to the lack of experience in learning the Navy's 6th style Loya, the strength has exceeded most of the lieutenant generals. This is the most terrible place of Loya right now, the ability is too comprehensive. Not to mention modeling magic, Loya has long been able to stand on his own, and the frontal rigid general is not afraid. Let's talk about melee. The development and application of the 6 types may be a little bit hot, but it is no longer a tortoise shell that could only be passively beaten before. With a strange power and ice armor, the lieutenant general can walk sideways. Once you are fully proficient, you can learn to be domineering, and you can walk sideways within the range of this part. There are also those unique ones. It is said that they originate from the deep memory and inherit the magic of the dragon. Even if it is Zifa, the roar of the ice dragon does not dare to resist. But that's not all. Don't forget that Loya also has a trick awakening pseudo-dragonization. Once he goes away, he can be inextricably linked with Zifa in a short time. Alas, don't care about how short time is. Can a man be short? It's too short to admit it. He has such a powerful and comprehensive ability. Loya's reputation in the Navy has risen, and wherever he goes, he will receive the friendly eyes of the soldiers. I even have good people spread rumors that the next general in the Navy is Loya. No need to dig into the bets behind the rumors. Anyway, Loya made a profit. In the face of Loya, who is now horrified like this, Hansa has not lost his fighting spirit. Loya can see, he is not hard-spoken, not good-looking, but simple, trying to defeat Loya. This is the so-called pure swordsman. It reminds Loya of one thing. In Sugawara's book, Soran, who had been a pirate hunter for several years, even if he knew he would lose or even die, he still held up his sword against Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman Eagle Eye. To be honest, Loa, who was born in peaceful times, really can't understand these swordsmen. No matter what actions they follow, they will do what they can. These common sense are just like nothing in their minds. Whenever I have mental training, fighting, and strengthening. Like now, Hansa's decisive choice to challenge Loya. Takaizawa did not dissuade, he knew that no matter what he said, he could not shake Hansa's determination. I just mentioned it inadvertently, hoping that Loya would end the fight as soon as possible. After all, the longer the battle, the easier Hansa's body would collapse. In response, Loya gave the answer, if I really need to delay tactics to defeat Hansa, I will be disappointed in myself. The next day, the Navy headquarters cafeteria. Loya was eating, and around him, members of the elite camp did not know when they had come around, staring at Loya with no expression. Until Loya finished his meal, Arido did awkwardly say, Loya, are you really dueling with Hansa? Loya, who was drinking water, was almost taken a sip, and she managed to smooth her breath, looking at Arido over the dead fish's eyes. Hey, are you still struggling with this problem? But what else does Arido want to say? Simon blushes and drags him out of the crowd. Pushing Arido as a representative is simply a mistake. Tony and the others looked at each other and said, it's true that these are not important anymore. But, we don't want to lose our companions. Hansa not only saved him, but also told Tony his understanding of Kendo in this month and helped him practice. After all, Takaizawa is not a swordsman. Many things about Kendo can only point out problems, but they cannot be studied in depth. At the beginning, Tony with pride was a little impatient, whether it was a family Kendo or a Shura Kendo that he learned later. Once he is proficient, there will eventually be a place for him in this sea. Why should I learn from you? But as he became aware of Hansa's condition, Tony was silent. Hansa, this is a last word. Hearing Tony's words, Loya gestured with his hands, raised his eyelids and looked at him. So, what are you going to say? Let me give up or let me show mercy? Do you know that for Hansa, this is more than it's uncomfortable to die? Tony's expression faded, and he resignedly clenched the hilt. Indeed, if Loya does release water, Hansa will definitely be disappointed. This is not love, but shame. If the swordman's shame is not returned with a sword, it is better to die. Tony was silent, and the rest of the elite camp were also silent. For a moment, the hustle and bustle of the cafeteria suddenly quieted down, only Loa could hear the sound of sucking juice. After a while, Minnie spoke quietly. Take out the rubber bands and tie your hair up. So, Loya, I'm going to challenge you now. Howling. Yiyashi was shocked by waves. Everyone looked at Minnie in disbelief. What were you thinking? The other party is Loya. A real monster. Although he has been penetrating the 6th style this month and has not participated in the battle, just from his previous battles, he can see how terrible the opponent's strength is. The scene of the day of the siege of the recruits was still vivid. Did you forget it, Minnie? Hey, Minnie! What are you doing? Tony asked in a deep voice. www.readwn.com reaching out to pull Minnie's arm, but did not let Minnie move at all. Only by touching Tony found out that Minnie was shaking all over, her muscles were stiff like wood, and she was breathing a little sharply. She is scared. Tony thought, and suddenly Minnie looked at him and nodded solemnly. What does it mean? Tony looked blank. At this time, Simon's voice came from behind the crowd. He flung his bangs and wiped his hair back. Is that so? I will challenge you too. Loya. What? This time Tony really didn't figure it out. Compared with Minnie, Simon was more restrained by Loya. His full fruit ability can indeed penetrate Loya's ice armor, but his weak constitution made him unable to launch follow-up attacks. So what confidence does he have to challenge Loya? At this moment, Loya sitting on the seat raised her mouth and laughed aloud. It's interesting, it's really interesting. So don't be crooked, you go together. You promised. Want us to go together? You are not afraid to have no energy to fight with Hansa later. And many more. Tony came to understand suddenly, indeed, this is a good time to weaken Loya's strength. The rest of the people also figured out the reason and looked at each other. The surging warfare suddenly rose, and their respective breaths became one and turned into a spear. He pointed at Loya. Loya! We want to challenge you. Seeing this, Loya's eyes flashed with an elusive emotion. Although I have already made an appointment with Hansa in the afternoon, but, since you are looking for death, I don't mind playing with you, fish. Chapter 54, Before the Duel, V.E. Scene Caven, have you seen the card title? Thank you, my book friend. In addition, because the collection has finally broken 3,000, it is not easy for a month, so today, 3 more. 2 p.m., Marin Fodor, Arena. Arena is the title of a large square behind the fortress of the headquarters, not an arena in the underground world. The headquarters of the Navy is large in number and there are many squares. Some are purely used for training, some are assembly venues, and others are squares named after sports. I don't know how many years ago this name was circulated. Now, everyone has forgotten its original name, and it is called Arena uniformly. Because this place is really suitable for fighting. The surrounding area is wide and the land is scarce. Looking east from here, only a few miles away is the town, and there are no buildings around, independent of the headquarters building complex. With such excellent innate conditions, this place is naturally regarded by the Navy as the best place for discussion. There is no need to worry about hurting innocent people even if the beating is lively. At this moment, a thin figure sat cross-legged in the center of the arena, a long sword across his leg, syncing along with his breathing. In the auditorium on the left-hand side of Hansa, several figures stood there. Among them are the officers who are responsible for refereeing, but in addition to them, there are several generals such as former General Zifa, Mole, Fire Mountain, and naval hero, Iron Fist Cap. The world of One Piece has been calm for the past 2 years. The 4 emperors cannot touch it. The 7 seas of Wu can't touch it. The new pirates are not as perverted as the year Liu Fei went out to sea. Many things can be handled by the branch, so everyone has more free time. I heard that Loya was dueling with BB Hansa in the elite camp today. The mole invited familiar generals to watch the game, and he also invited a referee. The purpose is self-evident. He wants to let Loya show himself in the high-level navy, and pave the way for the future. The temper of the two was in tune, and Loya was also close to the first person who came to this world. Therefore, the relationship between the two has been good. Since there is an opportunity for Loya to show up, Mole certainly does. Even if it's not for friendship, it's worthwhile for Zappa's disciples to help each other. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hansa closed his eyes and opened his eyes inexplicably, looking towards the fortress. 1 second after Hansa looked up, Capo and Zifa and other talents felt that Loya was approaching. The two were very surprised by this. Carp asked, "Hey, Zifa, Hansa's sense of domineering perception is not that wide." Zifa nodded, "Like you hunted Roger back then, it should be the intuition between opponents." Carp scratched his head and shrugged. "It shouldn't be so exaggerated." A figure flew across the air at a rapid speed. Within a short time of breathing, he came to the center of the venue from a distance. After landing, it was silent and the wind was light. "I didn't expect this elite camp, and the genius who has cultivated to such an extent. Is this the best guy ever?" "It looks like this, Mole, is he LOA?" The man who talked was a man with a big beard biting a cigar. Judging by the military emblem on his cloak, he was also a lieutenant general. It was the lieutenant general of the headquarters Huashan. Hearing this, the mole with both hands frowning, said in a low voice, "It's true that he is, but, what is the injury on his body?" "Well, today's duel, why not rest in peace?" The lieutenant fired at the fire, and looked at it carefully. Indeed, Roya in the field is really not in a good shape now. The original clean recruit's shirt was covered with dirt, and sword scratches were left on his clothes. He could even see the deep blood stains on his nails through the cracks on his clothes. Luoya's baby face gradually converges with the daily exercise, becoming firm and stiff, but the scratches on the corners of his mouth and face make him look very embarrassed. The ring finger of the left hand was bent unnaturally, apparently fractured. Seeing Luoya's tragic situation, Zifa asked in a deep voice, "Luoya, who attacked you?" At this moment, Zifa's face is extremely gloomy, his eyes are out of focus, and the arm muscles are shaking unconsciously, which is an expression of extreme anger. In his opinion, Luoya's strength does not mention the elite camp. Generally, the lieutenant generals are not good enough. In addition to being attacked, is there any general shot? Luoya is his most important disciple, who dares to beat him like this? Assault. Although the blood on the chest of the sword had stopped, but with the vibration of the chest cavity when speaking, a painful pain came, making Luoya almost stand still. He stopped Zifa from leaning in by hand, and Luoya took a few breaths and straightened his waist. "No one attacked me. But, just now I picked the teacher in your elite camp and suffered a little injury." "Don't worry." "Picked, elite camp?" Zifa stunned first, then widened his eyes unbelievably. "You mean them all?" "Of course. Otherwise, one-on-one, who do you think could hurt me, teacher?" Luoya grinned, revealing 8 shining front teeth. "Hey Lala!" In the auditorium, the time exploded, and the generals present showed a touch of surprise. "Are you all? This is really..." The flames burned the mountain inside. No matter how weak this term is, they are still elite camps. All of them are geniuses selected from the middle layer of recruits. Most of the generals present at the scene came out of Zifa's elite camp and had a deep understanding of the elite camp. Don't look at the rumors that the new generation of Navy is not as good as it used to be in the past few years. The current strength of the elite camp is not ordinary people can imagine, all of them are monsters in the eyes of ordinary people. When he heard what Luoya said, these generals were surprised and doubtful. However, as Tony and others supporting each other slowly appeared on the edge of sight, everyone was silent. "They look worse than Luoya." All the members had wounds on their bodies. Several guys even limped, sticking their sticks and being propped forward. The blood leaking from the wound became red with bandages, and a lot of cold sweat appeared on the head every step. Arido, the little 4-meter-tall giant www.readwn.com, was lying on a rough scooter and pushed by his less complicated companions. The Jerome brothers hung one hand in thick plaster. "It has not completely solidified. I thought you stayed in the infirmary and got injured. I didn't expect to be able to stand up." Feeling the sight behind her, Luoya smiled and leaned over her head, looking at them. Tony pushed away Simon, who supported him. Approached the arena step by step with a scabbard, walked to the edge of the platform, clenched his teeth, and climbed onto the platform. Luoya didn't know what he was going to do, and he looked at him sternly. Tony went to Luoya, took out a roll of bandage from his pocket, and handed it over. "Bandage it, the wound will crack." Luoya looked at the bandage on Tony's hand silently, and suddenly, slapped it out with a slap, and smiled evilly. "No need. This is Lao Tzu's own choice." After a pause, Luoya turned to look at Hansa. "Moreover, even if I am injured, are you sure Hansa can beat me?" Tony couldn't help but persuade. Until now, Zifa roughly understood what happened. Luoya's strength is well known in the elite camp. The old members know very well that Hansa will definitely not be Luoya's opponent. If it is just ordinary discussions, I am afraid that everyone is still waiting for the end of the duel. Loser. However, Hansa's body may not be able to support this level of fighting, and it may collapse at any time. In other words, will die. The death of his companions, for this group of recruits, could not be ignored. Because he couldn't stop the duel, Tony and others had to choose another method. That is to weaken Loya. I do not know why, they just hope that Hansa can win. Chapter 55, Victory? Don't you refuse. Takaizawa looked at Loya with deep eyes. Companion's thoughts, Loya cannot be unclear. In order to comrade in arms friendship, Loya resolutely chose to accept the challenge and even asked all the members to join together. That's the elite camp. Although most of the members' ranks will only hover below the school officials after graduation, their strength will not be faked. Even the lieutenants will not be 100% guaranteed to retire in the face of their siege. As Loya said, one-on-one, no one will be his opponent. However, quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. One-to-many. If you do not use a large-scale killing to clear the field, injuries are inevitable. At this moment, Zifa and others are silent, watching the field quietly. I was shocked by Loya's courage, and regretted this friendship. Hansa was listening in silence, until then, slowly said, Ahem. Thank you all. Tony, you go back. The next battle belongs to me and Loya. Tony heard the words, gritted his teeth unwillingly, and turned to leave. The two men stood face to face, staring at each other. Walking around Loya, the cold began to roll, and a thick layer of ice armor shrouded him. Hansa on the opposite side pulled out his long sword, held his hands upright, and pointed the sword straight at Loya. Takaizawa nodded to the referee behind him, signaling that he could start. The latter saluted, took a step forward, and announced loudly, Game, 3, 2, 1, start. Hey! Almost immediately after the referee's voice fell, a crescent moon suddenly appeared in the field. Lingjian's sword gas surged out. Even in the auditorium far apart, you can feel the sharp edge. Crescent came quickly and silently. The next moment, Hansa kept drawing his sword and appeared in front of Loya. One sword flow moonlight slash. This is my arc light cut. Out of the stands, Tony's eyes widened suddenly. Although the momentum just changed, it was indeed his correct way. Takaizawa has been following Hansa, seeing him use this trick, sighed quietly, even at the end, did you choose this way, Hansa? Hansa's sword is very fast, more than the other elite camp with swordsmen, faster than one chip. Faster than Loya. But even so, Roya was not hurt. Hansa knew that before he hit Loya, he had already moved away with his shave, leaving nothing but his afterimage. Already, have you seen through these moves? Hansa calmly saw the domineering suddenly start warning, immediately turned back and cut the sword out. Dang! The harsh noise of the clanging sounded, making everyone in the audience feel a palpitation. Because if Hansa's speed is slower a little bit, the sharp crampons on Loya's fingers flying down will pierce his neck. Seeing that his sneak attack was unsuccessful, Loya flew in the air, avoiding the pressure of the sword burst from the blade, and a swordsman with a strength in the middle of the sword, it was not a wise choice. So he quickly came to Hansa's side, and 3 silver-white vacuum smashes stuck to Hansa almost at 0 distance. Lanjiao 3 Sun Moon. In the face of Loya's powerful land-foot attack, Hansa's face remained unchanged, and the sword danced out of the shadow. After charging, he slashed out, making 3 beeps, and 3 vacuum chops were crushed. Before. Strong. After violently defeating Loya's slash, Hansa took a deep breath, suppressing the trembling of his hands, and the war in his eyes became more intense. The long sword in his hand made a buzzing sound, and the whole man's energy was transformed into a sharp-edged sword. Shaved. Hansa stepped on his feet and appeared in front of Loya instantly. The sword was swept down and cut out. Take me a trick too. Mantis hunting finch. A sword waved, and a terrifying sword locked Loa. At the same time that the sword was cut, the sharp sword intent passed through the ice armor and cut on Loa's face, making him feel a pain. How does a mantis hunt birds? Locked, flapped, and torn. Tear off feathers and skin with jagged forelimbs, cut trachea, and hunt finch. Loya is now the hunted finch. He felt the pain of being locked by the sword again. Like Tony's move, Hansa's attack gave him an inevitable feeling. But unlike Tony, this intensity of attacking Hansa does not require the energy of concentration. Facing Hansa's horrible move, Loya's face was calm and she couldn't avoid it. Her fingers were entangled with blue force, and the diamond-shaped moire on her wrist followed her. The broken teeth of the ice dragon. Hey! At the first glance of Han, Hansa was surprised to see that his chopping was broken, and the air was filled with countless sharp swords, cutting the ground into scratches. But there was no time to think about it. The strange power of horror passed down to him along the sword body, making Hansa's chest dull, and the corner of his mouth overflowing with a hint of blood. What a terrifying power! Used shaving again, and then, Hansa wields his sword straight, a sword gas condenses into shape, like a machete, blasts into Loya in the air. Ka! Loya smashed the sword gas with a backhand punch, and the light blue energy flowed on the fist. He raised his fist to his mouth and blown off the ice debris. Your strength is really good. Strength, speed, swordsmanship, and arrogance are all top-notch. Unfortunately, this is only the case. He said. Loya looked at Tony and others, and chuckled. Don't you think that my strength is what you see? Everyone was unwilling to bite his lips tightly and stared at Loya. They don't know, but they have been seeking psychological comfort. Although the fighting between the two men was only a few short strokes, the unbeatable feeling had already taken root in their hearts. Fight with the next, please don't look away. Hansa's tone could not hear the mood, the pale complexion matched the empty eyes, making people shudder. Well, just play around. Loya smiled and rushed forward to fight with Hansa. In the stands, Zifa shook his head with regret. Hansa was a pure swordsman, which gave him unprecedented enthusiasm to challenge the strong. He was not for any name, prestige, and rank, but simply to become stronger. Become stronger. This makes Hansa's sword tighter than others. But Tiangong is not beautiful. His body is really bad. Every time he develops his physical potential, he struggles on the death line. In the face of a physical monster like Loya, the disadvantage is not a little bit. Loya is much better than Hansa. If this goes on, Hansa should lose soon. The flames burned the mountain with a cigar, and said with regret. The mole next to him nodded and said, It's true, but Hansa is already dead-headed. If a person is no longer afraid of death, his power is absolutely terrifying. This in the end, who wins and who wins cannot be determined too early. In just a few breaths, Loya fought with Hansa 100 times. He did not fly a kite by magic because he respected Hansa's choice. Pure swordsmen are rare. The death is the final destination. I was killed by my own skills, and he could not forgive himself. But, it's over. With the repeated fights www.readwn.com Hansa and Loya's physical differences gradually emerged, and the counterattack moves became weaker and weaker. Loya did not give Hansa time to breathe at all, tossing around him, launching an attack like a storm while evading the sword, leaving Hansa in check. There is a speed gap between the two, but there is no way to suppress it, and Hansa cannot escape Loya. After fighting again, Loya suddenly smashed his strength, pulled his claws into fists, and smashed Hansa's sword, but at the same time his shoulder was cut and blood flowed. There was a crack in the hard ice armor on the shoulders, and the stars fell to pieces. It really can't stop Jianhao's slash. Loya wasn't surprised that Hansa cut off his ice armor. I realized that the sword hero who cut the iron upright can cut off even the iron block. His ice armor is almost harder than the ordinary iron block, but is Hansa an ordinary sword hero? Alas, this injury is meaningful. Facing Hansa with an open door, blue energy wrapped his fist, Ling Ji's cold air directly frozen the water vapor in the air, making him look like he was enveloped in frost. Iron Dragon's Iron Fist. Hey! A dull crash sounded, and Hansa, who was caught by surprise, opened her mouth and spit out a blood-red ice crystal, and was blown away. Boom! The fence at the edge of the arena was smashed, the rebel flew up into the high sky, and then fell. Has it ended? In the stands, everyone looked at the smoky gap, and they were not surprised. Loya's strength is unquestionable, and Loya's files have been circulating among high-ranking navies. Although most of it is his trouble record, there are few doubters about his strength. Chapter 56, Defeat Hansa. Thank you, book friends. 500 people who do NT live without scum. At this moment, Zifa suddenly said, "It's not over yet." Everyone was shocked and looked at Hansa's location. The result was not the same. Zifa's words had just been finished. From the smoke and dust, several scimitar-like sword gases burst out, breaking up the smoke and rushing towards Loya. Looking at the trajectory of Jiankai's movement, it is obvious that Loya's dodge range has been taken into account. But why hide? With me against the skills, are you so unthinkable, Hansa? Loya grinned at the corners of her mouth, and her hands were slammed against her chest. Ice make overlord. Kakarub. With a crisp freezing sound, a dozen-meter-long euphorbia appeared almost instantly beside Loa. Jane Spurge is so huge, even if the height of the Practice 6 type skyrocketed to 2 meters, at the moment Loya still seemed so small beside the spear. With both hands, holding the tail of euphorbia, Loya waved it, hitting Hansa fiercely like the pillar of Optimus. Along the way, numerous sword chi hit the halberd, and it broke apart with a little contact. The imposing momentum brought by the huge body shape, hardness, and weight is amazing. The halberd fell to the ground like an earthquake, making a deafening thunder. In the direction of the fortress, near the windows of the arena, several glasses shattered in the strong vibration. Zifa on the stand was holding his forehead, listening to the sound of the chicken flying in the fortress, and sighed helplessly, "Can't you change your moves?" The mole quietly approached Zifa and advised, "Teacher, Loya's ice bomb is more dynamic. Instead of tangling this point, we should consider the aftermath problem more realistically." Takaizawa looked at him squinting, his face dark as if he had opened his arms and domineering, "You go." Loya in the stands didn't care that much, and had not had time to check his results. He yanked the halberd out and swept out. If it is someone else, even the lieutenant generals, it is very difficult to attack with such a huge icicle. Even if you can swing it, the speed must be slow and you can easily escape. But Loya's biggest difference from them is his strength. 1 month later, Loya's energy level has only been improved by 1 level, but the dragon's body has reached 29%. Just a 1% difference can enter the 3rd stage. When you think about the elite assessment, the increase in power brought by 39% of the dragon's body can make Loya and the silverback great ape just fall into the wind. Although it has not yet entered the 3rd stage at this moment, the powerful increase brought by the 29% dragon body has made Loya's strength difficult to meet his rivals. I have enough strange powers to bless, even if it is such a huge ice halberd, it is naturally relaxed and comfortable to wave, like a thunder. This led to Hansa having to give up the offense and jump up to avoid the halberd. Otherwise, I will be hit by this thing, let alone fight back. Even if the fracture is good, it is possible to be killed. Hansa, who jumped up into the air, was so noticeable that Loya naturally found him. Clasp the left hand into the halberd, lift it to his side, release the right hand of the halberd, spread it out, and point your palm at Hansa in the air. Ice make frozen bomb. Burst. Hey! A burst of diamond-shaped ice bombs fired, sealing Hansa's movement space. "You bastard!" Zifa at growl. Seeing this, Hansa's eyes were frozen, and the sword in his hand was cut out. One-size-fits-all breaking lan. Buzz. A tens of meters of blue sword gas accompanied Hansa's action, like a waterfall falling from the sky, directly blocking the invasion of the ice bomb. What Tony felt, red eyes, watching Hansa once again make his own moves. Under a sword, the earth cracked. Whether it was an ice bomb or a halberd, it was cut off by this sword, and a deep gully appeared on the ground, and the solid slabs were all broken. Oh! That's ridiculous! Seeing Hansa's horrific attack, Loya grinned, dropped the icicle on his hand, and appeared in front of Hansa. But, there is a flaw. Claw-shaped hands stretched backwards, and a crazy smile appeared on Loya's face. Finger guns ate girls. The next second, endless claws emerged, bursts of explosions in the air, and the sound of golden iron and iron symphony from time to time. In the face of Loya's extremely fast attack, Hansa, who had no choice but to recruit in the future, could barely qualify. The dense pair of pinyin sounds mixed together, turning into a continuous rasping murmur. Click! That was the sound of broken steel. Hansa calmly sighed. Is the gap so big? As the sword broke, the body was drowned in the shadow of the claws. Hansa! Hansa-san! Tony and others shouted and looked anxiously at Loya, who was attacking. They wanted to stop, but the sharp airflow around Loya's body was not their approach, let alone interrupt the attack. Takaizawa was the only one who was conscious, and felt the breath of Hansa. Then immediately appeared in front of Loya, black domineering wrapped around his arms, two left and right hands grabbed Loya's wrist. He is very familiar with this trick. He watched it develop little by little. Once he used it, he could not stop before losing his inertia. Only the frontal resistance could stop it. Grab Loya's hands, Zifa said indignantly, your kid will be fine from the beginning. You do not know the physical condition of Hansa. Loya was relieved when the attack was interrupted. He heard Zifa smile with a bitter smile. Hey, teacher Zifa. Let's talk about something, okay? If it wasn't for Hansa's flaws, I would hit him if he could hit it. Here it is. Takaizawa was stunned and muttered. Indeed, apart from swordplay, Hansa's strongest skill is shaving in the 6 styles. Because he is a swordsman, the ability to move is always the top priority. The speed of Hansa's light theory, which has been studied carefully, has already stood at the peak of his companions. Loya's limit speed is not slower than Hansa, but he still cannot catch Hansa. However, now is not the time to take care of this. Zifa directly flung forward, threw Loya out, then turned to use the moon step to catch the falling Hansa. Ha pricked on his nose. Fortunately, he was alive. He just looked at the claw marks on the bones of Hansa's body, and felt the cold breath. Doctor! Come and save people! In the evening, a bedroom in the elite camp. Loya, who practiced sitting on the bed, dispersed the ice in her hand and opened the door with an ice line. www.readwn.com. Impatiently looking at Tony wandering outside the house for more than half an hour. There is something fast, say there is fart. Let's not let people sleep. Tony looked at him in shock, thinking, I have never seen such a brazen person. What confidence do you have in saying this? But he quickly cleared his mood, hesitated for a while, and walked into the room. Today Hansa's behavior is abnormal. Tony has some speculation but cannot be sure. He asked Zifa. Zifa said that when Hansa woke up, he asked himself, and then kicked him out. But things are stuck in my heart. Tossing and turning awake at night, Tony came to Loya, hoping for an answer. But before waiting for him to speak, Loya directly said, some things you do nt ask, I do nt know about it. You outsiders really do nt understand anything about the swordsman circle? After a pause, in Tony's disappointed eyes, Loya advised, compared to those, you have to think more about how to improve your strength. Today's battle between Hansa and me, which is the current one, you can resist that right? This C is after all strength, and you do nt have that strength. By the way, Tony bit his lips unwillingly, and fell his nails deeply into his palms until bleeding came. Yes, after all, he is too weak. Whether it is Loya or Hansa, it is not an existence that can be countered by itself. Excluding these two people, now that he is in the elite camp, he is still at the level of the crane. Even if he knows something, there is nothing he can do. Quietly stood for a while, Tony signaled to Noah's head, "Thank you, then, goodbye," he said. Tony turned away and took the door. Only a drop of blood flower fell on the threshold, letting Luoya's eyes slightly. Chapter 57, Combat Mission, Start. Thank you book friend Luffy his brother for 500 rewards. Thanks to the book friend I was so annoyed that I had 100 rewards for the best policy, good name. Didn't Lawyer really know the purpose of Hansa? No, he certainly knew. In fact, Tony also knows, but he doesn't know the reason. Luoya didn't know about this. He is as outsider as he said. A swordsman, a pure swordsman, what he was thinking was not what he knew. It was not clear to Luoya why Hansa had a crush on Tony and chose to teach him kendo before he died. Even trying to be caught by Luoya, he wanted to show Tony his understanding of his moves. Isn't Hansa good for Long Yang? So he fancy Tony? Imagine the comparison of the two's strengths. Luoya suddenly had some sympathy for Tony. Of course, these are all speculations. Except for Hansa, I am afraid only Zifa knows this. I don't care about him, I still upgrade honestly to see what the system is like. Thinking of this, Luoya meditated on Golden Finger, opened the panel, and looked at her current attributes. Name, Christopher Luoya. Energy stage, second order 8 layer. Energy value, 135/1200. Magic value, 10,000/10,000. Magic recovery speed, 950/min. Dragon power, 9%, dragon body, 29%. Conscience writer, don't steal words. Through the battle with Hansa today, Luoya's energy value rose by 30 points, which is a good gain. You must know that you have only singled out the elite camp and only got 50 points. Luoya found that the increase in energy value was not as simple as expected. He was taught by others that his strength would grow and he would gain energy. He had known for a long time. In addition, fighting with people, whether winning or losing, will also get the ability value. But the reality is not a game. How much experience you should get to defeat a target is fixed. On the contrary, this data is not fixed at all, and it can be said that the fluctuations are still large. Like Tony, a month ago, in the 1vs hundreds of battles, after defeating him, Luoya got a symbolic energy value. Defeating Tony today, Luoya was surprised to find that the energy value had become 5 points. I want to say if Tony is different from a month ago, I am afraid that only his strength has increased. With the guidance of Hansa's sword hero, plus adequate logistical guarantees, Tony a month later is no longer the owner of the Kendo Pavilion who had previously eaten on the uprising. Whether it is basic physical fitness or sword skill training, he has obtained extreme great promotion. After defeating Irido, he now has only 3 points of energy, which is far from the 30 points obtained in the first battle. Although Irido's strength has not kept up with Tony, why is it rising, more than twice as strong as Tony, and why is it decreasing again and again? At this point, Luoya couldn't figure it out. He was extremely hopeful at the moment, and there was a cute system wizard in his system to answer him. In addition, the improvement of the power of the dragon is beyond Luoya's expectations, rising from 6% to 9%. It is simply unscientific. In this month, he was fascinated by the 6 types of study in the Navy, not to mention dragon-destroying magic, not even modeling magic. This makes Luoya very tangled, not to mention the dragon-destroying magic. I haven't even used modeling magic, how can you rise so fast? In addition to the rigid requirements of exceeding the limits of the human body, the biggest difficulty of the 6 types of Navy lies in the control of the body. As long as you have a certain level of control over your body, and then understand the basic cultivation methods of 6 types and what you should pay attention to, you will learn quickly. But this is exactly the reef shoal that checks and balances countless passers-by. Not to mention iron paper painting, these moves that require full control of the body. You can't learn just shaving this simple leg move. The reason lies in their insufficient control of the body. In Ihara's work, the judicial island was in World War I. Just knowing the principle, in the second gear, there is no teacher to pass the shaved Luffy, Loya can only say that he is hanging. To paraphrase the Straw Hat, because I'm a rubber man. With the elasticity of the rubber itself and the increase brought by the second gear, Luffy directly learned and started using shaving. What else can I say besides opening? Will of the universe? Loya is not rubber. In order to learn the 6 styles, he has not left the training room this month except for shit. Concentrate on improving your control over the body and never distract. This is the result. The power of the dragon still rose by 3%. What is this? It's unreasonable. Turn off the system. Loa gasped out of the kitchen from the bottom of the bed, heard that the turtle soup prepared for tomorrow, took a greedy breath. Forget it, there will always be a day when the water comes out. Now, have a good meal. After half a month, in the courtyard of the elite camp. In the large garden of the courtyard, the exercise equipment seen everywhere in the past disappeared, and it was carried to the room as early as yesterday. The afternoon sun was hot and hit everyone's faces. The sweat was left along the frontal bones, making people feel as if a worm was crawling. But no one dared to do so, all standing serious in the queue. Because in front of the team and on the steps of the attic, Zifa is announcing the candidates for this actual task. The actual combat mission of the elite camp is not free collection, but after careful consideration by Zifa and the resident lieutenant, a list is made to determine the candidates. Although the experience brought by actual combat can make people grow quickly, this method is not suitable for everyone and naturally cannot be freely received by the members of the elite camp. The statue of Hansa, who was still unconscious in the medical room, no longer needed to be trained through actual combat missions. Rather than having that spare time, it's better to meditate well, maybe an epiphany. Figuring out some joints, and the strength will skyrocket. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Hansa's body cannot continue to develop its potential. The rest are not as fortunate as Hansa. From Zifa's point of view, everyone present is a rookie and needs a lot of practical experience to enrich himself, including Loya. You guys listen to me. The candidates for this actual combat mission have been determined. The first one, Loya. Here. Dequi. Yes. Meloya reluctantly took a step forward and stood out of the team, looking sad as if she would be generous in the next moment. Sure enough, I still can't escape this disaster. Loya lamented that if she was on a mission, she would be dead if she lived on board for such a long time. Seeing Loya's face, Zifa's mouth twitched quickly, then closed it, and continued to roar loudly. Standing in front of the team, Loya could even see the sweat that was falling from Zifa's forehead as she spoke. www.readwn.com. Second, Arido. The third, Minged. Fourth, Tony. After Tony stood up, Zifa closed the form, sandwiched it in a crunchy nest, and glanced at the 4, strangely shaped disciples. The position of the 24 was very interesting. Loya was the first to go out, so he stood on the far left. Standing to 2 meters tall, he is slender but not thin, and his baby face makes him look very masculine, which is the most normal one. Then, it was Arido, the little giant, standing there, with the tall body that regarded the Jerome brothers behind him, a full umbrella. After a while, Minged was shorter than Tony and about 180 in height. However, his height is of a mixed style, and the recruits wear it on the body, close to the body, revealing the non-mainstream taste curve of bones and shelves. The plane's head on the head is facing the sun, acting as a sunshade. The one on the far right is Tony. He is not too tall. His muscles are a bit stronger than Loya's, and he looks very solid. With a scary scar from his forehead to his left face, he can play the boss of the society by changing into a black suit. Fortunately, the world of One Piece is generally indifferent, except for the female emperor. From today, you will go to sea for a practical mission for 3 months. This time the team leader is Loya, and you can put forward your opinions now. Hearing Zifa's words, the three twitched their mouths and shouted neatly, "No. If you have opinions, you will be wearing small shoes for the character of Loyana's belly." Teacher Zifa, you are so motivated. Chapter 58, Wave Breaker. I wish you all the students in the college entrance examination, get into the soul. It's a victory. Must win. The actual combat missions of the elite camp are generally divided into 3 categories. One of them is the assessment that must be passed to apply for graduation. It is possible to apply for 3 warships to go to the sea with the supporting soldiers, without error. The people participating in the assessment serve as the captain and lead the fleet to destroy or arrest the target. The highest difficulty, the most test of a person's overall strength. In addition to graduation assessment, the remaining 2 types of practical tasks will be much more difficult. The first type was led by Zifa himself to the sea, with the most secure safety. But because of that incident a few years ago, Zifa has not personally led the team to the sea for a long time. Another type, this is the situation that Loya is now encountering, and arranges several to 10 elite battalion members to form a team and go out to perform actual combat missions. Although it is actual combat, for the sake of the safety of members, the number of accompanying warships can also be applied for a maximum of 3, and there can be up to 1 lieutenant in the accompanying staff. In addition, there will be several warships following this type of combat mission, staggering with the members of the execution, similar to the patrol officers and fellow generals during the elite assessment. Although the average strength of this candidate is good, Loya is on board, not to mention. In addition, Tony is a real newcomer. No matter his personal strength or united combat is a rookie level, if he is in danger on the sea, the real combat power is only Irido and Minged. Considering this staffing arrangement, Zifa pondered that Lieutenant General Mole or Hwashin would accompany him. But this proposal was rejected by Loya. It is like the situation when the elites are evaluated. Can they still exert their full strength when their lives are guaranteed? The Navy is not an ivory tower in a nursing home. It does not have the courage to die hard. Afraid of this and that, how can it become the backbone of the Navy in the future? I might as well quit the Navy and go back home to get married. Although still a little worried, Zifa agreed with Loya. After Sun's dissolution, Zifa told Loya that the trial operation of the new wave breaker he had applied for in the scientific unit was over, and he asked him to get it. This is good news. Loya's eyes shone, she seized the telephone bug in Zifa's hand, and left the courtyard. The current scientific force is not the pacifist rampant scientific force after Dr. Vegapunk transformed Bartholomew Bear in the original work. Although he has already started the research on the fruit of the devil and made a major breakthrough, it is still a year or 2 away. The new wave breaker in Takaizawa's mouth was designed in the spare time of Vegapunk, and its power is 5 times that of ordinary warships. Can greatly save sailing time. Because some naval generals are complaining, the turbine power of active warships is indeed more stable than the sail power of pirates, but in many cases it is not enough to form an advantage. Here is a great route, the weather is unpredictable, and sometimes let alone catch up, thank God for not being a demon. As a result, Vegapunk designed this warship while conducting pacifist development and research, making it easier for the Navy to recover pirates. However, because of expensive factors, insufficient firepower, large skins, and other unfavorable factors, from the final design to the present, only 1 wave breaker has been produced. On this ship, Zifa took the initiative to open up the funds to assemble. The science core is located on the edge of Malin Fodor, a little far from the headquarters fortress. I wanted to see the scientist who was called 500 years beyond human wisdom, but Loya's current destination was not there, but a port. The sea-breaking ship has ended its trial voyage, and is now parked in front of the fortress in the headquarters, inside the huge harbor. I came to the port, and a large navy warship docked in the port, solemn. In front of the warship is the huge square and the towering headquarters fortress. The visual impact is extremely powerful, which makes people fear at a glance. This is the naval headquarters, this is the navy. Mello greeted the patrolling navy and quickly found the wave breaker. After all, this thing is too conspicuous. Compared with the muscular appearance of other warships, this warship is almost a standard bamboo pole figure, which can be found at a glance. Its length is about 100 meters, which is a little more than half of the average muscle warship, but its width is less than 30 meters. Such a strange warship docked in the port, and from time to time the navy cast doubt on it. Where did such an ugly thing come from? It's true that the flag is a navy warship, but this look is so unique. The slender hull is less than half the height of the rest of the warships, and two cylindrical turbines are hanging on the left and right sides of the tail. When looking at the shape of the wave breaker, Loya had only one idea. Isn't this the legendary Armstrong Cyclot accelerating jet Armstrong? It's so reductive. Loya remembered the emoji seen on the internet before. One of them was a stick man with a long face in a golden museum riding on the Armstrong Gyrojet Armstrong cannon. To fight. I did not expect that a funny picture I saw on the internet turned out to be a reality now. Maybe it was because he had been in front of the wave breaker for too long. Above the harbor, a man in white scientific work clothes stood up and put his hand on his forehead. Oh, come here, but if you're dressed up, are you recruits? Blinking slightly surprised, he greeted the surrounding navy to continue to carry fresh water and food to the warship and ran quickly. He was listening to the sound of God's LOA, and turned to look. The man has come to him, took out the glasses cloth, wiped the glasses covered with sweat, and asked again. Hello, may I ask you, Lord Zifa, to receive the wave breaker? He looked at the recruit uniform on Loya, and looked up and down. Loya was uncomfortable for a while, but he reached out and didn't smile at people. Although his actions were uncomfortable, his tone was polite enough. He then nodded and replied, yes. My name is Christoph Loya, a member of the elite camp. Did NT teacher Zifa inform you? This is a phone bug. After speaking, Loya took the phone bug that Zifa had given him, and handed it to the other party. Is the elite camp? The man gave a quiet sigh and then let go. Indeed, if it is an elite camp www.readwn.com, the other party can understand it by wearing a recruit uniform. Otherwise, Zifa did not come in person to receive such a major event as a warship. But if it is an elite camp, then it is another matter. Although as a recruit, the strength of this group of people is not much weaker than ordinary naval coils, but only because they have not graduated and have no military achievements. Master Zifa didn't notify us, but you can prove your identity with this. The man spoke and picked up the phone bug while taking out another phone bug from his pocket. He brought the two phone bugs closer together, and the two phone bugs immediately opened their bulging eyes. You screamed me sentence by sentence. That's it. That's it. Upon seeing this, the man put away the phone bug, put together some clothes that had become crumpled with sweat, and introduced himself to Loya. I almost forgot. My name is Jim Hubbard. Just call me Jim. I will be responsible for the maintenance of the wave breaker. Of course, as a scientific researcher, I will not go to sea. Don't go to sea. Loya shook his hand and asked, wait a minute, let me take a look. First of all, you said that you are a scientific researcher, why do you take maintenance work? Moreover, if you don't go to sea, what do we need for emergency repairs on the sea? The sea sails by the helmsman. Yes, that's what it says, but you don't need to be surprised when you encounter anything weird on the Great Route, and emergency repairs will happen from time to time. This is a new type of warship. If you don't follow the ship, will they repair it? Thank you to the bookmate Sama for the 500 reward. Thanks to the book friend for the 100 reward. Thanks to book friend's lazy 100 reward. Chapter 59, Special Task. Thank you, the bookmate salted fish will never stand up 100 rewards. Thanks to the bookmate Super Big Cafe for 100 rewards. The college entrance examination officially started. I wish you all friends, the plenary meeting, all right. I seem to have already made the draft. After Loya asked, Jim smiled and explained, well, slow down, I will explain one by one. He walked directly in front of the wave breaker and stroked the newly painted surface. Although the wave breaker was designed by Dr. Vegapunk, he has been studying pacifists for years, and the entire scientific army naturally follows suit. It turned around him. The follow-up improvement and finalization of the wave breaker was done by me. In my eyes, it is like my child, and I put a lot of energy into it. But because of this, when I completed the assembly of this warship and was ready to go back to work, I found that I could not keep up with the progress of the scientific force, otherwise, I would not have been it's funny to think about it here. Speaking of this, Jim didn't have much sorrow on his face, although it is the glory of my life to follow Lord Vegapunk, but I still can't let down the warship. It is my real dream to design a warship that can conquer the sea. In the eyes of Jim, there was a light called longing. He stroked the wave breaker and said softly, I watched the wave breaker built little by little. Every part of it, every screw, I know where it is. It's my child, and I give it to others for maintenance, and I'm not at all relieved. Looking at the tenderness in Jim's eyes, Loya smoothed out the pagoda-shaped goosebumps. Fetishism is disgusting funny. But having said so much, Jim still didn't explain why he didn't go to sea with them, and asked now, then? Why do you say you can't go to sea with us? Feel the wave breaker sailing in the waves in the sea, isn't it? Can you feel the performance of the wave breaker more? And we are all big and rough. There is no problem in killing, the daily maintenance and repair of warships, it's really blind. Hearing Loya's self-deprecating statement, Jim laughed, ha ha ha, indeed, I don't worry about giving it to you guys who can only kill. But there is no way to do it. Jim scratched his head a little embarrassed, actually, what, I'm seasick. Gloria. Actually, I am also seasick. Jim looked at Loya in surprise, and suddenly came forward with open arms. Comrade. My dear. The two met the confidant and hugged together in tears. Look around the Navy subconsciously to avoid being hurt by gay gas. A scientist who dreamed of building a warship capable of conquering the sea, a dream of becoming the world's strongest Navy, finally found the organization on this day. Why can't the Navy be seasick? Is this normal? The two of them fell in love at first sight. Ah! I was sent off to kill the chicken on the spot. After the excitement, Jim shook Loya's hand and pointed at the wave breaker. Brother Loya, in the future, this warship will ask you to be more attentive. Loya also held Jim's hand and patted his chest. Relax, brother Jim, I'm so seasick, I will only spit into the sea. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office. The warring states sitting on the table took Zifa's handed-in list, looked at it, and looked helplessly. Hey, Zifa. Are you really planning to do this? Zifa, who was sitting on the left, took out the cigar, took a hard breath, and replied, of course, just like the kid said, there is no progress without pressure. This goal is exactly within their tolerance. But that's a big pirate with a reward of 200 million. It would be okay to say that if Loya doesn't get seasick, but as he is now, if he meets that guy, he will be killed instantly. The speaker was a grilled gut lieutenant general. Generally speaking, the objective of the elite camp actual combat mission is to receive it by the members in the garrison. According to different candidates and intelligence on the sea, a task list is listed and they can choose it. Because of the particularity of Loya, This actual combat task directly passed this link and was designated by Zifa himself. The mole didn't believe that Zifa would be so cruel to let his beloved disciples die. But although I don't believe it, the mole has no idea in the face of this goal. This is not a small pirate that can be solved by making troubles, even if it is in the new world. The other party is the type that can be called. Teacher Zifa, think again. Mole advised. But the answer to him was Zifa's Lenghung, what's so scary for a guy with a bounty of only 200 million yuan? When we graduated, we killed a 300 million yuan pirate. Yes, yes. Then seriously injured and dying, you and Carp were unconscious for 2 months before waking up. The warring states demolished the road in the top position. Takaizawa was choked for a while. Before he could spit out a cigarette and sucked it into the trachea, he coughed. The mole was still apprehensive, but he let out his hand, but... Before he finished speaking, Zifa slaps him on the table and interrupts him, okay. Will my disciples feel bad? That's the case. Seeing Zifa's appearance, the Warring States period reluctantly took out his seal and stamped it on the list, and handed it to Zifa. You are really older and more stubborn, forget it, since you have something in mind, I am too lazy to care so much. Zifa, who took the list, grinned and bit his cigar, hey! Don't underestimate Loya, I am very confident in him. You're happy. Warring States sighed. Among the old comrades in arms that year, Carp had been depressed for so long because of the dragon, which has made him exhausted. Now Zifa has entered a state of extremeness. It was not easy for him to be a marshal. Fortunately, Crane Sauce, who is currently the general staff of the headquarters, is not as indifferent as the two www.readwn.com. Otherwise, the Warring States really wanted to retire in advance, go back to drink tea, fish, and support the days. The mole sighed and saw that the Warring States period had been stamped, and had no choice but to rise. Elite camp, in Loya's room. Because he didn't know the specific process of the actual combat task, Loya asked Arido to understand the situation. However, Arido was too big, and the place where he lived was always a special room. He couldn't get in at the entrance of Loya, so Loya had to find Ming to understand the situation. Then, Tony, who had finished training, rushed to hear the news, and a head that came in through the window, crowded the room. After that war, in the face of Loya, Ming didn't dare to show his mixed habits, and explained to Loya the process of actual combat seriously. The above is the general process of a combat mission. Ming said, but I recommend that killing is the priority after the goal is determined. As I said, if the arrest is carried out after the mission is completed, although the comprehensive evaluation will a little higher. But we have to be responsible for taking them to the city of advance to return to the headquarters and return to life. For that point, staying a few days at sea is unbearable for you, Loya. Hearing this, Arido and Tony nodded directly, well, that's right. It will die. Loya is also in a state of worries, thinking about the feeling every time when taking a boat, it is really better to die. But now, his modeling magic has reached a certain intensity. If you use modeling magic, like Kuzan, you can freeze and move the sea surface, and the magic can be supported in a short time. Depending on the situation, it is difficult to make a decision now. If you can increase your navy's prestige by focusing your goals in the city. Chapter 60, Scavenger Beard. But it's too early to say these things, and we will go to sea tomorrow. We don't even know who we are. Outside the house, Arido's big face was affixed to the window, and he snorted softly. Tong Ming gave Loya a surprised look. Did you not take the task today? Ah? Didn't Teacher Zifa directly arrange it? I went to pick up the new warship this afternoon, and then came back to sleep. Loya explained with a clasped face. Suddenly, he saw that Ming and Arido's faces changed. My heart was cold. Well, am I doing something wrong? No, no. Ming hurriedly waved his hands, joking, "You are really wrong, we dare not blame you, you will be killed." Arido explained in a timely manner, "Luia may not be clear soon after you arrive. The general actual task is to be received by the Lieutenant General who is in charge of the headquarters in that month. 3000W Bailey Bounty Pirates. And if it is a task directly assigned by Teacher Zifa, the target pirate's bounty starts at 100 million. Speaking of this, Arido remembered the only time he had performed the actual combat task assigned by Zifa himself. At that time, he really thought that he was going to be buried in the sea and had closed his eyes and died. Fortunately, the Jerome brothers rushed to the rescue in time, and the three of them joined forces to repel the enemy and save a small life themselves. Loyal Luia always felt that the elite camp was united, thinking that this was the merits of Zifa's teaching. But he forgot how valuable friendship is in the one-piece world full of killing and being killed. He didn't know that this unity was the precious friendship cultivated on the edge of life and death. "I thought you and Tony were new members, and they would not be tasked directly within a year. I didn't expect, hey?" Ming sighed heavily and was pessimistic about the task. Attitude. Loya is very strong, but on the boat. During the voyage, the three of them may be responsible for protecting him in the event of an accident. Except for Loya, neither himself nor Arido is a speed player, and it is easy to be targeted by the opponent. The only swordsman who can keep up with the speed is a real newcomer. A month ago, Ming could say that he could play 10 Tony 1 at a time, and now he could say 5 to 1. Tony had a big gap with their strength. "So, we are more fierce this time." Loya rolled his eyes and smiled, "Okay, Zifa really took care of me." "Well said." Suddenly, a figure suddenly inserted into the middle of several people, and the gusty wind brought a blow to Tony, who was caught off guard. This voice is so familiar, a few people have heard cocoons in their ears, and immediately stood up and saluted, "Mr. Zifa." It was Zifa, who was wearing a coquettish purple suit and carrying a cigar. He first glanced up at Tony, cut off, and then took out a wanted order. "Your goal is this time, Scavenger Beard." As soon as Takaizawa's voice fell, Arido and others suddenly exclaimed, "What? Beard? The 230 million pirate with a bounty? Haha, that's him." Zifa laughed, throwing out the reward order. Ming quickly reached out to catch it, trying to see the head picture above. But what made him desperate was that the avatar on the reward order was really Beard, not the same person with the same name. In this regard, Tony took a deep breath and looked at Zifa seriously, "Mr. Zifa, I don't think we have enough strength to fight this level of pirates." Loyal Luia said nothing, just stared at Zifa playfully, waiting for his answer. Although Tony's words sounded like others' aspirations to destroy his power, but also told a fact. Roya, the strongest of them, is indeed likely to defeat Beard. However, the other party is the pirates. Who will give you the chance of king to king? Do you think it's trouble to find Luffy? Silly Straw Hat will jump out cheerfully to hit you with, believe it or not. As a member of the pirates, Builder was a dozen pirates alone. With this little person, the other person can drown them with a spit. Baloya did not believe that Zifa did not take these into account, so he was waiting for a reason. Feeling Loya's gaze, Zifa snorted and said, "Of course I know you can't handle the entire scavenger pirate group, but this time it's different." He said as he took out some information from his arms and distributed it to several people, "Look at this, this is a great time to destroy the scavenger pirate group." Loyal Luia took the information and quickly scanned it, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of her mouth. "Oh indeed, this is really a godsend. The scavenger group of scavengers, let alone the same as the Straw Hats, to dream of going out to sea, even Bucky is more ambitious than them. Although their names are pirates, the most common thing they do is to be mercenaries. This is also the origin of their name, a group of scavengers, you pay, I help you clear the road. And this God-given opportunity is also related to their mercenary status. On an island called Heathville in the South China Sea, a group of pirates occupied the island, elevated the king there, and squeezed the people to mine gold for them. Captain Dora of the Pirates, with a bounty of 5500W, is one of the biggest figures in the South China Sea. This is a gold mine. Although the stock is not too high, the profits from mining are more than 30 billion yuan. In this world, 30 billion baili is a well-deserved sum. Later, the pirate group suffered a serious internal strife because of the uneven distribution of stolen goods. During the battle, some citizens took the opportunity to escape from control and fled to the sea. They were rescued by Beard, who had just completed his employment task and was preparing to return to the Great Route. Maybe it is out of hatred. www.readwn.com. Since you all want it, so grab it. Those citizens told Beard about the discovery of the gold mine on the island, and in return, hoped that he would help his country, even if it didn't help. Just burn the group to kill the plundered sea on the island. The thief can kill him. It is embarrassing that the Dora pirates were thinking of escaping once and escaping directly after smelting. Now there is internal strife, and those gold nuggets are still not moving in the treasure house of the palace on the island. This is 30 billion baili. How can Beard not move? In order to gain more benefits, Beard did not spread the news to other ships and did not pretend to continue to hurry. But while repairing on the way, he quietly took hundreds of relatives and took them to the island in a boat. Then it happened that the country had helped the navy of the branch many times in the South China Sea, and the relationship with the navy has always been good. From time to time, members of the royal family came out to contact each other. Or say, pay tribute. These 3 months have come again, and the other party has not yet sent someone to pay for the tea. This made the branch guys suspicious and sent someone to investigate secretly, wondering if the other party wanted to get rid of the navy's asylum and stopped deliberately tribute. As a result of this investigation, the fun is great, and there are actually 2 pirates fighting on the island. One of them is the famous scavenger Beard in the New World. Bill, who caught the naval detective, gritted his teeth and ordered his men to go to the naval branch quickly in an attempt to kill. But everyone guessed it. The navy is not a closed island kingdom. Their means of communication are outrageous. The naval headquarters received news almost half an hour after the base was destroyed.